God was bored and forged the abyss. Humanity was thrown into it, devoured by endless despair. Only 4 survived, standing at the edge of annihilation, but only one could return to the past. Kang Hansu, the strongest of them all. Armed with the memories of humanity's fall, he steps back into the beginning. He carries scars deeper than any blade, and knowledge sharper than any sword. Can one man rewrite the fate of a world already doomed? Let's find out. One day, God created a new world, an eccentric world, created solely to relieve boredom. God called this world the Abyss, and then he began to slowly fill this world with his creations. Struggle and war became desperate but inevitable means of survival. Survive at any cost, that was their motto. Fight, kill, survive, and God will reward you. God liked it. Or rather, he had nothing more interesting than this. The war between humans and monsters soon began to slowly end. The bodies of humans and dragons lay on the battlefield, but among them there were still 2 survivors. Only they were enemies. A huge dragon towered over the guy, and then pinned him with its paw, causing him to cough, and blood began to pour out of his mouth. But through the coughing, its loud laughter broke through. The dragon raised its paw, and the man called them all stupid creatures. They were doomed anyway. As he watched the dragon prepare to finish him off, he thought that that squad would have done it. They definitely could have done it. His life faded, and with it the mark on the hand of a member of the other squad. She informed her comrades that the last death squad had been destroyed. Now, the 4 of them were all that remained of humanity. The final death squad consisted of Ares, the ruler of the Valkyries, the mage Keldian, the swordsman Kangtae, and the protagonist Kang Hansu, the last member of the death squad. Ares said that they were the only ones who could save humanity, and he glanced at the glowing device nearby. It was the space-time crystal Urkenil, a great sphere possessing mystical power, capable of returning to the past, the last hope of humanity, destroyed 50 years after falling into the abyss. Kangtae said that only one person could return to the past, and what was there to think about? Isn't it obvious who would go back? This must be the strongest of them. They all know who he's talking about. He smiled smugly and slung his sword over his shoulder, hinting at himself, and Keldian said that he thought he'd say something adequate for once in his life. He regretted ever expecting anything from him. Ares told them both to control themselves. Since most of the Valkyries sent to fight the Golden Dragon had fallen, it was only a matter of time before he appeared here. It seemed unfair, but they had no other choice. She approached Hansu and said that the only one of them who could return to the past was him. He looked at his hand and thought about it. He told them that he'd fought for too long. Every day, all these long years, he'd fought over and over again. But dying like this wouldn't be so bad, would it? Ares touched his hand and told him not to talk like that. The fate of humanity was now in his hands. She smiled and asked him not to give up, but he remained silent, and the others' gazes were fixed on him expectantly. Keldian said she was right. The fact that he started 20 years after them and was still here in itself proves their choice. Ares said that if he had started a little earlier, even 5 years, the current situation would have been different. Kangtae smiled and agreed with them. Even he acknowledged his skills, but if he really doesn't want to go, let him say so. If he returns, he can get all the things he missed out on. Ares looked at him with displeasure, and he nervously said that he wasn't talking about himself, but about him, since he was the only one who could go back. Hansu smiled wryly, then stood up and headed toward the sphere. Under the gaze of his comrades, he stopped in front of it, and for some reason, everything around him began to tremble. They all realized that their enemy was already here. Then the ceiling split, and a dragon's face appeared in the resulting hole. Finally finding them, the dragon roared loudly and decided to attack, and Keldian told them not to be distracted. They would stop it. He activated the spell, and a huge magic circle appeared above them, from which streams of flame poured out, holding back the dragon's attacks. He called out to Ares and Kangtae, saying that they needed to switch. Let them hold him off while he prepared. His comrade stopped a stone flying at him with one hand and told him to leave it to them. Maybe now was the time to show what he's made of. Ares took out her weapon, then rushed into battle and told him that she went first, and he followed. She twirled the spear in her hand, but the enemy was not alone. Other dragons began to crawl inside through the hole in the ceiling. She took the right position and, plunging her spear into the floor, raised her shield and told Kangtae that this was his chance. His sword, body, and hair literally burst into flames, and he swung his weapon, saying that he had long understood this. Applying more strength, he swung his sword from top to bottom, splitting the floor in front of him, thus knocking out several dragons. But at that moment, a golden dragon attacked him. He reacted quickly and raised his sword above himself so that it wouldn't crush him, but he was having difficulty holding back the attack. Hansu was about to go to his aid, but Keldian ordered him to stop and reminded him that his main weapon was broken, so he should not get distracted. Ares agreed with him and told him to leave the dragon to them and go, and also, he should not turn away from the people he met just because he found them annoying. He should take care of them as best he could. At least this time, he would listen to her. She turned to him with hope in her eyes, and he answered with a smirk that he would try, which made her smile and ask if he didn't change even in this situation. She looked forward resolutely and told Keldian that the rest was up to him, and he, adjusting his glasses, glanced at Hansu and said that he would have to listen to him carefully. He began to cast a spell and noted that, as Ares had said, there was no need for aimless killings. but he should not spare the parasites that would harm humanity during the Great War. Let him save only those who deserve life, and not forget about the king of the berserkers, Clementine. Let him definitely kill him. He extended his hand to him and asked if he understood everything. He only nodded silently in response, after which he smirked and, continuing to activate the spell, advised him to prepare. The device behind him glowed and began spinning at high speed, and Hansu realized it was time to prepare for the leap into the past. Sparks began to emanate from the sphere, and Kangtae and Eris turned to take one last look at it. Then, Keldian clasped his hands together, and multiple magic circles appeared above the building, and a bright beam of light shot into the sky. The device glowed even brighter, sparks shooting in all directions, obscuring everything in light. The last spark struck, and Hansu was transported back to the very moment when he and the others found themselves in another world. While the others looked around in confusion, wondering where they were, Hansu tried to feel that this was reality. He moved his hand, glanced at the abandoned, overgrown high-rise buildings around him, and smiled slightly, realizing that everything had worked. He would do everything in his power not to disappoint them. Finding themselves in an unfamiliar place, people panicked and started attacking each other. And MC thought, of course they were worried, they just ended up in Otherworld. The year of his birth was special. It all started with 100 people, but the number grew exponentially. There were so many missing people that the situation got out of control. When he turned 20, he saw a rift in the sky through which someone's huge eye was visible, and then he too disappeared due to the interaction of an unknown force. Of course, the government knew about this, but they could do nothing except recommend people to stay home and be careful. Otherworld absorbs other dimensions and is the midpoint of the Abyss's influence. Those who arrived here first immediately learned skills and were hyperactive. But strange monsters made this place simply nightmarish. It was a world of cruelty and lawlessness. Those absorbed by the Abyss are sent to Otherworld, and when everyone from the absorbed world ends up here, the door to the Abyss will open and a great war will begin. He only has 5 years to become strong. All the skills he learned, all his strength, everything is gone. In any case, he should appear right now. A few seconds later, a rift appeared in the sky, and a small horned flying creature squeezed through a small gap. He grabbed his head under the surprised looks of the people, and when he saw them, he cleared his throat and nervously introduced himself. He is an assistant fairy, and he is here to give them a short briefing, so he asks them to listen to what he is about to say. He forced a wide smile on himself, and MC glared at him with displeasure, thinking that they are lying idiots. The short briefing he is talking about is an encouragement to fight and kill each other. The fairy spread his arms out to the sides and decided to start by welcoming them to Otherworld. From now on, an amazing opportunity will be granted to everyone. Some man did not let him finish and exclaimed, "What the hell is Otherworld? Let him stop talking nonsense and bring him home." The fairy didn't like his insolence and asked him to wait until the instructions were finished. His tone changed abruptly, making the man nervous, and the fairy continued. "Infinite freedom is granted to everyone here. Laws, order, morals, ethics. Do they dream of a world free of all these rules? And that's not all. All the physical limitations that weighed them down will disappear. Depending on their activities, they will be able to grow in strength infinitely. As the main character of the film, this is a chance to become who they dreamed of. Isn't that wonderful? Now he will demonstrate what they need to do for this." He snapped his fingers, and a glow appeared near the man who had just interrupted the briefing, and then something pierced his body. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he immediately fell to the ground under the shocked gazes of those around him. Seeing the dead body, they screamed in horror, and the fairy smirked and said that he didn't like noisy talkers. Realizing that this creature was dangerous, the people ran in panic, and the fairy immediately began snapping his fingers, killing the loudest ones. He shouted in rage that he had said that he hated noise. Those who are still alive will do their best, right? The people, although terrified, managed to control themselves and fell silent, and the fairy smiled sweetly, saying that silence had finally returned, in which case he would continue. He removed a small stone from the man's body and said that it was a rune, one that could be obtained by killing living creatures. There are 8 other types that look similar. Their appearance is random. This rune is colorless, but if they work hard and grow, they can obtain better runes. For example, this rune will increase strength. Maybe someone wants to take it? The people were hesitant to do so, and then Hansu raised his hand and stepped forward, thinking that he hadn't used them for a long time. Seeing the daredevil, the fairy was slightly surprised, then flew up to him and praised him for his enthusiasm. He asked him to hold out his hand and placed a rune in it, causing it to glow. He asked, "It's pretty cool, isn't it? Runes change the laws." He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a proud smile that his muscles had a limit of 117 kilograms, but now they had grown to 122. And that's not all. He wanted to tell them more, but seeing the indifference on his face, he was slightly confused. This was not the reaction he had expected. In fact, MC was terribly bored listening to what he already knew. The fairy coughed awkwardly and flew away from him, saying that runes have different effects depending on their type. They are full of abilities that cannot be explained by science. He wants to show them this again. Is anyone willing to try? Noticing his evil grin, the people became frightened, and the fairy sighed, deciding to leave it at that. Let them remember one important thing. No matter what ability or stat a rune improves, it won't be a bad thing. To become stronger, they need to collect as many runes as possible. Well, that's if they want to survive. The last words made the people think, after which they rushed to the dead bodies and started pushing each other to grab the runes first. When one of them was about to take the rune, the fairy took it away and asked, "But judging by the guy who received the rune, it doesn't look like they need instructions, so he'll take it." They became very upset, and then he flew up to Hansu and pointed at him, saying that if they touch their right ear, they can see how many runes they have. People like to count things, don't they? They tried to do so, and their status windows appeared in front of them. The fairy said that the average human stat is 10. That's all they need to know. MC glanced at his status window. His strength had increased by 1 point. If he collected more runes after hunting, the stats responsible for mana and magic power could also increase. Runes can be obtained anywhere, as long as you kill a living creature. It doesn't matter who the prey is. The fairy said that the starting conditions might be a bit unfair, just like where they lived before, but he would give them something that might make them happy. Let them forget about the past and enjoy their new lives. A knife appeared in everyone's hands, and the fairy assistant said that as soon as he left, training would begin. So, let them give it their all. The fairy disappeared. They didn't understand what he was talking about, and a scream was heard behind them, warning the others that something was approaching from behind. When they turned around, they saw a rift with a crowd of goblins emerging from it. They stopped and began to peer at the people. Judging by their behavior, they were also confused. The people became very nervous upon seeing the monsters, but none of them dared to attack. A girl raised her hand and suggested that everyone calm down. They couldn't make the situation worse, so they should slowly retreat back. They began to take leisurely steps back, only Hansu remaining in place. But the people couldn't advance any further, as the back row had stopped. The man turned to the guy he had bumped into and nervously asked, "What is he doing?" He pointed forward and told him that something was wrong, that there was something here. He touched the barrier wall and exclaimed that they were locked in. Because of this, the others panicked and started pounding on the barrier, asking to be let out. But when they felt the walls getting closer, they took a step back and became very nervous. At that moment, goblins began screaming. It turned out the wall on their side had also started moving, pushing them toward the people. This caused a crush on their side, and the people clutched their weapons tighter, and the guy exclaimed that he would not die like this. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man running past him and finding himself on the other side of the wall, which surprised him greatly, and he asked how he got there. He scratched his head in confusion and answered that he didn't know, he just passed through. The number 49 was displayed above the invisible passage, which slightly confused the others. Then the guy followed the man's example and ran through the portal. The number decreased to 48, and the people realized that only 50 people could leave, and immediately rushed to the barrier, pushing each other. Looking at the crowd maddened with fear, the MC sighed and thought that they were insignificant. There were hundreds of them. They could just gather together and fight. They might get some wounds, but the death toll would be far lower. The last time he was here, about 40 people died from goblins. Of all those who couldn't get through the wall, only 10 survived. But this time, everything would be different. First, he needed to clear this area and move on to the next one. He pulled out a knife, and at that moment, the goblins rushed to attack. They pounced on the people who hadn't yet managed to escape. All they could do was beg for help. Just then, help arrived for one of them in the form of Hansu. He pushed the guy aside and quickly dealt with the goblin, while the guy he saved watched in shock. Another small green monster immediately pounced on MC. He was about to hit him with a club, but he grabbed his arm and slit his neck, then threw his body aside and looked at the two monsters in front of him, who were clearly about to pounce. He adjusted his grip on the knife and then rushed into battle, while the others only watched in shock at this bloody spectacle. A few minutes passed, and after dealing with another monster, he decided to take a short rest and got to his feet. After this, he realized that his body had become the same as it was decades ago, which made him feel uncomfortable, but he was quite lucky. He found 2 runes, and his dexterity increased by 0.1. Dexterity doesn't just increase speed. Time itself is perceived differently, increasing reaction speed by 0.1. Therefore, you can do the same thing, but a little faster. The goblin behind him, seemingly dead, stood up and immediately threw his dagger at him. But thanks to his enhanced reflexes, Hansu immediately noticed this and quickly dodged the blow. He then stood up and threw a knife at his head, finishing him off, and the other goblins became enraged at the sight. 3 of them immediately decided to attack him at once. They pounced on him in a jump, and he, picking up the goblin's weapon, thought that, as expected, as soon as they saw blood, they would immediately go berserk. He adjusted his grip on the dagger, then rushed forward and dealt 3 monsters one fatal blow each. At the same time, he began to pull runes out of them and absorb them. He stopped to catch his breath, and the man who had been watching him the whole time exclaimed in surprise, was he really going to fight alone? He decided to help him and rushed into the attack, and the others, filled with confidence, ran towards the goblins. At first, they were a little confused by the increase in enemy numbers, but then they decisively entered the battle, and humans and monsters clashed. Continuing to chop down the goblins with his sword, MC thought that there was usually no need to rush in such a hurry at the very beginning, but now was not the time to be distracted. Even counting just this location, many people had been kidnapped, and if you count those missing from all over the planet, the number is simply immeasurable. First years who arrived here will be protected in the training zone for the first 3 months. Once these 3 months are up, they will be thrown into battle with those who have been here for 2 or even 3 years. However, be that as it may, this is a chance. After killing another goblin, Hansu picked up a rune and thought that this was a chance to become a little stronger. He absorbed the rune and mentally told Keldian that he made the right choice sending him here. Finally, the battle ended. The people who joined the fight at the last moment fell to the ground from exhaustion, and looking at the whole pile of bodies around, thought it was incredible. He single-handedly killed so many goblins. MC stood among all these bodies, and in the eyes of the others, he was like a monster. A fairy assistant appeared. He looked around the battlefield with delight and said that they did well. They must have really worked hard, and there were quite a lot of survivors. Well, now they know how to survive, right? He removed the wall and returned to the rift, saying that they just need to keep going, and he still had things to do in other zones, so he wished them luck. They angrily ordered him to get out of there quickly, and started swearing. And Hansu glanced at the status window and thought that compared to what he had, this wasn't so bad. Even if it was crumbs, it was quite good for training. Now his strength was 14.3, dexterity 10.9, stamina 10.1, and sense 11.2. He also found something that looked quite useful. It was a blade received as a symbol of care. Now he wondered what he should do next. First of all, he should find a way to become stronger in the shortest possible time. Eris Kangte, Keldian, what would they do in his place? He delved into his memories. There was one guy who told him a very interesting thing. That evening, he was drinking with the Valkyries, and then one of them sat down next to him and asked if he had ever heard of a hidden dungeon. MC was intrigued. Hidden in the training area, it was a high difficulty dungeon. The guy said that he couldn't clear it, and to be honest, no one could. Hansu asked, so he got to the middle, but still became so strong? He smugly confirmed this and asked if he would be here differently, being one of the Valkyries. If he found himself in the past, he would definitely try to clear that dungeon. If he succeeded, he would probably be able to defeat it. However, everyone knows for sure that the higher the difficulty and the less likely victory seems, the greater the reward. By the way, isn't he interested in finding out what's there at the end? After returning from his memories, MC decided to find the hidden dungeon. But if he wants to succeed there are a few things he must do beforehand. The first stage of training is the earliest stage, where 100 people are united and must work together. Everyone operates in a designated area for a week, then the area changes, and so on for 3 months. After that, as soon as the second stage of training is completed, the safe zone ceases to exist, and there will be a possibility of contact with those who arrived earlier. In the first stage of training, 2 parts are hidden, and no one has ever reached the end. To reach the end of the hidden dungeon, he must obtain them. This is the only way to quickly become stronger, but first, he must find the hidden part that is closer to him. He walked forward along the road, thinking that it must be somewhere here, but he was distracted by a loud scream from a girl who asked what he was planning. A man named Sonho, who had pestered her, asked in response what she was talking about. He simply offered to go with them. She exclaimed that she had already told him they were on their own. Hansu noticed in his mind that conflicts were starting everywhere, and the man grabbed the girl and pulled her close, smirked, and asked where she went. To survive, they need to work together. She wants them all to survive, right? The MC decided to get back to business. He didn't have time to pay attention to such trifles. He had to find the hidden part in a week, otherwise it would disappear. But he was stopped by a guy named Sanjin. He knew him from somewhere and called him by name. He called out to him in confusion and asked, "He's Hansu, right?" He thought with annoyance that of course they noticed him when he had to leave. He turned to him and asked, "Do they know each other?" Hearing this, the guy was taken aback, and then his friend, Taesong, came up to him and asked, "Are you crazy? They were together right before arriving here. What is he saying?" But MC didn't understand at all how they knew his name, and memories suddenly popped into his head. They were his classmates from college. They started out together, but they died and he forgot about them. The girl pulled her hand out of Sonho's grip and declared that she would go with them, then ran up to Hansu and he remembered her. It was Jin Mi-hee. With looks like that, she would quickly get into trouble. While she was chatting with him, Sonho exclaimed, "How dare they ignore him?" Seeing Hansu, he swallowed nervously and thought, wasn't he the one who dealt with a pack of goblins single-handedly? But what if they attack now when he's tired? He exchanged glances with his friend, after which he called out to them and asked, "Where are their manners?" He hadn't finished speaking yet. "By the way, who is this guy? He looks shabby." Will he be able to do anything in this state? He chuckled and told Hansu that he should approach while he was asking nicely. The more the merrier, so he better go to them before they go to him. The MC glanced at him and noted that such scum are everywhere. Overexcited from the first battle, so much so that they do not understand what kind of opponent they are going up against. Blinded by the thought that they can win, he walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, threateningly asking, does he understand what he is leading to? He walked further, pushing him with his shoulder, and the man hissed a curse through clenched teeth. And then Hansu took out a dagger and asked, did he have something to say? Their boss appeared. He asked him to calm down and said that they were not bad people. Sungo and the others were very happy about his appearance, and he asked why he didn't come with them. Given the situation, they all had plenty to do. Wouldn't it be better to work together? MC looked into his eyes and realized he'd already adapted to this place. He no longer saw the point in hiding his true nature and acted like a hyena in his natural habitat. He'd end up a criminal. Should he deal with him right now? He remembered Keldian's words. There's no need for aimless killing, but there's no need to pity the parasites who will harm humanity. Eris, on the other hand, wanted him not to turn away from people, that he would meet and care for them. He thought about how she'd saved so many lives, and he didn't have time to deal with all these guys right now. Not to mention that people like that have a habit of self-destructing over time if left alone. He headed toward his classmates, telling them to go, and Sungo shouted something after him, but his boss told him to stop. He wanted to object because he was acting quite cocky, but he told them to just forget about him. They needed to focus on their goal, bringing order to this strange place with strange monsters, and that devil. But there was also something he liked here, the strong rule here. So why shouldn't they take the chance? He told his guys to leave, and Taesong, following them, sighed in relief and asked how it happened that humans became scarier than monsters. He followed Hansu and thought that he knew he was weird. But was he always like this? He was an orphan who always sat in the corner with a gloomy look, so he didn't pay attention to him. He walked up to him and asked why he was acting like he didn't know them. MC thought for a second and then told him that it was just memory loss. Hearing this, he doubted and asked, is he serious? Why is he talking like some old man? He asked in response, isn't it obvious? Mihei couldn't help but giggle, then laughed even harder, and Hansu looked at her, wondering what was wrong with her. What a shame, she had a good life ahead of her. But beauty here is a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it's quite a powerful weapon. But he hopes she'll be okay. Some time passed. They walked in the middle of the street, and Jishon noticed that they didn't say a word the entire time they were walking. Where are they even going? Mihi agreed with her, and nervously looked at Hansu, wondering where they were going. He told them that they would understand everything when they saw it, and finally, they reached their destination. MC stopped and thought that his first goal was the subway station, where the hidden part was located. In front of them was the descent to Gangnam Station. Mihei asked why they were there, and he realized he couldn't waste time explaining every detail. If it weren't for Eris's words, he would have gone alone, but he had no choice. He decided not to go into details, and simply said he was being guided by a premonition. He thought he had gained superpowers in exchange for his lost memories. His classmates were very surprised upon hearing this, and he thought they must have seen a fairy recently. Should they be surprised? Some didn't seem to believe him, and Jisun whispered to her friend, Youngyu, if he was sure they should follow him. Hansu heard this and said that he wasn't forcing them. He's the kind of person who respects other people's preferences. If they want, they can just step away and watch from the outside. Taesong gritted his teeth in displeasure. No matter what the hell was going on here, he was really irritated by his showing off. However, he was tormented by a vague doubt that this guy really knew anything. Still, everyone decided to follow him, and while they were going down, Taesong leaned over to Hansu and asked if he was sure they were going to a safe place. It was kind of creepy here. He told him that wasn't true. They were going to meet friends who lived here. The guy raised one eyebrow in confusion, then asked who you had to be to live in a place like this. Were these his acquaintances? The MC ignored him and, hearing a sound, told everyone to stop, and they immediately froze. He frowned and looked down. Mihei was about to ask what happened, but she noticed something scary and screamed loudly, and Hansu took out a dagger. Her scream made Taesong turn around, and she warned him of the danger. Seeing Hansu swinging the dagger at him, he jumped back and screamed in fear, then fell, and the dagger sank between his legs, cutting a worm, from which green liquid squirted. It was a monster, and while Taesong was trying to recover from his fright, MC told them that this dungeon was made in the image of Gangnam Station, and those green worms that crawl here, crawl out after sensing vibrations from the ground. They hate sunlight, so they usually don't crawl out. He took a rune out of the worm and said that if they were bitten by this slavering mouth, their flesh would be torn off in 2 counts. Then they would lose consciousness and die before they could do anything. His classmates became nervous, realizing how serious this was, and Hansu decided to show them a simple way to deal with them. As soon as he trained them, they began wandering around the station, killing worms, and MC, looking at their progress, thought that these 4 could be useful. But he was no good. He approached Sanjin, who had never killed a single monster before, and said that if he was unsure of himself, then he should walk on intact tiles. If he saw a crack with earth inside, then he should simply pierce it with his blade. However, he must not forget to protect his hands. Mihi, meanwhile, wiped the sweat from her face and said with a playful smile that they just need to hit where the ground rises. Jiseon agreed, remarking that it was like a game of whack-a-mole. Sanjin, meanwhile, was gathering his thoughts, trying to convince himself that everything would work out, when the ground rose up behind him, and then a green worm jumped out and aimed at his leg. Seeing this, he froze in fear, and then Hansu came to his aid. He pushed it away and cut the monster into several pieces. Sanjin smiled and thanked him for his help, but he ignored him, disappointedly thinking that his fighting skills were already clear. Ultimately, he would prove to be nothing more than a burden. Looking after him, the boy realized what he was thinking and hung his head dejectedly. Meanwhile, Taeseong approached MC and said that he had a feeling that he knew in advance what would happen. But from where? He asked. Didn't he say that? He proudly declared that this was his superpower, and they were a little taken aback and decided not to ask such questions anymore. They decided to concentrate on hunting, and when many worms had already been killed, MC picked up the runes and asked why they didn't take them. Mihei answered him that they decided it would be better if he picked the runes, in exchange for him protecting them. It's not like they would become equal to Superman if they took the runes for themselves, so wouldn't it be better to give them to him, in exchange for him protecting them? He sighed and said that their prey belonged only to them. If they wanted to travel with him, then they should at least follow the basic rules. He thought that those who wandered the abyss for decades created a set of basic rules helping to coexist. My prey belongs only to me. During group hunts, things are distributed according to need and contribution to the common cause. In a crisis, relationships based on goodwill often fall apart. They soon realize how cruel and vile this world is. He told them that they should rely on their own skills first and foremost. If they are useless, he will simply kick them out. This is one of the basic rules. They were worried and irritated by his words, but Mihi quickly pulled herself together and confidently ran to collect runes, after which the others followed her example. Watching them, Hansu thought that soon they would get used to it, and they would not need to explain such obvious things. Soon they would be squabbling over runes like dogs over a bone. Some time passed. They had already managed to collect several runes, and Taeseong found something strange. He told them to look here. There is some strange rune here. He picked it up and thought with a smirk that his instincts were telling him that if he took this rune, he would gain superpowers. It was the essence of the Akruli troll tribe. He glanced at Hansu and thought that earlier he had calmly said that they should distribute things, so it would put him in an awkward position if he made a fuss now. He said that he found a rune. He can take it for himself, right? He won't go back on his words, will he? Seeing him nod, he was glad, and MC, meanwhile, thought that this was a pretty good rune to start with. This skill gives defense and regeneration. Both of these stats greatly contribute to survival, so the rune is quite popular. Besides, it's a passive rune. It increases appetite, but you can simply take away food as you become stronger. The strength and level of skill proficiency are determined by the rune's rank. Smart people with a variety of magic have hundreds of different skills. Keldian has acquired more than 1,000 skills. However, his situation was completely different. In the past, when he tried to absorb the rune, it prevented him from doing so, which made him uneasy. Air said that, as she thought, his skill limit was 7. Had they known about this earlier, he could have learned more powerful skills. She covered her face with her hand in disappointment, and Hansu glanced at the rune with annoyance, thinking that having only 7 skills was a fatal limitation. But he had a strength incomparable to this weakness, the endless evolution of his acquired skills. Dororo's lizard essence, which only granted rapid regeneration, later matched Kangtae's art of immortality. Gonlian's rapid dash reached the level of Keldian's signature skill, Space Rupture. 7-star heirs gave him this nickname because of his unique feature. It was this feature that allowed him to keep up with them. He caught up with them despite being 20 years behind, and this is the main reason why he was the one who went to the past. So he mustn't make a mistake. Heirs told him to be careful when choosing the 7 skills to learn. If everything goes according to plan, he will go through the training like a walk in the park. Meanwhile, Taeseong decided to use the rune, and it began to evaporate. The system informed him that the physical resistance stat was created. At the moment, he has mastered the skill essence of the troll tribe Akrul by 1%. He checked the status window and saw that he had received a new stat. The others had also increased. He glanced at Hansu with a smirk and thought that he was an idiot. In his place, he would never give up such a thing. Let him just wait. He will catch up with him very soon. MC waved his hand, saying that they need to go, and Taeseong ran up to him and put his arm around his shoulder, saying that it would be dangerous now, so they should go together. It is logical for strong people to go on the front lines, right? He turned around, and Mihei wondered why he was looking at her while saying all this. Hansu, meanwhile, thought, did he consider him his rival? It was even a little cute, but that didn't mean he would turn a blind eye to it. He threw off his hand and they began to go down. Mihei wondered why they were going down, and he answered her that he needed to take the subway. She asked in surprise if the trains were still running. He answered her that she would soon see everything for herself, and he remembered that guy from Valkyrie. While he was telling him about how many dungeons he had already been to, a man approached them and said that he was sure that the dungeons he was talking about were not even close to those he had been to. The guy pouted in displeasure and asked why he was interrupting other people's conversations. The man answered him that he overheard him bragging about his non-existent knowledge. He wedged himself between them and decided to tell them the fastest way to gain power. He needed to lay his hands on one important thing in the training area. It was somewhere in the subway. The stations were located and laid out differently, but they were essentially the same up until the 3rd floor. If he went through the portal in the center of the stairs and went down to the end, he'd find a train waiting. If he managed to catch it, he'd be done. The only problem was, it was hard to get to. MC returned from his memories and thought that the train was leaving the next day, so he had to get to the right place today, no matter what. When they descended, they discovered a glowing blue portal ahead, and Mihi was surprised to think that this definitely wasn't Gangnam Station. She had been here many times, but she had never seen an entrance like this. She looked worriedly at Hansu and asked if he wanted to go in. He didn't know what awaited them there. He replied that he went where his instincts led him. As he had said earlier, anyone who wanted to leave could do so at any time. Taeshong said without hesitation that he would go with him, and Mihi confidently stated the same. MC noticed that she was starting to worry. Most likely she was well aware of the situation, that someone like her was in even more danger than everyone else. That's why she strived to become stronger, even if it ruined her face. Jiseon hesitantly said that they would stay here. After all, no one was stopping them from just continuing the hunt. Sanjin also decided to go down and nervously hugged himself, and Taehyung just laughed at him and asked, "Where is he going?" He was too scared to do anything before. He told him that it shouldn't concern him. Whatever he does, it doesn't concern him. Taehyung got angry and pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "What did he just say? That's too much talk for a useless travel companion. Will they also have to clean up after him?" Hansu didn't want to listen and told them to stop this useless chatter. Time is short, so let them do what they want. He headed towards the portal, followed by Mihi and Sanjin. Taeseong, meanwhile, was very angry, namely because these idiots dared to insult him in front of Mihi. They all came out on the other side of the portal together. MC thought that there were thousands of mobs in the training area, and the landscape was also random. However, there are still common factors. Noticing something ahead, they were surprised. Hansu thought there was a 24-hour shop here. They went inside and started packing, and he thought that the rumors that there was always a shop on the 2nd floor of the subway were true. Was this some kind of reward? While everyone was pondering what to get, MC walked over to the shelves with kitchen utensils and thought he said it was more of a supermarket than a 24-hour shop, but there was literally everything you could need here. He picked up a pot, a portable stove, and Mihi approached him, asking what he was doing. He took out a bag and told her that he was cooking. And when she saw him pour the contents into the pot, she was very surprised. It was green worm blood, and she kept wondering what he did with the dead worms. Judging by Hansu's smile, cooking brought him pleasure, even with such disgusting ingredients. He tore the goblin's skin into pieces and thought that it became extremely poisonous when in contact with green blood. Goblins evolved to survive against green worms, and their poison is quite potent. He threw the pieces of skin into the pot, and Taesong approached him, smiling, saying that it smelled so wonderful. Would he let him try a piece? He told him that it was poison, and he immediately jumped back, exclaiming, "Why didn't he say that before?" He responded by pointing out that he himself had approached towards the smell and continued cooking. Mihei said that they would never have thought to cook something like that. How did he know how to brew this poison? He again referred to his superpower, which began to really irritate Taeseo. Everyone could clearly see how he was evading answers, but in reality, Hansu thought his head would explode while he was memorizing all this. Keldian gave him a couple of lessons. Even if he could go back to the past, without knowledge it would be useless, and so he told him about all the important information. Not only about where to get items, but also how to strengthen them. If he had any brains, he should understand why this was so important. But he shouldn't share this information with anyone. He slammed his hand on the board that had all the necessary information on it and ordered him to remember it all. Knowing the future would only speed up the destruction of the abyss, he shouldn't become Prometheus. He should only share knowledge according to plan, only when necessary. Thinking back on this, MC thought that if they didn't know the exact proportions and brewing time, the recipe was useless, so it was okay if they saw it. Once the poison was ready, he poured it into a bottle and screwed on the dispenser, then smeared his dagger with it. Seeing this, Mihei asked if they could have this too. He agreed, and they were already overjoyed. And then he extended his hand to them and said that he would take half a power or stamina rune from them for each use. The smiles immediately disappeared from their faces, and Taesong exclaimed irritably, why was he so petty? He answered that he could give them the poison for free, but in the long run, he didn't think it was a good idea. In his mind, he added that one-sided relationships always quickly deteriorate. Even despite the fee, Mihei still wanted to try and confidently said that she would give him the runes later. Then he handed her a bottle of poison, and warned her that if she got it on her hands, it would be very painful. Taesung was very angry. He thought that if he continued to behave like this, he wouldn't even be able to steal the poison from him. He asked him for permission to use the poison and give the runes later, like Sanjin, and he allowed them to do so. While they were looking for weapons, he decided to start other preparations, after which he packed 2 backpacks of things and left the shop. When his fellow travelers came out, he looked at them with surprise and at the same time dissatisfaction. They were slinging a bunch of suitcases with things on themselves. He asked, were they going on a hike, or did they want to use them as bait? Why did they take so much? If they don't want to fight for the rest of their lives, then let them bury the things here. Besides, if they keep taking everything around like this, other people will start chasing them, so let them leave at least something. Mihi, meanwhile, was pleasantly surprised. At first, she thought he was just silent, but he is more than an excellent fighter. While they were chatting, she felt uneasy. She decided to bury the package and thought that hundreds of millions of people had disappeared before yesterday, but none of them were ever found. She will have to survive here for the rest of her life. She doesn't want to die, so she will do whatever it takes to survive. And next to Hansu, she'll be able to do it. Having finished with her things, she approached him and smiled faintly. Taeseong, looking at the couple, said irritably that this idiot was acting like he was the center of the universe. He rudely threw his backpack at Sanjin, then called out to Hansu and asked, the superpower he mentioned, can they get the same? He answered that it was possible, and they asked hopefully, is it true? He confirmed it, and their eyes sparkled with joy. While they were discussing this possibility among themselves, he remembered Keldian. He said that among all the people who came to this world, some developed superpowers they didn't have before. He remembered that endless stream of words about their distinctive features, how dangerous they were, how strong they were, and so on. So he needed to get rid of everyone who would be useless to him. The thought of getting rid of his classmates haunted him, and Taesong, noticing his expression, wondered what was wrong with him. He smirked and walked up to him, noticing that he had become quite rude. Was he still mad at him for being mad at him in the beginning? He looked at him thoughtfully, and after a short pause, answered that this wasn't what he was used to. He had simply already said everything he wanted. He moved on and recalled the last 5 years before leaving here. In battles with an increasing number of abyssal monsters, hope gradually gave way to despair, and despair drowned out everything. He looked away with an indifferent gaze, and the guy wondered if he had been hit on the head during the battle or what. Why was he acting like this? If it weren't for this superpower of his, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself next to him. He'll wait and get stronger. Then he and Mihi will start dating. He'll get rid of that idiot, Sanjin, and will boss Hansu around. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp order to stop. He nervously inquired what it was, and MC crouched down and reached his hand towards something on the floor. It was slime. MC thought that, judging by the type of it, it didn't belong to a sword-shaped snail, since there was no sharp sour smell. He also didn't see any offal anywhere on the half-dried stuff, so it wasn't a chopped-up zombie. That meant there was only one option: land mermaids. They were slow, but once they got a dose of paralyzing poison, it wouldn't be hard for them to kill them in a second. But he had one plan. Taesong told him to stop acting like a know-it-all, and he, ignoring him, headed back to the shop and told them to follow him. They would be surprised. After that, he showed them how to make a Molotov cocktail. He poured the powder into a bottle and thought they didn't have any gasoline, but this would do. Mihei glanced at several prepared bottles and asked in surprise, did he make them from stuff he found at the store? Taesong took one and asked mockingly, is this part of his superpower too? How convenient. He probably likes it here more than in his homeworld. He can do whatever he wants here. I wish he had that kind of power. Hansu glared at him, warring between the desire to kill him and his promise to Eris. Noticing his gaze, Taesong became agitated and asked why he was looking at him like that. Did he say something wrong? Calming down, he sighed, then began drawing on the ground and said that he would now tell them the plan, so they should listen carefully. One of them would throw a Molotov, after which the other 3 would move forward to attack. The person in the vanguard gets priority when distributing runes. Taesong immediately volunteered to be in the vanguard and noted that someone competent should go ahead. MC didn't argue and asked who would throw the Molotovs. Sangjin and Mihi simultaneously raised their hands, and he left the choice to them. The girl looked at Sangjin with a pleading look in her eyes, which made him nervous. He didn't want to argue with her, but he didn't want to give in either. Realizing they wouldn't make a decision, Hansu told them to take turns throwing, and then they set off. They walked down the dark corridor for a while, and Sanjin wondered how far they had already gone. However, he already wanted to go back. He went with them because he didn't want them to abandon him, but did they really mind? He glanced doubtfully at Mihi and, noticing that she was also nervous, was slightly surprised. MC stopped and warned them that they were approaching. Ominous sounds were heard from the dark corridor ahead, and Hansu asked the girl to throw the Molotovs in their direction. She immediately obeyed and, setting fire to the fabric, thought that she shouldn't be a burden. Everything would work out for her. She looked confidently into the darkness, then threw a Molotov cocktail straight at the mermaids, and when it shattered, one of them immediately burst into flames and screamed loudly. Mihi was overjoyed that she had managed to hit, and MC rushed forward, telling the others to attack. He reminded them that they spit paralyzing poison and began to fight. He dealt a few blows to the mermaid and moved on to the other one, and Taesong, seeing runes flying out of their bodies, thought that this scoundrel wanted to take everything for himself again. He can't lose to him all the time. Because he was only looking at him, he didn't notice the mermaid sneaking up on him from the side. He only saw it when it pounced on him. He waved his knife in fear, telling them to leave him alone, and thought that he almost died. When the mermaid fell dead from just one blow, he glanced at the blade and smiled, noting that this poison really worked well. Hansu picked up a few runes and asked, the poison he gave him was worth it, right? Taesong, meanwhile, thought that thanks to this, he could quickly catch up with this idiot, and then they continued the fight. While MC and Taesong fought in the front lines, Mihei and Sanjin threw Molotov cocktails. Looking at the burning mermaid, Hansu thought that this was expected. Against an opponent using a highly flammable, paralyzing poison, using a Molotov cocktail was a very good idea. The blade was already dull, but that didn't matter, since that's exactly what he prepared the poison for. His blow only caused a slight cut on the mermaid, but the poison caused quite a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Taesong killed another mermaid and noticed 2 runes. He reached for them, completely oblivious to his surroundings, and immediately incarnated. The mermaid spat paralyzing poison at him. It hit his leg and burned through his pants and skin. He immediately fell to the floor in pain, but the wound quickly healed, and he only thought about how humiliating it was. The mermaid began to approach him, huge, sunken-eyed creatures staring at him. The mermaid wasn't alone, and upon seeing his vulnerability, they immediately targeted him. He screamed loudly in fear and ordered them to leave him alone, after which he began to wave his leg and cursed loudly, asking for someone to help him. Hearing his screams, Mihi was about to go to his aid, but discovered she was out of Molotovs and told Sanjin they needed to switch. He agreed and asked her to wait, after which he nervously tried to light the lighter, but nothing worked. When the flame finally flared up, he saw the terrifying face of a mermaid in front of his feet and, in fear, dropped the bottle, causing it to fall and break. Seeing this, Taesong became even more nervous and began cursing at him, covering him with all sorts of insults, while he closed his eyes, expecting a blow. But MC came to his aid in time. He killed the mermaid, after which he told them to calm down and follow the plan. Then there would be no problems. He headed towards the monsters' bodies and advised them to rest and then take their runes. Meanwhile, Taesong sighed in relief and said that he thought he was going to die here. He looked at his leg and noted that it seemed like he had already been healed thanks to his skill. Hansu said that if you increase your stamina, you can rest and recover faster. He laid out the runes in different piles and told them to take their spoils. And Taesong, looking at his share, thought in surprise, is this all he got? This calculating bastard is so strict in his distribution. He glanced at Songjin and then an idea occurred to him. What if he takes his runes too? His face darkened for a second and then twisted into an evil smile, and he walked up to him, asking if his family has no conscience at all. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about, but before he could say a word, Taesong grabbed him by the neck and lifted him. He grabbed his arms, trying to break free, but he was stronger. He called him an idiot and said that he couldn't even throw a Molotov properly. Or, had he already forgotten how he almost died because of him? Songjin wanted to tell him that it was his own fault, but he couldn't because he was squeezing his neck harder. Mihi became agitated and exclaimed, "What the hell is he doing? He should let him go right now. He'd strangle him." Taesong listened to the girl and let him go, calling him a lucky idiot. While he was clearing his throat, he approached him and advised him to be more careful next time and assess the situation sensibly. He grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up, angrily saying that not long ago he was crawling with his head down. It seemed he had forgotten his place. He should just follow everyone else for the rest of his life, like his father, and not show off. And he would take this for himself. He reached for his runes, but a dagger immediately plunged into the floor, and he exclaimed in fear, "What was that?" MC calmly said that it wasn't his share, and he exclaimed indignantly, "He wants to give the runes to this idiot? It's like throwing them in the trash. What did he even do to deserve them? He'll take them. They can even divide them. Honestly, they can manage without him. Or is he wrong?" He replied that the distribution should be fair, and it wasn't his place to interfere with someone else's means of survival. Taesong didn't want to argue with him further and said that it was all nonsense. But I hope he doesn't regret this decision. He walked away, and Hansu glanced at Songjin, saying that he better learn to defend his own share. While the guy was collecting the runes, Mihi approached Hansu and awkwardly asked, "They don't irritate him, do they?" Given the situation, she thought that he might be irritated by watching them not fight. He told her that everything was fine. He wouldn't complain about what they were bad at. She asked if that meant he would travel with them until the end. She thought he acted like he could leave them at any moment. He told her that they were the ones who decided to follow him. They were doing well, so she shouldn't worry about it. After this conversation, he went to examine the mermaids' bodies. Most of the runes they dropped increased strength and stamina. You can't ignore basic stats, and it's not like it was a bad decision, considering how important strength and stamina are now, especially considering that those are exactly the stats he needed. Currently, his strength was 25.3, stamina 24.5, dexterity 14.1, and sense 15.2. Having absorbed another rune, he increased his stamina, and then there was a pop of a party popper and confetti flew above one. A fairy assistant appeared cheered and congratulated him on his first achievement. The sum of his strength and stamina exceeded 50. The system notified him that he had received his first achievement, and MC thought with a grin that he had been caught. While the others were indignant at the fairy's appearance, he flew up to Hansu and joyfully asked, "Isn't that him, the traveler who had raised his hand first?" He wondered who was so fast here. It seemed he was right. He flew around him from all sides and said with a smile that they always loved those who tried their best, so he would like to give a small gift to the most active traveler. He lay on his head and asked if he was curious about what it would be. Should he tell her about it? Mihei hesitantly approached them and raised her hand, saying, "This is a bit unfair." They had different physical characteristics from the very beginning. Although she was afraid, she still dared to ask this question, and this did not escape the fairy's notice. He said that she did not need to be so afraid, because he would not even touch her. He leisurely flew up to her and said that they do not kill someone just because they don't like them. But there are always exceptions, right? And she could be one of them. Her heart began to beat faster with fear at his words, and he, seeing her reaction, laughed and said that he was just joking. He playfully nudged her shoulder and asked, "Did she say that it was unfair? She, too, is incomparable with others in some ways, right? But she's in no hurry to get rid of it to be on par with everyone else. Life has always been unfair." He returned to Hansu and said that it was time to stop wasting time on empty chatter. It was time to reward him. MC already knew what the reward would be. The reward for surpassing a certain number in the combination of physical characteristics was 3 runes of his choice. The fairy snapped his finger and asked what runes he wanted. Dexterity? Sense? Maybe a recovery rune? This rune is consumable, but it can heal even severe wounds and protect against most poisons. It's like having an extra life. Hansu thought that despite all this, it would be useless with a severed limb. Hearing about the recovery rune, the others perked up. It meant that you could survive a life-threatening situation at least once. They hoped that if he chose this rune, it would save one of them. But MC had no intention of taking it. He was looking for a rune with magic immunity. Hearing this, the fairy was slightly surprised and showed him several runes. Hansu thought he had a feeling he didn't care. So, he could do it. The recovery rune is useful, but immunity to magical and physical damage is difficult to obtain in the training zone. Unless you're lucky like Kangtae, who just picked it up somewhere. Increasing stamina simply affects the cost of restoring your strength, while resistance to magical and physical damage is a much more fundamental defense, if not immunity. With experience, he can resist physical attacks, but magical attacks are a completely different matter. He absorbed the rune with magic immunity and opened the status window, thinking that this was enough to avoid immediate death. Since the fairy had done its job, he decided to leave and told Hansu that he was counting on him. He blew him a kiss and, calling him handsome, told him to keep up the good work. The others' faces widened in surprise at this, and they all thought together, did he call him handsome? MC turned to tell them they needed to move on. But seeing their faces twisted in disgust, he asked what was wrong with them. They told him everything was fine, and then set off. They were already killing mermaids without any problems, and Mihi, wiping the sweat from her face, thought that she seemed to feel better. While she was picking up a rune, she noticed that Hansu was cutting up a mermaid carcass and wondered if he wanted to make poison again. She looked at him more closely and noticed something. His movements hadn't changed at all. She approached him and said that he had received a lot of runes. Why was he still moving at the same speed? Her question made him realize how observant she was, and then he showed her his wrist, which had various runic symbols on it. She, of course, didn't understand what they were, and he explained to her that it was a way to store runes. He let her hold out her hand, thinking about storing a rune, and she asked with delight, "How does he know this?" He answered that it was all thanks to his superpowers. She decided to try it, but he told her not to repeat what he did. First, it slows down the hunt, so he can't store a lot of runes. Second, the runes will lose their meaning if he dies. The runes he stores this way will drop if he dies. Sanjin asked him why he was collecting them then, and he told him that he wanted to exchange them. He thought that even if it would be problematic to do this now, once the rules were established, they could be used instead of money in the training zone. He said that they didn't need to store it. They could just use it right away. Taeseong was starting to get really annoyed by all of this and, pushing Sanjin, he stepped forward and exclaimed, he dared to look down on them just because they listened to him? Why can't he do whatever he wants? MC sighed tiredly and thought that it seemed like they still didn't understand where they were, but they would come to their senses when they went down and were cursed. But before that, they needed to rebuild everything. He looked thoughtfully at his weapon, then turned to them and told them to listen to him carefully. They immediately paid attention to him, and he said that whether they followed him or collected runes, let them do what they wanted. He didn't care. However, right now he wanted them to listen to him. He extended his hand to them and asked them to give him all their weapons. Of course, such a request angered Taesong. He began to attack him, accusing him of wanting to rob them, and noted that he had his own weapon. Why was he asking them to give him their weapons? He said that they can't fight with this. The blade is too crude, so it's practically useless. Besides, he needs extra blades. Now did he understand everything? Taesong became even more angry and exclaimed, Does he think he'll just leave this? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? If he takes their weapons, then how will they fight back? They will have to fight too. Or does he want them to follow him around and pick up crumbs? Sanjin said he would give him everything, and Taeseong turned around sharply, loudly ordering him to shut up. After that, he looked at Hansu again defiantly, and he asked, does that mean he wants to fight? He confirmed it, and asked, what is there for him to be afraid of here? He always hated his condescending look. MC looked away thoughtfully. He expected him to say no. He doesn't even know what's down there. But that's where he'll draw the line. He said he'll give them two options. The first is that he leaves and they do everything on their own. The second is that they stand aside and watch him cope alone. The choice is theirs. Sanjin nervously grabbed his shoulder and told him that he would stand aside, and Mihi said that she would too. If he says so, it means it's very dangerous there. Taeseong turned to her and exclaimed that this is precisely why they must fight together. They need to help each other in these dangerous times. This scoundrel wants to leave his friends behind and take all the spoils for himself, and they will let him do that? He clenched his fist and thought that he didn't care that loser Sanjin was the one who chickened out. But since Mihei decided to step aside, it put him in a difficult position. Hansu, meanwhile, laughed inwardly at how he called them all friends. However, he remembered how he was his friend. He should be glad that Keldian wasn't the one who went here. By now, he would have already wandered through the blue or even purple zone. He can't stay here any longer. He must get there as soon as possible. He decided to continue on his way, and said that they would think about it downstairs. He wouldn't have said anything if they could fight. Taeseong smirked, irritably noting that they'd finally come to a decision. He should have done this sooner. He figured that given how eager he was to go alone, this guy probably knew there was something interesting down there. Only a fool would pass up such a chance. They quickly descended and then quickly climbed back up, screaming in fear. Mihi exclaimed that she was right. She'd said it would be dangerous. Taeseong also screamed and remembered what they'd seen when they'd first descended. He raised his head to examine the white serpent and wondered how he was supposed to know the monster would be with everyone on a different level. He turned back to the descent. He couldn't believe he was about to fight this thing alone. He was clearly out of his mind. MC, meanwhile, locked eyes with the serpent, after which it hissed, warning of an attack, and Hansu dropped his backpack. Seeing the monster's neck swell, he immediately realized what was going on and hid behind the nearest column, covering his ears with his hands. A second later, the serpent fired a sonic wave in his direction, causing the column to crumble and break, but he expected that. He succeeded thanks to his 13-point magic immunity, powerful sonic waves generated by magic, and scales that a normal blade couldn't pierce. The serpent swung its tail, trying to break the column, and he ran out from his hiding place, thinking that this was a difficult opponent, but he knew its weaknesses. Its scales might be strong, but the gaps between them were not. He wounded the serpent in a gap between its scales, causing it to scream, and then increased the distance between them. The snake hissed. It rushed towards him at high speed, intending to grab him with its teeth, and he jumped aside. Rising above him, the serpent fired another shockwave at him, causing him to struggle to stay in place. The powerful impact caused him to close his eyes and fail to notice the tail approaching him. The snake struck him with all its might, slamming him into the wall with a thud. Dust rose from the impact site. The monster waited, and MC thought that it had finally begun to react to its wounds. Seeing that he was still alive, the snake moved forward. He figured this was the training zone, so despite its high physical defense, it was still vulnerable to poison. He only had 5 blades left, 1 or 2 wouldn't do the trick. Taeseong lent him his weapon anyway. He adjusted his grip on the knife and decided to have some fun before the poison took effect. He rushed to attack. Meanwhile, Mihi heard the crash and turned around. They were quite far away, and yet the echo carried all the way here. Hansu was all alone there. Was he sure he'd be okay? Taeseong asked why she'd stopped. They didn't even have a dagger with them, so they'd better run back to the shop. She remained silent and glanced worriedly into the dark corridor, then told them that she would go check on him. He asked her to wait, and gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that they had been ignoring him ever since they arrived. Throwing everything to hell, he and Sanjin ran after her. They quickly went down to the floor below, and she worriedly called out to Hansu, asking if he was okay. Her gaze immediately changed. The snake clamped his hand between its teeth and began to squeeze, a sight that greatly disturbed her. He ignored her and thought that he had wasted too much time, then gripped the handle of the knife and plunged it with all his might into the monster's lower jaw, causing it to recoil and scream loudly, thereby freeing him. While it wriggled in pain, he retreated to a safe distance and, seeing that the snake was getting worse, thought it was good that he was able to plunge 3 daggers into it. It bit his arm well, but thanks to his stats, it recovers quite quickly. In later stages, monsters exhibit increased resistance and healing abilities due to their evolved characteristics. These poisons are pointless, as they are ineffective, and using abilities makes things even more difficult. However, in the early stages, paralyzing poison is quite effective. He wouldn't have been able to last this long without it. He looked up at his opponent, who eventually died due to the poison's effects, and thought that everything was much easier now. Mihi immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay. He didn't answer her and headed for his bag, asking if they were still here. She said she came here because she was worried about him, but it seems she shouldn't have. How's his arm? He threw a backpack on his back and told her that it was just a scratch. It was already healing, so she shouldn't worry. Taeseong, meanwhile, was in shock. He couldn't believe that he fought this horror alone. Of course, he understood that he was strong, but how big was the difference between them? How could he compete with him? MC, meanwhile, was examining the dead snake and something surprised him. Mihei asked what it was, and he, looking at the rune with the skill Needle Serpent Shockwave, thought that perhaps it appeared because the monster was quite strong. It will be quite useful, but he needs a magic rune to use it. Taeseong approached him and asked with a smirk, does he plan to use it? Judging by the size of this snake, the rune must be good. He is so envious of him. He told him he wouldn't use it at all, adding in his mind that his limit was 7 skills, so he was unlikely to use it. Moreover, he preferred not to shoot strange things from his mouth. Sanjin asked him to give it to him, thereby infuriating Taeseong. He still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to take the rune himself and, pushing the guy, said that he wouldn't be able to use it for its intended purpose, that he should finally remember his place. Sanjin said that he already had the rune, and he exclaimed, does he think he'll be of any use? Or has he already forgotten his mistakes? He replied that if he had a really strong rune, he would be on par with him, even better. Taeseong became indignant and exclaimed, doesn't he learn from his mistakes at all? Does he want him to break his neck? Mihei stood between them, asking them to calm down, and when Taeseong almost grabbed the poor guy by the neck, Hansu asked what they were both doing. There was no word that he would give it to them. He would rather sell it. If they wanted to buy it now, then so be it. He would give them a 5% discount. The argument immediately died down, and Taeseong asked if he could take it in installments. He answered that if someone vouched for him, then yes. Some time passed. He approached his classmates and asked if they had already decided who would take it. Mihei said that she would take the rune, and he mentally noted that this was expected. They didn't trust each other, so only she remained. The boys handed her the rune, and he thought about how he had earlier noticed her pick up the magic rune. She shouldn't have hidden the rune, since she herself had knocked it out of the monster. But nothing surprising. The more cards you hide, the better. Is this her method of survival? Perhaps she is more ambitious than it seems at first glance. As soon as she absorbed the rune, she approached Hansu and handed him the payment. 3 dexterity and sense runes each, and 7 strength and stamina runes. He said that with a 5% discount, he would only take 6 runes and then absorb them. She smiled and thanked him, saying that he was very kind, and he asked them not to think that he was rude. If they get used to getting everything for free in a place like this, they won't have long to live. Nothing comes for free in this world. The girl glanced at the remaining rune and thought about his words, after which they continued on their way. MC looked around and thought that since there was a needle snake here, it meant there were deuterium deposits nearby. Luckily, he noticed them even earlier. He broke off several crystals, and Sanjin and Mihi simultaneously thought, is he using his superpower again? They approached him and began to watch what he was doing. He made a needle out of a crystal, and Mihi noted that it looked like metal, but it seemed soft. After that, he quickly got up and walked away, not paying any attention to them. He tore off the snake's scales with a knife, and they looked at him with delight, waiting to see what he would do this time. Taeseong looked at them strangely, not understanding what they were doing, and Hansu, meanwhile, gutted the snake, and the guy became curious about what he was going to make. Is this some kind of new poison? MC took out a saucepan and answered him that it was something else. He thought that the scales of a needle snake were quite strong but not suitable for use as a weapon, so he would create it himself. 11 of 134 weapon creation combinations that can be made from monsters and materials in the training area. This weapon is called Training 111. The needle has a limited range, making it difficult to inflict secondary damage like bleeding. However, if he knows the enemy's weak points, he can use pinpoint strikes to turn this disadvantage into an advantage. He glanced at the resulting weapon and thought the tip was a bit dull, but it was a homemade weapon, so he had no other choice. He began sharpening the blade and smiled slightly, thinking that he needed at least this much power. Considering how much time it took the alchemists to figure out the combinations to create the best weapon from what was available at the very beginning, it was worth it. A few improvements to penetrate the defense of the monster he must defeat to get the second hidden part. He wrapped a piece of cloth around the other end for a better grip and noted that now it really did look like a weapon. He muttered quietly that if he got his hands on a rococo lizard, he could create a better weapon, like 117. The scales of a spined snake are also not bad. It's unlikely that one could find a weapon better than this. Taeseong, meanwhile, was extremely surprised. He wanted to buy this weapon and even promised to give him all the runes. Considering how much time and effort he spent, he was sure that this thing would be better than what he had. But Hansu turned him down. This is an unusual weapon. He would sell it to him since he was so interested, but he can't make another one because he ran out of materials. He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and thought that he spent everything on himself. He is, as always, a selfish idiot. Although there must be something better ahead, he just needs to be patient. He glanced at the train ahead and thought that this is their final destination. There is electricity here, and the carriage is empty. Mr. Know-It-All had gone quiet in the face of all this, so he dared to believe there wouldn't be any battles, and he could finally get his reward. MC boarded the train, and seeing them following him, asked why they were getting on. They were slightly taken aback by the question, and he told them to get off. The carriage was only for one. Seeing no action from them, he turned to them and asked if they hadn't heard. He sat down on a seat, and Sanjin asked, confused, if maybe he'd made a mistake. How could there be so much space just for one person? Taesyeong, of course, got angry and exclaimed, "What rule says only he can ride? After everything they've been through together, why does only he have the right to choose? It was only thanks to them that he got here." Of course, that's not true. It was because of him that they got here. He looked at them and thought they were so pathetic. It was certainly good that they wanted to seize the chance, but they still didn't take one thing into account. He stood up and took his weapon, saying that there was no rule that only he could be here, because there were no rules in this world. He pointed the weapon at them with the hilt side and said that they could either leave now or stay to argue with him. If they found a lawyer, they could try to file a complaint against him. If they wanted, of course. He smirked and offered them a choice. Seeing his weapon in front of his face, Taesyeong got nervous and didn't bother again. In the end, Hansu left alone, and they stayed. Taesyeong was probably worn out with anger by now. He mentally called him an idiot and wondered if he'd been serious all this time. He talks like he's 40. But he's talking complete nonsense. If the three of them attack him, they'll have a chance. If they defeat him, they'll get all his items. Well, if they lose, they'll just ask him for forgiveness. He won't kill them, will he? It's worth a try. And then he remembered Hansu's look when he threatened them, and realized that he would have killed him on the spot if he tried to move. Remembering how he said goodbye to them and the carriage doors closed, he thought that he was too strong. How could he freeze from just one look from him? Mihi grabbed her arm in frustration and said that they shouldn't have put so much pressure on him. They shouldn't have provoked him either, because he was the one helping them all this time. She suggested that they leave here, but Taesyeong stayed and thought that they were idiots. That's why they wouldn't live long. What's wrong with striving to be stronger? Isn't that why they came here? He'll definitely get stronger. Meanwhile, MC was riding the train and thinking, if he collected all the information about this place, this is what would happen. First, the train stops at 20 stations along the way. Second, a random artifact is found at each station. And third, there is no turning back. You can't return to the previous station. This is a structure that causes psychological conflict. Even if he reaches the end of the journey, there is no guarantee that he will survive, so he needs to be careful. He is already at the 12th station. At the previous stations, he collected 8 weapons: Laloon's bracelet, Claws of Kettle, Organ Steel Glove. They are quite good for a beginner, but useless for him. Laloon's bracelet, along with the sense stat, helps identify monsters' weak points, but he already knows them, so it is of no use. He got off at the station and thought that he already had a weapon, so he was hoping for something else, something with a movement boost. With such a thing, he could move freely during battle. But what he saw at the station greatly surprised him. They were Cloud Snack Maniac cigarettes. He never thought they could appear here. After the first puff, your stats will begin to increase, and as long as you continue smoking, they will continue to grow. After smoking 1 cigarette, all stats will be increased by 20%, and the effect will last 10 minutes. This is what he needs. He was very happy with this find. Even though they cannot be used outside the training zone, there is nothing better than this artifact. He told the cigarettes that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and remembered how a girl scolded him for his bad habit. She asked discontentedly, "Is he smoking again?" How many more times should she tell him that with each cigarette he ages faster than he looks? He didn't answer her then, and she simply took the cigarettes, saying that they were ruining him. If he continued smoking this nasty stuff, he would ruin his handsome face. He took the cigarettes and returned to the train, silently telling her not to worry. This time, they were different. Time passed, and he finally returned to Gangnam Station, but he didn't see his classmates. He walked forward and thought that he still had 4 days until another hidden artifact appeared. He needed to decide what to do in the next 2 days. Focus on hunting and obtaining runes, or try to complete the remaining quests. The choice was obvious. He picked up his pot from the portable stove and thought that during the journey he had completed a couple of tasks, so he didn't know what he would get, but he would try to complete the tasks with good rewards. Among the quests, there was one with a promising reward and was quickly completed. For this, he could receive a Sage's Stone with a clumsy mage as a follower. It increases all of the user's stats by 10, including his own, and heals fatal wounds. The reward is good, and this kind of artifact is rare not only in the training zone, but also in the red zones. But whoever does this must be crazy. He remembered the girl who completed this task in the past. Onvi Aran, a member of the Death Squad. She was summoned to the Abyss along with the criminals while volunteering at the prison. He heard that her most trusted people were with her, but as soon as the training began, they all betrayed her, and anger unleashed their abilities. For 7 days, she killed everyone and ate their hearts. After that, she wanted to end her life, and then this task came up. He tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought that this didn't suit him. It also conflicted with his goal of saving as many people as possible. Since it should be night now, he remembered an excellent night task that could reward a pouch of food from a selfish and rich person. To do this, he needed to complete this task and also make sure his stamina was sufficient. Afterwards, he would be too busy to take time to rest. He went into the shop, deciding to eat first, but when he saw the completely empty shelves and the recently hidden bags missing, he was very disappointed. The moon would rise soon, and they dared to do such a thing. He would see how brave they were. Time passed, and the ones who took everything from the shop were Sonho and his gang. Hansu's classmates hid behind a nearby rock and watched as they packed the groceries into boxes. Jisun indignantly asked how they could take all this. They were supposed to stop them. They started running as soon as they heard them, which prevented her from taking anything. Why were they so fast? Youngyu asked her to calm down, and Mihi said that they might be strong, but Sanjin continued for her, saying that there were too many of them, but they were outnumbered, even though their stats were higher. Hansu hadn't returned yet, so they didn't need to take any risks. Jisun was surprised. She'd never seen him talk so much. Mihi, meanwhile, was thinking, how could they know where the convenience store was? She thought they still had time. Sonho told his guys to hurry up and turned around. When he saw them, he waved with a smile, which surprised them. Taesung said they were just trying to provoke them and then suggested they leave. He quickly returned to the alley and said they needed to find resources and food elsewhere. The others looked at him doubtfully, and he wondered why he waved to him. He had done his job well, after all. He had come to them not long before and advised them to check the subway if they needed food. It was better to gather everything now before the others arrived, and he even volunteered to lead them there. And all so that Hansu would fight these guys for food. Defeating such a crowd wouldn't be easy, so he'd have to turn to him for help. But Sonho wasn't in a hurry to agree, asking why they should trust him. It seemed like he was trying to pit them against that guy named Hansu. Taeseong got angry and grabbed him by the clothes, exclaiming, "Does he even understand what situation they're in? Let him follow him." Sonho also started getting angry and reminded him how his strong brother helped him. And then he punched him in the face, throwing him back, and said with a smile that the three of them were no match even for him. Why would he set a trap for such weaklings? Sonho looked at him in surprise, and Taesong told them to think carefully. He was giving them a chance. Soon evening came. They had already found a place to spend the night, and while the others were laying out food, Mihi watched the situation from the window. Seeing Hansu passing by, she immediately opened the door and happily called out to him, thinking that he had just returned. But she already felt very relieved. Upon learning of his return, Taesong smiled nervously and thought that there was no need to worry so much. Besides, no one knows that he set it up. Even if he gets caught, he will find a way to justify himself. As soon as MC went inside, Mihei told him about big problems. While they were going back for Jisun and Youngju, those gangsters took all the things from the shop. He answered her that he knew. He saw them on the way here. And how much food do they have left? She answered him that very little. Taeseong said that they tried to take as much as possible, but he knows anything can happen. Since he is here, they will be able to get everything back, right? Although, of course, it will not be easy for him to cope with all of them alone. But if he wants, he can help him. Hansu ignored his offer and said that they needed to eat first, which made Taesong very angry. He slammed his palm on the table and said that this was somehow wrong. He has no shame at all. They risk their lives for this food, so why doesn't he offer something in return? If it's something good, he'll consider giving him some food. Mihi felt uneasy at his words and asked in confusion, what was he talking about? They were collecting food for everyone. He asked in response, so they would just give him the food for free? They risked themselves for all of this. Even among friends, there should be honesty. Hansu didn't lift a finger for this food while they fought for it. Who said you can't expect anything for free? Jisun and Youngyu nodded, agreeing with him, and he thought with a smile that here was his chance. If he can get everyone on his side, he'll stop being a problem. Now he wonders how long he'll be so annoying. The MC said with a gloomy expression that it was such a pity. He had nothing to give him in return. What should he do then? He said with a smile that he must have picked up a lot of things there. Jiseon didn't understand what he was talking about, so he told them that he just came out of some secret place. He must have found something good there, so he should share it with them. He handed him a chocolate bar and offered to share his trophies, since he was going with them anyway. No need to push him into stupidity. Hansu was unhappy that he was teasing him about food and chuckled, noting that he'd learned his lesson well. Taesong didn't understand what he was talking about and told him not to try to change the topic and just answer him. Instead, the MC silently stood up and mentally told him that he needed to be more subtle. It's not surprising though, considering he sees everyone else as equals. But that's not the problem. It's not like he took them with him because he needs them. He doesn't even need their runes. He headed for the exit amid the guy's indignant shouts and mentally told Eris that he came here because of her words. But he did everything he could. He immediately remembered Kante saying that they were all getting on his nerves and that he would destroy them, and sighed, wondering if he was a child. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. How could he say such things without shame? He opened the door and told them to take care of themselves and save their strength for the future, and then left. Mihei and Sangjin tensed up, and Jisun stepped forward and awkwardly suggested that they not fight. They had been coping without any problems before, so they didn't need to quarrel. She suggested that Mihei go and bring him back, and Taesong exclaimed in displeasure, Why should they stop him? He looked after him and thought that even if he was finally leaving, he acted like an arrogant jerk until the very end. He said that he was acting like God knows what, but if they gave him something for free, he would come crawling back himself. It's not like they needed this jerk. They could handle it themselves just fine. Seeing Mihi leaving, he excitedly asked where she was going. Was she going to leave them to go after this jerk? She didn't answer him and ran to Hansu, saying that she wanted to go with him. She extended her hand to him and asked, "Can she go with him?" She looked at him hopefully, but he didn't even turn around and told her that he couldn't take her with him. She lowered her hand in disappointment, and then he asked, "Didn't he tell her?" It's up to them to decide whether they want to join him. Hearing this, she was very happy, and then Taezong exclaimed that she can't leave. She didn't get her runes. Maybe he gave her his, but not Sanjin, right? He really didn't want to let her go, and that made him angry, and Sanjin added fuel to the fire when he declared that he would go with them. He was about to leave, but Taeshong stopped him and asked if he even understood what he just said. He can't do this. Does he really think his father will let him off the hook? He picked up a stray dog, and now he dares to crawl away? He pushed him in the shoulder and asked if he has forgotten his master? Sanjin plucked up his courage and asked what he will do. They can't even go outside now. The others don't even know that they are alive, so how exactly will he tell his father anything? At this point, none of that matters, and so he no longer has a reason to obey him like before. Even after everything Taesung had done to break him, he still had the courage to leave, and it surprised him. He didn't try to stop them anymore, and angrily told them to get out of there. They had all the food anyway. Do they think it would be different in other places? They would come back here sooner or later anyway. Some time passed, they followed Hansu in silence, and Sanjin decided to talk about food. He pointed out that they didn't have many supplies in their bags, and Mihi agreed with him. While they were discussing this, MC glanced at the window of a shop they were passing and noticed a nice jacket. He changed his clothes and told them that there was no need for supplies. They would be useless anyway. Seeing that he had changed, they were slightly surprised, and he reminded them that they still had things to do, so they needed to go. They continued on their way, and Sanjin thought, what was he even thinking? He had the power to do anything, so why? If Hansu gets into trouble, everything will be pointless. MC now knew what he was thinking. It's not surprising, considering he doesn't know about the moon. Since they were hesitant, he decided to tell them the reason the supplies were useless. Because it was almost midnight, Mihei didn't understand what he was talking about at first, and when she looked up, she became worried. Something was wrong with the moon. It was shining brighter than usual, and then it started moving strangely. It turned out that instead of the moon, there was a huge eye hanging in the sky, watching all the travelers. This greatly surprised Mihei. And then Sanjin exclaimed worriedly. The chocolate bar in his hands had turned to sand and crumbled. Mihi immediately rushed to check her bag, but instead of food, she saw a whole pile of sand there. Sanjin noticed something ahead and asked in surprise, "What's that glowing thing?" Now all the people were emitting a glow that could be seen even through the walls, giving away their location. Seeing this, Mihi was worried that they were glowing too, and Sanjin said that he thought it was because people nearby couldn't be detected this way. But from a distance, everyone was glowing even through the walls. She understood everything. It was literally pushing them to fight each other. Sanjin called out to Hansu and asked if he knew this would happen. He smirked and told him not to talk nonsense. Maybe he had abilities, but he couldn't have known about something like this. Sanjin, of course, didn't believe him because he was too calm for it to be true. Immediately after that, indignant voices were heard from all sides. The moonlight reached their food, and now they blamed each other for everything and started fighting. After listening to them, MC mentally noted that this is truly a terrible world. That's why he told them not to take much food, because when the moon, which exists only in this world, appears, all the food simply disappears. He continued walking down the street, and Sanjin asked where he was going, to which he replied that he needed to do what needed to be done. Meanwhile, the rest of his classmates discovered the missing food. Jisung became nervous and asked what they should do now. Should they look for food somewhere? Youngju noted that, most likely, all the food from the shop had already been taken. Taeseong was very angry. He blamed everything on Hansu, because he probably knew everything from the very beginning and thought he decided to trick him. It was all about his superpower. Jisung distracted him from his thoughts, exclaiming that there was something outside. Nearby, there was a glowing group of people. It was Sonho and his gang. They were looking for Taeseong because they thought he had tricked them. Meanwhile, he carefully looked out the window and thought that if they ran into them as a group, they would have no chance of winning. Should they run away now and attack them when they dispersed? Jiseon suddenly suggested that he go to Hansu, which made him angry and exclaimed, "She wants to go back to that bastard who abandoned them here and beg him for help. Does she have any self-respect?" She yelled back, "And what is he going to do? Does he think they can handle them? If they sit here all this time, it won't change anything." She nudged Youngyu with her elbow, asking him to agree with her, and told Taesong to think carefully. If they can't find them, they will go after Hansu, and they will be able to offer him their help, right? Youngju smiled nervously and agreed with her, adding that they won't fight if there are too many of them, so maybe they could come to some kind of agreement. Taesong sighed with displeasure and turned away from them, but he knew they were right. A temporary alliance wasn't such a bad idea. He didn't like it, but the possibility of making him his debtor was too tempting. He agreed to their proposal and left the building, saying that if they moved quietly, they wouldn't notice them. He knew where to go, they should just follow him. But before he could take a step, something sticky wrapped around his legs, causing him to trip and fall. This sticky thing prevented his legs from moving, and he excitedly reached out to his classmates, asking them to pull him away. But since they didn't move, he got nervous and called them idiots, exclaiming, "What are they staring at?" The one they weren't doing anything about appeared. The boss asked, "Are they sure they'll be okay if they drag him along?" He doubted they could escape. Or maybe they would do? He just wanted to talk to them. They got really scared and immediately started running, and Taeshong shouted a few curse words after them. The boss crouched down next to him and asked, how can he use such rude words? He was still too young for that. It's Oren's duct tape. While he was busy with his cunning plans, they weren't idle either. When there are so many of them, everything becomes less interesting. Well, enough chatter. Why are there only 3 of them? Where did the others go? Taeseong was nervous and took his time answering, so the boss decided to hurry him up. He kicked the boy with all his might, causing him to scream in fear, but luckily, the kick landed right next to his feet. He became very nervous and promised him that he would tell him anything. He could even tell him where the others had gone. He said it was good that he had understood the situation so quickly, but before that, someone wanted to talk to him, so they would leave after they resolved this issue. Sonho grinned and approached Taesong, asking with a smirk, "This isn't their first meeting, is it? Is he doing well?" He didn't think he would get better until he did the same to him. Taesong was very nervous. If only the others hadn't abandoned him, he would have been able to answer him. The boss stepped aside and said that it seemed like they would be working together for a while, so they shouldn't get too carried away. After that, Sonho nodded to his guys and asked, "Did they hear that?" They didn't need to get so carried away with beating him up. After that, they started kicking him, and he could only watch his running classmates and wonder how dare they abandon him? He would kill them all. Soon, Ji-seon and Yongyu ran up to the others and, seeing that they were just sitting, cooking meat and eating, were taken aback. Ji-seon asked, "What are they doing? Are they having a picnic here?" She pursed her lips in displeasure and wondered, did they know all the food would go bad? She walked up to them and said that they did a great job, now they can all eat together. As soon as they got closer, the MC grabbed his sword and stood up abruptly, then swung the weapon, drawing a line on the ground. She jumped back in fear, not understanding why he did this, and he, chewing a piece of meat, told her not to come closer and then returned to his place. She exclaimed indignantly, "What kind of childishness is this? Did they do something to them? It's all Taesong. And what will happen if they do come?" Hansu smirked and told her that his superpowers said that this will not end well for them. Youngju began to get angry and asked if this ability of his tells him everything in the world. He answered that it really does tell him a lot. For example, that they brought danger with them. They turned around worriedly and saw those gangsters. Their boss said that he was really observant and smiled slightly, looking at Hansu. He didn't react to this in any way, but Mihi tensed up and took a closer look at him. A pouch of food for a selfish and rich person. The conditions for obtaining this item are quite simple. Cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon is in the sky. These conditions seem simple, but there is one more thing. Be selfish. The one who cooks and eats the most food without sharing with anyone will be the only one who receives the reward. In a situation where everyone is running around in a panic trying to get their hands on the food supplies, they will have to overcome all obstacles and greedily devour the food. The creators of this quest have a strange sense of humor, but you need to remain calm, even in such circumstances. He continued to eat meat while others looked on. After a while, a beaten Taesong emerged from the crowd of gangsters, and Jisun worriedly asked, "Is he okay?" He angrily ordered her to shut up and asked how they dared to abandon him. She confusedly told him that they ran for help, and he told her to stop talking such nonsense. If they hadn't run away, this wouldn't have happened. The boss approached him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, asked him to calm down. He flinched from his touch, and the man said that he was glad to meet them again. He turned to Hansu and remarked that he was quite skilled. Where did he get the meat? The MC, who was behind a bunch of gutted goblins, answered him that there was meat everywhere. He didn't need to explain what it looked like, did he? The gangsters became uneasy, and their boss thought, is he really eating this? They forced some of them to try this meat, and they are still suffering from dehydration and poisoning. However, he eats it as if nothing happened. He remarked that it seems he figured out how to cook this meat without harming his health. Hansu said that if they boil the meat in goblin blood, everything will be fine, let them try it themselves. But the boss was not going to trust him so easily and thought that the guy said that he had all the abilities. He also said that he got something valuable at the station. Today seemed like the perfect day to attack him. Despite the difference in skill, they had the numerical advantage. Besides, their opponent was a 20-year-old civilian. He might be used to fighting monsters, but that didn't mean he knew how to fight humans. He smirked and called out to the newcomer, asking what he was waiting for. Taesong glanced at him nervously, and he told him to eat and have a quick word with his buddy. That's normal for friends, right? He remained silent and thought, why would he want to be his friend, and why was he even giving him orders? But it would still be wise for him not to show off in front of the crowd. The MC immediately stood up, and Mihi, noticing this, followed suit. Taesong walked towards them and offered to talk for a while, and Mihi, realizing what this would lead to, worriedly told him not to come closer. They mustn't cross the line. He didn't listen to her and ordered her to shut up, which led to a verbal altercation between them. She kept telling him to stay back, but he only cursed. Hansu said that he thought this was the end. He silently asked Eris not to blame him, then swung his sword, and Taeseong, who didn't even understand what happened, immediately fell, his body trembling. Only a few seconds later, he felt a terrible pain in his leg and screamed loudly. Seeing that he was now left without a foot, the gangsters involuntarily took a step back, shocked by this sight, as were Jisun and Youngyu. Mihi tried to stop him, but he didn't listen. Through his cries of pain, he still managed to curse at Hansu and ask how he could do this to him. And all this because of a piece of meat? Sanjin felt uneasy from his screams and said that they better be careful with him. He did this just to avoid sharing food. If he gets stronger, do they think he won't turn against them? He'll kill them all for the runes. It's better to let them kill him right now. Or are they idiots who think they can match him later? The boss ordered his men to get ready, and Sonho wanted to object, but quickly fell silent and thought that he couldn't say he was wrong. He intended to fight them now, but if he became strong enough in the future, he would defeat them with ease. Armed or not, they wouldn't be able to escape because of the moonlight's glow. They need to get rid of him right now. He glanced at him and wondered what kind of student he was to have such a look. What had he even been through? MC meanwhile sighed and remembered that Eris and Keldian often argued, even after they decided to work together. Eris said that he shouldn't make enemies so easily, and Keldian said that if the enemy is already in front of you, then you need to crush him completely, because if you don't, you'll be crushed. Eris and he agree with this statement. He smirked, then took out the runes from the storage, and Sonho exclaimed, what kind of tricks did he decide to use? They were worried that he had done something and decided to attack first. Armed with knives, they all pounced on him at once, and Hansu, clutching his homemade sword tighter, said that since they were going to start this anyway before the night was over, he would test the mission conditions on them. He kicked off the ground and rushed towards them at high speed, making Sonho wonder how he moved so fast. Then MC swung his sword and said that it would hurt. Throwing Sonho away, he rushed in the other direction and began attacking everyone in his path. While everyone else ran away in horror, the boss stood still and watched him, wondering if he had really absorbed all the hidden runes. This can't go on like this. He called his guys idiots and ordered them not to run away. There were more of them. They should take advantage of this to deal with him. But in the end, he was left alone, and now it was his turn. Noticing him approaching, he exclaimed, does he think he'll back down? With every step he took, he became more and more nervous and asked, does he think he'll be okay if he takes a few lives? It's not the same as killing monsters. He's committing murder. It's not something a kid like him should take so lightly. But Hansu wasn't listening at all. He prepared himself, then lunged forward and inflicted several stab wounds, causing the man to fall and not utter a word. MC looked at him with a grim expression, then moved on to the other guys. He maimed them all, but didn't kill them. When he wounded another gangster, Jisun and Youngyu, standing nearby, flinched in fear. Hansu noticed them and noted that they were still there. Should he take this as a desire to fight? They exchanged glances, then ran away, and MC, swinging his sword, returned to the others. He resumed eating meat and noticed Mihi's surprised gaze. He asked if something was wrong. They could look as much as they wanted, but that didn't mean he'd share with them. She looked away and answered him with a nervous smile that everything was fine, then sat down and sighed heavily. Morning finally came. The ominous moon closed its eye, and they set off. Hansu ate about 3 days' worth of food. He failed the mission that focused on people, but it was worth it. He received a pouch that protects food from the moonlight's gaze in a subspace where you can put anything. It's 5 times larger than it looks, so it can hold almost a 2-week supply of food. He put the pouch in his pocket, and Mihei called out to him, asking if he's sure everything will be okay. He didn't kill them. At first, he was slightly surprised by her words, after which he sighed with a smile and called her a scary woman. She exclaimed sheepishly that she wasn't like that at all. She was just worried about him. He just shook his head with a smile in response, and she thought that it was no wonder he didn't do it. They wouldn't be able to do anything even if they managed to rise, simply because he was going to become even stronger. She shouldn't worry about the others, but if he killed them, he would get their runes and become stronger. MC, meanwhile, thought that given what she was thinking now, she fit into the new reality perfectly. This is exactly how the new world should be perceived. He could do this if his goal was simply to become stronger. But he went to the past to save as many people as possible, minimize conflicts, and unite forces. Therefore, the most important task for him is to set the rules. And the first of them is not to kill people for runes. He could kill all the people and take the few runes they had, but he still cannot replace their contribution to the common cause. It would be difficult to impose these rules on them, but they would be more willing to follow them if someone with power set them. That's why it was impossible to let anyone see him madly killing people. Of course, a purge was necessary, but there were too many prying eyes. Well, someone would stumble upon these runes sooner or later, and that someone was apparently Sanjin. He stopped and told them that he would stay here. Mihi asked what he was saying. He hesitantly told her that he didn't think he could go with them anymore, and she worriedly asked why now. Hansu told him to do what he wanted. He respected personal preferences. After that, Sanjin turned around and walked back, leaving Mihi confused, and MC asked why she didn't do what she really wanted. He abruptly walked up to her, causing her to flinch, and asked if she wasn't afraid of him. This question caught her off guard, and she looked away. Of course she was afraid of him, but she just needed to not cross the line. She looked at him with a determined gaze and said that he wouldn't let her come back if she left now, so she would be with him until the end. He looked closely into her confident eyes, then turned away from her with a smile, and mentally noted that she had excellent intuition. He suggested that she continue on their way, and they headed towards the subway entrance. Meanwhile, Taesung was trying to get out from under some guy and said that they were all useless idiots. All they knew was yapping. He beat them up. He should have just killed them all. He crawled forward along the road and mentally told Hansu that he made a mistake. His minor wounds were already healing. As soon as he recovered, he would kill all these nobodies and go after him. How dare they even abandon him? Especially Mihi. He wouldn't leave that so easily. Someone's shadow appeared above him. Noticing this, he looked up and saw Boots in front of him, and then Sanjin. He said his name in surprise and thought that this idiot had been watching him all this time. Why is he approaching him? Although this could be his chance. He smiled and ordered him to help him, and he asked in confusion, "Is he telling him this?" He exclaimed in response, "Is there anyone else here? He will not leave him here after everything that happened. This is a chance for him to become stronger." The boss, who was sitting nearby, heard this and cursed loudly, and Taeseong mockingly asked, "Is he trying to look threatening?" He almost died. He told him to kill this idiot first, and when he raised the knife without further ado, he praised him and said that he will give him half the runes for killing him, so he should not worry. But when he saw that he was heading towards him, and not the boss, he became confused. Sangjin grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards him, which made him confused and exclaimed, "What the hell is he doing?" He became nervous, feeling that he became stronger, and he said with a gloomy expression that now he understood. He was going to take advantage of the chance that came his way. He should have done this much earlier. He became worried and asked, "What nonsense is he talking about? Let him go immediately." But Sangjin didn't listen to him. His gloomy gaze dropped to the knife he just stabbed into him, and Taesung, feeling pain, grabbed him by the collar and asked, "How dare he do this?" Because of this, his headphones fell off, and he said that he himself said that he should know his place. It seems that now, it's his turn to learn his place. He is nobody on his own. All this time, he enjoyed using his father to mock him. Taesung found it hard to stand, but he still found the strength to curse, after which Sanjin let go of him and laughed. He pulled out a knife and threw it on the ground, and when his classmate's body fell too, he suddenly felt sick and vomited. Wiping away his drool, he ordered himself to pull himself together. He couldn't react like that over such a trifle. He slapped himself in the face to come to his senses, after which he picked up the knife and thought that he was sure. For him it was a trifle, just another step. He headed towards the boss, and Sangjin, realizing that he would do the same to him, tried to convince him not to do it, but he didn't listen at all and thought only of Hansu. Now he understood why he didn't follow him. How pathetic was he in his eyes? He didn't want his protection. If only he was brave enough to fight by his side in a dangerous situation. If only he himself became stronger, instead of fearing his strength. Could he have stayed by his side then? He absorbed the runes of the people he had just killed, and thought that if he were strong, he would not have rejected him. That was what had not changed compared to the past. He cowered in fear every time, walking like through a minefield because of one person. But now he was going to prove himself. He would become stronger, just like him. If he used these fools and caught up with him, then even he would look at him differently. After killing several people, he set off. Time passed. A flock of monsters circled in the sky, resembling both crows and rats, and they flew towards Mihi, who was waiting for them below. Taking a deep breath, she screamed loudly, releasing a sonic wave into them, causing them to immediately fall to the ground. A bird's cry was heard behind her, and she turned around, but it was too late to respond to the attack. MC quickly dealt with the monster, protecting her, and while he was picking up runes, she awkwardly mentioned that she needed his help again. He told her that being independent and doing everything alone were two different things. He gave her share and said that if she had any gaps in her skills, it was perfectly logical to ask a comrade for help. Let her try to understand the strengths and weaknesses of her skills. She smiled awkwardly and thought that he, as always, was strict about distributing the trophies. Had it really been 2 days? This was already the 3rd day since arriving here. She decided to check her stats and thought that buying skills from Hansu that increased mana and stamina recovery was a good idea. Without them, it would be quite difficult to catch up with his level, and she still tries not to rely on him. She sighed heavily, and in the meantime he opened the status window. Now, almost all of his stats, except for mana and magic immunity, were in the range of 42 to 55. He thought that the best method of development was to keep all stats at approximately the same level, and he didn't even have to bother exchanging runes, since Mihei has low strength and stamina. A few seconds later, the fairy's voice rang out throughout the city. He asked if everyone could hear him. They should return to the starting position immediately, as latecomers would be punished. Hearing this, Mihi became nervous, and MC suggested that she hurry up and hit the road. As they walked, he noticed how she kept glancing at him and said that if she wanted to say something, she should say it. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she looked at him again, plucked up her courage, and loudly asked, "Does he have a girlfriend?" This question made him freeze. She smiled nervously and thought, "Is this too personal?" She knows she shouldn't think that, but he seems unusually generous, so she couldn't help herself. She originally wanted to ask a completely different question. Meanwhile, he thought that she seemed shy, but still spoke directly. Kangtae would have been glad of this question, even if it was empty politeness. At first, she was so afraid that she couldn't squeeze a word out. He remembered that girl, and thought that now he hadn't even met her yet, but he couldn't lose her again. He told Mihi that he didn't remember, and she decided not to bring up the topic anymore, after which they continued on their way. Finally, they arrived at the gathering place. Mihi immediately noticed many familiar faces around, but the atmosphere was somehow strange. Finally, the fairy appeared. He joyfully greeted the travelers and said that, unfortunately, they gathered here too quickly, so he would get straight to the point. He had 2 pieces of good news for them. The first is that if they hold out for another 72 hours, they will be able to leave this place. This is such wonderful news, and he will be very pleased to hear joy and applause. But the people just stared at him silently, waiting for more news. Then he asked why they weren't reacting. They immediately started clapping with fake smiles, and he said he was pleased to see how happy they all were. Now it was time to introduce the star of this event. With a snap of his fingers, the ground began to shake, and he said that what they were seeing now was the most important place of this event. Seeing a huge tower begin to rise from the ground, the people panicked. The fairy said that this was an altar, which made Mahe nervous, and inside this altar was a very cute beast, a monster many times larger than them. The fairy asked, could they see it? This little one is called a carnivorous beast. For their sake, they deliberately didn't feed it all day, so it's just dying to break free. And this altar, although it looks amazing, is not as strong as they would like. Most likely, it's about to break. If this cutie breaks out, he wonders how many of them will manage to survive. The people were terrified. If the altar falls, they will have to fight this monster. Now the fairy suggested that they move on to the second news. Luckily, there is a way to make this beast fall asleep. If it falls asleep, it will not even scratch the altar, because it will not try to escape. They wonder how to do it. Maybe they have some ideas. If they guess correctly, they will even receive a blessing. He blew them kisses, which made them uneasy, after which he disappointedly said that they are so boring actors. The method is simple. They just need to feed it 5 people a day. Hearing this, the people tensed up, and the fairy said that they need to hold out for 72 hours, which means they will have to feed it 3 times. Hansu thought that there were a little more than 60 of them left. If they do this, a quarter of those here will be used as a sleeping pill. The fairy said that it was their choice whether to take the advice or not. But for those who doubt their decision, he would show something. He snapped his fingers, and a screen appeared in front of them with a video recording of this monster breaking out of the altar and beginning to crush and kill everyone in its path. People screamed in horror, asking for help, but they could do nothing. The monster simply mercilessly devoured them. The fairy said that this recording showed people from another training zone who decided to try to defeat it with a joint effort. After watching this video, people, of course, began to lean toward the sacrifice option. One of them raised his hand and nervously asked how they should choose people. The fairy in turn asked why he was asking him this. He became nervous, not knowing what to say, and the fairy offered them a couple of options. They can force them, or just draw straws. Let them decide for themselves. Either option works if you use living people. By the way, they have to decide everything within an hour. Now he will set a timer for them. This way they will be safe for the next 24 hours. And then they will have another hour to choose the next victims. He hopes they will make the right choice. He left, leaving them to discuss. While everyone else was cursing at the fairy, Mihi looked at Hansu with an awkward smile and asked which choice is right for him. He asked in response, what difference does it make? Everything has already been decided. Of course, the people decided to make a sacrifice. One of them said that they should be honest and suggested that they draw lots. Then they will be able to choose 5 people for the first day, then 5 for the second. Sanjin stepped forward and asked why they would do that. All eyes immediately turned to him, and Mihi, seeing him, was very surprised. He walked out of the crowd with Youngyu and Jisun and someone else and asked what reasons they had to be honest. The guy asked, what did he suggest they do then? He couldn't say that without offering an alternative. He headed to the pole and said that his suggestion was to use the most reasonable method. He demonstrated his power by easily breaking the pole, making the rest of the people nervous, and said that they would start with those who were of no use and choose 5 from them. With the acquisition of power, he became much more confident, and now everyone was listening to what he said, and he really liked it. He said that they couldn't waste time. Hundreds of people had disappeared before them, and they wouldn't be able to defeat those who were so far ahead on their own. They might even have to fight this monster soon, so they should unite, and they didn't need weaklings like him in this alliance. After that, he looked at Hansu and asked if it wasn't logical to send the weakest into the beast's mouth first. What did he think about that? He told him in his mind that he was not who he used to be. He noticed that, right? He was not like Taesong. He would help him because he didn't want to become his enemy. Here he could start his life anew, but he needed his help. He was confident that he would make the right decision. His judgment was perfect. He told him that he couldn't say that this was a bad method, but he had another option. If they followed this option, then perhaps not everyone would survive. So there was no need to sacrifice anyone. People were immediately interested in his proposal, and Sanjin became nervous. The guy said that he shouldn't say that he wanted to suggest that they fight together. It was simply impossible. He had seen the recording himself and should understand that. Even if they tried to take the beast with numbers, how would they defeat a monster whose health increases when it ate people? He asked in response, who said that he was suggesting fighting. He exclaimed excitedly, then what was he suggesting? Or does he mean to say that he will defeat him alone? MC smiled and told him that this is exactly what he meant. The others started whispering, saying that this was just ridiculous. How could he handle such a monster alone? They remembered how he fought the goblins and began to believe him. And then some man from the crowd exclaimed, what nonsense is he talking about? These are not goblins for him. If they don't do it in an hour, then they will all be finished. And they already have less than an hour left. Meanwhile, Sangjin's spirits sank. He thought he had almost caught up with him, but had he really become so strong that he could handle such a monster alone? Hansu said that he was going to fight him, but it was difficult to do so now. Sangjin immediately saw this as an opportunity and thought, even someone like him would need help in a situation like this, right? He became happy and asked, he means that the strongest should come out to fight? Then they just need to fight together. MC looked at him with displeasure and said that he didn't even let him finish, that he should hear him out first. The way he shut him up slightly offended him, and he asked, what is he proposing? He raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, and Mihi glanced at him, thinking that maybe he would take her with him. Although, no, he wouldn't do that. After a few seconds of thought, Hansu said that it was quite simple. If he increased his strength and stamina by 30, he would be able to defeat this monster in a one-on-one fight. So he wanted to make them an offer. If they give him all their stat-boosting runes, he'll be obligated to kill this monster. The crowd began to mutter, asking who should give him the runes. Only the weak ones? He thought meanwhile. Strength and stamina are 100, dexterity and sense are 50. If he uses his items, he'll definitely cope. He knows how to deal with this monster, thanks to his combat experience. And besides, he'll be able to get the second hidden treasure. Even Keldian, Eris, and Kangtae couldn't handle it. The one who figured it all out is the Berserker King, Clementine. And even he, despite having perfectly suitable traits, got the treasure after nearly dying. So even if his motivation is the treasure, this time he'll become stronger many times faster. He said he doesn't care who gives the runes. As soon as he has the necessary stats, he'll immediately head to the altar. Let them just know that putting it off won't do them any good. The man exclaimed, how did they, weaklings, get so many runes? If they had so many runes, they would be much stronger. He started cursing, nervously asking for anyone to give him their runes, and even suggested that they draw lots since they couldn't decide. Some woman called him a selfish idiot, and he turned around, indignantly asking what she called him. She repeated it and said that it was obvious that if they started with the weaklings, he would be thrown in first. So why should they give their runes to someone like him? The difference between first and last place is striking. Or is it just that he has so few of them? She came very close to him, causing him to become nervous and back away, and she said with a smirk that, as expected, weaklings like him try to run away, since he can't even give up the runes. He started cursing at her, and she took out a knife and told him not to show off, otherwise she would break everything on him and throw it at the altar. He stepped back and asked, so it's all about strength? She doesn't even know that elders should be respected. Doesn't she live in a democracy? He started to retreat out of fear, and then the woman approached him again and offered him to vote. Either give up his runes to save himself or prepare to be eaten. The voting will be anonymous, just like in his beloved democracy. The rest of the people became nervous, and then the man turned to Hansu for help and said that he could easily take the runes. If he just kills a few strong people, he can easily increase his stats. The guy couldn't take it anymore and hit him in the face, exclaiming he wanted to die. He responded by exclaiming that he had to survive since he had a family, after which the people began to argue and panic. They returned to the sacrifice option and said to throw this old man on the altar first. If the monster doesn't eat enough, they will all die. The MC sighed heavily, watching the escalating fight, and noted that they didn't know when to stop. Everything was as he thought. It seemed he needed to resolve the budding conflict. He loudly told the people to calm down and offered them a few more options, 5 in total. This order is for the weak. The people became very nervous, and one of them exclaimed, he means that they will be sacrificed to this monster? He will throw them to be eaten just because they are weak? Hansu only smiled in response, and then headed to the altar. Some time passed. Mihi stood nearby and looked at the timer. 30 minutes left. Her gaze became worried, and Sanjin distracted her from her thoughts. He approached her and said that if she was going to act like this, she could have come with him. Maybe he would let her get closer. She smiled back and asked if he still didn't understand what Hansu was really like. He flinched, and she said that she would also like to go with him, but she can't just follow him. Sanjin, meanwhile, was thinking that he can't stay behind forever. He asked her what she would do now. Would she continue to wait for him? She told him that was not true at all. If she did that, she would only achieve his displeasure, because she would be no different from all these people. When the people started to get indignant, MC asked what they were doing while the others were working non-stop. He didn't care how hard it was for them, but they had to understand the consequences of these decisions. And it wasn't they who left them behind because they were weak. It was they who weren't strong enough to catch up with them. Did they really expect that they would be taken care of here? If they wanted to have a chance of survival, each of them should take 2 runes. That was all he could offer them. It was up to them to decide who they would hunt for the next 3 days to find the runes to repay him, but let them inform him if anyone decided to run away without paying. He told such runners right away that they could try if they weren't afraid. At the moment, Mihi said that Hansu always kept his promises, so he would figure everything out on his own. That meant she should hurry to catch up with him. Sanjin said she could join them. The others would also be glad if she joined them. Hearing this, she turned around and thanked him with a smile, but still refused and asked if she could give her answer a little later. After that, she left, and he, watching her go, thought that he didn't need to see her fight to tell her that she had become stronger since their last meeting. He also had to show results. What he has now isn't enough. Something that will show his worth. He was distracted from his thoughts by a muscular woman who approached him and said with a smile that they needed to talk. He tensed up at the sight of her and asked what they needed, and then a man stepped forward and asked why he was so wary. She was just shy. Did he understand? He extended his hand and said that his name was Park Soyul, and then pointed a finger at his friends and asked if he was their leader, right? He thought that they, the 2 leaders, should exchange a few words. When he learned that he looked like the leader, he was slightly surprised and said that they were just friends, but they followed him. The man said with a smile that that's what made him the leader, and quite cool, considering how strong they were. Sanjin laughed awkwardly and said that he was embarrassed, and Soyul said that, besides, judging by what he saw, he knew that guy, Hansu. He would like to talk about him, if he didn't mind. He agreed without a second thought, while Hansu was preparing for battle. He figured that goblin poison wouldn't work on him, so he'd have to use paralyzing poison instead. After coating his blade with poison, he took out the flying cat prayer beads. They restore some stamina when you strengthen it. It's quite a useful item. Even though he got it while hunting, it will help in battle. After that, he began to descend towards the monster, and thought that overall, the odds are not in his favor, but he didn't have much of a choice. Since it's not enough to fight this monster, he'll have to use a lot of cloud snacks. When he put a cigarette between his lips, he realized how long it had been since he'd done that. He immediately remembered that girl and told her that she should understand him, after which currents of wind appeared around him and he prepared himself. A rune suitable for this world was created. When the rune's stats exceed 100, both the color and the rune itself change. The colorless one turns red, the red one turns orange, and the orange one turns yellow. The numbers start changing, starting with the colorless runes, and although the difference between 99.9% of normal runes and 0.01% of colorless runes isn't great, the higher the rune's level, the more significant the gap between them. As for this monster, it's not even one of the monsters that will be released during the first tutorial round, so a colorless rune will do. If he had the essence of a troll, he would have done it faster. After that, he jumped down the stairs and attacked the monster from above, thinking that he knew one thing for sure. Only one person had managed to find the hidden treasure since coming to this world. Now he understands that the more difficult and impossible the task seems, the more amazing the reward. Noticing him, the monster quickly turned around and the battle began. Racial skills. Monsters like the carnivorous beast are born with these kinds of skills. The carnivorous beast was born with 2 racial skills. The beast struck, and he jumped aside, thinking that was it. The first racial skill was intimidation. A third eye opened on the beast's forehead, and he felt pressure under the creature's gaze. He lunged toward it, and when its paw was almost close, he jumped back, increasing the distance between them, and thought that the intimidation skill causes prey to freeze in fear. And then this creature devours the prey and restores its stamina through carnivory. Its behavior remained the same, so he was glad that it hadn't grown in strength, because after carnivory, it usually uses blood-drinking swamp, which sucks blood from the body. The beast attacked again, and he ran aside and noted that he couldn't handle something like that. A needle would only make small holes, but he knew the most effective method. He stopped abruptly and, noticing weak spots on his body, decided to restrict his mobility. He waited until the monster attacked him with its hand, then quickly dodged, thinking that jabbing the needle into his skin randomly was simply useless. But hitting the nerves with a poisoned needle would be a different matter. He delivered several stabbing blows, hitting the nerves between his joints, and when he reached the last one, the monster roared loudly in pain, and he thought that should be enough. He just needed to wait until he could no longer move. Meanwhile, 12 minutes remained, and the altar began to slowly crumble. Hansu continued to fight the monster, dodging every blow and increasing the distance between them. At one point, he stopped, as did his opponent, but only to use intimidation again. His 3 eyes were fixed on Hansu, causing him to freeze in place. When a huge hand reached out to him, he thought that the effectiveness of the unique skill Intimidation depended on the individual willpower of the victim, but immunity to magic also helps. However, compared to the monster he fought after advancing further, this one was just a dud. That's why he was confident of his victory. To survive, being different from the rest, he honed his senses with combat experience and knowledge for many years. When Kante said that anticipation is the most important thing in combat, he only laughed, but by that moment he realized he was right. Now he sees everything. He sees where this creature is moving, where to aim, but it's still not that simple. Dodging another blow, he thought that if he hadn't increased his strength and stamina, he wouldn't have been able to attack or dodge like he does now. And yet, fighting inside the altar was the right decision. He decided to count the remaining time in cloud snacks, but didn't notice at all that a group of people standing on the stairs was watching him. It was Park So-yul and his group. He said that from here it was clear that he wasn't joking. The woman exclaimed in surprise that she couldn't believe that he was fighting alone. He was just crazy. He even found time to smoke. The man said with a smile that he must have been confident in himself to come here, and now he looks quite relaxed. The others, looking at him, said that he didn't need to take their runes. He deliberately took them from them. Sanjin was also among them. He walked to the edge of the stairs, and while the others were discussing what to do next, he loudly called out to Hansu and warned him that they had come to help him. Hearing this, he turned around in surprise, and Sanjin asked him to wait a bit. They were already going down. So-yul immediately became agitated and exclaimed, "What the hell is he doing?" He said they would quietly go down there. What if that monster catches them? He confusedly replied that Hansu should know they were there, and the man nervously said that if he yelled like that, the monster would know they were there too. Sanjin scratched his head with an awkward smile and said he hadn't thought of that. So-yul barely restrained himself from unleashing his anger on him and forced a smile, saying that such things happen. After that, they headed down the stairs, and he began to quietly curse at him. It turns out Sanjin had been playing dumb this whole time. He glanced at Hansu and apologized to them, plotting something unkind, while Hansu smirked, having figured out his plan. So-yul noted that they might screw up because of this idiot, but they didn't need to worry about that. Once they relaxed after defeating the carnivorous beast, they would get rid of both of them. Those two wouldn't have time to pay attention to them. He thought that the most important thing, however, was that he had seen how this guy fought, and now he was sure. This guy was dangerous. He wasn't like them. He wasn't a man, but a well-fed wild beast, a monster that only behaved calmly because it was full. It wasn't even a matter of his strength. He simply couldn't forget what he saw that day. What happened on the first night? He fought all those bandits single-handedly, without a single hesitation. In fact, it seemed he even enjoyed it. He couldn't give such a dangerous creature free rein. Once he got rid of him, the remaining trash and the mercenary would be under his control. She would be quite useful. So-yul told her that she needed to go down and check out what was going on. If things continued like this, they wouldn't have anything to worry about. The carnivorous beast's movements were already slowing. Sanjin looked at them carefully. Then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. The mercenary turned around and declared that this idiot was being too quiet. Suddenly, there was a crash, and the stairs collapsed. They shouted that they needed to be careful because of this. Then she asked why the stairs had suddenly collapsed. The mercenary thought that they had already been discovered, but the monster was starting to tire, so everything should be fine. At that moment, the carnivorous beast used its abilities, and she thought that the pressure here was significantly stronger than up there. After a while, So-yul thought, gritting his teeth in irritation, that everything was fine. The surprise attack had failed, but Hansu was with them, so everything would be fine. However, where had he gone? She shouted, "What is he doing there?" He asked irritably, shouldn't he be helping them defeat this monster? With their help, he could deal with this creature faster. So-yul wondered if he'd given up when the job was almost done. The protagonist stated that he'd wanted to do just that, but they'd messed it up. Now this monster would regain all its stamina. The protagonist thought he'd barely dodged the monster's attacks, and that was thanks to the cloud snack. These idiots didn't stand a chance against this monster. Once the monster was done with them, he could fight this creature again. How much paralyzing poison did it have left? Continuing the fight with the carnivorous beast would be quite difficult. He needed to plan a second battle with this creature. The MC remarked that if they could kill this monster, they could handle it themselves. They shouted, was he really trying to escape? The mercenary shouted that he must have forgotten that his friend was with them too. She turned around and declared that she didn't think he'd return if they used him as bait. They had to bring this scum to her. Where was he anyway? Sanjin asked with a smile. Who was she looking for? He thought they'd all fallen down the stairs. The mercenary was furious and thought he was a freak. No wonder he was being quiet. Had he really broken the stairs after overhearing their plans? She furiously screamed that she'd kill him. He declared that she could try, though he was sure they wouldn't have time. The creature behind them was already salivating, waiting for them to freeze in fear of it. The carnivorous beast loomed over them menacingly. Sanjin thought the monster was enjoying this. So-yul shouted that it would only be worse for them if the monster regained its stamina. If they abandoned them, it would only be worse for them. He thought they should quickly cooperate with this guy. Only then would they survive. Hansu noted that now he didn't have to worry about the monster breaking the stairs. They had come here voluntarily to donate, hadn't they? Soil asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. At that moment, the protagonist remembered the past, where fairies said there was a simple method. Just feed 5 of them to this creature every day. At the moment, the protagonist watched with a serious look as their group was massacred, and said that he thanked them for such a noble sacrifice. After a while, MC approached him and asked why he did it. He knew that he had deliberately brought these people here. He needed to choose his words carefully. Sanjin declared that he finally understood how he could be useful to him. He was asking to be used. Hansu asked, so he wanted to be used? Why would he do that? He noted that he knew his goals were different from the others, because he always thinks several steps ahead and isn't afraid to act. Sanjin thought, even though he'd been convinced of this completely, when Hansu fought those bandits. Despite overwhelming odds, he hadn't killed a single one of them, even if that could have led to problems down the road. Even when the altar appeared, no matter what anyone said, he could have easily gotten rid of them all, but he didn't. He noted that he didn't understand why he didn't kill people. Everyone knew it wasn't in his nature, so he offered to use him, and he was willing to dirty his hands in his place. And in exchange, he asked to take him along, or rather, he asked permission to travel with him. The protagonist chuckled and said with a smile that he didn't even know what to do after everything he'd done. Sanjin stated that there was no other way to deal with them that time, and that's why he was caught. But next time, he wouldn't let that happen. Next time, everything would be different. He swears it. He had to think about it because people would constantly get in his way. Sanjin thought it was because he stood out so much, so he would try his best to eliminate every single one of them, so he could focus on his goal, and in return, he would follow him and become stronger. Hansu was rapidly becoming stronger, and he could too if he followed him. If only he told him his goal, and if he let him follow him. Then the protagonist turned around and suggested that he might agree. However, what would he do if circumstances prevented him from joining him? For example, if he had to stay behind? He thought that was a hint. So, something would happen in the second training. Sanjin happily declared that then he would become stronger and find him. He should accept him as an ally when that happened. MC said with a smile that he had to leave. He wondered, puzzled, why he was still refusing. Sanjin shouted, calling him by name, that he was asking for one last chance. He wanted to correct all the mistakes he had made. He was asking to use him. Hansu said that he had misunderstood his words. He must meet him here tomorrow, because tomorrow, that monster would be gone. Sanjin looked at him, dumbfounded, frozen in place. The protagonist noted that he would need to pick up the runes down there. He had killed those 10 people, so their runes were his. That should be enough. They could meet each other later with a smile, but for now, it was time for him to go. The protagonist thought that he was still unsure about him. However, he really could be useful later. MC remembered Eris's words, that he must remember his most important task in the past was to save humanity. But, ironically, there would be people who would prevent him from doing so. For such purposes, he needed a punisher, someone to act in his stead. Hansu thought that a punisher was a necessary figure, something not only Eris but any monarch possesses. They get their hands dirty in the monarch's stead and help their lord get closer to his goal. He had been a punisher himself in his past life, so he had initially considered choosing Anviaran for the role, but he would give him a chance. He wasn't sure how much he could trust Sanjin. When the second training began, everyone present would be forcibly scattered to different locations, and when that happened, Sanjin might change his mind. However, with several hands and 8 cloud snacks, if he got a useful punisher, it would be a worthwhile investment. The protagonist stated with a smile that he hoped he wouldn't regret his choice, because he wouldn't be able to do anything if he failed. The protagonist thought that for now, he needed to focus on obtaining the second hidden treasure. He would get rid of it and see what he got. After some time, MC realized that the conditions for obtaining the second hidden treasure were simple. Before the carnivorous beast destroys the altar and breaks free, it must be destroyed. Hansu noted that conditions simply wasn't intended to be met. Then a magical passageway appeared, and the system window announced that the hidden quest had been completed. The protagonist retrieved the reward and realized it was the ring of the Vampire King, Nirma. He thought he'd always wondered where the Berserker monarch got it from, so no one else could get it. MC, looking at the ring, thought that there were various standards for denoting artifact levels. However, the most important was color. Ordinary artifacts couldn't be more valuable than those with a superior color, but there were always exceptions. Just as travelers gradually developed runes, an absorbing artifact absorbed runes and changed its color. The most coveted by everyone were the rare artifacts. Number 9, the Nirmaha ring, an artifact symbolizing Clementine. These rare artifacts were so named not because there were only one of each, but because each artifact had only one owner. It wasn't by chance that the Nirmaha ring became the symbol of Clementine. In the the face of 8 of its authorities, people were literally destroyed. He couldn't believe he had such an artifact. It was magnificent, Hansu noted, placing the ring on his finger, that given how difficult it had been to obtain, it was clear it wasn't just something thrown away in a random place, but he had acquired a very rare artifact. A system window appeared informing the protagonist that one power could currently be used. The protagonist thought it said the Nirmaha ring had 8 powers. Currently, being colorless, the Nirmaha ring only allows 1 power. The system window informed the protagonist that the power of destruction deactivates the opponent's traits and abilities, including even passives and skills. The protagonist thought that, however, contact with the opponent was required to activate it. Furthermore, the power had a time limit, after which the effect would be removed from the opponent. However, even so, the very fact that he could nullify his opponent's powers at will was a huge advantage. MC noted, opening the status window, that at least one stat must match the colorless rune to use the ring. This meant he would need a huge number of magic runes. He could deal with expressing his stats later. After some time, Hansu returned to the ruined city using the gate. Mihi called his name and asked with a smile if he had really killed the carnivorous beast. Sanjin said so. Suddenly, the surroundings shook, and they cried out in surprise. The altar had simply vanished? The protagonist asked. Hadn't he said so? That he would take responsibility for destroying this place. She looked at him sheepishly and, turning away and adjusting her hair, said that he did. Sanjin thought he had succeeded after all. He had been right to trust his choice. The protagonist noted that there was clearly some time before the next training began. Therefore, he was going hunting. Mihe hesitantly whispered his name, and then declared that she wanted to take a different path. She wasn't strong enough to be by his side, so sooner or later she would begin to rely on him. And fortunately, Sanjin offered to go with him. Besides, she knew many people here. He said, looking at the others, that she could naturally go with them. Everyone would be only too happy for her. They were worried about her. MC thought he was a little upset, but it really was better to split up for now. The start of the second training would separate them anyway, and it was good that she was thinking about her position and her path. Hansu said with a smile that this was a good decision, after which, Mihi declared with a smile that she would not give up the next time they met. She wanted to meet him again. The protagonist smiled and said that it would definitely happen. The protagonist asked, turning to Sanjin, so he wants him to use him, right? If he was serious, then the choice was his. Sanjin smiled happily. A week later, Fairy shouted, they've been waiting for a long time, haven't they? MC thought that the second training was starting. He noted with a smile that there were many more of them left than he expected. However, did it matter? Fairy smiled ominously and said that he was really looking forward to it. He snapped his fingers and said that first they need to change the stage. They shouted in shock, what's going on? There's a light under their feet. Hansu looked at the creature with a serious gaze and thought that it had finally begun. After a while, the travelers asked where they were now. Fairy asked, everyone is here, right? Before starting the second training, they needed to do a head count. They asked in surprise, what's this all about? He informed them that from now on, they were to ensure that no more than 7 people remained in each room. They would continue as soon as they managed that. Kongmin irritably stated that there were 8 of them in the room. Fairy said that he didn't mind if they reduced their numbers even further. Each room would have different situations, but it should all start the same way, right? They could discuss it among themselves. Hanchul thought he wasn't surprised. Things had been too easy lately. What should they do now? He had a strange needle-like weapon. Could that be Hansu? He hadn't personally seen his abilities, but he had heard that he was a really good ally. Jimin stated that in any case, the remaining ones would have to work together, and someone would have to leave. Right? They can't ignore this. Why don't they introduce themselves and try to impress? The impression of their own importance as a person. Dashiol declared, introducing himself and using his abilities, that he would begin. They've never seen anything like this, have they? He believes that no one in this room has the skills to defeat him. He certainly can't be useless. The protagonist thought this skill was Chi Art, a runic skill that allows one to use magic to increase stats. This skill also enhances weapons by enveloping them in its magic. Chi Art is a unique and quite good skill. However, in this location, it's not very effective, although it's better than nothing. Kongmin noted that if they were talking about important skills, he could confidently say that his skill was one of them. He's a healer. Hanchul noted, introducing himself, that he had a combat skill. The man asked fearfully, will they really have to kill someone? They were family, so he would ask them to make an exception for them. After which, Dashiol noted that the girl still hadn't introduced herself. Since she was the one who brought up the topic, why shouldn't she lead by example? Jimin said her name with a charming smile. Then her expression changed, and she declared that she would demonstrate her skill right away. He asked fearfully, holding his weapon with a trembling hand, why was she coming so close? She would regret it if she continued to approach him so thoughtlessly. Jimin, with a frantic expression on her face, approached him, and then in an instant she was behind him, dealing him a critical blow. The other travelers looked at her in shock. She happily said that she was lucky. There was no guarantee of this rune dropping. She would take this skill for herself, and they could split the rest between them, right? Hanchul thought she had dealt with her opponent in one blow. She was crazy. He needed to be careful with her. MC sighed heavily and thought that she had made life easier for people who didn't have skills. Since those who died in his past life are now alive, everything has changed. Things are only getting more interesting now. After some time, the fairy appeared from a rift and announced that they had reached the number of 7 people first. That's great. Now they need to explain their task. First, they need to be shown the path to ascension. They were transported to another location, and he declared their task simple. They must climb for 3 months. They need to reach the dormant volcano in the center of the 2nd floor. That will be their first goal. Once they complete this training, the world of adventure will fully open up to them. He wishes them all success. After which, Hanchul happily announced that they would be together for a while, so they should become friends. He asked irritably why he was in such a hurry. The man shouted that the bridge behind them was collapsing. They need to run. After a while, the protagonist looked at the tired people after their run. The fairy asked, did he mention that over time parts of the lower islands begin to collapse, and the bridges were collapsing even faster, so they needed to be careful? They got angry and thought, couldn't they have warned them about this before? Hanchul shouted, where was he going again? He gritted his teeth and wondered why he was such a withdrawn person. Jimin asked with a smile, maybe they should follow him? Hanchul asked what she was talking about. She noted that, judging by his confidence, he might know where to go. After that, the travelers followed the protagonist. After a while, Hanchul noted that they had been walking here for hours, and they hadn't found any bridge up. Did he know exactly where to go? Jimin irritably said that she didn't know. Why was he even asking her that? He noticed that her personality had changed quickly. Hanchul thought that they seemed to have seen similar views before. There was nothing here. How long should they follow him? He asked why he kept chewing. MC noted that it acts as a kind of antidote if eaten. The system window reported that it was oak bark. Hanchul asked, as a creature appeared behind him, what he needed an antidote for now. Hansu grabbed him while he was screaming in outrage and saved him from the monster's attack. The protagonist braced himself for battle and thought he'd finally found it. He asked how he knew the creature would attack them. The protagonist calmly replied that he had superpowers. Hanchul, puzzled, asked, is he seriously saying that? After a while, he screamed in pain as the monster sank its fangs into his arm. Hanchul then dealt the creature a fatal blow and declared that these monsters are stubborn. A system window appeared, informing him that it was an adult rune snake. The personality of these snakes depends on the constantly changing pattern of runes on their heads, making their behavior unpredictable. Hanchul noted that this was bad. They attack relentlessly, not even giving them time to heal. This guy named Hansu told them how to catch them, but at this rate, his body simply can't handle it. And, more importantly, why aren't they fighting? They need to stop hiding behind them. Let them come forward and fight. The man declared, standing before his wife and daughter, that he apologized to them, but he asked for their understanding. He had people he had to protect, so he couldn't risk helping them. He thought irritably, does having a family allow for this kind of behavior? They're trying not to die here. Chancel shouted at Kangmin. What's wrong with him? He has no family. Kangmin asked arrogantly. He doesn't want him to get hurt in battle. Does he? How does he plan to heal without his help? He became angry and wondered, is his sword really just for decoration? Hanchul calmly replied that it was only natural if he was a healer. He pointed out that if he wanted to be healed, it would cost him 3 power runes. His expression changed, and he thought with anger that this healer had a really bad personality. Hanchul shouted at Jimin. Was she really okay with this? Jimin asked, what was he proposing? Then he thought, was he the only one who thought the current situation was so dire? Kangmin asked why he wasn't moving. He should be fighting monsters. Hanchul thought this scum was just acting up because he had a healing skill. They were definitely in a dire situation. Suddenly, an unknown person contacted him through the system and asked if he could hear him. How was the place he was in? He said, using the system to communicate, that he didn't even need to ask. How were things on their side? He said things weren't that bad. It looked like there was a rescuer up there, so he should gather his strength and climb up. Along the way, he needed to find useful recruits. They needed to increase their numbers. Hanchul considered taking a man with self-proclaimed superpowers. There was also a crazy sword-wielding woman, a scumbag healer, and a useless family of 3. He asked, using the communication system and addressing the captain, if survival wasn't the most important thing right now. They'd see each other later. The protagonist turned around and thought, noticing the strange symbol on Hanchul's hand, that too little time had passed for those who would blossom with the traits of a monarch to emerge. Some of the personality traits that all monarchs have, like heiress and the berserker king. Literally, the ability to lead, to become a monarch. The monarch bestows their symbol upon clan members, and those with this symbol feel a strong bond with each other, which also allows them to communicate with each other. However, there's a limit to the number of people a monarch can bestow their symbol upon. Because of this, they're busy searching for worthy people. If he wants to compete with them, he needs to get busy. After all, if he wants people to listen to him, he needs to have the strength to do so. After a while, the battlefield was littered with monster bodies. The protagonist noticed that there seemed to be fewer monsters. Had they left their habitat? MC thought this meant they were almost at the lair of the mutated rune snake. Finally, he was close to what he came here for. A huge snake was in their path, and the system window reported that it was an adult rune-eater snake. The man shouted that he had to stop. Did he really need to fight this snake? He thought the creature wouldn't attack them if they didn't get close. Why didn't they just go around this monster? Hansu said they could go around it if they wanted to. He would fight solo. He didn't care if they got to the top first. He declared that wasn't what he meant. They should stick together. Why would he do such a stupid thing? The protagonist said menacingly that they apparently didn't understand something. He wasn't the one walking with them. They were walking with him in the same direction, and the moment had come when their paths would diverge. Jimin noted that there was nothing they could do about it. The man asked fearfully, "But in that case, who would fight?" She asked with a smile. Could they force him to go with them? Or did he want to stay here too? It was time for them to leave here before the battle with this monster began. Hanchul thought the rumors justified his character. However, he couldn't just leave him here. Kangmian asked why he wasn't coming. If he had decided to drag him away with us, then it was best for him to forget about it. He asked why he thought so. He stated that this guy was the only one who hadn't asked him for healing the entire time they were here. He acted as if the battlefield was a familiar place for him. People like that don't listen to others, and judging by what he saw, he wouldn't live long. Hanchul thought he regretted it. This guy is quite talented, but he can't help it. Besides, he'll clearly be difficult to command. After a while, the protagonist dodged the monster's attack and realized that the creature avoids him when the magic rune is active and attacks when the other runes are active, except for the agility rune. The protagonist rushed forward and dealt a series of blows with his sword. MC thought that this monster was faster and stronger than the snakes in the subway, but no match for a carnivorous beast. When this creature attacks, the snake activates a resistance rune, so the damage is insignificant. A long battle won't put it at a disadvantage, but it will cause unnecessary problems. However, the method to defeat this monster is simple. He should focus on the trees in the center of the open area, which serve as the lair. He should ignore the snake and attack that spot. The monster will instinctively defend its lair, forgetting about self-defense. Hansu, rushing forward, thought his plan had worked. The protagonist stopped abruptly and dealt a critical blow to the monster. The protagonist then remarked that it had happened faster than he expected. What he came here for was here. MC had said, while in the monster's lair, that it was the egg of a rune-eating snake. After a while, Hansu cracked the egg with a rune. The protagonist noted that the creature was incredibly small compared to its adult counterparts. A system window appeared, informing them that it was a juvenile rune-eating snake. The protagonist thought that this creature, however, had a special trait. The snake ate runes and immediately spat them out. This creature ate any 3 runes and spat out the 2 desired by its owner. Some might consider it wasteful to give 3 runes in exchange for the 2 required runes. MC noted that others could hoard runes as much as they wanted. It was more important for him to obtain the necessary runes. Right now, he needed to focus on increasing his magical and physical resistance. After which, Hansu said to the young snake that the creature could rest. The protagonist thought that with this, he would achieve his goal, so it was time for him to move on. At this moment, the girl asked her father, where should they go? The man said that she needed to be patient. He thought that the island map they had received when leaving the room wasn't very detailed. They couldn't move mindlessly. They didn't know what would happen next. Where could they find a safe place? If only they hadn't abandoned them. Suddenly, the woman, who was his wife, said she heard something from there. The man asked fearfully, could it really be a monster? Perhaps it was another traveler? They needed to take cover behind him. The protagonist appeared from the bushes and he shouted, is he really back? The MC asked, what are they doing here? The man asked with a smile, had he really managed to escape from the monster? Hansu calmly said he'd caught the creature. He wondered, puzzled. He caught it? And he'd only suffered a minor injury? Besides, it hadn't been that long. The protagonist asked where the others were now. He explained that they'd ordered them to leave. At first, they'd been reluctant to admit the others might chase them away. He tried to convince them that it would be dangerous to get separated in such a place. He'd said he was sure they had no reason to split up. Hanchul asked with a smile, so he planned to travel comfortably, hiding behind their backs? Jimin said he was right. Now that there was no strong player, going with annoying people would be even more unpleasant. Kangmin remarked with a grin that he didn't care who gave him runes, but he preferred to travel with strong ones. At that moment, the man stated that they had said so, and he and his family went the other way. They even blocked the path so they couldn't follow. Who gave them the right to treat people like that? Why was he leaving? He was older than him, and he was talking to him. The protagonist declared that they needed to go. They had already wasted too much time. The woman offered to follow him. After a while, the family followed him, and the MC asked, stopping, what they were trying to do. The man asked, didn't he say that he never went with them? So let him go ahead, and they go on their own. Hansu thought that was quite blunt. However, it didn't matter to him. The protagonist turned away and said they could do whatever they wanted. The protagonist thought he would still be fighting alone. After a while, MC defeated several monsters along the way using his sword strikes. Hansu thought the fights were tough, but thanks to this, his stats were in good condition. The protagonist noted, after releasing a young snake to absorb the runes, that it was a wise choice to increase resistance first. The protagonist activated the status window and the system window reported that his name was Hansu. His colorless rune power is 0.03%. Endurance, 88.8 points. Agility, 84 points. Perception, 85.1 points. Magic, 58.4 points. Physical resistance, 32 points. Magic resistance, 32.7 points. MC stated that this makes fighting easier. Hansu noted as his family watched urged that he should get food from the remaining food. The girl admiringly said that he was getting stronger, he was simply incredible. The woman quietly said that she was glad that he didn't care about them. She asked if they should fight too. He declared that she needed to calm down. It would be foolish to recklessly interfere. The fact that their family was together was already a blessing from the gods, so they needed to stay safe. Yun nodded her head in agreement. The man said that they should follow him. She asked where he was heading now. Was this the tunnel? Then, dumbfounded, he asked, seeing the other travelers, were they coming here all this time? They made it. They survived. The woman happily declared that they had done well. Hanchul was surprised to think that this guy had returned, and besides, he was fine. Apparently, the rumors about him single-handedly fighting a carnivorous beast were true. The fairy declared that they were too noisy for those who were late, although if they were the last ones, it was time to close the passage, and now it was time to begin a major event. He announced that he was glad to welcome them to the first-floor dock. About 75 people remained, which was good. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties. The event began, a battle for tickets. These tickets can be used to travel from this already crumbling island to the next. Of course, some islands are filled with monsters and surrounded by lava. However, if luck is on their side, they will find themselves on the southern or central islands, where treasures abound. But if it were so easy to get there, it wouldn't be so much fun, would it? Therefore, there are a few rules. Only 3 people per boat and a minimum of 3 tickets are required. However, if 3 people use 3 tickets, they will appear on different islands. Perhaps on the outer islands, or perhaps on the central islands. However, if 2 people use 3 tickets, they will be taken to the same island, but they won't be able to choose their destination. And naturally, if one person uses 3 tickets, they can go anywhere. The islands will be destroyed, starting with the outlying ones. The difficulty of each island varies greatly, so the greater the advantage, the better. They can refer to the island map for details. About half an hour remains until this island is destroyed. There are 25 boats in the crater. The fairy grinned maliciously and declared that it was time for them to begin. Do they already know what they should do? Survive at all costs, because it's much more fun that way. After which, the travelers began to fiercely fight each other for the tickets. The protagonist thought that the inevitable chaos had begun. In that case, it was time for him to act too. Suddenly, a man called out loudly by name and, bowing before him, declared that he was begging him to help his family. They needed more tickets to safely reach the central island. He was strong, so he should be able to get the tickets easily, right? He declared with a manic grin that he could take some tickets from the others and give them to them. The man thought that if he did this, they would easily get to the right place this time. He bowed before him and declared that this way he would save innocent lives. The protagonist coldly said that it was time to take responsibility. They needed to handle their own affairs. The man asked if that was difficult for him. Was there not an ounce of compassion in him? Hanchul kicked him and declared that he should shut up. Then he grabbed him and said that he talked too much. It irritated him, and he was going to just listen to him. All he needed was to take the tickets and be done with it. He wanted to make him a business proposition. He offered to go with them. He would even provide him with the tickets if he needed them. He wanted to say it straight out. Even though they were his allies, he didn't like any of them. He thought so too, didn't he? He really was as strong as the rumors said. Why shouldn't he join those who were similar in level? He pointed to the symbol on his hand, noting that it was a power awakened by his commander. It wasn't a skill, and if the leader approved, he could also receive such a symbol. He'd already spoken to him about it, so he'd allow it. Besides, traveling alone was too much trouble. It wasn't even about them sharing a symbol. Hansu said he refused. Hanchul said he knew he'd agree. Then, dumbfounded, he asked, did he seriously refuse? He had to stop. They weren't like these worthless people. Perhaps he still hadn't realized how valuable the clan was? The protagonist thought, recalling his past, that he knew about it. How could he not know such a thing? He remembered the bonds within the clan. However, this time, he would follow the monarch, because otherwise he would be distracted from his goal. Hanchul asked. He wasn't even going to listen, was he? So he had no other choice. He threw the ticket at his feet and said he could take it. He hid it from that scumbag. He was upset by his refusal. But he couldn't waste his time here anymore. He was going to meet the others on the central island, so he could consider this a gift for the future. He was sure they would see each other again, and then he would ask him again. The protagonist thought that his tricks had no effect on him. None of that mattered now. The travelers noticed the ticket and began to fiercely fight for it. The MC calmly watched as the others fought for the tickets. At that moment, Rune tried to defend her father, and the traveler shouted, were they really a family? Then he could give them a dramatic death together. Hansu thought, as the girls screamed, that they had deliberately placed this family in their group to force them to watch this spectacle. After all, it was obvious what they wanted. No matter how much someone resisted on the stage they had set, even death here happened according to the script. Then Jimin asked why he had rejected Hanchul's offer. The protagonist noted that he had his own personal reasons. What did she want? She said with a smile that she also had a business proposition for him. Jimin showed him the symbol on her hand and said that he should follow her. she said with a laugh, seeing how he turned away from her, that this was expected. However, before she left him, she wanted to ask one question. He wouldn't stay here out of clumsy sympathy, would he? She didn't think he was that pathetic. They exchanged glances, and the protagonist asked with a smirk, did she seriously mention sympathy? After a while, MC thought it was the last one. Everyone else who could go up had already done so. Now there was only one boat left, which meant no one else would know about what was happening here. Those who remained couldn't even protect themselves. The travelers begged him to take them with them, persuading him in various ways. The protagonist thought that he had to save all these people. However, in the training area, where Faye's powers are strong, he won't be able to save everyone. Therefore, he must do what is required of him, because if he fails here, everything will be in vain. The protagonist apologized to them, drawing his sword. MC thought, his hand shaking, that he knew well the fate of those who couldn't make it to the next island. Hansu thought, recalling the past, that there was acid in the river, while fairies seemed to enjoy watching them die. He could only watch. The protagonist declared that they could be as indignant as they wanted. The protagonist thought that, instead of leaving them to suffer for Fairy's amusement, he would show a kind of mercy. After a while, Fairy declared with a grin that he was amazing. He hadn't expected this. He was sorry it had ended too quickly. This was exactly what he expected from a rising star. He didn't have to worry about it. They never divulged information about others. He would wait for their next meeting. MC thought he wouldn't regret it. He hadn't returned to save everyone but to win. He couldn't hesitate. He had to keep moving forward. His next goal was the Central Island. After a while, Fairy declared, that was wonderful. All of them, the 1921 travelers who have come this far, welcome to the land of opportunities, the Central Island. After a while, he said that there were exactly 3 important things to know on the Central Island. First, you need to protect the crystal in the castle. Second, you can increase your strength thanks to a dungeon unique to this region. And they would soon find out the last thing for themselves. Then the travelers shouted that a wave of monsters is approaching. They must stop them. They were almost out of people. If they could hold out here, they would survive another day. They just had to hold out. Some people gave up because they didn't understand how anyone could survive in such conditions for an entire month. After some time inside the castle, Park Jungwook, the MK clan monarch, declared, slamming his hand on the table, that they needed to establish some rules. Their defenses were breached on the very first day. They had already suffered serious damage. How long were they going to sit here? And Ju Hyum, the Hwajong clan monarch, asked if perhaps they should discuss this when the other monarchs arrived. Hong Xia, the Noah clan monarch, noted that the strongest were already here, so the rest weren't that important. Lee Guktae, the Smog clan monarch, asked, puzzled, what he proposed to do. Jungwook stated that their biggest problem was the lack of defenders, so they needed to bring people who hadn't yet joined the clans. If necessary, they would have to bring them by force. Xia asked, but they have no way to control these unaffiliated travelers, right? He sternly said that meant they would have to put pressure on them. However, he didn't think words would help them with this lawless mass. The next attack would begin in 3 hours, and they couldn't guarantee they could withstand it this time either. Would they just let it happen? Guktae asked if they should unite the clan's forces into a single alliance. Did he guarantee they could do that? Although increasing the number of people entering the dungeon was a serious matter. As their numbers grew significantly, they became equal in number to the clan alliance. These people formed a ridiculous group called the Basement Alliance. Considering they've begun to take action, they're already beyond their control. Could a clan alliance focused solely on defense cope with them? Jungwook asked if they should send the clans to the dungeons. Jihyum shouted in shock. How they defend the castle then? If that was their plan, the smaller clans should go first to limit their alliance's losses. Xia sighed, thinking they were only discussing their own desires. If only the first 1,900 adventurers had focused on defense. Initially, everyone participated in defense because survival depended on it. However, after someone returned from the dungeon with powerful artifacts, significantly stronger, the clans began to retreat there one after another. She thoughtfully asked how they would protect the crystal this month. At that moment, a cheerful Jimin walked in and approached her. Xia said with displeasure that she shouldn't bother her now. She had a headache. She noted with a smile that she wasn't here for a prank. She had important news. She learned that some madman was currently fighting the Basement Alliance. She asked in surprise, is she serious? Suddenly, cries of help were heard. Someone was asking someone to calm down because he hadn't said he wouldn't go there himself. He planned to hunt for 2 more days and then switch back. He'd join as soon as he got stronger. They could solve everything with words. In an instant, the traveler received a serious blow. The protagonist declared that he was fired. Starting tomorrow, everyone would fight upstairs. They hadn't done anything today, so they would work on it tomorrow. He said fearfully, his body trembling, that he shouldn't approach him. The traveler thought he definitely felt that his rune stats were lower than his own. Then why can't he defeat him? The protagonist remarked, holding out his hand, that he needed his weapon. Kang Min, dumbfounded, said it was definitely him. The bandit shouted, who does he think he is? Why does he dare command here? He then lunged at him, and MC thought, that means the knife has a skill that increases cutting properties. It's a pretty good artifact for a colorless rank. Hansu used the power of Nirmaha's ring and delivered a direct punch to the opponent. The opponent, surprised, wondered why the knife skill hadn't worked. He was sure his weapon had gotten him. What resistance did he have? The protagonist declared, punching him in the face, that it was his turn now. Afterwards, the protagonist remarked that it was quite tiring to fight them without killing them. However, it couldn't be helped. They were an important resource, but they wouldn't listen to him anyway, would they? He had his last one left, but that would be enough. Meanwhile, the monarchs of the powerful clans were dumbfounded, asking who this guy was. A while later, in the Hall of Wills inside the castle, Jungwook thought it was the guy Hanchol had mentioned. What was that magical beast doing on his shoulder? MC announced that starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance would join forces and alternate between defense and hunting. If anyone had any objections, they should speak up right now. They couldn't be commanded without their participation, so they should take as many useful people as they could and force them to join their clans. He would make sure those remaining outside followed their orders, so there wouldn't be any problems here. Xia thought it would benefit them, but not him. What was he really up to? Guktae asked. What did he want? He, unaffiliated with the clans and with such power, had created chaos, and he wanted to convince everyone here that he had no personal motives. Hansu noted that as long as the basic rules and systems were in place, he had no intentions or motives. He stated that one could never be sure. What if he suddenly changed his mind and decided to get rid of the clan alliance? The protagonist said he had no desire to engage in petty debates. The protagonist used his abilities and stated that, however, if they were worried about that, Jungwook shouted that he had disappeared. Xia shouted that they needed to prepare for battle. Guktae shouted that it was a simple invisibility skill. He couldn't move from his spot. The protagonist appeared behind him and asked if he really thought he couldn't strike if he wanted to. He wondered, dumbfounded, if that wasn't some simple trick but a powerful skill. He couldn't believe he had appeared behind him so easily. The MC noted that he had acquired something shortly before coming here. He wants to keep up the trend. The people of the Smog Clan monarch called out in concern to their leader. Hansu said they could calm down. He had no ill intentions. Right now, it's a situation where they should unite, right? Shouldn't each of them do their best in their own roles? This was all his plan. As he left the room, the protagonist thought that they had been fighting each other up until now, so it would be difficult for them to unite. However, there was still time, so he wouldn't force them too much. This was just the beginning. As for what would happen next, time would tell. Jimin stood in his way and declared that she would be upset if he simply left. Did he remember their conversation? She wanted to hear a different answer now. What did he think about it? She had asked him before if he wanted to join their clan. This time she wanted to give him a real invitation. Wasn't it too lonely to travel alone? Or maybe he had someone in mind. She heard he was with a girl named Mihei at Gangnam Station. She figured he didn't react, so she should take that as a rejection. Jimin cheerfully told him not to worry about it. It would be wonderful if he joined their clan, but she won't insist on her own. The protagonist, turning away from her, said he needed to head to the city walls. She asked irritably, didn't he even pretend to listen to her? Jimin shouted in anger, calling him useless trash. The MC sighed heavily. Sometime later on the city wall, Hanchol ordered the bodies of fallen allies to be moved elsewhere. He said they needed more essential supplies. People with support skills should go to the other side. A subordinate, calling him Sergeant, reported that the southern wall had been reinforced. He said that was good. The wounded should descend from the wall. The rest could rest. How was their clan holding its positions? He reported that this time they had managed to mount a more substantial defense. They had enough people for all posts without exception. Those who joined from the Basement Alliance were initially reluctant to cooperate, but they did their job well. Thanks to them, they had not suffered serious losses. Hanchol noted with a smile that, given how escalated the situation on the front lines had become, they couldn't afford to slack off. He had to keep in mind the monster guarding the defenders' positions. What other choice did they have? It was incredible to see him deal with so many enemies single-handedly. He thought irritably that if only this guy had any manners, he would have invited him to join the clan. Let fate decide. At this rate, they could repel attacks time after time. Suddenly, they shouted that they saw a rift in the sky. The fairy happily asked, they missed him, didn't they? Had they rested well these past 2 days? Hanchol thought it was a curse. The appearance of this devil was a bad sign. He noted that they seemed bored, so let's get serious. From this day on, demons would participate in battles. They were powerful creatures, but they shouldn't worry too much about that. The undead they had encountered so far had given them nothing, and killing a demon would bring them mini crystals. He was sure this was their chance. They can exchange these crystals for amazing artifacts in a shop exclusive to this location. These crystals can also be used to buy escape tickets that allow them to leave this place. They want to leave this place quickly, right? The travelers noticed that if they obtain the crystals, they can leave this place. The system window says up to 5 people can travel together. The fairy said that they should then put all their efforts into obtaining the crystals. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and a demon emerged from it. They shouted that this monster was approaching them. Someone had to go out and face this creature first. They didn't even know how powerful the demon could be. Although the items in the shop were good, they feared for their lives. The protagonist shouted, rushing forward, that they needed to retreat. The demon then blocked his blow and prepared to use its ability. The protagonist dodged the enemy attack and thought, as expected of a demon, even if not the most intelligent. He can't deal fatal damage to this monster with normal attacks, and he has no cloud sack left. He's improved his defense and resistances with the rune-eating snake, but his offensive capabilities are weak. This means he'll have to use the artifacts he obtained in the dungeon. The system window reported that using the artifact increases his speed for 1 minute. MC thought he could rely on speed. Hansu closed the distance with the enemy in lightning speed, but the creature managed to block his blow at the last moment. They fought fiercely, and finally, the protagonist scored a critical hit on the enemy, but the demon used its abilities, landing a fatal blow. The protagonist blocked the blow with his sword, and a deafening roar echoed. MC used the power of Nirmaha's ring to neutralize any skill or power on contact. Hanchol noted that he was facing the demon alone. Just how strong had he become? Jungwook declared they couldn't miss their chance. He asked the captain if he was suggesting they join the fight. He wasn't sure that would be the best decision. He said that if they didn't, the others wouldn't miss the opportunity. Then the travelers shouted, heading toward the enemy, that there was only one demon. Everyone must attack that creature. Jimin remarked to Xia that she didn't like it either. However, maybe they should join in too? Xia, crossing her arms, said she was against it. They should just watch from the sidelines first. She wanted to see what Hansu was capable of. After a while, the protagonist looked at the others who had decided to join the fight and thought they were too brazen. The enemy could use its racial skill at any moment. It couldn't afford to be distracted by the other travelers. Considering the demon hadn't used its skill until now, was it really just waiting for the right moment? Demons have racial skills that vary from demon to demon, making them unpredictable. Perhaps the demon has a skill that deals area of effect damage? The protagonist shouted that everyone should retreat. They couldn't handle the demon. If they wanted to survive, they needed to hide behind him. Kangmin remarked that he had a bad feeling about this. Maybe they should stand back and watch the battle from the sidelines? Hanchol asked if he was serious. On the contrary, they should stay as close as possible to deal the finishing blow. The demon grinned and used its racial skill, Hellfire, bringing down a powerful blow on them. The traveler with the shield shouted that luck was on his side. He had just recently received an artifact that could protect him from this lesser fire. If he dealt the finishing blow, the reward would be his. Then they screamed in terror as the flames dealt damage. The travelers fled in panic, while the MC stood in the path of the flames. Hansu thought it was time to use the ring's power to its fullest. The protagonist used his ability, the power of destruction. They cried out in surprise. What was that? He destroyed the fire with his sword. The protagonist thought, his hand shaking, that the demon was no ordinary opponent. However, right here and now, the only person who could fight this creature, one that could match the power of a 3-meter-tall demon from the underworld, was him. The monster lunged, and MC prepared to defend himself with his sword. Gupte, dumbfounded, asked, is he really an ordinary traveler like them? He thought they had definitely started this together. So why was there such a huge gap between them? They thought, watching the battle, that they needed to come up with a plan. If this continued, they would lose all their advantages. After a while, the travelers shouted that they needed to prepare for the next wave of monsters. Clan members needed to gather in one place. It was time to change the garrison. Hanchol approached her and told her she didn't have to wait for him. It wouldn't work for her either. Jimin, crossing her arms, asked what he was talking about. He pointed out that there was no point in waiting here, because he too waited in vain every time. She asked irritably, who was he waiting for? Hanchol, puzzled, said that of course he was waiting for Hansu. Who else should he wait for? Something told him she was here on the monarch's orders, didn't she? His captain always gave him such missions. Since it was just the two of them, they could talk frankly. She herself knew that the clan alliance had been unstable lately, and she knew the reason for it too. Jimin asked why he was telling her this. He asked, wasn't it obvious? Hanchol mentioned a business proposal and suddenly turned around. She asked what was wrong. He mentioned that he thought he saw someone watching them. Was it just his imagination? Meanwhile, Hektu, watching them through the window, asked how long it had been since Hansu began monopolizing the demons. He hadn't done anything strange yet, had he? Considering they hadn't received a single report of it. The subordinate reported that he had ordered the clan members to keep him under constant surveillance. However, aside from defending the fortress, hunting demons, and the occasional dungeon expedition, he barely took much rest. Thanks to him, defending had become much easier, but another problem still remained. Those who hadn't joined any clans continued to fight them. He thoughtfully noted that this was exactly what he had expected. Considering that a figure of his stature continued to refuse to join clans, the appearance of such troublemakers was only natural. Even the clan alliance was forced to follow Hansu's orders. He noted with a grin that he had therefore prepared something. If their power were to falter, they wouldn't be able to control them properly, would they? For the sake of their future plans, they couldn't allow that to happen. Hektu declared that they had all gathered just in time. They needed to discuss the future of the clan alliances. Meanwhile, the protagonist finished fighting the monsters, and throwing his weapon to the ground, said that it, too, was now useless. The protagonist remarked that he was grateful to God it was 60. He finally had the required amount. The MC, opening the crystal shop, reflected that high-level artifacts were sold in the crystal shop, most of which were exclusive to clans and had amazing effects. If the crystals fell into the clan's possession, there would likely be serious rivalry. Therefore, he must nip this in the bud. Hansu noted that there was, however, a greater goal. The system window reported that the exchange had been completed. 60 crystals had been debited from the account. The protagonist stated that while a new weapon had appeared, he was proficient with most weapons, but he liked this particular one. A system window appeared informing him that the weapon's name was Dekratos Judgment. The protagonist stated that battles would be easy in the near future. MC grinned, bracing himself for battle, and said that in that case, he should try out the purchase. At that moment, monsters appeared, and Hansu figured there were about 10 days left until the siege ended. He was eager to see who would make the next move in the remaining time. 10 days later, the fairy said with a wide smile that it was quite interesting to watch the travelers this time. They had prepared a special event for those of them who had survived the longest. People heard loud noises and asked, "What's going on here?" It wasn't even time for a new wave yet. What was even going on here? The corpses of demons were gathering inside the fortress. There, these remains gathered together, and a demon from the hidden quest of the central island, the battle against the demon queen, appeared. The fairy said that if he were them, he wouldn't approach the fortress walls. Besides, there was no way to escape that way anyway. They only had two options. Either stay here and try to withstand the approaching attack of the undead, or escape using the crystal. He would notice that the new undead were different from the previous ones, so he was looking forward to it. If they wanted to do that, they had two choices again. They had to meet the summoned demon queen inside the fortress. The people were very surprised by what they heard and loudly said that he hadn't mentioned anything like that. The fairy said he didn't want to mention the demon queen because there was a high chance they wouldn't live to see her. However, it couldn't be helped. The crystal activates half an hour after the undead attack begins and can only transport 500 people. In other words, half of them remain here. However, if they defeat the demon queen, everyone will be able to leave. Since this is a special event, he will patiently wait for their response. The guy said he thought they only needed to hold out for a month. Gupte said they only needed to hold out for half an hour, and then they would escape with the crystal. They all need to prepare. The clan alliance to the crystal, the rest to the front. He approached him and asked if he really thought they didn't understand that he and the rest of the clans just wanted to escape. They looked at each other with serious expressions. He asked if it wasn't better to defend themselves than to act recklessly. They needed to think about how to protect the majority. He said loudly, with a serious expression, that he truly voiced ideas worthy of the clan's monarch. It doesn't matter what happens to the others. He is focused on keeping alive only those he can control. Gukte asked with a serious expression if he had any ideas. The guy said that even the demon that appeared on the first day killed dozens with a single attack. So how does he plan to defeat the demon queen? He asked with a wide smile what the others would say. Would they prefer to survive and go to the next island together, or rush into the arms of death like moths to a flame? He became embarrassed by this and fell silent. Juyun looked at what was happening and thought that it was all over. The atmosphere had already changed. They were in alliance with the Smog clan, so they would definitely be saved. Hansu came out to them and said that the only way for everyone to be saved was to defeat the demon queen. In the end, if they defeat her, everyone who survives will be able to escape. Gupte looked at him and thought he was interfering again. He asked if he was sure he would survive. He sighed with a dissatisfied look and said that no one knew. However, if they headed for the crystal, more than 500 people would undoubtedly die, maybe even more. Yeon said that in that case, they would follow him. In any case, they can't trust these clansmen, so there's no reason to join forces with them, don't you think? She raised her fist above her head and loudly said that they must defeat the demon queen and escape together. Shia said that then they would join in too and fight alongside them. Juhyun thought that given the way things were unfolding, they would have to stop him, even if they had to use force. The important thing now was to break their morale. If a battle starts, everyone will be fighting for their survival, so they need to ambush him. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression and asked if he could put his plans to kill him on hold. Okay? He swung his weapon and hit the floor next to him. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. He was very scared because of this, and Gupte said that he would immediately suggest that they team up and wait for the right moment since they had time. Besides, it's not like they weren't expecting something like this. He looked at him with a serious expression and thought that for now, they would have to follow his plan, but they still had a chance. MC said that it seemed like everyone had made a decision. However, before that, he asked for their attention for a minute. He started walking with a smirk and said that he wanted to clarify something. He walked out to the middle of the square, wrapped a chain around a huge crystal, pulled it, and shattered it into many small pieces. Some people were surprised by this and asked loudly what he had done. He said with a serious expression that since they were heading to the fortress, they wouldn't need it anyway. Thoughts of escaping would only weaken everyone. The people supported him and said that he was right, From now on they could only go forward. They should all follow him and kill the demon queen. He caught his weapon with a serious expression and said that they shouldn't follow him. They should look forward for their own good. The timer ran out and he said that they should fight for their lives. After that, they entered the fortress and said that he couldn't believe that this was the same fortress they had seen before. The situation had completely changed. They saw a dark corridor that was lit by purple candles. The people began to get nervous, and the demon queen laughed and said that it had taken them a long time to get to her. They came all this way to have fun, so she can't just let them go. They were very surprised when they noticed the door closed behind them. The system announced that the fortress was sealed. Unexpectedly, the floor began to collapse under their feet. Monsters began to crawl out from there, and one of them, with a surprised expression on his face, loudly said that something was crawling up. These monsters attacked them, and they began to loudly call for help. Hansu took his weapon and said that they should stop panicking. These freaks are not much different from those they fought before. They must pull themselves together and fight. He turned around and, with a serious expression on his face, thought that the real problem was not these monsters, but the battle with the demon queen. They must pass through this gate. They became very worried when they saw pillars of fire and someone ordered a retreat. A demon gatekeeper appeared between them and the gate. They all looked with worried looks at the demons emerging from the fire. The monsters began to attack them with their abilities, and they began to scream loudly in pain. He said that they had two enemies. They needed to split up and deal with it. The support should retreat back. Those good at long-range combat should move forward. Those who weren't skilled enough should take care of the flanks. Jungwook said that he should wait. A reckless charge could put them out. He didn't have time to finish, because the protagonist called out to the people on the left side and said that he would begin the attack first. He jumped towards the large demon and thought that this demon was designed in the image of the gatekeeper in the abyss. They are much weaker, but its movements are similar, so he should be able to predict it. He began to attack with his weapon and thought that what was more important was that he would be able to fully utilize Decratos' judgment. Chains that stretch for tens of meters in strength. He wrapped the chain around the demon's sword and used the pressure skill. He also shackled this demon and fell to his knees. He thought that by binding someone with suppression, they begin to drain the opponent's magic and cast a curse, lowering their stats. Using it consumes his magic as well, but it is bearable. He asked, will they continue to stand aside and watch? Jungwook with a sly grin said that he was right. They can't just stand aside. They all must prepare for the attack. They must glorify the name of their clan. She had said that those with low resistance should help from the rear. Jimin agreed and said that she would go first. The rest of the warriors also went on the attack and began to strike with their weapons. MC noticed flames appearing around the demon's sword and wondered, are they trying to summon hellfire? The demon released powerful energy and threw off the chains that bound his body. He ran forward and loudly said that they should not stop attacking. He thought it would be hard to withstand if they hit, but if he knew the trajectory, he could handle it. He ran close enough and struck with his weapon. Jimin noticed this and said that he should be careful. The flames would make his attacks useless. He didn't listen to her, struck, and thought that he just had to get rid of it. The place where the hellish flames erupted from was the location of the ignition crystal. He ripped the crystal out of the demon's body, and the surprised people asked, what was that? Jungwook said that the flames surrounding the demon disappeared. Hansu asked with a smirk, what did he tell them? They must not stop attacking. They cannot worry about this and just continue fighting. He will not be able to use the flames anymore. Someone called his name loudly and warned him of danger. He jumped to the side and a magical flame flew across the floor next to him. He turned around and said that the non-clan people were supposed to fight. Jungwook looked at this and loudly said that they should look there. The defeated people loudly called for help and asked why they did not attack. They became worried about this and said that, however, helping them was too dangerous. Shouldn't he take care of this problem too? What should they do? Gupte looked at this with a smirk and said that since they still faltered, it will be easier for them. He called the protagonist by name and asked, will he continue to feign ignorance, even after sending people to their deaths? This is all his fault. Everything came to this because of him. He dragged them all into this, so he must take responsibility. Hanchul, who was fighting the monsters, asked if he should stop talking and start fighting. He kicked the monster away and said loudly that they were the ones doing nothing right now. He asked with a smirk, do they think he's standing aside because he's weak? He'll show that he's different from them. He waved his hand and said loudly that they should witness the power of the Special Forces squad. His squad members ran toward the demon and started attacking with their weapons. The others watched from the side and said it was incredible. MC turned to the group of people and said that they should all go to the other side. He'll figure it out on his own. He channeled energy into his weapon, and the demon attacked with its huge sword. He jumped very high toward the demon and swung his weapon. He landed on the ground with incredible speed and delivered numerous rapid strikes. Juhyun watched with a shocked expression, thinking that he was single-handedly dealing with a monster that would have required dozens of their warriors to fight. He turned around and loudly asked, what is he doing? He should have killed them already, Hansu thought that while he wouldn't create a special forces unit just to show off his strength, he needed to focus on the current battle. He threw his weapon and bound the demon. He leaped toward the monster and attacked with his weapon. The other warriors also fought against another demon. After some time, they all defeated the demons together. Juhyun approached Guktae, called him a monarch, and said that he had brought him a crystal. He suggested using the crystal shards to purchase valuable artifacts from the store. They had raised the Special Forces unit with the help of the clan alliance, so strengthening them was a priority. He looked at him and said that he thought the Smog clan would use the spoils first. He may be a temporary commander, but the Special Forces unit is a clan alliance unit, right? So he doesn't have to worry. Jungwook looked at them and asked when the alliance members managed to create such a group. Shia said that, from what she knew, they kept it a secret. They managed to bring their unruly monarchs under control and create a full-fledged alliance. The acute sense of crisis must have contributed greatly to that. However, she thinks the reason for creating the Special Forces unit isn't that worried about it. She approached the protagonist and said that it looked like the Alliance was trying to attack him. He turned to her and said that she didn't have to worry. He understood exactly what was going on. She asked if he had a plan. She was about to say something else, but he said that until they took action, they should just observe. He had already made some preparations. Hanchul walked towards them and asked, however, now they would have to fight on the front lines, so it would be a little easier, right? Now that they've come forward, they can't stand by. Jimin asked if he was really sure about that. What if they gathered together again and did nothing? Even if they helped them, they would still ignore them. Jungwook said that in order to get out of here, they would have to face the Demon Queen anyway. If they wanted to live, they would have to fight. Shia looked away with a thoughtful look and said that, however, given the current state of things, she looked at the injured people who said that he couldn't move his arm. He couldn't fight like that. He thought they would only have to fight the Demon Queen. Maybe he would survive if he joined the clan? She asked if they would be able to fight properly. Yeon caught their attention and said that they should stop complaining. If they wanted to survive, then defeating the Demon Queen was their only way to do it. Wasn't she right? She walked up to the MC and asked. She didn't introduce herself, right? She stated her name and extended her hand towards him with a small smile. He pushed her hand away and asked what she was trying to do. She asked with a serious expression. Was he really heartless? She wasn't doing anything special. She just wanted to introduce him to someone. He should say if he was interested, because there was someone who was interested in him. Jimin looked at her with a displeased expression and asked what was wrong with her. Shia removed her hand from her shoulder and said that she should leave her. She ignored them when they tried to talk earlier. Does she only communicate with those who are not in the clan? Hanchul said that they tried to deal with her, but she ignored them. Hansu, with a calm expression, started to leave and said that if they were finished preparing, then it was time to go. He said with a slightly displeased smile that now he was ignoring him again. They all came to the portal together and one of them was about to say something, but stopped when he heard the fairy laugh loudly and ask, are they really going to fight the Demon Queen? The current travelers were quite funny. He had good news for all of them. To open the portal to the next island, it was not necessary to defeat the Demon Queen. They only needed to hold out for half an hour. They just had to endure attacks for half an hour, and the crystal on the throne would activate. It was simple, wasn't it? A portal that would allow all of them to travel to any of the islands without any restrictions. It was so easy. They could also buy the right to pass through the crystal shards. However, they should know that this was not the official route. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression and thought that he was saying this only now. How obvious it was. They continued on, and the fairy said that they should hang in there. They would see each other on the next island. They entered the hall where the Demon Queen was sitting on the throne. She raised her hand with a smile and ordered them to rise. Immediately after, monsters appeared next to her, releasing skulls of dark energy. He looked at this with a serious expression and thought that this was more than half a weakened version of the original sitting in the abyss. He knew how she would attack. A monster of energy flew at him, and the system notified that using mini crystals to purchase an artifact was possible. A pair of chain scythes, the judgment of Decretos. He grabbed his weapon and threw the scythe at the head of one of the monsters. He held a dagger infused with energy in his hand and thought that he would attack using two unique skills of the judgment of Decretos. Separation and return. He created many similar daggers, which he launched at the Demon Queen. A monster stood in the way of his attack, stopping all these daggers with its body. She stood up from her throne, began to emit a powerful aura, and loudly said that this was pathetic. The MC grabbed his scythes and began throwing multiple quick strikes, which she blocked with ease. She summoned another monster and said that it should kill them. The creature immediately attacked him, but he jumped and managed to dodge. He turned to the rest of the warriors and said that he could handle the Demon Queen, and they should deal with the summoned monsters. Hanchul turned to him and loudly said that there were too many of them. He looked the other way with a displeased expression and loudly asked, are they even going to fight? Guktae stood at a safe distance and said that they would stay behind and avoid fighting. Jimin loudly said that she knew those freaks would do this. Hansu said with a smile, that means this is when they're going to intervene. They should delay the Demon Queen for a while. She, with a surprised expression, loudly asked, How are they supposed to do this without him? At that moment, the Demon Queen raised her hands above her head and created a huge hand with which she attacked him. Hanchiol blocked the blow with his sword and barrier. He coughed up blood and said that they wouldn't last long, so he should quickly return. Immediately after, he ran back very quickly with a serious expression. At the same time, people not involved in the battle said that so many people and monsters were clashing there. He couldn't see what was happening. Is it normal for them to be idle here? Maybe they need at least a little help. He didn't have time to finish because someone attacked him from behind. Jihin noticed it and asked loudly, "What was that?" He looked at the one who did it and asked loudly, "What is he even doing?" Guktae, with a creepy smile, held a knife in his hand and said that they should strike while they are distracted. That is, right now. His warriors ran to attack and he said that it was time to get rid of them. He asked loudly with a worried expression, "Do they think they will leave it like this? They must fight back." At that moment, his warriors were killed and he said that he was prepared for this. The confused warriors were unable to resist and died one after another. Juhyun, with a worried look, said that the battle is not over yet. They will all die like this. He and his clan will not survive this either. He looked at him with a smile and said that it does not matter. They are all just trash, recruited as extras. They will all choose death for the monarch. He was surprised by this and wondered who he was talking about. Gupte ran towards him with a knife in his hand and said that it was time for him to disappear. Suddenly, someone threw the knife and knocked the weapon out of his hands. The protagonist was the one who threw the knife and asked, he finally showed his true colors, right? His dirty tactics haven't changed at all. He looked at him with a wide smile and loudly asked why he was here and not fighting the Demon Queen. Although, it doesn't matter, because he was already late. He was surrounded by his warriors, and he thought that he had finally revealed himself, the Monarch of Disguise. Traces of the Black Monarch, a discarded pawn that he must eliminate in training at any cost. He called his name and said that even if they couldn't defeat him, they only needed to delay him. The Demon Queen would soon kill the rest. He is ready to sacrifice himself. Even if he dies, he will at least take him with him. MC said that he seems to be a little mistaken. He is not going to stand in his way, but wants to make him an offer. What does he think about listening to him? This time, the offer is not the worst. At the same time, in the throne room, the warriors were fighting against the Demon Queen. Hanchol held his sword with trembling hands and asked when he would return. He dodged the monster's attack at the last moment and loudly said that he had lost them. At the same moment, Hansu jumped into the hall towards the monster with his weapon in his hands. With the help of a chain, he easily killed the monster and saved 2 people. Shia looked at him and asked where he was all this time. He said with a calm expression that he was preparing for what was about to happen. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what he meant. Hanchol heard a loud impact, saw Jimin being thrown back, and loudly called her name. The Demon Queen, with a calm expression, said that she was getting bored. With her huge hand, she dealt a powerful blow to the floor, but he managed to dodge this attack. Immediately after, he threw knives on chains at her from different directions. With this, he shackled her hands, and she screamed loudly in pain. She became very angry because of this, and loudly asked, "How dare he?" She began to emit powerful energy. The warriors began to prepare to attack, but he raised his hand to stop them. Hanchol, with a puzzled expression, asked why he was stopping them. At that moment, the Demon Queen released a ball of energy that hit the protagonist. This caused a powerful explosion, and the worried warriors loudly called his name. They asked with a worried look, "What's going on here?" He didn't see him? Maybe he was dead? Shia said that he would never fall so easily. Jimin, who was injured after the monster's attack, looked up and said that he was there. The others were also surprised by this and asked loudly when he managed to get up there. He took out several knives in the air, threw them, and got caught in the chains. Because of this, the Demon Queen was shackled even more tightly, and she fell to her knees. He flew closer to her and dealt a very strong blow with his scythe, which made her scream loudly in pain. The people were surprised by this and loudly said that the attack worked. She was injured because of this attack and started laughing loudly. She raised her head with a wide smile and loudly said that she liked it. She continued smiling and a huge hand grew from her back. MC looked at her and wondered if she was planning to unleash her magic and use the gained power to fight him. He does not plan to drag it out. There is enough power here to finish this fight. The Demon Queen grew 2 huge arms and launched magical projectiles with them. He ran towards her with a calm expression, swung his chains and reflected all her attacks. She raised her arms and was about to deliver a very strong blow. He loudly called out to Hanchuel and said that he should give him the greatsword. He agreed and immediately threw it to him. He caught it, but she finished her attack with her huge hands. Everyone was very worried about what happened and silently watched what was happening. At that moment, he delivered a very strong blow with the sword to her arms. The Demon Queen was very surprised by this and loudly asked, "How did he do that?" He ran very quickly along her arms, jumped up and swung that sword. She looked at him with a very angry look, and he flew closer and delivered a very strong blow. The Demon Queen began to bleed because of this attack and asked, "How dare he?" The shocked warriors looked at this and asked loudly, "Is it over?" However, why isn't the crystal moving yet? Hansu looked at her with a serious expression and said that it wasn't over yet. Her appearance changed and she said with a wide smile that she hadn't felt such pain in a long time. She released a powerful wave of energy and broke free from the grip. She concentrated the energy in her hand and said that for his sake, she would now use all her strength. Shia threw her spear and hit her hand, stopping her attack. She looked in her direction with a serious expression and said that there were still all sorts of insects left. She summoned a monster that flew towards her. Jimin called her name and attacked this monster to protect her. She praised her for this and said that they had bought themselves some time, so it was worth retreating for a while. The demon queen released powerful energy and said that they could try to escape if they could. Soon she would make them disappear. She pointed her finger at him and said that now he should be rewarded for her entertainment. She released powerful energy at him, and the shockwave from the warriors threw back the rest of the warriors. A large cloud of dust rose from this attack. Hanshul said that he couldn't believe that they were thrown back just by the shockwave from the explosion. The protagonist survived this attack and threw his dagger very hard. He hit the demon queen's body with this dagger. She said loudly that she never thought he still had the strength to attack, even after such an injury. He looked at her with a smirk and said that he could finally get some peace and quiet. She pulled out the dagger with a wide smile and said that she never thought that such a weak attack could harm her, all because of these useless restrictions. If only she had more time. Then they, pathetic people, if only she could use all her power. The warriors were surprised when they noticed that the crystal had activated and the system announced that the condition had been met. The crystal portal opened. The warriors were very happy and loudly said that he had defeated the demon queen. They had succeeded. They could all move on to the next island. Unexpectedly for them, the demon queen was engulfed in powerful magical flames. MC thought that both her hearts should have been destroyed. He was very surprised when he noticed something and was about to say something loudly. The demon queen's body changed again, and she said that she was just beginning to enjoy it. They can't stop here. Even if she has to pay for this, she will bury them all here. Before this fake body has time to burn, she will finish them all. A fairy appeared in this hall and said that this is enough. A huge hand emerged from a rift in space, grabbed her, and said that someone had to use their real powers in the training zone. Violating the conditions leads to punishment, so she will be the one who will disappear from here. He said that he hadn't given her permission for this. Any independent actions were unacceptable, so he was taking her, according to the rules. She turned around with a frightening look and asked loudly, "He brought her here, and now he's forbidding her to use her powers?" She wouldn't let it go, and would kill them all. He said with a displeased look that this was why he hated dealing with half-breeds. He loudly ordered her to be quiet, and the creature killed her, squeezing its hand. The warriors were shocked by this and watched what was happening. The fairy said that there was a small misunderstanding. They shouldn't worry, he had already fixed everything. That means it's time to reward them, right? He congratulates them on their victory over the demon queen. Few have been able to participate in such an event. By the way, there is only one reward for defeating the demon queen, so he will give it to whoever made the biggest contribution. Here is his reward. An item appeared in front of Hansu, and the system notified that upon use, all runic stats would be fixed at 99% for 24 hours. There is a penalty. After the effect ends, all increased stats will drop to the minimum value. The fairy began to fly away and said that he would take care of the rest. To use the crystal, they simply need to think of the island they want to travel to. He is waiting for them on the next island. He looked at what he had received and thought that with this, he had achieved everything he had come to the central island for. The energy he had recently felt was definitely the energy of the abyss. However, he still had a long way to go. Hanchol approached him and asked, "They put in so much effort and only got one reward?" Jungwook said he shouldn't worry. Everyone knew he saved them. He agreed and said it wasn't like anyone was strong enough to take his reward from him just because they wanted to. Shia said the Smog clan clearly wouldn't stay silent. Although they had become suspiciously quiet, since they didn't come out when they fought the demon queen, why don't they deal with it now? The protagonist said it was probably over by now. Hanchol looked at him and asked what he meant by that. Suddenly, people noticed that their marks were gone and asked, "Have the monarchs disappeared? Where did they go?" Considering the tattoos were gone, they were most likely already dead. After all, they captured them. Shia turned around with a surprised expression and asked, "Did the Smog clan betray them?" She can't believe they used a special forces unit to kidnap the monarchs. At the same time, an assassin stood in the forest and killed a group of people, and MC thought that it looked like the cleanup was complete. A few minutes ago, Gupte teleported to this forest and said that he didn't know exactly where they were, but judging by the tower, they were in the right place. He thought that his job, as a monarch in disguise, was to disrupt the work of the monarchs of the central island and then kill them. However, his life and the heads of these monarchs should be enough to cover up his disobedience to orders. It was easy to set traps while the monarchs feared him. The warriors tied up the captured members of Juhyun's squad, and he thought that now he could give his clan enormous power. Earlier, Hansu handed him the crystals and said that he should use this situation to rise. He can control the clan members by turning their monarchs into members of the special forces unit. However, However, he already knows this, considering that he has already created the Special Forces unit. He should just not cause trouble here, and he will turn a blind eye to what he is doing to them. Gukte thought that they made a deal only to avoid conflict in a crisis situation. He turned around and said that they should stay in touch since they were in the wrong place. One of the warriors heard some sound and said that someone was there. At that moment, someone killed one of the warriors. He noticed it and asked loudly, "Who is there?" He was very worried because he did not sense anyone. The person who did it asked, "Did he really come?" He was already doubting it. It was not for nothing that he was preparing. He turned around and said loudly that they do not show themselves. There can't be many of them. They must have an advantage. He looked down and asked why his legs were not moving and what was under his feet. He was being sucked into the ground. The stranger said that this was a temporary effect. He buried a trap artifact. A guy in a white mask ran up to him from behind and said that it would activate after a certain amount of time. How useful is it to know where someone would end up, right? He turned to him with a very worried look and said that it couldn't be. How did he know where he would end up? He didn't answer him and killed him along with the other warrior. Jiyun screamed loudly out of fear and said that he was asking for mercy. If he didn't kill him, he would do everything for him. The stranger grabbed his head and refused. Immediately after that, he slammed his head on the ground very hard and said that to his regret, he didn't have what he needed. He recited and said that he should wait for the people from the central island to come and kill them all. He took off his mask and said that when he first heard about the central island and the tower, he didn't know what he was talking about. However, as always, he is amazing. He remembered that the protagonist had asked earlier. He asked to use it, right? If he wants to do things right, then this is what he will tell him. If he can endure what he says, then he will become much stronger than those who started on the same terms. He must go to the place he told him about. He must decide for himself whether he will follow him. Sanjin said that trusting him and following him was the best choice in his life. Now, he just has to wait. At the same time, Wangkyung said in a very dissatisfied voice that he was dead. His subordinate looked at him and asked, "Who is he talking about, Gupte?" The central island failed, didn't it? He said that the last time he contacted was from the Demon Queen's fortress, so he probably died there. Well, he expected this to happen, so it doesn't matter. However, it seems like they have developed an irritant factor. They come to Tower Island since it has more rewards than the other islands. There is only one way here after using the crystal. They were all standing around a crystal similar to the one in the Demon Queen's hall, and he said that none of them would pass through it unscathed. The island map given out on the Ascension Path shows hundreds of islands to climb. The islands are divided into 3 groups. It all starts with the first group at the beginning of the Ascension Path. Then comes the second group, which includes the central island, and the third group is the end of the training. It is said that among the islands of the third group, there is one that contains especially valuable rewards, Tower Island. The decision to rush for rewards that will help them become stronger is obvious. At the same time, in the hall where the Demon Queen was killed, someone asked what he meant. MC was eating meat and said that if they want to go to Tower Island just for good rewards, they should think twice. Otherwise, they will also be destroyed. They need to remember how it all ended when they went to the central island for rewards. They should think carefully. This is sincere advice on his part. The same applies to them. Surviving on Tower Island will be much harder than on the central island. There's no point in dying without any opportunity to become stronger. The people standing nearby asked, "What should they do then?" Shia asked, "So that means he won't go to Tower Island?" He said there's always a way to get any reward from any island. It's just a warning. It's up to them to decide. She thought for a moment. He seemed like the type to like risks, but was she wrong? Jungwook approached them and said he was right. Their clan had grown, convincing the remaining travelers to join them. After the monarchs disappeared, however, everyone was tired and they all needed rest, so going to a safer place was a good idea. However, since they were planning to leave this place soon, he wanted to thank him for everything. Thanks to him, they were able to survive. He offered him his hand, but Hansu just smiled and said they'd see each other if he was alive. He agreed, called Hanchol, and said it was time for them to go. Jimin asked if they should get ready too. Shia said that he said not to go to the Tower Island. It seemed that nothing bad would happen if they followed his advice. The others asked if they should go somewhere too. He was already sick of places like this. It would be stupid to go somewhere that even he couldn't handle. He stood up and said that they should go. He still had things to do. Jungwook said that then they would go first. He stopped in front of the portal, turned around and said that he wished for all of them to survive. He hoped that they would meet again soon. Shia, with a calm expression, said that she could say goodbye if she wanted. Jimin refused and said that she would just go ahead. She turned around and said that she didn't know about goodbye, but they would see each other again. They all left, and he stood in front of the disappearing crystal. He turned around and asked why she didn't leave. Yeon, with a smirk, asked, why doesn't he go first? She wants to check something. He agreed, went into the portal, and quietly said that they would see each other on the next island. She didn't hear this and asked what he said. They were whispering, so she doesn't know where they went, but at least someone will go the right way. After some time, Wonkyung stood at the portal and said that a decent amount of time had passed since receiving that message. Was anyone even coming here? He took his weapon in his hand and said that they should get ready. He suddenly ran forward and said loudly that he would go first. He ran very quickly to the portal Yeon came out of it, and he loudly warned her that she should duck. She dodged his blow with a frightened expression on her face and called him monarch. She looked at him and said that this was quite an active greeting. She asked why she came alone and where the others were. She said that she deliberately waited until everyone left and only then came here. He said that no one passed by. He said not a single person at all. Is she sure that she stayed until the very end? She said that she definitely saw them all leave. There can be no mistake. She can't believe that they all fell for the trick of that chain lover. He said this loudly, as if he was going to convince everyone. He said that both of these monarchs fled with their tails between their legs from the words of this freak. Out of anger, he destroyed a tree that was nearby and said that he was starting to irritate him. They couldn't kill any of them. Looking for a portal using his people is pointless. Does she know why he's doing this? She said that given how he fought on the front lines, it seems he wants to protect people. He hasn't killed anyone yet. Wang Kyung, with a serious expression, said that means he will be a hindrance to his plans. She should tell her clanmates on the other islands that if they notice Hansu, they should get rid of him. Yeon said that, however, he seems strong as a monarch, so maybe instead of a direct attack. She didn't have time to finish because he refused and asked, "Didn't she say that he doesn't kill people? If they rush at him, it might work." She should tell them not to hold back. She shouldn't forget their goal. She hasn't forgotten what those monarchs did, right? Any possible interference must be removed in advance at any cost. This is for the sake of those they lost. She must describe his appearance and the weapon he used to everyone, and now they are heading to the tower. She looked at him and asked, "Won't he wait?" He said that waiting was not for him. They must leave now. As soon as they left, the protagonist emerged from the portal and said that it seemed like everyone had left. If he was the same as he remembered him, he wouldn't wait. He could pass now. After some time, he came to Sanjin and asked how long he was going to stand there. He took off his hood and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He did as he said. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked, "Did he bring everything he asked for?" He handed him the item and asked with a smile, "Is he still the same, right?" He brought him the earrings of the 7 relatives. He doesn't know how he's going to use it, but he didn't have time to finish because he said that he still found it. He did a good job. He's very happy. Now he'll head to the next island. He was very surprised when he saw what happened to him after using this item and asked what happened to him. Is it because of the artifact? MC turned into a woman and said that with this, it would be difficult to detect him. In that case, he can now go to the tower, right? After some time on the tower island, first floor, main hall, the people who were here said that there were more people on this side. However, he would prefer to go where there were fewer people. Pumbo said that he was quite lucky that he got to a place where apparently they give out the most rewards. However, there are fewer people here than he thought. What's going on here? By now, that little jerk should have appeared and started explaining everything sarcastically. However, he's not here. He noticed Hansu, who was standing nearby, and wondered, who is she? She looks familiar. He became worried when she turned around and thought she was coming his way. She walked up to him and said that he had been looking at her all this time. "Does he want to say something?" he asked. "Have they met before?" Even her manner of speech was strangely familiar. The guy with glasses noticed them and asked, "Are the two of them together? If there is no one else in their group, maybe they should join them?" He was about to say something about it, but she peeked out and agreed to go with him. They came to a group of people and he asked, "Do they have enough people? Maybe they should go already?" Everyone was looking for their clanmates and grouping up with them, so it wasn't easy. Finding someone to go with, he is very glad that they found them. It seems there is a limit to the number of people in one room. The higher they go in the tower, the more interesting rewards they can get. Another guy with a calm expression asked, "They just have to go inside, right? They just enter the room, defeat everyone else who leaves, and take the rewards. Isn't that obvious? They're not here to make friends, so what's the point of all this talk? How many of them do he think will survive? You can already tell who's going to die soon, so there's no point in wasting time, right?" After that, they entered the dungeon, started fighting the monsters, and the people loudly said that it's best to hit them one by one. They should separate them from the group. One of the monsters slammed its head on the ground really hard. The girl jumped back and screamed in fear. The protagonist noticed this and thought that the earrings of the 7 kinsmen halved his stats. He wasn't planning on fighting head-on in this state, but he should evaluate his level a little. She jumped over the guy and said that he shouldn't stand in the way. He threw his dagger and hit the monster's head. Immediately after that, she jumped on top of the monster and dealt a very strong blow with another dagger. He thought that if it weren't for the weakening, he would have managed without a weapon, but now he needs 2 hits with a weapon. The girl thanked her for saving her and said that it was amazing that she had killed such a huge ant with such a small weapon. She must have fought a lot on other islands and seen a lot of stronger people, right? There's someone very strong that she is looking for. She heard that he helps people and uses a chain weapon. Does she know this person? She really wants to meet him. MC turned to her and said that she should stop asking meaningless questions. They need to move on. Pumbo said that he doesn't think a little talk will hurt them. Why is she reacting like that? The girl looked at him and said that she heard that he did a lot on the central island. She said his name, and he said that he kind of knows him. They started out together. She said with a happy expression on her face that it means he is his comrade, That's amazing. He asked, however, how does she know about him? She said with a happy expression that she had heard stories from travelers about how strong he was. He was his comrade, after all, so maybe he knew where he was now? He said he wasn't sure about that. He was always busy with something, so even if he didn't know where he was now, he thought that if rumors were talking about a strong guy with that name, it must be that guy he knew. Come to think of it, she reminded him a bit. At first, he thought he only knew how to talk well. If he hadn't been there, many would have died. He was probably already far ahead of him. The people killed a group of monsters, and one of them said that those damned ants don't leave artifacts, only runes, and that's at best. Given the low difficulty and the large number of people, the quality of the artifacts is also reduced. They should see there's a door similar to the one they entered through. Now they can go to the next floor. Maybe they'll start getting artifacts when they leave here. They should all go together and find out. Suddenly, one of them attacked another warrior and said that unfortunately, he couldn't allow this. The fewer people, the higher the rank of the artifacts. So if they all went there, the artifacts would be disgusting again. Why look for a room with the least number of people if he could kill them and take all the artifacts for himself? He continued to kill his comrades while some tried to escape and others to negotiate. He ran towards Hansu with a mad smile and loudly said that they were only dying because they thought about running away instead of fighting. They were all just weaklings. That's why killing them was so easy. She took out her dagger with a calm expression, but he knocked it out of her hands with a blow from his halberd. She fell to the ground, and he asked what was that? Wasn't she the strongest among them? She turned out to be weaker than he thought. Pumbo watched what was happening with a worried look and told the girl next to him that she should hide behind him. When he gave the signal, she should run back with all her might. She took out a crossbow and said that he should stand still. If he moved, she might miss. She killed the madman with one shot, who began to kill his comrades. He turned around with a surprised expression and said that she was amazing. She took advantage of his distraction. Well done. She said it was her first time using a crossbow, so she wasn't that good. He complimented her on a great shot and she pointed her weapon at him. She shot him in the head and said that she wanted to kill them both with one shot. After that, she started collecting runes and said that now that she got rid of everyone, it was worth seeing if she got good loot. She put her hand to her ear, called out to the monarch, and said that in room 10, there was no guy with a chain on the first floor. As a consolation, she took care of everyone else. The protagonist began to get to his feet, while she said that if she caught him, it would be a great gift for him. She would tell if she found him on the next floor, over and done with. He got her attention by asking, what if he was still here? She was surprised by this, but he immediately chained her up. He walked up to her, put a dagger to her throat, and asked if she was looking for him. The girl was very scared and said that she definitely saw her fall unconscious. He said with a calm expression that it seemed his acting skills weren't that bad. She might not even think about contacting her monarch. The effect of the earring wore off, and he said that he would convey his greetings to her monarch. Immediately after that, he killed her with one blow, and she fell to the ground. He said that it seemed that only she was sent here. He didn't expect them to give up so easily, but they would meet sooner or later. He shouldn't be impatient. He thought that what he heard in the training area in his past life was that the hidden dungeons were not separate entities. The Tower Island had its own structure, through which, in order to rise to the next floor, it was necessary to pass through the dungeons. This meant that there could be dungeons beyond the third floor. This is the ultimate goal of the training zone. MC activated the earrings effect again, arrived at the main hall of the second floor, and thought that before that, he should do a couple of things. First, his current artifacts are outdated. With the exception of the growing artifact, the Nirma ring, the effectiveness of the others is already too low. He must find new artifacts to replace the colorless ones. He will use the directions Kangtae gave him. Someone next to him loudly said that only 50 people can leave the first floor. They need to hurry. Several people entered the dungeon, where a fairy greeted them and said that he would explain about the rooms on the second floor separately. However, they have already waited for a long time, right? So he suggests they begin. Welcome to Treasure Island. He should warn them that their insight has led them to the right place. Of all the rooms on the second floor, this is the largest. They need to defeat the guardian guarding the treasure and bring the treasure to the center of the island, where it can be exchanged for artifacts. Their time is limited to 2 weeks, and of course, if everything were that simple, it wouldn't be interesting. Only those who exchange treasures for artifacts and those who have artifacts can leave this room. In other words, those without artifacts will die. There's only one treasure, so they either get 50 artifacts and save everyone, or choose one artifact, but few will survive. However, the fewer artifacts, the higher their rank. He hopes they make a wise choice. There are 128 guardians in total. He'll mark them on the map. Hansu looked around and thought that these were quite difficult conditions, and he wondered how they would cope. The girl said she proposed dividing into 5 groups of 10 people. Each group would have to find and destroy 2 guardians a day. Everyone can handle that, right? The people asked. Is she suggesting that the clans work together? Only 10 people per team? People without clans would be at a disadvantage. He thought, with a calm expression, that strategically, this was not a bad idea. The guy named Hoso pointed a finger back and said that they agreed to it. 2 guards a day? Sounds adequate. Whoever fails will be to blame. Their clan was already divided into groups. He looked at this and thought that this meant that the two who seemed the strongest set the tone for everything. The rest of the people said that for now, they had no choice but to follow them if they wanted to survive. When they found the treasure, they would tell everyone and immediately go to the center. Then 5 more people should come here. There were more than 10 people in their clan. The protagonist looked at the map and thought that 128 guards were distributed throughout the area, since the dungeon was quite large and he had to move on. For now, it would be better to go alone. After he left, a girl named Unchai noticed and asked where that woman went. He thought that in this place he should find the hidden treasure, the Philosopher's Stone. He remembered Kangtai saying he was sure no one else could succeed. He was saying this specifically for him, so he should listen carefully. Among the orbs obtained for killing the guards, there were no standouts, with the exception of one shining one. People were greedy for the treasure and threw away ordinary orbs that held no interest to them. However, he discovered that they were not useless. He figured this out with his genius mind. If you collect 32 orbs, you can exchange them for an artifact that quite successfully disguises itself as a Philosopher's Stone. Finding hidden events is incredibly easy for him. Keldian adjusted his glasses and said that he was talking too much for someone who simply collected discarded orbs out of greed. Currently, MC took out his weapon and said that although this is not the fake that Envy Aaron ate, it has the same effect, so he must get it. He thought that the dungeon wasn't easy, and the number of times he could encounter them was limited. To handle it faster, he should go alone, if he was far enough away to avoid being caught. At the same time, a guard with a large cannonball on his head emerged from underground. People passing by heard it, and one of them said that the sounds were coming from nearby. The fairy said that the second guardian was dead, and he congratulated them all on it. This was the second one to fall that day, and at this rate they would handle it quickly. This attracted Unche's attention, and someone loudly said that she mustn't lose concentration. She turned around with a calm expression and easily dodged the monster's attack. Immediately after, she delivered a very powerful kick and threw it away. Hoshok shot the monster with his bow and said that she was able to dodge it without even looking in that direction. Why was he even helping her? She said that, in general, he should have handled this alone. He put the bow behind his back and said that they didn't even find one guard, but someone had already killed 2. After all, they only come across monsters. She said that the first and second guardians weren't defeated by anyone's group. They were defeated alone. She has that feeling. He asked with a thoughtful expression. If the monarch said so, then it's true. What do they think about it? She turned away with a displeased look and said that he can't call her that. This ability really irritates her. They should stop talking nonsense and hurry. It seems that what was in front of them is no longer there, so they will turn right. She noticed something and said that something is coming towards them. That ominous and powerful aura that she felt at the very beginning. At the same time, another group was walking through the forest, and their leader said that he told them not to hunt the guardians. Even if they find the treasure, they won't be able to deliver it to the altar. They should just look at the other teams. There are plenty of strong travelers there. One of them agreed and said that they can't just sit and hide. He turned around, agreed, and said that while the others were looking for the guards, they would take the chance to get stronger. Even hunting the monsters that were nearby would give them enough strength to fight. Then they would simply attack those who would return with the treasure. To be honest, he didn't think anyone would notice that several people were missing. Yunche was watching them from hiding, and he said that if they couldn't find the treasure in 2 weeks, they would all die. She said that if others started acting like that, they would get into trouble. However, that strange feeling wasn't because of them. They were very surprised when they noticed Hansu, who was standing next to them, agreed and said that in situations like this, order came first. They turned to him, and one of them loudly asked, "Who is she?" She looked at him and thought she was covered in bruises. Why was she traveling alone? Besides, she was the source of this strange feeling. Hoshok took aim at him and asked why she snuck up behind them and what she wanted. It seemed like she was alone here, so it was better to answer honestly. He stood calmly by the tree and said that nothing special, she just wanted to make one proposal. He continued to aim his bow and ask if she was crazy. Why would they even listen to her? He looked at him with a calm expression and said that being on guard was right, but they were afraid of the wrong person. She was not here to talk to them. He called the clan monarch and said that she wanted to talk to that lady over there. However, she knows this herself, given her high intuition stat. She looked at him and thought that she was the reason for that strange feeling earlier. It is not easy to recognize the clan monarch in her, but she is sure of it. Either her intuition is as strong as hers, or not only her appearance but she herself is just an artificial shell. Be that as it may, something sinister is hidden inside her. If she wanted, she could. She didn't have time to finish her thought because the protagonist said that she doesn't need to strain herself so much. Didn't she tell her? She's only here to make a proposal. Bozok asked what she was trying to do. If she keeps talking nonsense about the monarch or something like that. He didn't have time to finish because Unche loudly ordered them to step back and said that she would talk to her. He looked at her, lowered his weapon, and thought that our monarch had never been so worried. She said that she seemed strong enough to handle everything alone. Why strain herself and make any proposals to them? She wants to know the reason. Even if she is strong, they won't back down just like that. He said with a calm expression that everyone has their reasons. She needs someone who will fight in the front lines instead of her. She asked if she wants them to deal with that group that passed by here recently. She understands what she wants, but they can't handle a group of 40 people. He asked, what is she talking about? They will need to handle 10 people at a time. Besides, those guys are weaker than them. She should use her monarch ability, start turning the weakest group into members of her clan and increase their numbers. Because of this, her intuition began to sound the alarm, and she thought that managing even a small group is already a serious problem. But she wants to recruit even more people? Who does she think she is? An elementary school teacher, and why should she even agree? Her intuition hints that saying this out loud could be dangerous. Hoseok stood behind her and thought that she was already complaining about the large number of people. She grabbed her head and said that, to be honest, she wanted to quietly walk through this room without doing anything. However, it looks like she has no choice, so she will try. MC remained standing and said that she will watch. She left with a dissatisfied look and said that she was sure that it wouldn't work. A system window appeared in front of him, and he said that someone with intuition, which is hard to get in the training zone, could easily handle such a task. Now that he easily killed the guard and got the treasure, it was the perfect time to prepare for the next step with the King of Intelligence. After some time, they captured several people, and Hoseok told the monarch that they were giving up their tattoos. Yoonchae, with a calm expression, said that they were already part of the clan. There were only 4 of them, so they would just tie them up. The captured members of the other clan said that there was no need to tie them up. Do they really treat them like this because they are from another clan? They haven't done anything. She looked at them with a dissatisfied look and thought that in the end, she is doing as she was told. Not excluding these people, she made everyone here members of her clan. She said with a displeased expression that it was very tiring and she really didn't want it. The fairy said that he congratulated them on finding the treasure. They should take it to him for exchange. She was surprised by this and asked, however, if everyone is here, then who discovered the treasure? A member of her clan called the monarch handed her a glowing sphere and said that he found it under that tree. She looked at it and said that she did say that she would let them leave here easily. This is a real treasure, right? After some time, she gave it to him, and the fairy said that he confirmed that it was a real treasure. It's a pity that no one died. They did well. However, it seems they didn't get it directly. She asked, and because of this, they won't get a reward? He snapped his fingers and said that there was no need to rush and worry. He would give them enough time to choose. Buttons with numbers appeared in front of her, and he asked which number she would choose. Since she is the leader of the clan, the one and only golden cape flies past her. People looked at her with worried looks and really hoped that she would choose 50. She looked at the numbers with a smirk and asked what she should choose. Maybe 1 and kill everyone here? The people became very worried about this and loudly asked to be saved and said that she must save them all. They will serve her as their monarch. She turned around and said that, however, it seems to be getting too boring. Don't they think so? Then what about the survival games? All clan members must kill themselves or kill everyone else. That is the monarch's order. They became indignant about this and loudly asked what she said. Does she seriously think they will carry out this order just because she is the monarch? She ran away, and they noticed that the clan tattoo disappeared from their arms, and they asked if they were no longer members of the clan. Does that mean they can act freely now? The fairy asked with a disgruntled expression. Did she really think such a literally murderous order would work without even the slightest loyalty? How pathetic they are. They just need to get out of here. This place will soon be sealed, because the path to the 3rd floor is already open. They all immediately ran through the portal they saw nearby. A girl from another clan managed to untie herself and said that they should wait. She will now free the others. They must quickly report this to the monarch. He went ahead of them, so he should already be on the 3rd floor. Hansu stood behind a tree next to them. One of them contacted the monarch and said that they could have killed them all here, but they were interrupted. Does she want her to come now? She is already leaving. Getting to the monarch is the most important thing now. She loudly said that they must go to the 3rd floor. The monarch is in danger, so they cannot idle. He watched them and thought that now they should bring him to their leader. The path to the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor itself are quite vast, since it's a dungeon. So finding a specific person is practically impossible, and there's only one solution. He remembered how Keldian had said earlier that if they didn't capture the Dark Monarch in the training area and went to the Red Zone, everything they'd done so far would be meaningless. They had to close off all the paths and direct him in one direction. The Tower Island was the perfect place to do something like that. Eris came to them, agreed, and said that it would be impossible to do this on the first 2 floors of the tower, but the 3rd floor was suitable. There are hundreds of starting points on the 3rd floor, but once he gets to the 3rd floor, he'll need the help of his clanmates, so he'll start calling them from everywhere. This will be his only chance. The 3rd floor of the tower is the threshold to the real other world. This place simulates the environment of the next Red Zone. It's different from the real one, but still similar. The monsters that live there are on another level, so they'll lure him out. That's their plan. Kangtae said that if he sensed them coming after him, he'd immediately hide. They should strike when he felt safe. He's very cautious, so he's willing to bet that he'll try to lead his real clansmen into the red zone. Although the Dark Monarch isn't as strong as him, he's still not easy to defeat. That's why he wants to know what to do to get rid of him, right? Right now, the protagonist thought it was a decent imitation of the Philosopher's Stone he'd obtained during his treasure hunt. His final preparations were complete. However, before that, he had to deal with the insane Dark Monarch here on the 3rd floor. He passed through the portal and said that he could finally get a good look at his face. Inchai stood nearby with a smirk and asked if they should follow her for now. Wonkyung waved his hand and shouted for them to contact all his clansmen. They must tell them to head to the 3rd floor immediately. He thought the place was filled with intense heat and poison. The next second, the monster opened its enormous mouth, and he thought, this is a place where monsters appear endlessly. Then he lowered his gaze and, frowning, said, and this is only preparation for another world. Turning around, he thought, they said they won't interfere, so it seems they don't need to. The monster approached him directly, leaping from the ground, but the next second, Wonkyung thrust his weapon into the wide-open mouth. The monster then closed its mouth. The monarch gritted his teeth and tried to press down on the monster, then split its head in two. One of his subordinates shouted, "Sir, at this rate." Then he shouted, "Don't retreat. They must stay close to him if they want to survive." He climbed up to the monster and, raising his fist, shouted, "They will not be defeated. They must not let the monsters push them back." The others shouted, "Accepted." They must believe in their leader. Wonkyung thought, he must not die here. He cannot retreat. His clan is the strongest of those who have entered this tower. He destroyed all these people to get here. He could not have miscalculated. They will break through. After a while, he said, "There are few monsters here. Is it because of this shard? What an unpleasant aura, as if this shard were alive." He looked inside the shard. It seemed as if many bodies were floating inside. He asked, "Is there anyone inside?" A fairy flew up to him and said, "It's a beautiful view, isn't it? This place could be a good tourist attraction. Of course, there is more here than just beauty. He should take a closer look. Maybe they will even see familiar faces. If someone has passed through the training zone, anyone can be found here." Wonkyung ran to the crystal and put his hands on it. He shouted. Inside this crystal, he saw a silhouette and said desperately, "Sojung, my daughter." He knelt down and, sighing, said, if only he had become a monarch sooner. Just before this, a huge monster was approaching the team. The monarch shouted, "They are getting lost. We must leave them." Sojung, kneeling, extended her hand and desperately begged them not to leave them. "Daddy, he has to save her." Wonkyung shouted for her to hold on. "Daddy now." Before he could finish speaking, the monarch extended his hand to him and shouted, "Stop. He must protect him." "That's an order." He objected. "But his daughter," he shouted. "His job is to protect him, not these useless nobodies. He is his monarch. If he had known there were such monsters here, he would have sent them forward as cannon fodder." At that moment, Wonkyung held his daughter in his arms and desperately begged for her to wake up. He was begging, not her. The monarch said he could consider her the honor of dying for the monarch. He said that if he had known their monarch would treat his daughter like expendable material, he would not have joined the guild. The next second, the monarch ran forward and shouted at him to shut up. They must move. They don't have much time before they swallow the bait. The next second, Wonkyung charged, striking the man in the stomach. He was indignant. He couldn't resist his orders. How dare he resist him? Wonkyung, holding a bloody weapon, said that if trash like him could become a monarch, then he could become one. He stood over the body and, looking at his hand, thought that receiving the title of monarch was a sign from above. It was his destiny to kill such parasites. He clenched his fist and said, thanks to this ability, tears streamed down his face. He thought, for his daughter's sake, he would rule all the monarchs and would not stop until he found his son. In the present, he reached his trembling hand to the crystal and said that he thought he would never see her again. Then he cried out, "Thank you, the Lord is giving him a sign again. Please, they have to tell him how to get her. He can resurrect her, right?" The fairy folded his arms over his chest and told him to calm down. This is just a replica of where they brought them from. They made a copy of this information and placed it inside this cross. Of course, it's just a copy, but it has the same powers and memories. Maybe that means something to him. The rules are simple. To create something new, you need ingredients. He must put someone alive inside. Wonkyung said that means his son could be there too. Haran asked, all the dead are inside this cross, but how will they find people for the sacrifice? Wonkyung turned around and said he only saw one. He thought Sojung would return if he sacrificed the weakest, if he killed one of the people here. Then Fairy said he didn't think it would work. Obviously, he couldn't use the clan members. That would be too easy. They wanted a more interesting show. Returning here later wouldn't be an option, so he had to choose carefully. Incidentally, while they were talking, 4 more people entered the floor. There weren't many living people left in the tower, right? Well, he should have guessed earlier. Wonkyung slammed his fist on the crystal and shouted, "Damn it, so nothing can be done, despite coming all the way here. A chance to see his daughter again. He'd only just gotten this chance." Then he clutched his head. Yeon, looking at him, shouted, "Monarch, people are coming up here," and those who were coming up were defeated. He smirked and ordered them to be captured alive. After some time, the protagonist wiped the sweat from his face and said, "It's a shame I can't have a cigarette." They had finally arrived. He looked at the clan standing nearby and thought, one of those who should be eliminated along with the berserker monarch. The maddened dark monarch, Lee Wonkyung. Even listing his crimes would be a challenge. Of course, these crimes are from his past, but they will soon be fulfilled. The maddened dark monarch, unable to resurrect his daughter, will focus on finding his son and will be dragged into the abyss. In his desperate attempts to find his son, he will commit massacre, becoming a killer far beyond his current level. The protagonist took up arms and thought, I'll have to end him here, but he will save his son. It will be better that way. The next second, Yeon screamed, It's him, the one with the chain. Wonkyung spread his arms and laughed, shouting, What luck, to think that the one they wanted to kill would actually come here. This must be a gift for Sojung. Then he shouted, his meaningless life finally having meaning. Their gazes locked, and then the monarch swung his weapon and leaped to attack. The next second, a huge monster burst from the ground, scattering the travelers in all directions. Yeon called out again in alarm, Monarch, and he, looking at the monster, shouted, Damn it, if that creature continues to rampage here, all they can do is run. Turning around, he told them to watch out for that guy with the chains. Yeon, she must go back and keep an eye on him. Before he could finish, MC said, No need. Using his weapon, he wrapped the chains around the monster, and the next second he swung this one, cutting the creature into several pieces. He said, the obstacle is removed. Then he added, since he is not coming to him, he will go to him. With these words, he adjusted his grip on the weapon and ran toward the monarch. Wonkyung, frowning, thought, this guy is a real monster. He shouted, clanmates, they must attack him. The next second, the travelers leaped at the protagonist, but he swung his weapon with ease, scattering the attackers in all directions. The monarch said rumors said he doesn't kill. Looks like they were lying. Harin folded her arms and said Yeon's information was useless. The next second, Yeon held her weapon in front of her, blocking the protagonist's attack, and shouted that she knew he was strong. But why isn't he using any abilities? He clearly doesn't have any useful skills. And then the monarch said, okay, he'll trust her again. They should overwhelm him with numbers. If he doesn't have powerful defensive skills, then they can relocate him. They must prepare to use skills. Clanmates with charge skills. They must lead the attack and prevent him from moving. They ran forward and shouted, yes, Sir Monarch. Then the protagonist, pushing off the ground, leaped forward, easily leaping over the attackers. Yeon, watching him, noticed that he was strong. She swung her weapon and shouted at him to try and dodge it. At that moment, the protagonist conjured a weapon in his hand and thought, since he couldn't dodge, then he'd counterattack. The next second, he used the conjured weapon to block the girl's attack and thought, she's quite strong. Exchanging blows will eventually lead to injury. As the attackers charged at him again and again, the monarch shouted, it worked! They must keep pressing him. But MC continued to attack them with his weapon, using his chain to push the attackers in different directions. The next second, several runes flew out of the boy. The snake darted forward, caught the stones, and then threw them into the protagonist's hands. One of the people present was surprised. What was that? He was carrying a monster? His friend said that it ate the runes. Wonkyung shouted, they must stop it. They mustn't let the monster swallow any more runes. He thought he wanted to use them to become stronger. The next second, Harin thrust her hand forward, creating magical symbols under the protagonist's feet, from which roots emerged, clinging to his legs. Yeon leaped upward, raising her weapon, and shouted, now! She then attacked the protagonist, but he managed to extend a chain in front of him, blocking her attack. The monarch shouted, don't stop. They have come so far to take revenge on the clans that trampled them into the dirt. They must not give up. They must destroy all the vermin that stand in their way, for their fallen comrades, for their deceased families. His words would guide their lives, guide their revenge. The protagonist thought, if necessary, he would force his clansmen to fight regardless of their condition. Even though this contradicted his words about not viewing his subordinates as expendable, he would try to weaken them before giving it his all. The longer he dragged out the fight, the more wounds he took. Then, dodging another attack, he thought, this is no time to relax, he needs to finish. Then he jumped up, and Harin shouted that she would tie him up, but the protagonist took the dagger back into his hand and said that wouldn't happen. Then he plunged it into the magical symbol under his foot. She looked at her hand and cried out in surprise. The skill had stopped working. Then the protagonist ran forward, swinging his chain, scattering the attackers in all directions. He approached Harin, and she, looking at him, smirked. He was fooled. The next second, magical tentacles began to wrap around his leg, pinning him to the ground. She screamed. Did he really think she didn't expect him to rush towards her? The monarch said, no matter how much he struggled, he was just one man. He could barely breathe. Then he reached for his weapon and said, it's time to pay for his empty boasting. After that, he swung his weapon sharply, plunging it into the protagonist's shoulder, after which he joyfully shouted, he won! He won! Now his daughter will live again. The first step towards his goal, finally. Then the protagonist asked, was he done dangling? Reaching out, he grabbed the enemy's weapon, and pulling it from his shoulder, said that it seemed he didn't realize that he was the one who walked into a trap. There was no one here to protect him. After that, he took the weapon back in his hand and said that he would see if he could escape from such a distance. Wonkyung drew his weapon and after fending off the enemy's attack, shouted, idiot! Did he really think he didn't have a spare weapon? He'd seen through all his tricks. It wouldn't work anymore. MC asked, "Is that so?" It seemed he had the wrong impression. He never said that this chain was his only weapon. Then he recreated the dagger in his hand. The monarch, perplexed, shouted, "What the hell?" The next second, the dagger pierced his body. Haran, seeing this, called out to him in fear, screaming for him to get away from the monarch. She won't forgive him. Wonkyung knelt down and, looking at the protagonist, said that he never thought he would use himself as bait. This is their chance. They need to kill him before he recovers from his wound. The protagonist said that if he wants to kill someone, he must be prepared to die himself. Does he have the resolve for such a thing? He must watch his subordinates die, as he always did. After a while, he held Yeon by the shirt, and she was kneeling. Wonkyung, pressing his hand to his stomach, shouted, "Why is he going so far to stop him? What did he do to him that he is treating him like this? Is it because of the rules he set? That stupid rule, no killing travelers?" The protagonist said, and again, not long ago, Wonkyung asked, "Is it because they broke the rules created by his organization? Why did he chase him for so long? To kill? He wants to take revenge there?" Kang Tae indignantly asked, "What? Does he even know how many hundreds of people he killed? Because of this, even members of his clan. Kang Hansu must step back. He will crush his skull." Wonkyung asked, "And what will that change? This world is what it is. Those people would have died anyway, even without him. But why did Sojung and Minte have to die first? What wrong did they do? He says he's saving people? What right does he have to say that? He couldn't even save his son or daughter. It's all because of them, the hypocrites and vile monarchs. It's all because of this damned world. That's why he tried to destroy everything, people or monarchs, even the world itself. Why would he follow such laws?" In the present, he was screaming at him to look around. He himself was just a crazy maniac. Isn't he a hypocrite? Or don't his rules apply to him? The protagonist replied that he wasn't killing them because they broke his rules. Or did he think he had a lot of free time? He crouched closer to him and said that there were limits to increasing strength simply through hunting. They were just a stepping stone on his path, his goal. Not long before, Keldian had said that it wasn't just the unification of humanity. Beyond the 3 trials, they must prepare for what was to come in the future by any means necessary, even if it meant killing everyone in the training area. With these words, he placed his hand on the book and then asked, "Eris, she has an objection, doesn't she?" She turned her gaze to him. At that moment, Kang Tae approached them. He smiled awkwardly and, scratching the back of his head, told Eris not to worry. He would handle such an important matter himself. He would kill everyone who stood in their way and take their treasures for himself. He would become a famous hero and a ladies' man. But before he could finish speaking, Eris punched him in the face and said that she did not agree to sacrifice the minority for the majority. They really needed to become stronger, since they did not know what awaited them in the hidden dungeon. He shouted, "It actually hurt. Does she know?" She clenched her fist and added, "However, they must find another way besides killing everyone for strength." Kang Tae, turning to Keldian, asked, "What did he just say?" Then he looked at the magic symbol next to him and said thoughtfully, "Honestly, there's no one better for this task than him." The next second, MC approached them and asked what the calculations said. Kang Tae, lying on the ground, replied that the hidden dungeon tower must be cleared for a good future. Keldian added, "However, it won't be cleared with a simple hunt. There are people who need to be dealt with before the training ends. They'll need to get rid of them anyway, so they need to do it profitably." Kang Tae approached the protagonist and, raising his index finger, smiled, then remarked that it was true. If they kill all the bad guys and obtain their runes, they will definitely become strong enough to clear that hidden dungeon. They'll strengthen their bodies, and they'll become heroes. Amazing. The protagonist indicated that if they all agree, then so will he. Then Keldian placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Hansu, don't overcomplicate things. Anyone who gets in the way of their goal, he must." In the present tense, he said he tried to kill him. He walked over heads to get here. So why is he pretending he didn't deserve it? Isn't it better to think that this is precisely the reason they clashed? With these words, he pressed the dagger to the opponent's neck, and he said that he thought he was trying to act like a hero, but that's what he really is, huh? He thought they were messing with the wrong guy. What he foresaw had arrived much sooner than he expected. Then he said that if he found his son, he must keep an eye on him. He had the same red eyes as him. The protagonist said that he didn't have time for that, but if his plan succeeded, everyone, including his son, would live. He still didn't understand what he was talking about. The next second, he swung his weapon, taking the monarch's life. After that, he looked ahead and said, "Okay, now." Meanwhile, Yinche screamed indignantly, asking how much longer they had to guard this place. The archer, turning his gaze to her, said she could just leave. She replied that she couldn't. She felt there was something else left. Her instincts told her so. She wanted to follow quietly, but she was caught. If necessary, they would ambush her. The next second, the protagonist approached them and said that she hadn't left them for nothing. They had protected this place well, hadn't they? Nche jumped in fear and replied, "Of course." They had also captured those who had come here after them. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and thought, she hadn't seen anything. He was going to kill her if she noticed, but it was over already. She wouldn't get anything even if she went there right now. Then he turned around and said, "Good job, that's it, they can go." She agreed. "Okay, that's it. What? Can they just leave?" The archer said, "Monarch, they must leave. If they go back, they can find another way." She replied that they would go forward. He was surprised. What? She replied that she had to find out what she was doing there. Meanwhile, Fairy clapped his hands and said, "Oh my god, this is simply incredible." Another traveler. Good. This is getting more interesting. So will they start? Regarding using the cross. Meanwhile, the MC passed through the portal and said, "This appearance is no longer useful." The place where the separated travelers gather after completing all the rooms from the first to the third floor. The fourth floor, the preparation area. He looked to the side and thought that he was closer to completing the task of reaching the Tower Island. This is where preparations for leaving for the Red Zone will take place. For example, a boat can be created on the river to reach the islands necessary for advancing to the Red Zone. The materials are collected by hunting beasts and monsters nearby. The fairy raised his index finger and remarked, "It sounds simple, but they already understand, right? It's not that simple. The rank of the crafted boat will depend on the materials used, but if they succeed, they can sail away with whomever they want." He admitted that a big boat was better than a small one. They would provide a list. Besides the basic materials, some key materials are quite important. Their descriptions and other information are listed, so they shouldn't worry. Now they should begin preparing to leave the training area and enter the new world. At that moment, the traveler looked ahead and said in surprise, "There's a forest beyond the wall." Then he shouted, "They need a boat large enough to accommodate the entire clan. They must hurry." Another traveler said, "Their clan will help. Now they need to work together." The protagonist thought he needed to find that place. Sanjin approached him and noted that he had arrived later than he thought. They had arrived quite early, and since then, they had been gathering materials. Did he finish what he needed to do? The protagonist replied, "Black Monarch." Yes, he did. Does he remember what he told him? He replied that he was preparing what he told him on the first floor. So what, will he return to that form again? He replied that he no longer needed to hide. Shouldn't he go? A large ship would require a lot of resources, and that was limited. Besides, he should know that his time is short. Sanjin replied, "Mihi and the clan will take care of it." MC was surprised. Mihi? He replied that he found her on the first floor of the tower. She had changed. Then she attacked the monster and said that she needed support. Then he said that Mihi would be happy to see him again. What's that? At that moment, the protagonist threw the snake into his hands and said that he no longer needed it, but he could find a use for it. He was busy, so he would go. They wouldn't have many opportunities to get together and talk like this. The Red Zone following the training is much more dangerous. Sanjin let go of his head and said that he had become stronger thanks to him. They would see each other again. Then MC turned and walked forward. Sanjin thought he hadn't expected an answer, but at that moment, Unche emerged from the portal and turning to the archer, she said, "He sees. They're too late. They've lost too much time since that cross." He asked if maybe they shouldn't have taken Wonkyung. She told him to be quiet, they could be heard. "Come on, he has to go. It's time for them to go." The next second, Wonkyung emerged from the portal and apologizing, said he was worried about his daughter. Gunshe, placing her hands on her waist, said that their guys are guarding the rear. "What are you worried about? Anyway, he still doesn't remember anything?" He confirmed it. He doesn't know what this place is. He was jogging with his daughter. She sighed and said she understood. She thought she wanted someone strong to lead the way, but she hadn't expected the resurrected to lose their memories. Then she stepped forward and said, "Twins, they should follow behind. She needs to talk to that fairy giving them instructions." At that moment, Sanjin was watching them, peeking around the corner. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked deeper into the forest and thought, "There's not much here." Most of the monsters are in the center of the training area. Inside the tower, each floor and each room has its own environment. There are places that look like the real sky or underwater, but here, everything is artificial. He placed his hand on the barrier and said, "So, that's the end of it." He thought they were making it look like the tower ends at the fourth floor, but in reality, there are 5. A dungeon containing a hidden treasure. He said that under normal conditions, even reaching it wouldn't be easy. So, that means, with these words, he began to attack the barrier with his weapon, and thought that he would use the destruction of the Nirma Ring's authority to punch a hole in the wall that represented the floor's wall. If he used this route, the next second, the wall collapsed. He emerged from the wall and said, "If he can't climb from the inside, he will climb from the outside." After that, he turned around and noticed that the hole closed quite quickly. It would be difficult to pull off such a thing without the Nirma Ring. He thought, too ineffective. Then he looked at his stats. Strength, colorless, 60.8%, agility, colorless, 61.1%, endurance, colorless, 66.7%, perception, colorless, 67.7%, magic, colorless, 58.7%, physical resistance, colorless, 58.7%, magic resistance, colorless, 58.7%. He thought that he had only raised his stats by 40 using the runes he received after the Black Monarch's attack, but he hadn't reached the minimum. Now everything depended solely on his ability to hold on. With these thoughts, he climbed to the next floor of the tower from the outside. Having reached the top, he said, "Here it is." A system window appeared before him, stating, "Entering the dungeon." The next second, he reached for his weapon, and then a multitude of swords plunged into the floor. He thought that he had to win at any cost. He saw a golden glow before him, and the system reported the creation of a monster, according to the intruder's memories. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said, "It is!" Eris called before. Kiriel Hansu, where are they? Keldian, continuing to cast magic spells, said, All of humanity is stalling for time for them. Come on. They can no longer hold their positions. They need to pass through the crystal ball. He is leaving command to Anviaren. Hansu. MC held Kiriel in his arms at that moment and asked why. Why did she do this? If she hadn't tried to protect him, she would have, he said Kiriel. She extended her hand to him and said, thank God he's alive. He said she can't stop. Not here. She must promise him. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead. In the present, he thought. Finally, he met him again. The golden dragon Bellium. The hidden dungeon recreates the strongest enemy in the memory of the one who enters. He is grateful. Now he has the opportunity to defeat him. Even if it is a weakened version, adjusted to the red rune, he will have to give it his all. Then he looked at the runes in his hand and thought, all the items he brought are needed exclusively for clearing the hidden dungeon. The system reported, a worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, a consumable item, obtained during a treasure hunt. He thought that he exchanged 32 treasures for the Philosopher's Stone on the second floor. It's not perfect, but if he uses it, the numerical values of his runes drop to the lower end of red, and if he uses the Jade Demonic Essence, this artifact alone was worth killing the Demon Queen for. Afterwards, he brought it to his mouth and biting into it, thought, for a day after consuming it, all stats rise to 99.99. However, this only lasts a day, after which the stats drop to 0.01. His body emitted a powerful energy. He said that he pursued the red rune only for this. He's finished. The next second, the dragon swung its paw, and the protagonist jumped back, skidding to a stop on the ground. He used the Nirma ring, first authority of destruction, red 99%. His weapon glowed with a red aura, and he swung it, trying to hit the dragon, but the blade of his weapon cracked and broke. He thought his attacks weren't deep enough. Only the dragon's scales flew off, and the next second the dragon began concentrating energy in its mouth. MC said, it is. He thought, it is his breath. The next second a powerful stream of fiery energy flew straight at him. Meanwhile, Sanjin jumped onto the monster's body. He ran up to him, and calling out to him, said, this is the last kelk in the area. He took out a bag and, jumping off the monster, said that they had collected the kelk slime bags, so they should start building a ship. She said it would be great if Hansu were with them. He replied that even if he hadn't gone somewhere, it would be difficult for him to go with them. She clarified, it would be difficult to go with them? Huh? What was he talking about? He said they were still in his shadow. Meanwhile, a powerful stream of fire continued to approach the protagonist. He thought the situation was different from before, when he still found himself in a similar position, however. This time he would be able to dodge. He actually flew to the side of the fire stream and thought that a normal weapon wouldn't pierce his scales. The Decretos, Judgment and Justice, were originally dual-wielded weapons. It reveals its true power when used in pairs. He summoned the weapon, and the system reported that it was an enhanced version of the Decretos. He used Nirma's second power, Hemorrhage. Using a long chain, seemingly adorned with sharpened spikes, he bound the dragon's neck, then squeezed with all his might. He thought, however, the enhanced version offered strength at the cost of durability. The dragon's aura was strong. He wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Would the chain hold? He thought it should. He couldn't weaken his attacks. Even if he had to sacrifice the weapon, he would strike, even if it cost him all his weapons. He continued to pull on the chain, but the next second the dragon struck him with its tail, sending him flying. The protagonist stopped in midair, and then swung his chains again, lifting the swords that had been stuck in the ground into the air. But the dragon flapped its wings, shattering the weapons that came toward it, then opened its mouth and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, Sanjin said that even now, Hansu's power was likely growing. He adjusted his hood and added, so they should prepare themselves to follow him. They must go, but first they have something to do. There are a few people they will take with them on the ship. She wondered, what kind of people? His acquaintances, he replied. Something like that. He's not entirely sure, but he thinks they could be useful. Meanwhile, Johann ran through the forest, trying to avoid the spilled poison, screaming, damn it, the poison has even spread here. Entering the area, he shouted for them to wait. He's not on board yet. They have to stop. But the next second, several spears flew at him. Jumping aside, he shouted, what are they doing? One of the travelers on the ship said, damn it, he missed. That little dwarf is really good at dodging. Johann shouted, they tricked him. They said they'd take him on board if he helped them with the materials. He replied that they had no reason to take him without the clansman. The ungrateful idiot. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn fools. Then he ran back and they shouted, maybe he'll have time to build himself a boat in the time left. And his comrade replied that he thought he'd rather die from the poison. Johann, running headlong back into the forest, thought he shouldn't have trusted those clansmen. No, if only that damned creature had warned him about the time limit. He clenched his fists and said he had to kill something quickly. There had to be a kelk slime sack somewhere. He stood near a wall that was covered in cracks. Then he turned around in surprise and asked what that noise was. His face twisted in horror when he saw the protagonist crawl out of that hole. He fell to the ground and screamed, who is he? Climbing out of the hole, MC thought, as he could see, the ground wasn't saturated with poison yet, so there was still time. Then Johann asked in surprise, who is he? How did he get through the wall? He didn't even know it was possible to break through. His attacks hadn't even scratched it. But the protagonist, without answering, continued on, and the traveler ran after him. The protagonist said he needed to hurry and didn't want to waste time talking to him. He replied that he could see he was in a hurry or was walking around naked his thing. He replied that he needed to build a ship and had no time to waste. Johan asked in surprise, is he just starting? He couldn't do it alone. But the next second, he had to shield himself from the wind generated by the protagonist's powerful leap, which pushed off the ground and leaped upward. Meanwhile, one of the travelers was thrown to the ground. His partner shouted at him to pull himself together. They couldn't afford to let him pass out. A Galapagonian crocodile was in front of them. The guy shouted that they couldn't handle this creature on their own. At that moment, MC ran forward and shouted that if they weren't going to fight, he would take it for himself. Then he thrust his fist forward and began to attack the monster. The others were surprised. He was literally rushing at this creature with his bare hands. Who the hell was he? Johan, having just reached the spot, breathless, shouted, "Too fast." The others were surprised. Is he with him? He replied that he had just met him, something like that. At that moment, the protagonist had already pulled the necessary bag from the monster. Looking at it, he thought he had caught it because it was on his way, but he didn't really need the Galapagonian crocodile parasite. Then one of the travelers called out to him, shouting, "Would you mind pooling their resources to build a ship?" Johan told them to wait. He would contribute his materials, but they had to let him in. One of them turned around and said, "The Galapagonian crocodile parasite can only be used to build a 20-seater ship. There's no room." He protested, but he needed it. He was willing to trade. The traveler shouted, "Damn it, he'll take it." They banged their heads, trying to convince each other, and he protested. He met this man first, but the next second, MC tossed the parasite toward them and said he didn't need it. He was making a 500-person ship. They could do with it whatever they wanted. The key to building a 500-person ship was the heart of a no-croc stone lizard. The difficulty of obtaining materials for larger ships was growing exponentially. Johan thought the fourth floor was filling with poison faster and faster, and it was unclear how much time was left. Was he going to create a 500-person ship while hunting an elusive monster alone? Then the protagonist pointed forward and said to tell everyone remaining here that if they brought materials as payment for passage, he would let them sail with him. Johan stepped forward and asked if they could board. After some time, the travelers gathered materials in the preparation area. They weren't sure if he would take them with such materials. Johan, folding his arms and looking at the logs, thought he had brought everything that had been said. This was his last gamble. He hoped he wouldn't be tricked again. Then the travelers started turning toward the entrance, wondering what that noise was. A monster was flying straight at them. Johan looked up and asked, "Is it falling on them?" The leader shouted for them to disperse. People ran in different directions, and the protagonist on top of the monster said, "It looks like everyone has already gathered." He jumped down and told everyone to get ready to leave. Johan looked at him and thought, he really did defeat it all by himself. After that, the protagonist approached Faye and said he had brought the heart of a knockrock stone lizard. They should arrange an exchange. Faye, looking at his watch, asked thoughtfully, "Already?" He still had time. He knew he needed other materials, right? He replied, "Of course." Then he began to take out the items and said, "A Xelt's slime bag, an Aran tree, the materials the others brought as payment for permission to board, and finally, an Arak silk rope. Is that correct?" The fairy flew closer and folding his arms said, "That's enough. He must wait." "And where's the stone lizard's heart?" Johan wondered in surprise what kind of artifact he had instead of a backpack. The protagonist replied, "It's behind him. He can take it." Then the fairy smiled and said, "Okay, congratulations on collecting all the necessary materials." There were still materials left, but he was the only one who brought so many himself. He almost wanted to reward him. At that moment, the poison began to creep closer. The travelers retreating further screamed. The poison was almost upon them. Then the fairy asked, "Why don't they congratulate him with applause?" They were shouting for him to just build a ship. He replied, "What's the rush?" "Okay, so here's the ship they'll all be traveling on." The next second, a huge ship appeared in the air. Johan looked up and asked, "Is that a 500-person ship?" MC replied that they should all bring the people who came with the materials here. The others shouted that they would gratefully follow him. As they climbed onto the ship, they told him he didn't have to worry about steering it. As a reward, they would take care of their journey. He should sit down and rest. The expected arrival time was 3 days. Then the fairy said that he wouldn't interfere anymore. He was glad he'd sent them all into the red zone. So, to ensure his efforts weren't wasted, they should try to survive as long as possible. The first red zone they'd enter after leaving the training zone. After a while, everyone was sailing on the ship. The guy looked ahead and asked, "Is this the entrance to the red zone?" He could still see many ships. His companion remarked, it was an impressive sight. It was indeed a beautiful sight, but this wasn't just the ocean dyed red, it was poison. They should be grateful they were allowed on board, otherwise they wouldn't have seen it. The traveler said he'd let them in without making any difficult demands. He's a good man. What did he say his name was? Meanwhile, the protagonist, leaning against the railing, looked at his diminished stats and thought how good it was that he'd considered the consequences of ingesting the essence of demonic jade beforehand. He hadn't expected to get this here, however. He looked at his hand and thought it was the first skill he'd acquired in this life. the art of draconic energy. His hand glowed, creating the shape of a dragon. He thought in his past this skill had been despised, but considering he could only learn 7 skills, draconic energy art was quite a good skill to be his first. And then he said, use. At that moment, one of the travelers cried out in surprise. What's this? Ahead of them, but they're all broken. The guy who fell in the poison was holding onto the plank and screaming, they have to help. He doesn't want to die here. Johan thought, these are the same idiots who abandoned him. The people who fell in the poison were screaming, there are more people here. They have to help. He has to escape. Before he could finish speaking, a long trident pierced his body. The others were screaming, monsters, monsters overboard. At that moment, everyone on the ship was wondering who had changed the ship's course. Johan, looking at the protagonist at the helm, thought, it was him. What was he up to this time? Then he asked why they had changed course. He shouted, what is he doing? He has to stop. Then he pointed his thumb back and asked, hasn't he seen all these broken ships? If they were attacked in this poisonous sea, no one would be safe. If they were attacked, did he think he could save everyone alone? It was impossible. They would just all die here together. Why is he always so desperate to save everyone around him? At that moment, the protagonist remembered events from the past, and then, after a slight silence, looked at him. Johan said that approaching the islands was dangerous. They needed to stay on course. The next second, MC stepped away from the wheel and said, I think that's enough. Now they will succeed. Johan smiled and said, yes, he was a good man. He made the right choice. Then he was surprised. What? Travelers covered in poison climbed on board. One of them, jumping inside, said that he survived. Johan, horrified, asked when they managed to climb in. The guy screamed that he heard everything. Idiot. He wanted to sail away without them. They only survived because they swam towards them. As soon as they spotted their ship, he grabbed him by the clothes and shouted, they will see how he copes if he is thrown overboard. The next second, a weapon flew between them. He shouted in confusion, who did this? What hit him? At that moment, the protagonist held his hand in front of him and said, enough chatter, they're coming. The traveler indignantly asked, who the hell? Then he looked out to sea and thought, they're here, the guards at the entrance to the red zone. These creatures, living exclusively in the poisonous sea, attack with a simple but effective method. They break a hole in the bottom of the ship. The next second, one of the travelers ran to the edge and shouted, the ship is being attacked from below. They're going to drown. And the others shouted, we need to stop them. But how can they reach them? We need to attack them with long-range weapons, not letting them get close to the ship. They're blocking their attacks. We need more power. Then the protagonist jumped onto the edge and said, if they're not going to come to them, he'll go. The man, perplexed, asked, go where? Then the MC jumped down. The others shouted in bewilderment, has he gone crazy? Jump into the poisonous sea without any equipment. He's practically already dead. At that moment, the protagonist dove deeper, seeing the monsters before him. He looked at his hand and thought, the poisonous waters of the sea are easily repelled by the art of dragon energy. Considering his magic stat is red, he should be able to handle it. Then he clenched his fist, and one of the monsters, pointing its trident at him, swam forward. The art of dragon energy allows one to harness the energy of dragons. In addition, this skill gradually transforms the user's body, making them more dragon-like. The protagonist thought such legendary skills and items are called zero-numbered. The art of dragon blood and energy certainly deserves such a title. For now, he can't use its full power. The next second, he punched the monster in the chest, leaving a hole in it. He thought, but even now, the penetrating power is quite impressive. He almost died obtaining this, so he better be worthy of it. And then the monsters looked at him in surprise, and he thought they were trying to retreat. If he let them go, they would simply wait for the next opportunity to attack. After that, he concentrated the energy in his hand and thought that he had no time for such games. The next second, he attacked the monsters, jumping from one to another. He moved on, thrusting his hand with long claws forward. Then the next monster pointed its trident at him again. He took the weapon from the second monster and, pointing it forward, struck the attacking monster. The next second, he was in the bodies of the creatures and thought, there must be trouble from above. He needed to get back quickly. Meanwhile, on the lower floor, the travelers gathered near the hole. They were shouting, water is pouring through the holes. We have to stop this. Damn it. If they see a monster, they must strike immediately. The next second, a new portion of water burst from the hole. The traveler shouted, here, monster. He pointed his sword forward, but MC emerged from the hole, deflecting his sword with his assembled trident, and said he should watch where he swung his weapon. The man asked in surprise how he'd managed to get back. He didn't even have a scratch on him. The protagonist adjusted his hair and asked, did they think he couldn't handle it? They wondered why he was so calm. He just made an even bigger hole in the ship. He replied that he knew. Then he picked up a log and began to break it into several pieces. The travelers asked, what is he trying to do? Now's not the time. Why are they standing here? They have to stop the monsters. The man said, just look at him. He's making planks from logs to patch the hole. They need to follow his example. they need to gather more iron wood planks. The protagonist said they'll also need kelp slime to patch the hole. The traveler asked. He wasn't the only one who saw him break logs with his bare hands, was he? They needed to get busy, and they also needed to do something about the toxic water that had accumulated here. The protagonist stepped forward and said that the water would evaporate on its own, and they should leave it like that. If they stayed here, they would breathe in the fumes, and it would be better to return above. After that, they climbed up. MC sighed, thinking that he had used up all his strength, but everything had turned out well. He also got a good replacement for his broken weapon, Trident of the Cursed. This trident is strong enough to withstand the toxic waters, so it would do just fine. Then he said that if they looked ahead, they would see a good view. Approaching the edge, the traveler asked, "What's there to see besides water?" What was that? Earth. They swam through the roots and screamed. They finally reached the red zone, and he didn't think they would get there so quickly. Wait, why isn't the ship stopping? Shouldn't it work automatically? Johan approached him and said that they said the voyage would take 3 days. Time had not yet passed. At that moment, the MC stepped forward and said that this was not land, but the root of the world tree. Johan asked, was this the kind he had spoken of? The protagonist told them to keep watching. The real spectacle was just beginning. At that moment, the ship began to shake from side to side. The next second, a huge creature emerged from the water next to them. They screamed in surprise. What is this? The next second, a huge splash of water began to crash right towards them. The travelers screamed in fear. What is this creature? The monster's eyes were fixed on them. Then it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. The travelers screamed, "They will be devoured. Watch out for the waves. They must hold on." The next second, the man wiped the water off himself and said, it wasn't them that it was trying to eat. It ate the whole root. Johan glanced to the side and said that even though it was only a root, it was the size of a small island. The protagonist thought that a ship departing from the training zone would encounter one of thousands of roots, depending on the route Faye had laid out. A fish devouring the world tree. A fish of calamity. One of the 5 calamities draining the world tree. The creatures living in the red zone of Elfenheim, in an attempt to preserve their species from environmental danger, created the world tree using magical genetic engineering, but they were unable to stop the 5 calamities, and Elfenheim began to fall into ruin. It seemed as if these mutants were created for the sole purpose of destroying the world tree. He had failed to protect the world tree in the past, but now he had to do his job. He thought the creature had absorbed one of the roots and was slowly beginning to move on to the next one. He had to start with a root at the edge of the region, located away from where they were originally heading. At that moment, he started to steer the wheel, and Johan ran up to him and shouted at him to stop. What the hell was he doing? He had steered the ship right after that monster. Had he lost his mind? Yes, he was strong, but that creature was clearly beyond his capabilities. This couldn't be done. He should have asked the others if they agreed. Then MC thoughtfully replied, "Indeed, there might be some who disagreed." Johan thought indignantly. Had he only just realized this? And then the protagonist said, in that case, they could disembark the ship. The others looked at him in surprise, and he pointed a finger back and said that he really needed to follow this creature, so whoever wanted to get off should raise their hand. He would lower them right away. After some time, they swam to the root, and one of those present asked, "Here, the world tree, the roots, the top where the roots of the world tree begin." Johan stood on the root and asked, "This?" They were standing next to the dying world tree. He said that he thought this was the ground, but this is where the roots grow from. How enormous! He couldn't even tell how high it had grown. The protagonist put a hand on his shoulder and asked, "Better than in the water, huh? Come on." They should smile. They have 2 more weeks. They will be safe if they continue to climb. Johan asked, "What do you mean, 2 weeks?" The demon had said that they should head for the world tree. At that moment, the man shouted, "Hey, isn't he coming?" The protagonist turned around and said that they couldn't just sit there. He had to follow them, even if they wanted to leave. Johan shouted for them to wait. He was coming too. Then he ran in the opposite direction. MC said that he would advise them to hurry. The disaster fish would arrive to eat the roots in 2 weeks, so he should go find that person. But first, he couldn't let the others use the ship, so he would have to destroy it. With that, he took out his trident and began to destroy the ship, after which he said they were most likely already at the cross. Johan, having caught up with the others, turned around and thought. He thought he had said something. He wouldn't go with them, would he? He was unpredictable, but it would be calmer if he were with them. At that moment, the man walking next to him told him to wait. "That thing on the left, is that a cross?" The guy turned around and said, "That cross was definitely made by someone. We need to go there." Johan raised his hand and told him to wait. If someone had done this, it could be a trap. It was dangerous for the whole group to go there. Maybe they would send a small detachment? In any case, there were no clansmen among them. A few people would go in pairs to scout the area. At that moment, Aaron Pat, standing above, sighed and said that this is why he considered cautious people problematic. Maybe it was better for survival, but it only caused problems for them. The others below shouted in surprise, "Who's there?" Bake Minahul said that he was the only one who considered this a problem. He better keep quiet, otherwise they would misunderstand him. Then Aaron jumped down and said that he always pushed the conversation onto him. Then he looked around at those present and said, let's see, 148 people? He was surprised that so many clanless people had made it this far. He was from the Valkyrie clan, part of Aaron Pat's group of helpers. They were essentially their new saviors. Johan asked in surprise, what did he mean? He continued, as they know from training, those fairies with strange bodies don't interfere or give instructions. Scratching his head, he added, of course, they're watching them from somewhere, but they won't help, so they can follow them. Those present began to mutter among themselves. What did he think? There seemed to be few of them. Maybe they could handle them. The next second, Minhol stepped forward and said that no one would follow him after such words. Then he introduced himself and said that he was from the group of assistants. Then he pointed to Pam Ferris and said that he would explain everything properly. They, the assistants, had received orders to assist travelers coming from the training zone. Aaron sighed, put his hands behind his head, and said, that's what he said. Then one of those present asked, who gave these orders? Ferris replied, Valentine Eris, the monarch of their clan, a Valkyrie. She left them here, the assistants, 20 years ago when she went to the Orange Zone. She knows it's hard for them to trust them, but they're here to help them adapt to the Red Zone. This is the end of the routes. They're pretty far from the World Tree, so they'll need their help. The people started talking. They're not hostile, but at the very least, they stupidly have more people. The man said he thought everything would be fine. Aaron said, newcomers don't know how to listen. They just need to follow them. Minhol looked at him and said that he didn't know how to listen, or hadn't heard him say that everything needed to be done properly. The next second, Johan said, okay, they'll follow them. Aaron, turning to Minhol, asked what he'd said. He replied, even a stray dog understands what's said faster than anyone, and he'd ignored that, right? He replied indignantly, if he was so smart, then why didn't he do it himself? He's talking too much for someone weaker than him. The next second, Johan raised his hand and told them to stop. Then Ferris said they shouldn't waste time here. They have duties assigned to them. Now they need to get them away. Aaron, following her, turned around and said, oh, just in case, they shouldn't think of attacking them just because there are more of them. 30,000 helpers have been here for years, so if they want to survive, they need to keep their cool. He thought, newbies are so easily intimidated by numbers. With time, they'll realize there are creatures whose very names inspire fear. Then he added, well, the Red Zone has its own rules, newbies. No one touches newcomers. Johan, looking away, asked what that noise was. Someone fighting nearby? Aaron waved his hand and told them to ignore it and move on. He objected, but that man fighting over there, he replied, they can't handle anyone here for now. Minahul said in surprise, wait, that skill looks familiar. They looked at the rising dust cloud in the distance, and he asked, why is that woman fighting? Aaron was surprised. What? Which woman? At that moment, the protagonist covered his chest, crossed his arms, and asked, why did she attack? Sophia yelled at him to shut up. He just finished training. She concentrated energy in her hand and added, not knowing what kind of place this is, he dares to talk such nonsense? Just before, Sophia had been looking ahead and said, and finally, it's here, the fish of disaster. She lowered her head and thought, does she really no longer have the right to seek revenge for her parents? She thought it was for her and her family, who would sooner or later be dragged to this place too. She placed her hand on her chest and spoke, saying that she would finish everything and follow. Master, everyone calls her crazy for saying she would kill the disaster fish. No one wants to risk their life fighting a fish bigger than an entire mountain. At that moment, MC approached her and thought that maybe the train had already left all further attempts. Then he climbed higher and asked, is she Sophia Viraj? She turned around and asked in surprise, what, a newbie? How did he know her name? She thought she couldn't see his exact characteristics, but he looked like he had just arrived in the Red Zone. He didn't look like he had any good weapons or items. Then he said he wanted to discuss something regarding the disaster fish. Well, they should talk. He needed her help. She replied that she hadn't seen him here before. Was he Quadratus? He thought she seemed wary. He would try to follow Kong Tai's advice. After that, he put his hand forward and said, this will be beneficial for her too. Does she want to continue to worry about whether her relatives will get here or not? If they kill the fish of disaster, it will increase the chances of her relatives' survival. She said, so about the fish of disaster, how the hell does he know about them? With these words, she swung her hand and then suddenly ran forward, slamming it in front of her. It hit the ground. The protagonist jumped to the side, looking at her, dust rising into the air from such a powerful attack. Then she swung her fist again, trying to attack the protagonist. He jumped to the side again, and pushing off from her shoulder, flew further, after which he again offered to talk. She concentrated energy in her hand and shouted, he dares interfere with her life? At that moment, a huge magical symbol appeared on her. He turned around and said, she got to this move. It seems he seriously infuriated her. She used the skill 3 Jade Balls of Ice Light. He thought, he's still not good enough in the art of draconic energy. This will still come back to haunt him, but it's worth the risk. Then he concentrated energy in his hand and used a special move of the art of draconic energy, Species Transformation, Level 1. His body transformed. And then Sophia said, 3 Jade Balls of Ice Light is a skill that instantly freezes everything it touches. He won't be able to escape her attack, which freezes even the air. She struck so that he wouldn't die, since she still needed to hear the source of his information. Then he apologized. The ice in front of him cracked, and he said, She's not the only one with excellent skills. He smirked and used the first power of the Nirma ring. He swung his long clawed hand and then slammed it into the ground, using the power of destruction. A powerful pulse of energy swept across the ground, shattering the ice growths. Sophia, wincing from the rising wind, asked, "Did he disperse her 3 jade balls of icy light?" She thought. Energy transformation art. Could something like that be obtained in the training area? How strong is the mana protecting him? Then she said, "No way, she can't lose." She recalled the words they had spoken to her. If she didn't follow them now, she would be left behind. Did she really want to waste time on an unkillable fish of calamity? She said, "No way." Then she shouted, "Impossible." She thrust her hand forward, concentrating her energy, channeling it into the open book. She used monumental air road. She ran forward along the road formed from the book's sheets. Then she directed the energy forward, using Alice solidification. She created a huge sword directly above her and shouted that she didn't stay here to be looked down upon by the likes of him. Then she aimed it downwards. MC, preparing for the blow, swung his hand and jumped to the side. Then he turned around and asked, "Does she want to continue?" She replied, "No point." Then he asked, "Is she deciding to back down? Is that it? Have you given up?" She asked in response, "Does he take her for a fool?" His special move is far from perfect yet. There are 3 components that determine the rank of an energy art. The first is the scaling and strengthening of the rune. The second is the strength and effectiveness of the Mona barrier. The third is special abilities. Depending on the special ability that an energy art has, its power and method of application can vary significantly. She thought that she planned to push him to the brink of life and death, but considering that he was able to withstand her attack without a single scratch, his art is already among the best by the standards of the red zone. There is no point in testing him further. Then, she said that she understood that he is strong, but how does he plan to kill the fish of calamity? The humans gave up after she devoured over 1,000 people. Does he even know what it's like to fight a monster capable of swallowing a ship whole? It's considered more of a natural disaster than a monster. Besides, there were even idiots who prayed to this monster. She was tired of fighting alone. He had better leave before he ended up like her. This was all a waste of time. With that, she turned and headed in the opposite direction, and he said that if he thought it would be easy, he wouldn't have come to her. She had to help him. He had a plan. She said this. It seemed he didn't understand. She had no intention of continuing this stupidity. He replied that this would be her 14th attempt to kill the disaster fish. She gave up. She turned around and said, no matter what he said, she would not fight. She was the only one who stood against the disaster fish. Her parents had been eaten before her eyes. Sophia had defied her time and time again. First, second, third, fourth, 13. Numbers meaningless without success. Then, the protagonist said she may not have succeeded, but she had avoided being eaten 13 times. Without him, she would have failed again, but this time he was here. He would make sure she killed the fish of disaster. She remembered Keldian saying she didn't need to come with him. He knew he could handle it. She had to trust him. Then she turned back and told him to let her ask him one question. Why was he so determined to catch it? He looked away and said simply, he wants to save billions of lives. She was surprised. What? He replied, more like 1.5 billion. She continued to look at him in surprise and said, he's even worse than most madmen. At that moment, Aaron, hiding behind a root, watched what was happening and thought, he wondered what all the fuss was about. It all seemed strange. If only they didn't get dragged into this. Better to leave before that woman caught him. The next second, the trident flew into his cloak, pinning it to the ground. He turned around and thought, it can't be. At that moment, MC approached him and shouted, is he leaving without even saying hello? He wondered how he found him. Then Sophia asked in surprise, Aaron, what was he doing here? He smiled awkwardly and replied, nice to meet you, Sophia. The protagonist thought, Aaron, he was here at the time. Then he asked, would you mind showing them the way? Meanwhile, Johan and the others walked deeper into the camp. He said there were a lot of people here. Minhol, looking away, said, the refugees from the end of the route need to constantly move. If the disaster fish starts eating the route, they'll have to move, so they're trying to keep the number of people in one place to a minimum. In the central building, they'll get a briefing and help them settle in the upper city. By the way, they must be hungry, right? He then pointed to the plate with the dish. Johan shouted, finally, some proper food. At that moment, the worker, gesturing toward the plate and smiling, said, welcome. She heard they'd just arrived, so she'd chosen the freshest. Those present were surprised. What is this? They should have been given food, not this. Johan approached the table and, pointing his finger at the worker, shouted, does she want them to eat this strange slime? She confirmed, everyone eats this here. It has all the necessary nutrients. If they want to eat something else, she advised them to talk to those guys over there. Then she pointed to the people emptying their stomachs and added that she had warned them that the monsters in the red zone were quite poisonous. Then the people present looked at her silently and then began to eat. The worker, folding her arms, said that once they finished eating, she would give them the equipment so they could mine the slime themselves. Then Minhwa waved his hand and said he'd leave the rest to her. The worker, smiling, replied, replied, no problem. Then he turned his attention to the protagonist. Afterwards, he headed to the tent, and peering inside, asked when he'd returned. He saw that he'd brought along the guy he'd fought earlier. What was he doing? Aaron, sewing, asked. Can't he see? He was mending clothes. He asked, when did it come to this? He yelled, that crazy idiot fought Sophia. Minahul said he'd go scouting and not get caught. He replied, anyway, how are the others? He said it was as expected. They were much stronger than last year. And the more severe the red zone gets, the stronger the people who enter it become. And there are some pretty strong individuals in this group. If it weren't for the disaster fish, each incoming group might have had just as many people. Adventurers who need time to get used to the routes need to live closer to the center, as the outskirts will be devoured by the disaster fish. Manhwa said, Fairy knows this, that's why they changed the difficulty of the training, so that only the strong can complete it. Aaron said, there's no one as crazy as that guy. Sophia and a guy who just completed training can give the monster a fight. Rumors are probably already spreading, so the newcomer himself might show up soon. Meanwhile, John Gaesu climbed a root and, looking ahead, said, I'll take a look. Then he smirked. After a while, Sophia approached the protagonist and asked if he'd gotten the slime mining device. He wouldn't survive here without it. He asked where she'd been. She answered, and he answered with a question. He needed to stop by somewhere. Then she handed him some clothes and told him to take them. She'd gotten them in a hurry, but it was better than walking around like this. She was still nervous about the attack on him. They would work together. Then he started to get dressed, and she shyly yelled at him to stop. She didn't mean he had to change there and then. He said, of course. Then he thanked her, and she covered her face with her hand and said she just didn't want to see him half naked. But before they went, there was somewhere they needed to stop. They reached the newcomer aid center. Adventurers who weren't planning on going to the next zone, this place was created for those waiting for their families there. One of the places created by Eris. And then the worker said, oh, Sophia. She hadn't wanted to for a long time. She greeted her back and asked if she could check the list of former arrivals' news and about the artifact left here. She replied, of course, she's a VIP. Just a second. The help center not only helps new arrivals but also provides various services to those who sponsor this place, finding people. And then she presented a list and said, here's a list of those recently rescued from the nearby routes. If she wants them to check the other routes, it will take about a couple of days, so she should stop by later. Sophia lowered her head and wondered if they were in this world yet, or no, they should focus on the disaster fish. Then the protagonist said that if she was finished, they should discuss the plan. She agreed, and then he said they had 13 days and 18 hours left, not much time, so they should move. She looked at him and asked, confused, what his plan was. He said it was simple. She would take him inside and he would use his special weapon on the disaster fish's weak spot. She asked, surprised, was that all? He asked, what's wrong? She thought, maybe she should just leave. Then they left the tent and she said, well, yes, the creature couldn't be killed from the outside, but it wasn't that simple. He told her not to worry, they could go by ship. She asked, did he have a ship prepared? She had a 30-seater. He said a 30-seater wouldn't do, they would use that. He had a 500-seater ship. She was surprised. What? He left that there? He said he wasn't a rookie. She would see for herself how they got there. She noted that, in fact, he was exactly a rookie. Then he suggested they just agree that he had superpowers. They had a ship, now they needed to gather materials. We should split up, okay? If she trusted him, everything would go smoothly. She watched him go and thought, that confident voice and look, he reminded her of her teachers. Then she turned around, smiled, and said that she would gather the materials over there, so he shouldn't give up on her just yet. Then she tossed him an axe and told him not to forget it. His weapon would soon break in the red zone. This axe was better than the trident, so he shouldn't give up. He looked at the axe and thought, this is just like when she taught him how to survive. Not long before, she said, his first weapon, the one she was giving him, as her teacher, he should take it. He thought that some things never change. Then he placed the weapon in his belt, and she said that she had already figured out what materials they would need to hunt the disaster fish, thanks to her ability. He replied that he knew, the library, right? She was surprised. How did he know? Did he really have an ability? But that's right, she can visualize any type of information. She doesn't know everything, but no one knows more about the red zone than she does. He thought about it, but even with all this information, he couldn't make sense of it. Then he said he'd head to the outskirts. Was she ready? She confirmed this and thought it was time to finish this monster once and for all. She ran along the road of book sheets and thought, in order to create a poison capable of killing the fish of calamity, they needed to gather all the necessary materials. To collect the upon fluids, they would have to lure it out of its nest. The next second, she spun around, creating a magical symbol behind her, repelling the attack. She asked, what is he doing? Jangesu. He smirked, looked at her, and said, hey Sophia, beautiful body as always. Doesn't she want to go for a walk? In response, she wished for him to die and asked, did he want to die? Honestly, she was too busy to mess around with such trash. He must have gotten lost somewhere. He replied, what a gaze. Aren't they too close for that? Is this part of her charm? His partner, who returned with him from the belly of the fish of calamity, shouldn't speak to him like that. With these words, he aimed an attack at her, and she used semblance, creating a magic book and extending her hand forward. Magic symbols formed beneath it began releasing clots of energy. One of the clots almost hit her opponent but missed, only adjusting his hair. Sophia said that she hated people who fought without knowing their place. In response, he smirked and began to pull the bandage from his forehead. He said that it seemed unavoidable. He revealed the third eye located on his forehead. At that moment, Sophia aimed an attack directly at the center of his third eye, and he laughed and said that she was thinking quickly. She knows what that eye is, right? The beacon sees. Did she really think he would attack without a backup plan? There's an entire organization working with them. He doesn't just have the beacon, but also something related to her. Of course, if she gets involved, it will really anger her. Sophia frowned and thought, the eye of a thousandly, a man consumed by envy. He has a truly irritating skill. Gaesu said, as expected, she's smart, Sophia. She knows he means no harm, right? He just wanted to test her skills, thinking she might have gotten rusty after all those rookie losses. Her skills are as honed as ever. He thinks the rumors were a bit exaggerated. Sophia turned around and said, it's none of his business. She's starting to get tired of his chatter, so it's time for him to back off. Gaesu grabbed his head and told her not to worry. He'll back off as soon as he finds out one thing. He wants to know where that newbie, Kang Han-soo, she fought. Sophia turned around and yelled in irritation, as if she would tell him. Gaesu waved his hand and said, he knew it. That's why he used the investigation skill. Thanks in advance for her cooperation. Sophia recoiled in fear and asked when he managed to learn such a skill. He replied, of course, she could have blocked it if she tried, but she was too soft. Sophia said it would be better if he died in the belly of the disaster fish that day. Gaesu said how cold she was. However, she was in the wrong, not him. She should have joined Quadratus when he gave her the chance. It was she who acted stupidly, Sophia. Quadratus are the disasters threatening the Red Zone's ecosystem. The Quadratus organization turned fear into worship by becoming the servant of the four disasters. And they don't care that these disasters could lead to the destruction of humanity. Sophia said, enough of this nonsense. Does he really expect her to join their gang of idiots? She screamed loudly, sacrificing people under the pretext of demonstrating the power of the fish of disaster, and then selling relics of the dead? How can he continue to call himself a man after that? Does he even realize how many travelers were deceived by his false speeches, promising the safety of the upper route, only to end up in the belly of the fish of disaster? Gaesu asked discontentedly. So what? He makes money using his abilities, and he participates in religious ceremonies, and those who bought into his speeches, they are just idiots. They wouldn't have survived here for long anyway, so they should be grateful for the opportunity to live in such a luxurious place like the belly of the fish of disaster, even if it is only for a short time. He hopes that she will find out soon and will be able to understand if she tries a few more times. He disappeared and said they would see each other later. Sophia looked in surprise at the spot where Gaesu had just stood and said, he's definitely a professional escape artist. She wondered, Gaesu, if she had known back then that he would become like this. He had completely changed after barely surviving in the stomach of the fish of calamity. Sophia said, if she were to chase him then? She remembered MC's words that there was no need to worry about him. She needed to forget about everything and focus on gathering materials. Sophia sighed and said, let him forgive her, but she would have to leave this to him, Kang Han-soo. At this moment, MC was running across the field and thinking, the most important thing for killing the fish of calamity is the sclerosing solution. The sclerosing solution, the result of the complex knowledge of magicians, is the perfect poison against the fish of calamity. First, MC needs to obtain the main ingredient. Kang Han-soo jumped down into the cave and thought, he needs to obtain Kukul's heart. He said that to find the Kukul's, he needed to find a valley located, presumably, between the middle and outer roots, a cave where the Kukul's hide, escaping from the disaster fish near the outer root. They burrow into the root and make a nest inside. MC said he found it. He thought about it. The rest of the ingredients for the sclerosing solution are relatively easy to obtain, but finding the Kukul's on the outer root is not easy, so it's good that he found the nest. He walked forward and spoke, already close. He took out his axes and used draconic energy manipulation arts. Magic enhancement activated. The swampy water became covered with a bubbling crust, after which the creatures emerged and the system window reported that it was a herd of Kukul's. MC swung his weapon and struck at the creature. He pushed off the surface of the water and rushed on, beating one creature after another. He stopped and said that he didn't think the weapon would be able to withstand powerful chi arts for long. He should adjust his attacks until he obtained a worthy weapon. Suddenly, a monster appeared above him and he spun around, swinging his axe. Hansu attacked the Kukul's, when suddenly another one appeared. MC threw the axe, spinning it in the air a few times. At that moment, even more creatures appeared around him, slapping their tails in the water. They rushed towards him, and he looked up. MC pushed off the surface and approached the largest creature, hitting its back with the axe. He jumped down and put the axes back. MC thought that the ones he had just killed were young Kukul's, and the adult was somewhere else. Maybe he should kill more? He took out a skill rune and spoke. Since he constantly uses skills, he uses a lot of stamina and mana. It's not much, since they are red runes, but for now, he should collect it. He absorbed it into his palm, when suddenly tree trunks flew towards him. Hansu blocked the attack and frowned, looking ahead. He dodged and looked at his axes, thinking that he was too hasty in using them in this state. Gaesu said in surprise, "Wow, he managed to block his attack. He planned to stop if he died, but he turned out better than he expected. He wasn't trying to kill him, he was just testing him. So there's no need to be angry." Gaesu said that he wanted to make MC an offer. Hansu looked at him carefully, and Gaesu offered him to join Quadratus. Someone has their eye on him. It's a good offer, so he should accept. MC threw his axe at him and slightly cut his long hair. Gaesu shouted in irritation, "What an idiot. Is he looking for his own death? Crazy. How dare a newbie like him attack when he speaks? He just completed training, and he's already confident in everything. That's why he thought that he could be attacked without fear for his life. Maybe that idiot will like him for some reason, but he refuses." The MC said his offer, he refuses. A group that worships disasters. Quadratus, Hansu knows about the atrocities they commit, but the worst thing they do is their tourism. They feed the disaster fish. When Quadratus started their activities, the number of travelers from the red zone began to decrease. Their tourism involved watching the disaster fish eat people, and the more brutal the spectacle, the more money they made. An industry literally built on suffering. He must get rid of this organization as soon as possible. He will take them out one by one. Hansu turned away and said he didn't know why he should listen to someone weaker than him. Gaesu clenched his fists and ordered him to repeat. He adjusted his glasses and said how he would beat him up now, although no, if he didn't bring him with him, they would go crazy. So he'll take him with him whether he wants it or not. However, he doesn't think they'll be upset if he loses a couple of limbs, right? MC smirked and said, "Reciprocate. He'll get the information he needs from him. He'll be able to talk without a couple of limbs, right?" Gaesu got even more angry and said that they'll see if he can talk after he's done with him. He released his mana and MC moved slightly to the side. Gaesu smiled and said, "He's an idiot." A large scratch appeared on Hansu's shoulder, from which blood gushed. After a while he asked, "Well, does he really want to talk now?" He carefully looked towards MC, who was standing with his head down, and thought he was aiming for his arm, but it seems his attack only scratched him. Did he hold back the blow too much? Gaesu said that he wouldn't be of much use if he broke him too much. "There's no need to be afraid. It'll be over soon." MC put his hand on his shoulder and replied, "Yeah, it seems he's gotten too cocky. He never fought him last time." Gaesu asked, "What the hell did he just say? Did he accidentally hit him in the head? He just needs to shut up and stand still." He lunged towards MC, and MC hit him in the stomach and sent him flying. Gaesu twisted and hit his back against a tree. MC sent mana through his hand and said, he needs to refresh his knowledge and he'd better cooperate. Gaesu chuckled and said, "Idiot." He looked towards Hansu and thought, that attack of his, he didn't even have time to see it. Does this idiot really have colorless stat runes? He said not to get too cocky. He let him hit him. That. MC interrupted him and said, "Good, because he's just getting started. He hasn't given up yet, right?" Gaesu shouted, "Does he really think that a small increase in stats will change his skills?" MC swung his axe and responded, "Of course, stats in battle aren't everything." The axe crashed into a tree, right over Gaesu's head, who looked at it in fear. Hansu wondered what happened. Was he scared? Gaesu started to rise and said, "No, that can't be." He swung his dense mana and screamed. He wasn't scared. He created the Blade of the Forgotten, used a side slash and rushed toward MC, who was at that moment drawing mana from the ring on his hand. Gaesu thought he was fighting barehanded. His side slash splits everything within the blade's length in half. He cut his hands. MC used the Nirma ring, the first power. Gaesu struck Hansu and shouted joyfully, he won. MC activated destruction and broke the blade created by his opponent. Gaesu muttered, impossible. His side slash was broken. MC grabbed him by the shirt and slammed him back into the water. Gaesu cried out in pain, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Hansu ordered him to stop pretending to be dead. He was holding back. He grabbed Gaesu by the shirt again and asked irritably, he didn't pass out, right? Gaesu grabbed his arm, and MC said that he had good reaction speed. He used a skill to block the punch. Gaesu thought, it worked. Bronze Jade stopped the punch. However, it seriously limits his movement, which is why he didn't want to use it before, but now he has no choice. If only he could break free from this guy's grip. MC said, nice try, but is that all? He punched Gaesu in the face and he thought, how did he manage to break this skill too? A loud scream rang out, terrible idiot. Let him wait. Gaesu put his hands in front of himself and said that he will tell everything. He had no choice. Does he know? You can't make much money from tourism, and people like him are just following orders. He's a good guy. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone. If he lets him go, he'll give him the runes. He'll even tell him who ordered him to be brought. Hansu said, too much unnecessary chatter. He clenched his fist and hit him in the face. MC said that Gaesu was irritating him. He looked at him and thought, he himself told him to tell everything. He shouted in irritation, well, what is he waiting for? He already told him everything he knows. He already beat him like a dog, so what else does he want from him? After a while, Gaesu cried and said that's all he knows. Quadratus worships disaster, and in addition to regular tours held in that area, they also hire different clans. This time, the task was to find Kang Han-soo, who had completed his training. Carl's Morin, a Beacon member, submitted a request. MC thought, Beacon is a union of 6 clans that control the 6 upper roots of the world tree. They control the very top roots and are at the pinnacle of power. However, Beacon is acting with Miyamoto, isn't it? Could there really be more than a couple of clans involved in this? MC said right now, those guys are preparing for a new tour. The one who gave him this information, is he one of the assistants? Gaesu said, yes, some assistants are involved in this, but this time, he received an order directly from Carl's Morin. Hansu folded his arms and said he got everything he wanted from him. Gaesu asked to wait, he has a lot more to tell him. Well, for example, he pointed his finger at his forehead and screamed, he's just an idiot. He's just been pretending this whole time. Does he even know what that drawing is on his forehead? He's finished. MC asked. The thousandly eye of a man consumed by envy? Gaesu wondered. How would he know? He stood up and answered. That's right. With this thousandly eye, he can share his vision with other sentient beings. His location has already been revealed. MC turned away and said, how scary. He feels like he needs to run away. Gaesu spoke. Carl's Morin, commander of the Beacon stormtroopers. Does he really think he can escape from it? He thought he used it recently, so he had to wait for an opportunity to use it again. However, now he managed to establish a connection. He said that MC was just a victim. Hansu punched him in the stomach, and Gaesu said, idiot, he didn't finish the sentence. MC said, playing with him is harder than he thought. His weapon is not in the best condition. He needs to find a new one. Relic of the Forgotten. That's quite a nice find. What else is here? A one-time artifact mirror clone. That's not bad. Suddenly a bird appeared in the sky and Hansu said, they've already found him. Carl's Morin? He doesn't even remember him, so he's not that important. But how annoying it is to have to be distracted by all sorts of things when he's already so busy. And those monsters, which he's been hearing for a while now. It looks like there's a flock of Gerts nearby. Gerts, that's probably even for the best. He can deal with them until reinforcements arrive. After a while, monsters appeared. The system window reported that Gerts are pack animals that hunt in groups. The mages ran through the forest and shouted, all forces, use concealment. Concealment. They climbed into the tree branches and began breathing heavily. Chen from Quadratus said he thought they were finished. That's why he doesn't like playing the role of bait. The man asked how many more Gerts they needed to collect. Chen replied that many more were needed for the tour. However, since they had to hold their breath to use concealment, it would be difficult to maintain it for long. For now, since they've gathered them in the valley, they can rest for a bit before continuing. Anyway, why is that idiot taking so long with that newbie? The guy asked. Does he mean Sir Gaesu, who received the mission? Chen answered, right. Surely he's chilling out somewhere again despite everything that's going on? A bird appeared overhead and Chen asked, a blue homing pigeon? Only one intelligent person could materialize such a detailed pigeon. Chen's eyes widened in surprise and said, they're moving. They received an urgent message. They must go to Lake Kukulza. After a while, they arrived at the lake and Chen asked, did he really lose, idiot? Gaesu looked at him, then stood up and said, it's good that he passed out in a place where the poison isn't as strong. His legs were almost burned. What about him? Chen replied. When they arrived, he was already gone. He knocked him out and left. He means that someone managed to survive the belly of the fish of disaster. Couldn't defeat a single newbie and therefore has to clean up after him? Gaesu cried out, damn it, his weapon. What's wrong? What's wrong with the wound? He remembered MC's words. Let him sleep. He will give him a special gift, and in return, he will take his weapon. Chen asked, why is he sitting there? Let him get up. They still have to report. Gaesu ordered him to shut up. He was sure he said something. Chen asked, what's wrong with him? Did he inhale too much poison or something? He ordered the guy to carry him. They need to return to the ship. Just in case, he will contact the nearest operators and customers. The system window reported, Blue Carrier Pigeon. This is a support skill that allows you to send messages not only to clan members, but to any travelers. Chen thought, his carrier pigeon is capable of transmitting only the simplest messages, but the meaning should be clear. The pigeon moved to Carl's Morin and he squeezed it and screamed, these pathetic fools. He ordered them to go, follow him. After a while, he moved to the magicians, and Chen cried out with joy. He arrived so quickly. Not much time had passed since the carrier pigeon was sent. Carl's Morin waved his hand and said, out of the way. Good job, Gaesu. He managed to return after being beaten to a pulp by a newbie. The system window reported that Carl's Morin from Beacon is the commander of the stormtroopers. He hit Gaesu and asked who he thought he was, calling him by his first name. He didn't think Quadratus had become so incompetent. And how do they plan to clean up all this mess? Chen lowered his head and replied, they'll take responsibility. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. They're in big trouble. The Gerts they gathered in the valley. They all escaped and are now running towards them. The huge monsters were approaching their point, and Chen was shouting, how? He thought, once the Gerts start running, they can't change direction. They used this ability to lure them into the valley. He asked, why did they leave the valley? Just because they grabbed one of the cubs and headed here. Carl's Morin glared at Gaesu with irritation and, hitting him in the leg, shouted, idiot. Gaesu shouted, his leg. Carl's Morin said, he brought something useless with him. He took out a bundle strung on his blade and said, this is Gert blood. This is what's leading them here. The smell was artificially enhanced. If he hadn't used Aranon tracking, no one would have known. He put his hand to his lips and thought, A newbie who just recently arrived in the red zone is already using Gert abilities to lure them in? Carl's Morin spread his arms out in different directions and laughed loudly. He shouted that he was getting interested. He looked towards Chen and ordered Kang Hansu to be brought to him. After everything he'd done, he wanted to look him in the face. Chen looked down and said, "But given how many Gerts have gathered here, the ship won't last long." Carl's Morin squeezed his hand and said, "It looks like he'll have to repeat that. He'll sort this out." Chen said, however. Carl's Morin grabbed him by the robe and said that he didn't like to repeat himself. Chen screamed, "He's burning. Let them save him." Carl's Morin ordered them to hurry and bring him, or he'll feed them to the Gerts. He'll sort this out, so let them decide quickly. He threw Chen to the floor and said, "Kang Hansu, if you thought that would be enough to stop him, then he made a fatal mistake." He created a stream of his mana and said that it would make him regret it. He directed his mana towards the Gerts, after which a bright explosion occurred. MC looked at the tree branches swaying in the wind and said, "It looks like his trap worked." He bought himself some time, but he still needs to hurry. Hansu looked at the device and said, "There are no nutrients here at all." He hadn't eaten for 2 days, which had put too much strain on his strength. The nutrients flow through the roots of the world tree. Some roots absorb poisonous water, others purify it and remove the water. He needs to find roots that contain nutrients, but since the death of the world tree, the number of suitable roots has significantly decreased. MC collected most of the necessary materials. The system window reported that this is a pouch of food of a selfish and rich person. Hansu said that he had better leave here quickly. Fortunately, he only had to go to the deep lake where adult Kukulza live. The water there is deeper than here, so he will have to build a bridge. MC took out a seed and the system window reported that it is a quechua seed. It absorbs poisonous water to grow into a giant lotus flower. The seeds fell into the water and began to sprout, and Hansu quickly moved from one leaf to another. He created a sword from mana and said that it would be easier for him to direct it upward, but he will pass on his own. Suddenly, huge creatures appeared, and MC said it was time to begin the hunt. At that moment, Carl's Morin dealt with all the monsters and asked, "Hasn't the carrier pigeon arrived yet?" The girl replied, "It's still on its way." Carl's Morin said even the best reconnaissance skill can only be used once a month, and because of him, he had to waste it. If he hadn't been their guide, they would have abandoned him in the poisonous sea. He picked up Gesu by the shirt and said that it was him, like Quadratus. Carl's Morin let go of Gesu and turned to Rachel, ordering him to lead them to their last known location. Rachel asked if he would go there himself. Carl's Morin turned around and happily answered, "Yes, there is some pleasure in hunting with your own hands. He has nowhere else to run, Kang Hansu." After a while, MC wiped the sweat from his face and said he was too tired and would hardly be able to swing the sword. He thought about it, but this is the last of the doll hearts he needs. At that moment, an archer appeared behind him, drew an arrow, and fired. MC dodged it, and Chen said discontentedly, "Miss." MC thought, "It's a precision skill. It's not that easy to dodge something like that." In that case, he started swinging his sword in different directions when suddenly an arrow hit his hand. Hansu thought, "Horror." It still hit. His blood began to drip into the water, after which huge monsters appeared from under the water. MC started to run away and thought, "They're excited by the smell of blood. How problematic." Chen said, "Terrible rat. The agitated Kukulls will make their lives difficult." He called out to the girl and said that they were here as support. "Let her go down and grab him." Miller from Quadratus asked discontentedly, "What? He wants her to go into that horde of Kukulls? The splashes of water will ruin her hairstyle." Chen yelled in displeasure. "He'll run away if she doesn't move her lazy ass. They attack those whose blood they smell. So what is she afraid of?" Miller grabbed her head and replied, "Okay, no need to yell. It makes wrinkles appear." Chen said in displeasure, "He's sending a dove, so she can't let him escape." Did she understand? They have to capture him alive. Miller jumped down and replied, "She got it. She needs to capture him alive." She took out her blade and said, "He needs to entertain her until they both get tired." Chen yelled, "Miller, let her make sure he can't escape." She said, "It's been a long time since she had such a good scene." She rushed towards MC and offered to play. MC swung his sword created from mana, when suddenly a huge monster rushed towards them, its mouth open. Hansu looked at the creature and then struck, and Miller moved behind him and asked, "Where is he looking, handsome?" MC turned around and dodged her strike, which greatly surprised her. MC swung his leg and hit Miller, knocking her aside. She landed on a lotus leaf and said, "That's not bad for someone who falls, but he will have to show something more outstanding to leave a scar on her face. Even if he gives in, let him still not expect mercy." She thought. He was closing in along with the attack of the blood-drawn dolls. MC thought if he hesitated, it would be dangerous. The situation is on her side. The longer this drags on, the worse for him. So why doesn't he turn things around in his favor? He gripped the tip of the sword and rushed towards Miller. The weapon turned into a long ribbon, and Miller asked, "What?" She thought he had a cunning plan, but the results didn't impress her. "And isn't this shapeless blade a Gesu weapon? You shouldn't take someone else's weapon like that. What a pity, such a wound." The blood from her hand began to flow into the water, and Miller screamed in fear. "What?" Why hasn't the wound healed? Why is it growing? This can't be. At that moment, a huge creature appeared behind her, and Miller screamed in fear. Chen asked, what is she doing? Let her pull herself together. It's just a scratch. Miller screamed, they can feel her blood. MC used Narama's ring, the second power, and hemorrhage. The second power unlocked the red stat upgrade. This isn't just bleeding. Continued blood loss in battle clouds the mind and depletes the body. Maintaining hemorrhage uses a lot of mana, so Hansu wanted to avoid it. But given the presence of monsters attracted to the smell of blood, they were now on equal terms, and he would be able to escape from this situation. MC started to run away, and Chen screamed, what an idiot she was. Let them help her. The mages rushed after Miller, and Chen drew an arrow and said, if they let him go, Karlsmoren won't let them off the hook. He doesn't want to go through this again. He fired arrows at the monsters and screamed, he'll deal with the Kukols. Let them focus on Kang Hansu. The guys rushed towards MC, and he said how annoying they were. He'll give them a gift. A huge monster head appeared in front of them, and Miller said, there's no escaping it. Blood. What is that? Gert's head? Hansu asked. Did they know? Gert's blood? It's the perfect way to drive the Kukols crazy, so they won't think twice before rushing at them. Let them just think about what they'll do, considering they're all covered in Gert's blood. Miller looked up and said, wow, he's crazy. MC said, so good luck with their fun. After a while, MC touched the roots and said, this root is also dried out. At this rate, wherever the helpers go, there will be dried out roots. The process is going fast, so he needs to check the roots from above. Luckily, it's not that far to go. He thought everything would get easier after the red zone. Keldian, he'll kick his ass when he meets him. After a while, the man asked, what do they have here? Fresh blood is wandering around here, not understanding anything. He called out to the guys and ordered them to go to the lower roots. The guys screamed, idiots, this is their territory. Johan cried and talked, but there was no food on the lower roots. They were at the end of their rope. Even the slurry the helpers had given them was gone. He asked, please, to be at least a little friendlier. The guys smirked and said, he thought they should have conserved their resources better. This root belongs to their clan. The man chuckled and asked, are they sure such newbies can fight them for this? It's only natural for newbies to be a little hungry. The group turned away, and Johan thought, damn it, after everything they've been through to get here. This world tree is rotting, so it's only natural that the lower roots can't provide enough food. The upper roots contain plenty of nutrients, but those places are full of monsters, and every time they try to climb, other clans block their path. Are they really going to starve to death? A sudden scream rang out. Who the hell is he? The group turned around and heard loud screams. When did he get here? The man ordered them to get lost. Johan cried out in surprise. Kang Hansu! The man yelled. He knocked out their captain with one blow. They need to retreat. Johan said, they're escaping. They'll finally be able to get that nourishing slurry. The guy said he never thought he'd be happy about this. So, they need to use their getters. Hurry up and eat. The guy spoke up. He solved their problem in one move. Kang Hansu? He's Kang Hansu, right? They haven't seen each other in a long time. MC jumped down the hill and asked if he knew him. The guy replied, he doesn't remember. They were on the same ship, weren't they? What had he been doing all this time? He hadn't seen him since they arrived. Well, it doesn't matter now, but he's glad to see him again. He's Johan. Thanks to him, if it weren't for him, they would have died of hunger. MC looked at him and replied, he just wanted to eat too. Johan asked if he could ask him for something else. He knows, right? The ship they arrived on. They need him. All the ways up are blocked, so they'll have to use the ship. Hansu turned away and said no. Johan screamed. He wasn't just begging. The nutrient liquid in these roots could run out at any moment. The disaster fish is destroying the outer roots. He suggested using the ship and going up together. MC leaned towards the flowers on the roots and said, it's no problem. Everything will be fine soon. They'll be safe here, so don't even think about going up. Johan screamed. What is he? MC replied. He'll kill them. He will use the ship to kill the disasters threatening the world tree. He will kill the disaster fish with his own hands, so they don't have to worry about possibly dying. Johan's eyes widened in confusion and asked what he meant. Let him explain properly. MC was unhappy with his presence and thought that if the disasters disappeared, the red zone would flourish and everyone would be safe. So he was right. Johan grabbed his head and said that he didn't understand what he meant, but since he was hearing it from someone who had done so many incredible things, maybe he was right. He asked to ask him one last question before he left. Why was he trying so hard to save everyone? MC stopped and asked why. He had to save as many people as possible. That's why he came back. He stopped and thought, but is this really what he wanted? Johan walked up to him and asked, Kang Hansu? Why did he suddenly stop? MC threw him a stone and Johan asked, a stone? MC started to walk away and replied, an imitation stone. It will be useful, so let him take it. Johan asked him to stop and then asked why he had such an expression on his face. He looked at the stone and thought, it's not incredible, but it's just like when he gathered them on the ship. They thought that what he was saying was impossible. But he's the kind of person who can make the impossible possible. Maybe this time, he really gives him hope. After a while, Hansu ran along the ground and thought, it's only natural to act for the survival of humanity. So why does he feel so strange? He needs to focus on the necessary things. He called out to Sophia and said, she's early. Did she gather everything she needs? Sophia replied, everything with 2 exceptions, but she came here just in case. MC replied, not bad. Sophia said, he looks worried. Something happened? Hansu replied, nothing at all. Some people are tracking them. Did she notice? Sophia said, yes, Quadratus. They're targeting him. That's why they came for her too. MC nodded and replied, yeah, he met with them. Karlsmoren was looking for him. Sophia screamed. Karlsmoren? Why would the commander of the Beacon stormtroopers need him? Hansu said, he was able to delay him, but he was quite skilled and would be heading after them soon. Sophia said, he's no match for the other opponents. He may be strong, but he can't handle him alone. Hansu suggested that they work together. He pointed his finger at her and said, one of them will gather materials, and the other will act as bait for Karlsmoren. Sophia asked, doesn't he understand? Beacon is one of the clans that rule the Red Zone. Not only are they numerous, but there are plenty of veterans among them who have lived for years in the Red Zone. The Beacon is full of people who are strong enough to leave the Red Zone, and among them, the Stormtrooper squad is the most aggressive. Karlsmoren holds the rank of their commander. Sophia said that they need to deal with them together. It's best if they gather the materials now, while they don't know where they are. They need to hurry. MC turned around and said, it will be too difficult. He left the artifact there, but judging by the current situation, they are already caught. At that moment, Karlsmoren held Johann by the neck and said, he will give these idiots another chance. Do they want to burn alive or die quickly? Tell him where Kang Hansu is. The bodies of his allies were scattered everywhere, and Karlsmoren thought, he didn't even notice him approaching. How did he manage to gather so many people here so quickly? Johann replied, they don't know who it is. He's asking the wrong people. Karlsmoren let him go and asked, his name is Johann, isn't it? He put his palm on his head and slammed it on the ground. Karlsmoren said, he's pretty stupid even for a newbie who just came here. What impudence. Did he know what he smelled like when he lied? He already knew he was here. Tracking Aronan, that's his skill. He erased most of his tracks, but he was still able to catch the scent he left. His mistake was leaving a trail, setting a trap for him, and now they'll get down to business. Where is Kang Hansu? Johann said with tears in his eyes, he really doesn't know. Karlsmoren said, he still stinks of lies. Apparently he has no choice. He ordered him to die and sent mana through his hand. He laughed out loud and said, he can smell him. At that moment, MC was standing on the mountain and watching what was happening. Karlsmoren screamed, there he is. Hansu smirked and asked, was he looking for him? Karlsmoren asked, is he Kang Hansu? MC ordered him to go and find him. Karlsmoren kicked him in the face and MC's body dissolved. He said, what an obvious trick. This one-time artifact, the imitation stone, which creates a crude copy of the user, was among that guy, Gaisu's things. He thinks that idiot was cleaned out. Good thing the scent still lingers. Karlsmoren said, even if it's a trap, he'll be happy to hunt him. At that moment, Johann raised his head and said, Kang Hansu, the birth lake of the Kukulls. It's a place created by the Kukulls for reproduction. It was formed when the Kukulls gnawed at the outer roots of the world tree, and the nutrients they contained flooded this place, which completely neutralized the flow of poison from the poisonous sea. Hansu looked at his palm and muttered, the nutrients he recently ate are working well. His wound is almost healed. MC seemed to have broken the illusion. Has he really arrived yet? Karlsmoren's voice suddenly rang out. Looks like someone got tired of running away. Considering that the runner-loving little rat finally showed its tail, MC smiled and said he'd rather thank him. For a hunting dog, his sense of smell is worse than he thought. He even had to help him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found him. Karlsmoren asked again, what? He grinned and then laughed out loud. He slammed his fist into his palm and said, it's fun with him. So much fun. They'll see if his skills are as good as they say. And if not, he'll turn him to ashes with his own hands. Hansu replied, okay. However, he moved from his place and continued speaking. Not today. They'll play hide and seek next time. Karlsmoren shouted in irritation, you idiot. He dares run away from him? He really thinks he'll let it go? He activated the Fire Jade Chi art, Red Jade art, and aimed it at MC. He dodged the attack and took out a quetch seed. He threw it into the water, causing the lotuses to grow quickly. Hansu landed on a leaf and thought, there's not enough poison in the birth lake, so it won't last long. But he'll make it in time, so it's okay. Karlsmoren shouted after him. He thinks he can escape him by running across the water? He ordered MC to come out and fight him. MC ran away from him, and Karlsmoren ran after him. Hansu thought, great, he's taken the bait. Now it's time for him to use the sword soaked in Gert's bodily fluids. He uses his blood to enhance the scent. The scent of the prey will attract the attention of the Kukulls, who are in breeding season. He cut his hand and dripped blood into the water, after which he stopped and thought about catching prey. Huge monsters appeared from under the water, and Karlsmoren screamed. Is that all he can do? It seems he has no imagination at all. He thinks that pathetic Kukulls will scare him so much that he will stop chasing him. He used the Fire Jade Chi art, Red Jade art, and screamed. All he needs to do is burn them all and tear them to pieces. Karlsmoren struck the monsters and asked, well, what did he say? He just needs to get rid of them. Kang Hansu, he's next. Trying to escape won't change anything, so why don't they fight? MC smiled and said, that sounds logical. Karlsmoren asked discontentedly, why such calm? Hansu thought that in the water there is no better artifact than Ahol's breath. Karlsmoren will definitely pursue him underwater too. He asked him not to forget to bring what was his. MC dove underwater, and Karlsmoren shouted, what? What a fool. Does he really think he can't follow him underwater? If he sits here, he'll definitely come up for air, but he prefers hunting to fishing. They'll see how long he lasts. MC was swimming underwater when suddenly streams of Karlsmoren's mana appeared in front of him. He thinks he plans to fire at random places until he comes out. If he gets close to the surface, he'll simply be fried. He can't use the art of dragon energy because he has no mana left, but he was prepared for this. MC used Alham Pocket, the buds of which contain the air emitted when injured. MC thought with this, he should last for a while. The rest, huge monsters headed towards MC from the very bottom, and Hansu pulled a monster organ out of its pouch, and thought, disaster fish aren't the only natural enemy of the Kukls. It was quite easy to find monsters with such a strong stench that even approaching them was difficult. The system window reported, Arvon's gallbladder, a monster organ with such a disgusting smell that even Kukls will avoid it. The monsters caught the scent and began to swim further and further away. MC thought, with this, he will get rid of the Kukls. Kukls mix poison with nutrients at birth, diluting them to create a breeding lake. All their nests lead to a sea of poison. Hansu must get there. At this moment, Karlsmoren directed a stream of swirling mana towards MC. MC thought, he's here. Even if this is the art of Bloodfire Chi, it is much easier to track attacks in water. Suddenly, a blow hit his arm, and Hansu thought he was barely scratched, but the blow itself was powerful. However, this is a good opportunity for a counterattack. He swung his weapon, and Karlsmoren thought he is using the weapon that Gaisu had. He asked, so he took the Blade of the Forgotten. It was too good for that abomination, so he will take it. Karlsmoren dived into the water and thought, I can't breathe. What happened? The artifact should still be working. It can't be. He looked at MC's hand, which was holding the pendant. Karlsmoren shouted, Kang Hansu, he dared steal his artifact? MC asked, didn't he tell him? Finally, he thought he would die here. Hansu said, it's his. He gripped the hilt of the sword and said that he would give him something in return. He used Nirma's second power, bleeding, and slashed at the enemy. Karlsmoren said in annoyance, what a stupid trick. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind him, opening its toothy maw. Karlsmoren stretched out his hand and activated mana, thinking, little rat? He looked up and thought, now, everyone in the nest will gather here. This irritates him. The situation is too unfavorable. It's better for him to retreat. But don't think that this is the end, Kang Hansu. Karlsmoren swam back, and MC said how good it was that he gave up so easily. Now he can take what he came for and leave too. He feels like he made her wait. MC swam through the roots, and Sophia was standing next to him. She said she thought this was the end of the roots. Come to think of it, this was where she first met Kang Hansu. When will he come here? She knew they shouldn't go against Beacon. She hoped he was okay, but more importantly, where's the ship he mentioned? She doesn't see anything like that here. She's sure a lot of people follow the 500-seater ship. If he can't get here because he failed to save the ship, there's nothing to be done. Sophia put her hand to her face and said that maybe he was upset, but if she offered him a 30-seater ship, which she was able to get. Suddenly, a huge splash appeared behind her, and she turned around. A large ship surfaced, and Sophia activated a seal to protect herself from the water. She asked, ship, where did this come from? MC stood on the deck and said he thought she'd arrived just in time. He told her to get on board. They were leaving immediately. After a while, they were sailing across the sea, and Sophia said she couldn't believe he'd thought of sinking a ship in a sea of poison. She didn't even know who to consider him, a genius or an idiot. And when did he manage to collect all these runes? Hansu smiled and suggested they settle for the fact that he got it from a friend. Of course, it was all purely voluntary. Thanks to this friend, his magic is at its peak now. Sophia said something more important. How did he do it? MC asked, what is she talking about? Sophia took out a seed and said, she's talking about his method of using quechua seeds. Quechua seeds can only be found near Lake Kukalds, so they're quite difficult to obtain. Besides, she can't believe you can tell by just looking that they'll bloom if you drop them in toxic water. And he'd only entered the red zone not long ago. So where did he get all this knowledge about the local monsters and ecology? She wondered. Moreover, thanks to her librarian's eye, she could see his stats. The system window reported that the average MC stats were red runes 13%, strength 14%. Sophia thought that was quite high for a first year, but that didn't explain anything. He's using combinations of things that even experienced red zone travelers haven't thought of. He's not that strong based on stats, but he acts as if he knows everything in advance. MC said, creation allows you to improve or create new items, maximizing the stats of those same items. The system window reported that this is the Red Zone 1-614 recipe, the Oblivion solution. Hansu thought it was the result of alchemists' research for the sake of humanity's survival. He said he didn't have much of it, but there were countless uses. It's a key item for countering the fish of disaster. Sophia replied, poisoning the fish of disaster. She wouldn't have thought of that. Despite her librarian skills, even she couldn't figure out the recipe at a glance. Kang Hansu, what is he hiding? MC smiled and said he could answer with the same question. 7 phantoms. She, who protects this place, is only here because of the fish of disaster. But there's no time for that. It's here. Huge scales emerged from under the water, and the system window reported that it was the fish of destruction, the fish of disaster. The ship was sailing on the sea, and MC was asking if she knew how to get inside. Sophia replied yes. If nothing happened, they could penetrate through the gills. Hansu turned around and said they should show up soon. From now on, she needs to do everything he says, otherwise, he won't take her with him. Sophia said not to worry, she won't be a burden. If they can really get rid of the fish of disaster, then she doesn't care who he is or where he's from. Her goal is to get rid of the fish of disaster. That's why she agreed to work together with him. MC asked her not to worry, she made the right choice. He will keep his word. Hansu decided that he would begin to change the world, starting from the red zone, to lay the foundation for his future survival. He wouldn't get a third chance. He had to succeed this time. Suddenly, arrows were aimed at the ship and pierced the walls. Sophia turned around in fear and screamed, a direct hit on the hull. They'll go down like this. Karlsmoren looked at the ship and said, those rats. What a beautiful ship they hid. He called out to Rachel and ordered her to bring someone. He prepared this weapon, especially for them. Karlsmoren grabbed a weapon and suggested they see how long their ship could hold out. Sophia staggered and screamed, they must attack them now. MC blocked her path with his hand and asked her to wait. Sophia asked, didn't he hear what she said? If they waited, their ship wouldn't hold out. Even though this ship was created by a fairy, it was already damaged. They were staying afloat solely thanks to the blooming kvitch seeds. If the ship took a few more attacks, Hansu interrupted her and said that the Fish of Calamity sensed magic. However, the Fish of Calamity wouldn't even notice an attack that would sink their ship. It knew that itself. The Fish of Calamity only responded to magical powers and skills. MC considered this, but it was entirely possible that it was only because of the magical power contained in the world tree that the fish sensed magic so well. The slightest misstep could be dangerous when they were so close to the Fish of Calamity. Hansu said they were really at a disadvantage. Sophia asked, what should they do then? She thought about it. She hadn't come all this way to be useless. Surely she could do something? MC asked her not to worry. By at a disadvantage, he meant being unable to fight enemies from a distance without using skills. But since they couldn't do it on their own, why not call for help? Sophia looked at him in surprise and thought, he's using another item he made. She asked if they should make some bait. She thought this amount would be enough. Hansu said they just needed to drive them away for a while. So is it time to go fishing? Sophia answered. She had already decided to trust him. At that moment, a ship was sailing behind them, with Karlsmoren standing on the deck. He said that this ship would soon sink to the bottom of the sea. He didn't think he was all that remarkable. He ordered all the remaining harpoons to be brought. He will sink them himself. Chen asked, seriously, what were they even planning to do? They keep throwing things overboard? Is this some kind of trap? Karlsmoren shouted in irritation. What difference did it make? It's all useless. Let them break the boxes. He ordered to get rid of everything in his path. Everyone screamed, yes sir, commander. They were attacking the MC ship and he was asking Sophia to hold out a little longer. He looked to the side and said, the fish took the bait. Suddenly, a huge kraken appeared, which scared everyone. There were screams. They were attacked. It's hunting them. The system window reported, it's a kraken. Karlsmoren asked again, a kraken? It usually doesn't rise to the surface. Gesu shouted, if they don't deal with the creature quickly, the fish of disaster will swim back to the depths. They need to get into the monster's gills before that happens. At this rate, they'll lose Kanghansu. Rachel gripped the hilt of her sword and said she would handle everything. She began to cut through the kraken's tentacles, and Karlsmoren said, Rachel, if she's ready, they can move on. They've already lost a fair amount of time. She replied that she understood. Karlsmoren grabbed Gesu by the head and said, stop being distracted. He needs to focus on the path. The kraken's sudden appearance couldn't be a coincidence. Kanghansu, is he planning on using sneaky tactics until the very end? The calamity fish is diving. Everyone hold on tight. Karlsmoren said it was simply amazing how even though they dive underwater, they remain dry inside their gills. Gesu turned away and said, it's because the calamity fish's insides are filled with mystical power. He asked to look here. There was a passage inside the calamity fish's gills. Karlsmoren asked again, so they just need to swim straight ahead, right? Gesu replied, oh, stop asking that question. They'll be there when they reach the end of this passage. That giant mass of flesh will shift noticeably before it closes. They just need to be careful. Rachel turned to Commander Karlsmoren and said that instead of chasing Kanghansu, they should focus on the tours. She was sure they knew about the need to recruit promising travelers to Quadratus. Karlsmoren slammed his hand on the railing and replied, he knows. Why shouldn't she be patient? They're already inside the Fish of Calamity anyway, and they can't just swim away from here. What do they think this guy can do without a guide? It'll be a miracle if they don't stumble upon his corpse. Inside the stomach of the Fish of Calamity. The stomach of the Revi of Calamity is a pocket dimension where everything absorbed by the creature ends up forming a giant island. Someone said it wasn't much different from a dungeon. Karlsmoren looked around and thought, the flow of magic here is distorted, making it difficult to pinpoint a specific smell. How he doesn't like being here again. The guy called out to Quadratus and said, there are only half-destroyed and half-digested corpses here. This isn't what they paid for a trip here, is it? Gesu spread his arms in different directions and said he didn't think they quite understand. This is a delightful place, a blessing from the Fish of Calamity itself. The highlight of this place. The only thing that is fully digested inside the Fish of Calamity's stomach is the sap of the World Tree. The remains of Elfenheim, the creators of the World Tree, are collected here. A whole treasury hidden inside the Fish of Calamity. Many remains rest here. What do they think happened to their artifacts? It's simple. He was able to escape this hell alive solely thanks to what he found here. Do they desire power? If they are willing to serve the Fish of Disaster as part of Quadratus, they will gain everything they desire. A cry rang out. Long live Quadratus, Gesu said. They thank the Fish of Disaster for this blessing. Quadratus is always ready to welcome them. He asks them not to use offensive skills or make loud noises. They might be attacked if they hear. At that moment, MC appeared behind him, and Gesu said, as long as they follow Quadratus's directions, they can enjoy themselves safely. Hansu said, by the way, about loud noises. How loud are they talking? Gesu replied, no need to worry. Only something like an explosion would disturb them. MC asked again. An explosion? He said. At that moment, a loud and bright explosion occurred, and Hansu wondered, is that it? The entire area was covered in large, sharp crystals. MC said, excellent timing, Sophia. Gesu said, no, this is bad. Karlsmoren screamed, Kang Hansu him, so he's come to die by his hand. He turned around and asked Gesu with displeasure, what's wrong with him? They need to get out of here. Gesu uttered, damn it, they're moving. The corpses stirred. He was scared and thought, so they've come. The Elvenheim forces that were sent in the past to destroy the Fish of Disaster, the cursed army of Galadriel, the ghostly knights. The knights rushed toward the people and a loud cry rang out. They're attacking. The guy blocked the monster's blow and said, he definitely said they just needed to take the artifacts accumulated inside the Fish of Disaster. He never said anything like that. At that moment, there was an explosion and the guy screamed in fear. Karlsmoren said that even cheap tricks like this require considerable skill. He ordered an attack to destroy these spirits of the dead. The warriors rushed to the attack and answered, yes, Commander. Karlsmoren activated his mana and shouted, there's nothing his fire jade Shiart can't burn. This is the power of a beacon stormtrooper commander. He dealt with them so easily. Gesu looked at the knights and thought, no, they couldn't fall so easily. They are the guardians of this place, the Fish of Calamity. Their cursed bodies allow them to fight endlessly. As long as the Fish of Calamity live, they will continue to rise. The monsters came to life, and the battle began. Loud cries rang out, someone save them. Karlsmoren shouted in displeasure, idiots, we can't retreat. They need to hold their ground. Gesu turned around and thought, what a shame, but he can't risk his life here. He must escape. Stop. Kang Hansu, where did he go? He made such a fuss, and then vanished. If he came here for the same purpose as that woman, Sophia, then. MC was running away at that moment, thinking everything was happening just like Keldian said. Let the Phantom Knights, the Disaster Fish's first line of defense, be constantly busy. He was prepared for this, so he gave Sophia specific orders, and he himself headed to the next key point. The system window reported that this was the Disaster Fish's core. The Disaster Fish's skin cannot be damaged in any way, but the core inside it is a different matter. MC said there was only one way to defeat the Disaster Fish, and that was it. Hansu pushed off the surface and rushed towards the core. Gesu saw this and shouted, Kang Hansu? He ordered him to die. MC saw the glow and turned around to block the attack. He said with displeasure, it's him again. He pounced on Gesu and asked, what, wasn't he enough last time? Gesu grabbed the tip of the sword and said, he knows everything. He can't believe he's aiming for the Disaster Fish's core. He thinks that woman, Sophia, told him to do it, but he's screwed up. Karlsmoren wants to kill him with his own hands, but anyone who dares to attack the disaster will die. He ordered Chen not to miss him this time. Chen said, he sees him. This time, everything will be different. He told MC to try to dodge it if he can. He used the control shot and aimed the arrow towards MC. Chen joyfully screamed, bullseye. Gesu with a smirk on his face asked, is this the end for him? They froze and asked, what? Not a scratch on him? A steel guard appeared on MC's neck, and Chen screamed, it can't be. The control shot is powerful enough to kill even a Kukulz. Gesu asked, these are the same energy arts that he saw the first time. How did they become so much stronger in such a short time? Chen replied, since one shot is not enough, he will shoot until he achieves the result. Hansu spoke up. They could have just left him alone, but since they didn't want to let him go, he had no choice. The first dragon energy art he used was too draining of magic, but he had already solved that problem. He wouldn't stand on ceremony with them. At that moment, the battle with the Spirit Knights was taking place. Karlsmoren ordered to continue the attack. We can't let them regenerate. The guy screamed. They're regenerating faster and faster. They can't. Karlsmoren thought, damn it, if this continues, they'll just waste all their magical and physical strength. They're fighting a constantly rising enemy, which leaves them at a perpetual disadvantage. Kang Hansu? How did he figure out a way to use the Fish of Disaster like this? He shouted loudly, if they die here, they'll end up like the rest. Everyone, use the feathers you brought. The system window reported, the feather of the world tree. It's a one-time artifact. A broken piece of the world tree's leaf, now impossible to obtain. When used, it allows for an emergency escape along with those around it. The boy screamed in fear. They can't do it. They've already tried, but it won't activate. Sophia's voice suddenly rang out. They won't succeed. There's no easy way to escape from the stomach of the Fish of Disaster. The same goes for the Elvenheim Phantom Knights, since they are immortal inside the Fish of Calamity. Karlsmoren shouted in irritation. Sophia, did she think he would let her leave after she stood in his way? If one of the 7 phantoms finds out about this, Sophia interrupted him and replied with a smile. Does he really think that the people who did nothing while she was desperately looking for a way to kill the Fish of Calamity would lift a finger for him alone? Maybe he should find a way to leave here instead of whining. Even clan communication doesn't work here. If he dies here, no one will know about it. She will give him one last gift. Sophia activated her seal and said, after all, she already has all the information she needs. Karlsmoren spoke. It seemed that fiddling with the young newcomer had broken her judgment. He, the commander of the Beacon Stormtroopers, who was entrusted with managing the Red Zone, is nothing compared to him. The weakest fool of the 7 phantoms. He can have fun with her all day long. He activated his mana and aimed it at Sophia. Karlsmoren screamed loudly. She can't even hit the target right in front of her. She's a disgrace to the name of the 7 ghosts. A huge stream of mana was directed towards Sophia, when suddenly Karlsmoren landed and looked at her. She said that she wasn't aiming at him. Karlsmoren's eyes widened in confusion, and the guy screamed, "What's going on? An earthquake?" Inside the stomach of the Fish of Calamity, a loud scream rang out. "Commander." Entering the Fish of Calamity, the stomach walls are closing. Sophia said that she was stalling for time to use her library to find a way to close the gills of the Fish of Calamity. Now her part in this is complete. Karlsmoren screamed, "What a fool." Sophia turned around and said, she hoped this was their last meeting. Karlsmoren turned and shouted, "What are they waiting for? Everyone to the ship. They must leave this place immediately." Rachel said, "The ship they arrived on is already here." Karlsmoren shouted, "Where is Quadratus? What is John Gesu doing instead of navigating?" Rachel reported, "The Phantom Knights were overwhelming them again." Karlsmoren said, "By the time they reach the gills, they will begin to open again. They just need to hold out until then." He ordered Rachel to provide support. "They need to create distance." She answered, "Yes, sir, Commander." Karlsmoren frowned and said, "Sophia, he swears, when he gets out of here, she will regret this. He, the commander of the Beacon Stormtroopers, does not intend to die here." He activated the Art of Fire Jade Chi, Red Jade Art. Karlsmoren stepped forward and ordered them to follow him. Suddenly he saw MC in front of him and shouted, "Kang Hansu, how dare he?" MC was holding Gesu in his hands and said, "Appearing at a time like this, he downright feels like a villain." "Well, what is? He wouldn't have listened to him anyway." Karlsmoren screamed, "He's an arrogant jerk, a fearless idiot." He was going to accept him without causing him harm for a while. But everything changed. He changed his mind. MC moved towards him and said he didn't need any more words. He struck Karlsmoren, and he fell to the ground. Rachel screamed in fear, "Commander." He thought he was thrown back. Even though he was running all this time, did he really become stronger by absorbing the runes of those Quadratus guys? No. Even then, he doesn't stand a chance. Karlsmoren stood up and asked, did he really think that because he absorbed their runes, he became his equal? He will crush him and take back the breath of Ahol that he took from him. Rachel said, "Commander, they will help them." He ordered them to get lost. Do they really think he is so weak that he can't handle him alone? Karlsmoren pushed off the ground and rushed towards MC. He ordered Rachel to hold back the Ghost Knights. She answered, "Yes, sir." She understood. Hansu asked not to worry. He was planning to clean up here anyway. Karlsmoren screamed. He is nothing more than a newborn puppy. He tried to strike, but MC skillfully blocked the attacks. Karlsmoren smirked and asked, after all his big speeches, is this all he can do? He thought happily. He knew it. There is no way he can be stronger than him. He will never lose to a newbie like him. MC blocked his attack, when suddenly Karlsmoren screamed, "This is the end." He stabbed his sword into Hansu's chest and said, "Idiot, if he had accepted his offer and become his subordinate, he could have saved his life. He would die for a simple reason. He was simply weaker than him." Suddenly MC asked, "Really?" He snatched the sword away and said, "Then he will tell him the same thing." Hansu said with a smile that the knight's artifacts were quite good, sharp enough to cut through the scales of dragon arts. He was grateful for sharing this. Karls, with a very displeased expression, said loudly, "He definitely pierced his heart. Had he really modified his body?" Hansu smirked, swung his hand and said it was too late to realize it. He struck with a very strong blow, pierced him, and Karls said that even if he had changed his race to a dragon, his heart was already. He didn't finish and cursed these broken skills before dying, then collapsed to the ground. Hansu then fell to one knee and pulled the sword out of his body. He used a rune and said that he only succeeded because he pushed himself to the limit to create 3 dragon hearts. There are few healing stones, but he can't do anything about it. He thought that the special ability of the dragon art was to imitate the original owner of the art. The dragon art literally borrows the power of a dragon. However, this changes his body. Compared to a dragon's, the human body is too inefficient. The recoil from the transformation is quite large. He still receives damage. He sheathed his sword and said that he was still a beginner in this art, so maintaining the transformation was difficult. He began to use it with a serious expression and thought that the rest was now only a matter of time. If he did not do everything instantly, he simply would not have time. He began to run very quickly, and Geisu's third eye began to move very quickly. It looked at him and said that it would remember him. Immediately after that, the eye disappeared, leaving a stream of energy. After some time, the protagonist continued to run and thought that they had not arrived yet, so this was his chance. Thanks to Sophia, he quickly received information about the core of the Fish of Calamity. The core is located high up, so it would be difficult to reach it on his own. However, the platform will be ready soon, as it will react quickly. The disaster slaves have no defense systems that could cope with external threats. However, there was one exception in the form of an internal defense mechanism for emergency situations. Not just ghost knights, but a full-fledged defense system. Any approach to the core of the disaster fish is immediately met with physical attacks. Simple, but nothing more effective. He can cut it down, but given the speed of the disaster fish's regeneration, it will not change anything. He needs to prevent regeneration, because that is the only way to deal a decisive blow to the disaster fish. He tossed the flask over his head, broke it with a blow of his sword, and then struck the tentacle. It began to crack, and he thought that the Oblivion solution does not simply strengthen things, it binds everything it touches within a large area and prevents regeneration. The tentacle began to crumble, and he said that the composition worked as expected from the alchemist's recipe. Now that he has confirmed the result, he broke another flask of the potion with a sword strike to apply it to the blades of the swords, and said that all that remained was to reduce their numbers. He ran to attack, and the creature directed the remaining tentacles towards him. At that moment, the fish of calamity screamed loudly in pain. Manhwa watched this from the shore and asked what Ferris said. Aaron stood next to him and said that the closest assistants should be nearby and ready. He said that he had never seen the fish of calamity behave like this. What could have enraged it like that? It was as if it had swallowed fire and was now beating in agony. Sophia got out of there and flew towards them. He noticed this and said that he should wait. Something was approaching. Aaron, with a calm expression on his face, began to walk away and said that now was not the time for this. They needed to scout the area. He was about to say something, but at that moment she crashed into him and he cried out loudly in pain. He hit his head really hard, and she said that if she hit it a little more, it would have been the end for her. He looked at her and asked, "She's Sophia Viraj, but where did she come from?" She remembered something important and said loudly that now is not the time for talking. They need to run. The disaster fish shuddered even more than before. She looked at it and thought that she had never seen such a thing. The disaster fish was suffering from pain. It was just a ridiculous statement that anyone would take for fiction. She was angry because she couldn't do it with her own hands, but she could finally be free from this damned feeling of guilt. He really kept his word. At that moment, the disaster fish screamed loudly in pain. It headed very quickly to the shore, and she grabbed them both and began to run away from the scene very quickly. They looked at what was happening and asked, "What the hell is this? Why was the disaster fish spitting out everything it swallowed earlier?" Manhwa turned around and asked loudly, "What did she do?" She flew up with a smile and said that they did it. He still won. They don't have time for this. They will simply be washed away. They need to leave the terminal routes as soon as possible. Aaron asked her to stop and let him go. Mikhail saw this and asked, "Is this Sophia's skill?" The girl called his name and said that if the rampage of the fish of calamity worsens, then this territory will also suffer. He turned to her and asked, "Did she send the report?" She said that she just sent a carrier pigeon, saying that they will monitor the condition of the fish of calamity. He turned around and said that this is not enough. She should send another pigeon. Could this be the beginning of the end of the balance which has been maintained in the red zone until now? At the same time, MC managed to damage the core of the fish of calamity with his attacks, and a strange liquid began to flow out. He sighed with a slightly tired look and said that, as expected, holding out only due to human strength is very exhausting. He thought that the strain on his body was increasing due to the use of dragon transformation. However, the main thing is that the tentacles of the fish of calamity are cursed with a skill that weakens regeneration. However, his only chance is a direct attack. He again rushed to the attack and with very fast strikes destroyed the tentacles that were heading towards him. He plunged both swords into the core and said, which means that it can still feel pain. The core is destroyed and the subspace that forms the stomach begins to collapse. It's time for the next step. He began to swim in the liquid along the long channel and thought that the first step to guarantee the death of the fish of calamity is to destroy its core in the stomach. The second is to go inside it and through the artery connected to the core to reach its heart. Finally, the third step awaits him, allowing him to finish off the fish of calamity. He will remove the poison using the arts of dragon energy. He will be able to breathe thanks to Akob's breath. Everything is going as well as possible. There, the tentacles began to attack him again, and he began to attack them with his weapon. He missed one blow. He was pressed against the wall, and he felt a strong pain in his heart. He immediately came to his senses, and with one blow broke the tentacle that attacked him. He immediately swam further and thought that he did not have time to rest. He had to hurry. He saw many tentacles approaching him from different sides, and thought that there were many more than he thought. He had to retreat. He put up a block, trying to stop these attacks, and thought that if he retreated again, he would continue to retreat. He had only one way left, forward. He began to deliver many quick strikes with his swords, and thought that he needed to be a little faster. He continued to fight his way forward, swam to the place he needed, and thought that he had succeeded. The source of energy that feeds the entire body of the fish of calamity. Hansu saw a fragment of the divine stone and thought that it was once part of the foundation of the world tree, now broken into fragments placed in the tribulations. He looked at it and said that this really makes things difficult. Tentacles began to emerge from the body of the tribulations fish, at the end of which were mouths with sharp teeth. He gripped the sword in his hand tighter and thought, until the very end, right? In that case, he was not going to give up. He swam forward, and with a serious expression began to cut it with his swords. When he was about to swim further, another tentacle suddenly appeared and grabbed his leg. He looked at it and wondered, when did this monster manage to do it? He looked in the other direction and saw a huge number of tentacles flying towards him. It tried to shackle him in a cocoon, but he was immediately able to destroy it. He thought, with a serious expression, that this was not enough to stop it. He swung both swords, aimed at the divine stone shard, and said that he would see how well they would fight once he emptied their battery. He struck the first blow, but was unable to destroy it, and thought that it was stronger than anything he had encountered so far. He began to strike quickly with many blows, and thought that since the direct approach hadn't worked, he needed to cut the arteries connecting the divine stone shard to the Fish of Calamity. Thanks to all his attacks, he was able to free the divine stone shard. The protagonist caught it and said that it was smaller than he expected, considering the incredible power capable of fueling the Fish of Calamity. He finally got it. Because of what happened, everything around him began to collapse, and he thought that since he took the shard, the internal structure of the Fish of Calamity began to collapse. At this rate, he would stay here. A tentacle hit him very hard on the back and threw him aside. He began to lose consciousness and reached out for the shard. At the same time, a bird of energy landed on the man's hand, and he said that it was that person's order to find the one who killed the Fish of Disaster. On the shore, a guy loudly called out to Deputy Commander Liu and called him here. Deputy Commander of the Beacon Assault Force, Liu Hong, approached him. He looked into the ruins left by the Fish of Disaster and said that this means it is true after all. He took out a mask from there and said that it was the mask of Carl's, the Stormtrooper commander. He was tasked with taking care of Quadratus. So what happened to him? The guy said that they also found the bodies of the remaining Quadratus members nearby. It was confirmed that they were all from the Stormtrooper commander's squad. As he said, there are traces indicating that they all fell victim to that person. He was about to ask the deputy commander something, but he threw the mask on the ground with a smile and said that, as he himself saw, the commander is no longer with them, so their ranks need to be updated. He called him commander, and he said he liked the sound of that. He thought he was different from Carl's, who had easily earned his rank of commander simply because he had been here a couple of years longer than him. He asked what else they had discovered. Were there any survivors? The guy said that reconnaissance was still ongoing, but given the state of the wreckage, it was unlikely there were any survivors. Besides, they couldn't find any runes, but they were able to get hold of artifacts that used to be inside the Fish of Calamity. Hong took out a broken sword and said that something so large had died without leaving behind any runes. Given the situation, how many things were still functional? He threw it away and said that more importantly, he didn't know whether he had survived or not, but he still ordered them to search for any trace of Hansu. He thought he would have to check the thousand-lie eye that the man had implanted in the Quadratus. He moved on and said that most likely, this was where the heart of the Fish of Calamity was. Dying body part. What even happened here? Was he really that strong that he could do this? He didn't have time to finish because a comrade ran up to him and called for the deputy commander. He turned around and said that he was the commander now. What happened? He said loudly that a huge crowd of travelers was coming here. Hong looked at him and said that they should keep what was happening secret. Why wasn't he monitoring the perimeter? He said that there were too many of them. They wouldn't be able to hold them all back. What should they do now? He said that everything was fine. He was sure that they just came to look at the dead Fish of Calamity. There was no need to make noise until they got closer. Let them stand there quietly. The travelers looked at it and said that that huge monster really did die. What happened? He said that someone actually killed it. Sanjin said with a smile that from what he heard, there were tons of valuable artifacts inside the Fish of Calamity. He raised his voice and asked, but they plan to monopolize all the artifacts? Do they really want to take everything for themselves? People heard this and asked, did he mention artifacts? Runes are already difficult to obtain because of the extremely risky hunting. Why are they still standing here and watching? They should go and take a couple of artifacts for themselves. Right, they have the advantage in numbers. Hong said loudly that out of respect for the memory of that man, he was willing to allow them to stay here. They must leave immediately. This place is under the beacon control. He ordered them eliminated, and his warriors agreed with the commander. The winged device tracked this and then flew to Sophia, who was standing nearby. She caught it and said that she had indeed asked the people to gather in a crowd near the Fish of Disaster to distract the beacon. However, for them to cause trouble, she did ask them to spread some rumors. Although she cannot completely trust them, they are quite capable. She thought that those people, however, were deliberately inciting the rest. Who are they? She looked away and said that, in fact, it was even better for her this way. It was good that they had distracted the beacon, but they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. She needed to use this opportunity to search. She didn't have much time, so if one couldn't handle it, several would. The system notified that the god's sclera was creating a white ball that shared its vision with the user. The more of them there were, the higher the mana consumption. She said that it was difficult to control so many of them at once, but if she wanted her search to go unnoticed, she had no other option. 3 days had already passed, and this time she had to find him. He couldn't die so easily, so she had to look for him. She was confident that she could find him. At the same time, MC was lying unconscious on the shore among the rubble. The fairy looked at him and said that it meant this day had finally come. He swung his hand, hit him in the face, and screamed to wake him up. He looked at him with a displeased expression because there was no reaction and said that if he did not get up, he would kiss him. He heard this, came to his senses, and immediately sat up. He said with a joyful smile that it was a pity, but he still woke up. He moved his hand and thought that it seemed like he managed to recover a little before his dragonification wore off. Luckily, he got everything he needed. He turned around and said that, however, here is the one who woke him up. He looked at him with a wide smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He missed him, right? He looked at him and asked what he was doing in the red zone. He said with a wide smile that it meant he realized that they do not descend to them until something extraordinary happens. That is true, but it was impossible to just sit and watch since the situation is far from ordinary. He pointed to the side and said that he must look at his masterpiece. He is the first traveler who killed such a creature. Among them, there is a rule. For a great deed, a great reward. To be honest, the fish of calamity was not intended as prey, so there is no special reward for killing it, but it would be a pity. Hansu said with a smile that this was strange. If he became stronger, they would not be so interested. He thought that since they were sadists who loved cruel situations, this parasite could not have come here with good intentions. The fairy looked up thoughtfully and said that he was absolutely right. That's why they thought about this matter carefully. What could they do to make him desperately jump headfirst straight to hell? How carefully they thought about it. That's why he wants to make him an offer. He can't say it's bad for him. He began to concentrate energy in his palm and said that he could take the reward for defeating the Fish of Calamity right now. The system notified that the skill ranked 8th in the ranking was Lord of the Dead. He looked at it and thought that the skill allows him to turn the dead into phantoms and summon them. That's not all. It also has a magical chi enhancement effect. He can't even comprehend how powerful it is. For someone like him, who can only use 7 skills, this is simply an incredibly lucrative reward. The fairy snapped his fingers and said that he shouldn't be surprised ahead of time. This reward has a condition related to the remaining disasters. He looked at the runes that appeared nearby, and he thought that they were fragments of the skill. He smiled, refused, and said that this was quite enough. He was surprised by this, and said that he was not finished yet. The protagonist, with a calm expression, said that he had heard enough to choose the second option. He said that unlike the first, the second option would require him to kill all the remaining disasters. If even one remained, he would not receive a reward. Was he sure of his choice? He agreed with this, dived into the water, and said that they would see each other again. The fairy said with a satisfied expression that he had made his choice without even hearing the full explanation. He really doesn't disappoint. If he chose an easy reward, it would be sad even to discover all the disasters of the red zone. It was already a difficult task. He hoped that his struggle would last a very long time. At the same time, the huge monster, the spewing root, said that it could not hear the voice of the disaster fish. It opened its mouth, from which a strange gas came out, and it released its roots. After some time, he climbed ashore, remembered what had happened earlier, and thought that he might have readily accepted the fairy's proposals. But in fact, the situation was quite complicated. His existence had definitely accelerated the corruption of the abyss. He must complete everything faster than in his past life. He remembered Conte saying earlier that if they set off without using the space-time Arcanial crystal, the more knowledge from the future they applied, the faster the corruption of the abyss would accelerate. So he should act as quickly as possible. This was much more annoying than it seemed. MC agreed and said that he could travel to the past himself. For some reason, he didn't really want to. Currently, he said with a displeased look that he was a little annoyed that all this was dumped on him. He thought that now that he thought about it, he realized that it was true. They just dumped this task on him. He saw the girl's spirit, who took his hand with a smile. She started to walk away and dissipated, and he looked at his hand. He walked further, looked around, and said that each of those skills gave a great advantage, starting with the fact that he didn't expect a reward for killing the disaster fish at all. However, he would have to do it anyway to maintain balance in the red zone and find the next disaster, since even a piece of the disaster fish would be enough to lure them out. He thought that, unlike last time, he killed the disaster fish, got what he wanted, and even repaid Sophia's debt. Speaking of her, it's time for them to meet, but first they needed to go somewhere. At that moment, a group of people noticed him, and one of them loudly asked, "So there was a small fish here after all? What is he doing here?" Hansu started to warm up and said that they arrived just in time, and he wanted to clarify something. He quickly ran to the attack and said that he was glad that there were so many people here to ask. The guy he ran up to was very scared because of this and began to panic. He swung his fist, into which he directed energy, and said that he didn't need to worry. He would leave them the opportunity to speak. After some time, he defeated this entire group and held one of them by the collar of his clothes. He turned around, looked at a tall tree, and said that 3 days had already passed. This means that the rest of the disasters should have already begun to move. He ran forward very quickly and thought that this was bad. He didn't expect to lie unconscious for so long. He wouldn't be able to take his chance if everything continued like this. He stopped because something stuck in the ground in front of him. Levanon Mikhail, a Valkyrie clan member and assistant partner who did this, stood on a cliff and asked, "It's him. right? He called him by name, and the protagonist, with a serious expression, asked, "What do you want?" He was busy right now and needed to move on. Immediately after, the rest of the people gathered around him. Aaron wondered if Sophia had been looking for this man, but hadn't she found him? He was just lucky to find him first. He turned to him, called his name, and said that he would confirm his assistance in carrying out the orders of the Seven Phantoms, as he wanted, despite the fact that he was only an assistant of the Valkyrie clan. So he shouldn't even try. He jumped off the cliff and said that they needed to deal with him first. He was about to draw his sword, but at that moment, Sophia flew towards them. She landed and said that she had finally found him. He really was entangled in useless people. Still, it was a relief that he was okay. Mikhail called her name and asked why the one who was supposed to guard her place among the Seven Phantoms was helping him. That man already knew what happened here, and of course he already knew about his involvement. She said that she had already decided everything for herself. If they planned to stop him, she started using magic, called MC by name, and said that he should go. She would buy him time. He still had unfinished business. He walked towards them and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding and he just wanted to know something. Was it really him? The one who dealt with that monster? The fish of disaster? He looked at them with a calm expression and asked, why did they care? He snapped his fingers and said that he knew it. Well, he had no choice. He extended his hand and said that he was offering to shake hands. She looked at him in disbelief and asked, what was the point of all this? Why does he want to join forces with them? Hansu asked what he would get for shaking his hand. Besides, he wouldn't get anything out of it. Mikhail said that unlike the woman standing next to him, he could make sure he received the direct support of his assistants. This was a good offer for him. He wants this place to change. The red zone hadn't changed since the day he came here, and yet he managed to do it. He needs a storm to disperse the stagnant waves. He needs someone like him. Sophia said that it sounded very suspicious. Is he sure he wants to accept the offer? He said with a calm expression, which meant that even now there were people who wanted change. He agreed and said with a smile that he had made the right choice. He was about to say something else, but at that moment they felt strong vibrations and he loudly warned that they should dodge. At that moment, a huge worm crawled out of the ground. He was very surprised when he saw this and wondered where this monster came from. The protagonist saw a notification that it was a demon's mouth and thought it was just the stem of an erupting root, one of the disasters. However, it can suck in everything that is nearby. However, because it is tenacious, random attacks will not even scratch it. Besides this, he does not say their number yet. People started to run away from this monster, but it began to catch up with them and kill them. Mikhail thought, usually this monster does not crawl to the surface, so why is it here? The guy who was attacked by the monster extended his hand and called the commander for help. He turned around and said that if they stay here, everyone will die. They need to run. MC grabbed his hand and asked, he said that he wanted to help him, right? Then they should go together. He asked, where does he want to go in such a situation? Now is not the time for jokes. He turned around, created a sword, and said that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't far. He slashed the monster with his sword and said that they needed to enter here. He looked at it with a surprised expression and said that he didn't think that wood could be cut so easily. What did he mean by enter? He didn't answer his question, but used energy to wrap himself around his arm and pull him along. He went inside and said that the demon's mouth on the inside didn't look like he imagined. He turned around when he heard a loud falling sound. He turned away from him and said that he didn't know how to land at all. Mikhail got very angry about this and asked loudly whose fault it was anyway. Who in their right mind would drag someone along with them like that? Besides, why did he drag him here in the first place? He looked at him with a calm expression and asked if he himself hadn't offered him his help earlier. He said that this wasn't the help he wanted to offer. However, something else is much more important. What is he even planning to do here? This liquid looks like nutrients. Hansu said that all disasters have one thing in common. He does guess that, right? He heard a loud sound and asked loudly, are the insides of this mouth moving? He looked ahead with a calm expression and said that it seems that you can say so. He must prepare. They noticed many silhouettes that were quickly running towards them. When these monsters ran close enough, they were able to see it. Mikhail was very scared when he saw this and thought that all the monsters of the red zone were running towards them. It was too dangerous to fight so many monsters. It was better to run away. The protagonist calmly looked at this and said so. The common feature of all disasters is that you always need to look forward when fighting them. There is no turning back. He channeled energy into his sword and used the awakening of the art of dragon energy. He swung his sword and released a powerful wave of energy, which seriously injured several monsters. Mikhail looked at this with a surprised expression and wondered how he did it. How strong was he that he was used to moving forward alone? He asked, isn't he scared? Sophia stood next to them, casting magic and saying he didn't understand. He had only recently met him. She attacked a group of monsters from afar with an energy weapon and said she couldn't believe he had disappeared without a word. Did he really take it for granted that she would follow him? MC called her name with a smile and said that he knew her well. She sighed with displeasure and said that it was as if they had known each other for so long. Mikhail asked how the two of them could talk calmly in such a place. They needed to get out of here. She looked at him and said that she came here to help and fight with him. If he was afraid, he could run. He thought with a serious expression that they were completely crazy. This place was constantly creating monsters from all corners of the red zone. This was not something two people could handle. She noticed another group of monsters and said loudly that they should prepare. More monsters were coming. She felt the wind and thought it was the wind path artifact. Mikhail used the wind to attack and with a serious expression said that no matter how stupid it was, he gave his word that he would help him, so for now he would stay with them. He called her and said that he wanted to see the true power of the seven phantoms. He also wanted to see this man's true strength with his own eyes. He had managed to bring about changes in the red zone, so he expected even greater changes in the future. She thought that even after a short conversation, one could understand that he really had such power. The power to change everyone and lead people. After that, they began to fight against the monsters using their abilities. Mikhail said that they were still holding out, but they were gradually being pushed back. Do they plan to hold the line for long? Hansu, looking a little tired, said that the number of monsters was gradually decreasing, which meant the first wave would soon be over. He looked back and asked, "After this, she can see it, right?" Sophia agreed and said that from the moment she entered here, she had been observing it using the library. She summoned the divine eye and said that she roughly knew where it was. She just needed to find the exact location. She launched it forward and thought that if the erupting root, the next disaster, had a structure similar to the disaster fish, then attacks from the outside were pointless. The demon's mouth is just the mouth-like organ of the erupting root. It can only be damaged from the inside. The erupting root's real body is located under the world tree. It is well hidden and difficult to damage. However, if you enter through the mouth, you can find the hole from which the demons emerge. The place where the monsters emerge is its only weak point, connected to its insides. The divine eye flew to the right place, and she loudly said that she had found it. She found the right place, but the monsters were pouring out of there, so her connection with the eye was lost. Besides, the place is quite far away, so getting through all the monsters will be... She didn't have time to finish, because the protagonist activated his form and said that it was no problem. It would only take an instant. Sophia looked at this in surprise and thought that the art of transformation of the body became even stronger. Mikhail looked at him and said that he even had the skill of the art of energy and capable of body transformation. Who is he anyway? She said that the body transformation by the art of energy will not last long, so they should finish everything with one blow. However, no matter how strong he was, he will not be able to deal with everyone. She stepped forward and with a serious expression said that she would clear the way for him. He also stepped forward and said that he requested help from the clan on the surface. He does not know how soon they will arrive, but they will help. He can no longer stand here and watch them fight, although he is not sure that they will hold out until help arrives. MC looked at this, remembered the past and thought that it was so nostalgic. He asked them to wait and said that he will have to use accumulation. He took out a shard, which he clutched in his hands, and Mikhail asked what he was doing. What does he want to achieve by breaking this crystal? He said with a serious expression that he was not simply breaking it but using parts of it. Crowds of monsters were approaching him, and he raised his sword above his head. He struck a very strong blow with the sword and released a powerful wave of energy. He said that Gaisu clearly had an eye for good items. Now the task looks doable. Mikhail was very surprised by this and said loudly that one blow, but such power. This is very different from the blade that Gaisu used. He handed them 2 crystals and said that the 2 of them should give him their weapons. He directed these crystals to their weapons, and the system notified that magical power resonance is a skill inherited from the artifact, allowing one to lend one's magical power to a target. He thought that this was the purpose of this artifact. The relic of Galadriel, one of the most wanted relics among all those lost in the red zone. However, of course it was useless unless activated by a divine crystal fragment. He went on the attack with them and loudly said that they couldn't dare die now. At the same time, outside, many people were fighting against a crowd of monsters and loudly said that they couldn't retreat, otherwise the monsters would kill them. There had never been so many monsters around him. Aaron turned around and loudly asked, "Haven't reinforcements arrived yet?" He looked up and asked, "Isn't that Mikhail's carrier pigeon?" He extended his hand and asked, "Is he requesting help?" He noticed Hong, who had caught the pigeon, and loudly asked, "What is it he's doing?" He destroyed it and said that he'd been wondering what kind of rats were making noise in his territory, but it turned out to be them. He was sure they had already said that they were looking for Hansu. This is the beacon's business. Disaster matters were under that person's jurisdiction. They, the assistants, had better leave. He loudly said that, however, they wouldn't be able to leave because of the monsters surrounding them. He turned away and said that they seemed to have misunderstood him. He meant that they would be left with small fish on the surface. They had plans for something bigger. He and his comrades entered the demon's mouth, called out to Mikhail, and said that he was connected to the first mates. He turned around at the sound of his voice, called out his name loudly, and asked what he was doing here. Hong, with a calm expression, said that they decided that they could do whatever they wanted on his territory. They needed to be held accountable. This place was under their jurisdiction. They should quickly pack up and leave here. He said that they would regret this. He calmly walked towards him and said that there were limits, even to bluffing. They heard a loud sound and he asked loudly, "Has this passage closed?" The walls began to move. He had never heard of a demonic mouth moving like that. Mikhail stood nearby and asked with a smile, "They have a problem, right? It's harder to use skills here than on the surface." He never thought that such an important person would respond to his carrier pigeon. Hong turned to him with a displeased look and was about to say something loudly. The protagonist looked at him with a calm expression and said that he should shut up, and if they wanted to survive, they should hurry. He looked at him with a serious expression and thought that he was strong, but he was seeing him for the first time. This was the same person who killed the fish of disaster? Since the entrance was closed, there was no point in wasting his strength here. He waved his hand and said that this meant he had no choice. They had to go and deal with the monsters. He thought that he should explain the current situation to that person and that he could deal with him later. Although he had only recently arrived here, he was good in combat and his strength was growing rapidly. It was obvious that he was getting stronger thanks to the Phantom. MC said that wasn't enough. Hong turned to him, thinking that if he dealt with him, the man would definitely make him a stormtrooper commander. He asked what he was talking about. He calmly said that he couldn't last in his current state. It seemed the beacon was weaker than he remembered. He abruptly extended his fist, containing the crystals, toward him. He used all the people's weapons and they asked what it was. Magic power suddenly began to flow through him. He began to leave and thought that he knew that it was quite difficult to conduct mana through so many people. They continued to fight against the monsters, and someone said loudly that they should focus on controlling their magic during the fight. At the same time, an erupting root climbed onto an artifact called a plant. He began to bind it with roots and said that he could not take the entire plant yet. He would get rid of the invader. The people continued to fight against the monsters, and someone said loudly that they should break through. Hong also fought, laughed loudly and said that it was amazing. He thought that he had never felt so helpless. This was such a new feeling. So he was hiding such power after all. He used his abilities with a wide smile and said loudly that it was incredible power. He thought that he should report this immediately. Most likely, that person had no idea about the full extent of his powers. Even though the inside of the demon's mouth was coated with a stronger layer of magical power than the outside, it was sure to be able to easily break through the wall of roots surrounding them on all sides. If he could deal with it going further and then escape, that person would look at him differently. He wasn't Carl's, who died a stupid death. He ran forward, but was stopped by the attack of the monster in his path. He held back this attack with his hands and asked loudly, "Why did the flow of magic suddenly disappear?" Sophia said that she couldn't help him anymore, so he would have to figure out the rest on his own. Hong looked at her and thought that he couldn't believe that the most heretical of all phantoms helped him. He asked loudly, "What is the assault team doing? They must hold their positions and destroy these monsters." She thought, with a calm expression, that she really couldn't help him anymore. The magical power he shared had become unstable for some time now. What's going on there anyway? She remembered how MC had said earlier that he would go inside. She asked him to wait and said that she had told him that going there when they hadn't even dealt with all the monsters yet was too dangerous. He said that it was okay. They couldn't continue like this for long anyway. The only way from here was forward. However, he couldn't go forward with the enemies behind him. That's why he would go forward and leave them to cover his back. She thought with a serious expression that he shouldn't worry, she would follow him soon. At the same time, inside the central area of the roots, Hansu stood in front of the monsters and said that he knew that as soon as he headed inside he would come out. A defensive system protecting the inside of the root. The last of an extinct race, the only survivor of the Elvenheim army. He ran to attack and began to deliver numerous rapid strikes with his sword. He ran behind and the monster immediately turned to him. He swung his hand and delivered a very strong punch to it. He raised his sword above his head and was able to withstand this very powerful blow. He thought that his movements were different because his body was still alive. However, if this was the case, then he would use the power of Nirma in addition to the relic awakened by using a piece of divine stone. He used the skill, Power of Destruction, and released powerful energy into the hand of this monster, and it screamed loudly in pain. The protagonist thought that he got rid of the defensive ability created only by magical power. The attack worked, but his wounds were not as deep as he expected. He needed to concentrate more power. A second monster nearby ran up to him very quickly and dealt a powerful blow, which he blocked with his hand. These monsters were Akiadran and Fabian from the Elvenheim army, 2 of the 5 generals. He looked at them and said that it was as expected of 2 dead generals of Elvenheim. He thought that the power he used should have greatly harmed them, but they used the relic to block the attack. He said that these Elvenheim defensive devices were originally used to guard the tree. Even despite Elvenheim's long-ago fall, they still work. Their effectiveness is astounding. Average attacks won't leave even a scratch. He thought his arm was broken from the last attack. In this state, it wasn't the cultivation speed that was the issue. That was good. He looked at his stats and thought that rather, even despite his fairly high cultivation speed and the use of a red rune analog, it still wasn't enough to protect him from the damage. He distributed his power and left the others behind to figure it out. Everything was according to his plan. If there were any variables, there was only one: the fact that Elvenheim's generals are excellent at using relics. He awakened his relics with a piece of divine stone, but he doesn't yet know how to use it to its full potential like they do. He must draw as much power from the relic and the divine stone as possible. Besides, his target isn't the Elvenheim generals. What's more important is what's behind them, the one behind their power. Monsters began to emerge from underground, and MC wondered if the second defense system had already been activated. The system announced that it was the Galadrian army. He looked at the crowds of monsters heading towards him and said that if this was a battle of numbers, then he came prepared. At that moment, Sophia ran up to him with the rest of the warriors. They began to fight against this army and loudly asked, "What kind of freaks are these?" They had just gotten rid of the bugs blocking the way here, and how did an army of zombies appear? With a surprised expression, she thought that the Galadrian army, who were in the stomach of the Fish of Calamity, had originally guarded this place. Hong began to fight and thought that he noticed that something was wrong with the descendant of magic. Who would have thought that a battle of such a scale was unfolding here? If this continues, the plan can be completely forgotten. How far does he want to take this battle? Hansu attacked Fabian with his sword, but his body quickly regenerated. He jumped back because he noticed a magical attack aimed at him. He thought it was causing damage, but it was recovering too quickly. He attacked with his sword at the magic circle that was next to him. He said that, besides, those two attacking him at the same time were a bit of a hindrance. He thought that if the battle dragged on, and he continued to use the art of manipulating dragon energy, his body simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since he uses dragon power to forcibly heal the body, while simultaneously using magical power, he feels like his veins are about to explode. He only has one goal. The rest is just a distraction. The Central Heart. Elvenheim is a state that ruled the Red Zone in the past. In order to control the ecosystem, they created the World Tree, and what is its foundation using magical genetic biology? They created a plant and hid it deep within the roots of the World Tree. Over time, the plant ceased functioning due to a calamity. The toppled root, originally created to support the plant, became a calamity, which explains why the plant went berserk. However, lacking sufficient authority, the most he can do is stall for time. The protagonist looked at the monster whose attack he dodged with a serious expression and said that this was probably why he activated the security systems. He thought of the Elvenheim army, or rather, the creatures protecting the factory, the 5 generals. With the help of preservation magic, the Elvenheim warriors had become an immortal army. They retain the destructive and regenerative power they once possessed. They live longer than humans, making them tougher opponents. However, if he uses the demonic dragon enhancement, he must find the right moment. The only thing he must pay special attention to is their ability to regenerate, which is constantly maintained by the Central Heart due to the magical power of the plant. It's like fighting zombies that regenerate endlessly. They'll never finish. The 5 generals are just stalling for time, and they're not his target. He used the skill First Power of Destruction. He'll maximize his magical power and concentrate it in his sword. To the original power of the relic, combined with the divine stone fragment, he'll add the magical power of the Nirma ring and rush forward with all that power. He began to deliver numerous rapid strikes, into which he poured powerful magical energy. After this attack, MC said that even if Fabian's armor, a Galadrian relic, was used, it wouldn't be able to block the power of the ring. He delivered another sword strike and said that he should rest for a bit. He turned around abruptly and blocked the magical attack that flew at him very quickly. He thought that the Achydran beads, the durability of each one, is comparable to Fabian's armor. In other words, he can destroy them. If he uses more power, then. He didn't have time to finish his thought because, unexpectedly for him, the bead broke into 2 pieces. He turned around with a surprised look and asked, "Did it split on its own?" He looked at Achydran and wondered, did this cunning freak do this on purpose? It seemed that this meant that as long as he didn't destroy it, the relic would remain intact. The monster threw these beads at him, and he began to attack it with his sword. It split into many pieces and attacked him from behind. He was thrown aside and he asked, so even having changed the form of the relic, its power remained the same? It was quite painful. The rest of the warriors next to him continued to fight against the army of the dead. The beacon member asked how much longer they had to fight. The magical power continued to fluctuate for some time, so he couldn't move normally. Without it, he would have already fallen. He loudly called out to the commander and asked, how much longer should they fight? They fought non-stop, but their numbers weren't decreasing. One of the zombies was about to attack him from the side, but Mikhail killed this monster and said that they must not let their guard down. They were constantly rising. He turned around and said loudly that it was all because of his people. Sophia used magic and said there was no point in complaining now. She created a magic circle from above and released numerous ice shards. She said loudly that he should forget about everything else and focus solely on fighting the Galadrian army, otherwise he would die here. Hong looked at her and thought that she had dealt the brunt of the damage to the destruction fish. However, after observing them, he realized who was really in charge. On top of that, he was much stronger than he imagined. He needed to give him accurate information. Everything else could wait until they got out of here. Hansu continued to fend off the attacks of beads flying at him from different directions. He took a strong bead strike to his back and thought that when he blocked one, 2 more would appear on his way. He couldn't block it all. He took the bead attack, gritted his teeth, and thought that it felt like his leg had been cut off. He ran forward very quickly and thought that, however, it would heal. He would use this to break through. He ran forward very quickly, parrying the bead attacks, and thought that if he managed to land at least one successful strike, then it wouldn't matter if he got injured in the process. He saw what Echidron was going to do and said that it was too late to block. Unexpectedly for this monster, it flew past and attacked the root behind him. He struck a very strong blow with his sword and said that he wasn't aiming at it. After that, he landed on the ground and said that he had already wasted too much time here. He attacked General Elvenheim with his sword and said that it was time to finish. Sophia was surprised by what happened and looked around and asked, "Is it all over?" The knights suddenly stopped moving. They are no longer revived. The protagonist said that he destroyed their energy source. They can breathe for a while. However, this is not the end. They need to move on to the next place. Hong asked him to wait and asked if he was going to go further. If this is really the case, then they are leaving. They are not so stupid as to voluntarily take risks. They helped them because there was an emergency, but they do not obey his orders. They are not obliged to join him, right? He agreed with this, after which he released a wave of energy above his head. This surprised him very much, because he did not even notice it and asked loudly, "How dare he attack him?" He said with a calm expression that he should not misunderstand. He did not attack him. He simply made a path he would take. By the way, they better hold their breath. The people turned around sharply and saw how water began to flow through the hole from his blow. Because of what happened, they were all swept away by this stream. Hong stood on the roots and wondered, was he trying to drown everyone? He can't believe he did this after they tried to leave. He didn't want to use the feather, but now he has no choice. If only he could get out of here. The system notified that this artifact cannot be used. He was surprised by this and asked, "An artifact that can teleport to any point in the red zone cannot be used." MC said that he seemed to still not understand what the red zone is. You can't use this feather inside the Fish of Destruction or the World Tree. More precisely, since they are not in a dungeon, it will not activate. After all, the Divine Stone fragment limits its use. He thought that this is the place where the spewed root parasitizes the World Tree. The inside of the World Tree's roots, the center of the red zone. He said that they are not far from the place where the plant is. Since he also brought the 5 Generals relic with him, he'll get through this with the Divine Stone fragment. He thought that by increasing the number of his relics, it would be much easier to stabilize the flow of mana flowing from the Divine Stone fragment. The Divine Stone fragment was originally a power that only a full-fledged relic user or candidate could use. He said that from now on, everything would be easier. Hong loudly asked, how dare he do something like that and act as if nothing happened? He would officially take the place of the 1st Division commander as soon as he left here. As one of the commanders of the famous beacon, he thinks he'll get away with this? Hansu looked at him with a calm expression and asked, didn't he tell them? If they want to leave, it would be faster to just punch a hole in the roots. Everyone here has tremendous resistance, so they should be able to withstand the poison just fine. He said with a displeased look that he couldn't contradict him. No one here is allowed to give him orders. He turned around with a calm expression and said that he could do as he wanted, but it wouldn't change anything. It wasn't that dangerous here, so whether they followed him or not was up to them. However, if they followed him, they would be able to leave safe and sound, he guaranteed it. The red zone would soon change dramatically. They shouldn't miss the opportunity to follow him. Mikhail looked at him and said that he needed a storm to disperse the calm waves. He needed someone like him. He thought that was why they should think very carefully. The beacon will operate independently. Hong said with a smile that even if he asked for help, it would be too late. He would make sure he paid for daring to look down on him. He didn't have time to finish because the protagonist calmly agreed with this. This angered him, and he turned around and said that even he couldn't force them to go. He thought that he wanted to live up to Eris's expectations as best he could, but there are always exceptions. He got very angry about this and asked loudly, is he looking down on the beacon? Sophia looked to the side and asked, isn't that strange? Perhaps he was wrong this time. Her observation skill detected movement nearby. The people looked to the side and asked loudly, is something approaching? What is it? It's advancing. He looked at the ugly monsters and wondered, has the plant gone berserk? They don't look like full-fledged creatures that can survive in a normal ecosystem. He is sure that they will die once they exhaust their life force, but until then, they will absorb everything in sight. Has this damn spewed root lost control of the plant? He asked. Or does he think that such powerless attacks can stop it? At the same time, outside, the warriors defeated a crowd of monsters and loudly announced that the rear group had finished their preparations. The advanced group should return. They need more supplies. One of them called Johann and said that he should bring the nutrient solution here. He agreed, put down the box, and said that he was finally finished. The last few days have been a complete mess. He thought it was just an absurd story, but it seemed that what he heard was true. He thought that even now, when he remembered the time when he first encountered the disaster fish, his hands began to shake. He asked when exactly Hansu started planning to destroy it. He was scared because Sanjin approached him and asked what he just said. Had he met him? He thought he looked really strong. Is he the traveler who reached the red zone earlier? Maybe he is from another group? Like that time, they might be looking for him. He doesn't even know where he is. He asked with a serious expression who he was. He had nothing to say to someone he didn't know. They were surrounded by a lot of assistants, so threatening him wasn't a good idea. He took off his hood and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He didn't mean to threaten him. He apologized for not introducing himself right away. He gave his name and said that he was just curious, because he was his friend. It seemed like he got here thanks to his help. Johan agreed and said that he had been a great help to them on the ship. He realized that he was different from everyone else from the moment he met him, but he asked to be allowed to ask one question. What is his goal? He said with a small smile that he didn't know that himself. He asked, didn't he say that he was his friend? Sanjin was confused by this question and said that he always hides his plans. He's not the type of person who explains every little thing, even if asked. However, it doesn't matter. Whatever he strives for, he has already made his decision. He decided to follow him. He thought the main thing was to catch up with him. The reason he wasn't looking for him in the red zone was because he was still weak. Yunwei called his name and said that they had to go. He turned around, started to leave, and said that he had to go. Thanks for the conversation. If he happens to see him again, or rather, he will find him himself, because he would have done the same. He started to walk away and thought, he is still far behind him, right? He will have to put in more effort. He is confident that even now he is fighting desperately. At the same time, the protagonist attacked the monsters with magic projectiles. He thought with a calm expression on his face that he was fueling himself with magic power using a fragment of the divine stone, so that now he can concentrate on attacks and not on defense. Hong watched what was happening from the side and thought that it was impossible. He knew that he was strong. However, why did he become even stronger in such a short period of time? He did not tell him anything about this. Could it be that Carl's? He did not have time to finish his thought because he moved on and said that it was time for him to go. He was just letting him know that on the way back there was nothing waiting for him except a waterfall of poisonous water. He wished them good luck, ran ahead and said that he would hurry ahead, so whoever wanted could follow him. A member of the beacon asked the commander. Only he knew where the exit was, so shouldn't they follow him? Hong agreed, ran after them and said loudly that if they wanted to survive, they needed to hurry and follow him. At the same time, the erupting root said that almost, a creation created by the perfect implementation of plant abilities. He created Alpha, and he must awaken, the perfect life form of the red zone. At the same moment, the creature from the cocoon emerged. He said that he must listen to his order. He must destroy the intruders. Did he understand that? He found this strange and asked, given his status, did he dare to order him? The erupting root became very angry because of this, and said that he was his creator. He was just a copy that he created. Alpha asked with a serious expression, did he dare to call himself its creator? He ran up to it very quickly and thrust his hand into the body of this tree. He began to search for something inside and said that it should be here. He said, with a serious expression, that he must give up the key to the armory. Root closed his eyes and exclaimed that this was very impudent. He opened his mouth in rage and, raising his roots, screamed. The clone calmly said that this was very boring. He ordered the fool to just think about the current situation. Root constantly creates monsters to defend itself, but because of this, the enemy is unable to restore the plant. So he tells him to give up the key. The clone will change the outcome of the battle. He thought he was surprised by the sudden attack, but it seems that Root still obeys his orders. Root sternly agreed and raised his roots. He opened a hole inside the bark and asked the enemy to take it. The clone smiled and agreed with this. He reached out for the key and noted that this meant that this was where it was hidden. The clone grinned ominously and touched the stone. Root screamed with rage, "What is this? What is the clone doing? It's a divine stone." The clone pulled the stone forward and Root asked him to stop. Streams of light filled the space, and Root screamed in pain. The clone grinned terrifyingly and quickly pulled the stone out of Root's body. He calmly asked Root not to be afraid and clarified that he would keep his promise and fix this situation. After some time, the monsters raised their hands. Liu furiously attacked the monster. Mikhail killed the monster and asked them to hold out a little longer. They are almost there. These monsters can't be infinite. Tree roots penetrated the ground and emerged. The guys looked down in fear and screamed, "What is this?" The roots quickly rose up, wrapping themselves around each other. The travelers screamed in great fear. The protagonist instantly jumped up and raised his fist with the intention of attacking. He furiously clenched his sword in his hand and instantly cut through the tree root. MC calmly landed on the ground. He raised his head with a serious expression and noticed the roots bursting out of the ground. Hansu quickly swung his sword and cut the root. He looked at the many approaching monsters. The protagonist swung his sword and created spheres shrouded in mana. They flew through the monsters at incredible speed. The protagonist swung his sword and the monsters' bodies exploded. He calmly thought that the internal defense system was definitely weaker than that of the Fish of Calamity, as were the monsters. But even so, they continued to weaken. Was it because he was cornered? In that case, should MC head straight for his target? The guy looked away in fear and asked, "Is it because of him?" The smaller roots, he thought, Or had they stopped? Hansu turned his head to the side and thought that couldn't be. Sophia tensely turned her attention to the fleeing protagonist and called out to him. After a while, MC approached the root shrouded in branches. The cube inside the root instantly went out. Hansu thought that the plant had lost its power source, which meant, before the protagonist could think, the clone ordered him to descend. MC looked down the mountain and thought that someone was there. He quickly jumped up and jumped down the mountain. Hansu thought that most likely it was this someone who took the piece of the divine stone. But who could it be? Apart from them, no one could penetrate the center of the erupting root. The clone standing behind MC noticed that the protagonist was different from the other insects. MC was smaller. Hansu noticed him. The clone added that it seemed that the protagonist was fully using the key, even without being their race. He smiled, picked up the stone, and offered to talk a little about the key. What does the protagonist have? The key is the real name of the 5 relics that the 5 generals had. The reason for this name is simple. Whoever collects all these relics gains power and control over the world tree. Hansu thought this guy called the relics a key. Only those natives of Elvenheim whom he met in the abyss called them that. There is only one entity that would call the relics that. But this entity cannot be here now. The protagonist noted that the opponent is not real. The clone was surprised and remarked that MC was doing well. The protagonist not only has the key, but also knows about the original. Hansu replied that he just heard something. So what will the opponent say? The clone pointed a finger at the protagonist and clarified that MC has the key. He smiled and ordered him to give it to him and get out of here. The damned freak should not possess it. Hansu sternly said that in that case he would make a return offer. The clone should calmly give him a piece of the divine stone. MC raised his sword and remarked that the opponent is not real. The opponent is not worthy of him. The clone fell into a stupor and after thinking for a moment, grinned. He put his hand to his forehead with a mad look and picked up the stone. The clone replied that the protagonist didn't understand who he was. Did this damn freak think he could kill him? The clone raised his hand and, creating a magic item in it, clarified that MC had left him no choice. He instantly assembled a metal sword in his hand. The bright blue orb inside the sword instantly changed color to red. The protagonist was very surprised to notice this. Clone Alpha created a huge black hole in the air above the sword. MC was perplexed to think that this thing could hold enough weapons to arm hundreds of thousands of warriors. An arsenal. Clone Alpha, with a terrifying smile, said that he would show the protagonist his place. He asked him to resist the fool with all his might. Numerous green spheres headed towards Hansu from the black hole. The protagonist created bright spheres shrouded in mana behind his back. The opponent's spheres instantly collided with each other. Clone Alpha clarified, "Really 7 sacred spheres? As befits the weapons of the 5 generals." He created numerous spheres around himself and asked, "What if he does this?" They quickly flew to the sides. The protagonist looked up tensely. He swung his sword with great speed, deflecting the spheres. MC thought that each sphere individually was too weak. It resembled a dilapidated version of the Ekadar relic used by ordinary soldiers. Hansu noticed the spheres approaching and instantly jumped up. He grabbed a branch with his hand and thought that since there were enough of them here for hundreds of thousands of warriors, the number of attacks was simply overwhelming. The protagonist noticed the approaching spheres. He instantly jumped away from the tree and flew to the side. MC, rapidly moving away from the spheres, looked back. Hansu turned and deflected the attacks with his sword. He caught the sphere with his hand and thought that this meant the clone was using a reproducible weapon. In that case, he would use the same method. The protagonist enveloped the spheres in lightning and they headed back. He converted the enemy's spheres into his own. Clone Alpha looked up in amazement and asked, "What is this?" He yelled angrily. "That can't be. Why can't he control the 7 sacred spheres?" Clone Alpha thought it was a curse. The armory wasn't functioning properly. The magical power he was sending to the 7 sacred spheres was dissipating on its own. He yelled angrily, "That can't be. Does the protagonist really know the magic code?" Hansu calmly walked towards the enemy and noted that he had told you so. The protagonist calmly cut through several spheres with his sword. He smiled and replied that he had simply heard something. MC was surprised. Even though the enemy was a clone, he was able to summon an arsenal. However, even a good weapon can only perform well in the hands of a skilled wielder. Hansu quickly jumped up and swung his sword with the intention of attacking. He clarified, "Is that all the enemy can do?" The opponents glared at each other with fury. MC brought the sword closer to the clone's head. The enemy said in fear, "This is the end." The alpha clone instantly retreated and did not fall under the attack. He furiously cursed the protagonist and ordered him to go to hell. The alpha clone furiously raised his hand, shrouded in mana, raising his sword in the air. MC quickly turned and headed towards the enemy. He forcefully struck the clone in the face with his elbow. The enemy stopped, put his hand to his face, and grunted. Hansu, with a terrifying look, headed towards the enemy with the intention of attacking. He instantly struck the clone's body. The enemy, tired, lowered his head and raised his hand. The protagonist noted that this was too weak. The alpha clone quickly jumped back. MC raised his hand and said that he would not let go of the enemy. Spheres flew after the clone at great speed. An explosion of mana thundered behind the enemy. The alpha clone threw the stone aside and ran forward. He clenched his teeth in rage and screamed, "This is a curse!" The alpha clone grabbed the ground with his claws and slid across it. He thought that the protagonist's control of magic was very good. How could MC even control the safety key of any risk so well? Even considering MC's use of a piece of the divine stone, it was still amazing. It was as if the protagonist had been controlling magic power for decades. If we consider magic control alone, MC is on his level. Not even that. The protagonist is much better. Hansu ran towards the enemy at incredible speed. The alpha clone bent his legs and thought that if this continues, the protagonist might kill him. He raised his hand in fear and froze. The alpha clone thought with great fear, should he really kill him? Just like that? He couldn't even do anything. No, he can't lose again. For the sake of his own goal, he must survive. He quickly raised his sword. The alpha clone yelled that he can't let himself die in such a place. MC delivered a powerful attack on the enemy with his sword. He fell into a stupor, looking down and thinking, didn't he feel the blow? This appearance is wrong. There can be no mistake. The 6th item in the ranking is the Heavenly Soldier Armor. The Heavenly Soldier Armor is an invulnerable set of armor that absorbs weapons to grow. It cannot be penetrated by any absorption weapon. Hansu lowered his head and noted that this was problematic. He raised his head, smirked, and said that now he had another reason to defeat the enemy. After some time, the opponents fought fiercely. The protagonist, raising his sword, said that it was as expected from an item at the top of the rankings. He quickly jumped up with the intention of attacking. MC attacked the item and noted that its durability irritated him. The alpha clone, his hand shaking in pain, thought that although the armor wasn't able to suppress the full force of the blows, at least it saved his life. The current situation is pretty bad. Unfortunately, he can't use the armory. If the alpha clone could use the armory together with the heavenly armor, there would be a chance of victory. If the situation turns around, it's only a matter of time before the protagonist will be able to get it. The alpha clone looked at his hand with lightning emanating from it with a mad grin and thought that there was still something he could do. The weapon, he can't fully use the armory because of the magic code, but the weapon itself remains. If the clone strengthens the celestial armor with all weapons, a huge black hole with lightning emanating from it appeared above the clone. The protagonist, running quickly, asked what the enemy was planning, and the alpha clone shouldn't be able to use weapon absorption. MC tensed up and stopped, disagreeing. Numerous weapons flew out of the black hole. Hansu yelled that the enemy was a weapon devourer. The alpha clone smiled madly and exclaimed that the protagonist understood everything, but it was too late. He will show MC the true power of weapon creation. The clone's mind clouded and he wondered, is this erosion? Is it trying to absorb the wearer of the celestial armor because he fed too many weapons? Even with his current strength, he can't resist it. The alpha clone smiled and thought that MC wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Besides, he no longer had time to deal with the protagonist, so he just needed to. The alpha clone finished his thought and raised his hand. He clarified, is this what the protagonist said he came for? Streams of mana enveloped MC's body, and the clone yelled that then he would also grant him the heavenly armor. Hansu strained hard, trying to break free from the armor. It clung to the protagonist's body, and he clutched it with fury. The alpha clone noted that it was useless. The chances of dying from receiving the heavenly soldier's armor are 10 to 1, and he was talking about the standard probability. Now, after feeding the armor all the weapons in the arsenal, the current chances of survival had significantly decreased. The clone seriously thought that he had hoped that MC would be absorbed by the heavenly soldier's armor almost instantly, but MC was holding up quite well. In any case, after his death, the alpha clone would no longer be able to use the armor. Perhaps it would be better to leave MC here and go directly to the world tree. The alpha clone turned around and exclaimed that he would return when the protagonist died. Hansu, with beads of sweat streaming down his face and a clouded mind, grunted. He thought that this was amazing pressure. Is that why the opponent transferred control over the armor? It is very dangerous. The first mistake will lead to death. The protagonist is confident that by raising the dragon art of chi control to the maximum, he can overcome this situation, but it will still put his life in danger. Although, now is not the time to think about such things. Instantly, streams of flame engulfed MC's body. Horns appeared on his head. Hansu clenched his teeth in rage. He quickly tensed and the armor flew apart. It landed on the ground and the protagonist returned to human form. MC fell to the ground from extreme fatigue. He raised himself up, leaning on the floor with trembling hands. Hansu slowly got to his feet. He looked down with fury and coughed up blood. The protagonist thought it was dangerous. He looked at his bloodied hand with a crazed expression. MC thought that fully using the dragon art of chi manipulation was too much for him. Even fleeting use of it puts a serious strain on MC's body. Hansu is not at the level to use it comfortably now. The protagonist should abandon it for a while. MC turned to the side and said that it looks like the enemy has escaped after all. Most likely, the clone used teleportation. The protagonist picked up the stone and added that otherwise, the enemy would not have abandoned it. The heavenly soldier armor. The armor quickly enveloped MC's body. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought he liked it. It moves according to his will. Besides devouring weapons, the armor has another good property. It even exhibits greater defensive characteristics against weapons similar to the one already absorbed. The heavenly soldier armor has already undergone the red evolution, most likely because it's been fed all the weapons in the arsenal. It looks like it won't need to be fed anymore. MC smiled, clenched his fist, and looked at the ring on it. After some time, Mikhail noticed that the flow of monsters seemed to have stopped. He squeezed the hilt of his sword in his hand and asked where Hansu went. Sophia looked down thoughtfully and replied that she saw him run off somewhere. Liu clarified, did the protagonist abandon her? MC did this despite telling her to follow him. What an irresponsible person. Mikhail clarified, but even so, the beacon still followed him well? Liu snorted in irritation and noted that they simply had no other choice. If Hansu hadn't tried to drown them in the poisonous water, they would have had the opportunity to escape. Beacon insisted on retreat from the very beginning? Or was he wrong? If there is something to say, Mikhail can speak. Where exactly did the protagonist go? Liu turned around in great fear, looked at MC, and yelled, when did Hansu manage to return? The protagonist replied that he had gone to deal with the main body. Mikhail asked tensely, so MC killed him? Hansu walked past Liu, disagreeing, and replied that it wasn't him. Mikhail inquired, but then who? The protagonist asked them to follow him, and said that he would lead them to the surface. Exactly, they were free to disobey him. He never gave them orders. MC hoped he wouldn't have to repeat himself. Liu grew angry and clenched his fist. He turned his attention to Mikhail. His comrade scrunched up his face, raised his hands, and yelled mockingly, when did the protagonist manage to return? Liu clenched his teeth in embarrassment, and remembered how he had yelled at the sight of MC. Hansu thought that the main body had been destroyed and he had taken possession of a piece of the divine stone. But something worries him. That clone. It seems the enemy could use all of the king's power. In that case, the situation has suddenly gotten worse. Perhaps the enemy went straight to the flower. After some time, the extinguished cube is among the leaves. Clone Alpha raised his hands and said that losing the heavenly soldier's armor was worth it. He will finally seize all of the king's power. The clone screamed with great rage. But why? After transferring all of the power to him, is the main body still sleeping? The world tree has withered, and Elvenheim is no more. But there are people below who will replace them. He will correct the mistakes of the past. All for the revival of his kin. Clone Alpha, confidently looking at the main body, added that it was only Acheron. He turned around and noted that the fearful king could not save his family, could not save Elvenheim, and in the end, lost himself. Clone Alpha asked him to look wherever the king was and said that he would do everything himself. He thought that first of all, the key that person had. The clone must return the Galadriel's sword, Ikidar's prayer beads, and Fabian's bracelet. Ekidar and Fabian are two, but one, so he is sure he has the bracelet too. After restoring the administrator's power, the alpha clone must enter the flower. This will require overwhelming force, not simple means. He looked at the tree and thought he would use Ouroboros. After a while, the clone hung on a tree branch. He moved and quickly let go of the branch, falling down. The alpha clone landed on a tree branch. He turned his head to the side and looked at the air currents. The alpha clone pushed off the branch and jumped down. He ran to the side at great speed, bouncing off the branches. The alpha clone landed on the tree bark and looked to the side. He calmly noticed the blue scales. The alpha clone sternly ordered them to get out of the way and asked how they dare bare their fangs at their creator. Many monsters spread out to the sides. Techeron raised his hand and looked at him, noting that, like this, he thought the original had ultimately lost. Having lost his lineage, the original no longer has power, and therefore, he is the original now. He smiled and said that from now on, he is Techeron. After some time, the protagonist stands surrounded by travelers. They said that they thought the protagonist would die without even being able to put up a fight. Who would have thought that MC would return from there alive? Sophia looked ahead thoughtfully. Mikhail asked what she was thinking about. He smiled and noted that he was sure she was thinking about the same thing. So even asking is pointless. The protagonist killed the disaster fish and the erupting root. A lot has changed in the red zone after this guy appeared. To be honest, he was ready to give up. That person also said that it was impossible, and Mikhail couldn't even imagine that one of the disasters could be killed. But MC did it alone. Mikhail is sure that that person will like it too. Most likely, he will calmly go to the orange zone. Sophia thought that from now on, the red zone would be a safer place. This meant that many people who came from the training zone would survive. And in that case, perhaps her loved one would also survive in the red zone. She plans to save billions of lives. She lowered her head in embarrassment and covered her mouth, holding back laughter. Mikhail crossed his arms and asked why she was laughing. Sophia, smiling, replied that she just had a feeling something funny had happened. Mikhail calmly raised his hand and said he understood her. A blue bird flew over the heads of the travelers. The girl looked up in amazement and asked what it was. The guy replied that it looked like a homing pigeon. The travelers looked at the many birds flying across the sky. They clarified, but why so many? After some time, hunters quickly ran past a tree. The guy turned his head to the side and tripped over a rock. The comrades looked at the guy who had fallen to the ground. The comrade raised his hand and asked for help. The comrades quickly ran deep into the forest, and the boy begged them not to leave him. He screamed in horror and instantly coughed up blood. The monster, with a malicious smile, dealt a powerful attack to the boy. After a while, the monster hung over the dead body of a man with fury. He looked through the leaves at the many travelers. The monster saw the protagonist and Sophia among the people. Techeron, using his mind, ordered the monster to detain these people until he gained complete control of Ouroboros. The monster must make sure they do not leave this place. The monster's duty is to prevent them from entering the orange zone. Many monsters quickly ran towards the travelers. After some time, The travelers screamed in fear that they were approaching. It was a swarm of parasitic locusts. At the same time, the locusts headed towards the people's tents. Pam raised her finger and ordered everyone to get ready. They must stop them here. If they allow a breakthrough, it will mean the end of the red zone. They must protect this place. She ordered to hold on until the rest of the clans come to the rescue. The group members raised their heads in fear. Aaron asked with great fear, should they stop them themselves? Many monsters quickly ran along the tree bark. The group members asked, is this a disaster? At the same time, a bird flew up to his hand. Mikhail looked tensely at his hand. He sternly opened his eyes and said that the report said that all the parasitic locusts have come out of more than 100 million. Even if all the clans gather, they will not be able to cope with them. It's just terrible. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought, did the parasitic locusts go on the offensive? Why did this suddenly happen? Parasitic locusts are monsters that guard the inside of Ouroboros. They are the guardians of the gates that protect against everything that could break through its scales. Therefore, they cannot go anywhere without a reason. Ouroboros, the only creature capable of commanding them, is currently focused on absorbing the poisonous water. He has no reason to give such an order, especially now. And this has never happened in the last 500 years, nor in his past life. Which means it's Tekiron. Although MC assumed that the enemy would be an unaccounted variable, things have become much worse. Liu angrily called out to Hansu, and the protagonist turned his head to the side. Liu pointed at him and exclaimed that MC had caused the parasitic locusts to go berserk. Hansu turned around and asked, what's that about, comrade? Liu asked him not to play dumb. If the protagonist hadn't started killing disasters, this wouldn't have happened. And how will Hansu be held responsible for this? Mikhail sternly ordered him not to say such a thing. He noted that it seemed like the two had a difficult relationship. The protagonist turned his head to the side and asked, can Sophia use the librarian skill and find out how long it would take him to descend? Liu irritably ordered him not to ignore him. Sophia looked down and asked, does MC mean how long will it take the entire locust swarm to descend? Hansu replied, not the parasites but Ouroboros. He asked how long it would take Ouroboros to descend. Everyone looked at him in fear. MC thought that the parasitic locust's advance would not be limited to this. Considering that Tekiron, a clone, possesses some kind of royal power, the enemy could therefore command the locusts to move. Obviously, the enemy would try to control Ouroboros as well. Of course, it would take a long time to bring Ouroboros under control. It is one of the 4 plagues, but once the enemy gains control of Ouroboros, they will send it down to Earth. Therefore, there is an urgent need to know how much time they have. MC asked Sophia to hurry, and thought that the longer it takes Ouroboros, the more time they have to prepare. Sophia looked at the tree with fear and replied that it would take about 2 weeks. The travelers were terrified to hear this. Liu gritted his teeth and thought it was all over. The order to bring Hansu no longer mattered. He turned his head to the side and barked that the entire red zone was in danger. The first and second squads were to report to Miyamoto, and the rest were to follow him. Sophia asked, where is he going? They must work together to cope. Liu asked with a stern expression, why would they do that? The mirror would open soon. All they had to do was be there in time to escape. Sophia thought that the time for the mirror to open had already come. The mirror was a huge lake located between 6 great pillars. Although it was the path to the next zone, it only became so once a month. When the lake's surface appeared like a mirror, it could be entered. The unworthy could not enter. Only those who had proven themselves worthy were considered worthy. It was obvious that all members of the clan were high-level travelers. They will surely successfully enter the mirror. Sophia clarified, so he means that all the clan members will escape through the mirror when it opens? Liu smiled and replied that everything is correct. They have no reason to die here just like that, do they? Sophia screamed angrily, and what about the orders of Ares and Miyamoto? And he didn't think about what would happen to the rest of the people in the red zone? Liu calmly asked, isn't it obvious? They will all die from parasitic locusts or Ouroboros. And why should he even worry about an order given 20 years ago? Sophia clenched her teeth in anger and cursed him. Liu waved his hand and asked her not to look at him like that. It's not just them. All the clan heads probably think the same way as he does. Everything would be different if order was established here and it were safe. People uphold justice in heaven, not hell. Liu walked away, smiling. Sophia tensely pressed her hand to her head, thinking that at this rate, all the remaining travelers would be killed, and if they weren't careful, the seal could be broken. Hansu asked her not to worry and said that 2 weeks was a long time. He smiled, raised his hand, and clarified that if they fulfilled certain conditions, killing Ouroboros wouldn't seem crazy. Sophia noted that this couldn't be true. The protagonist meant like those times, with the fish of disaster and the erupting root. Mikhail interrupted their conversation and said that was impossible. All the parasitic locusts responsible for protecting Ouroboros were descending to Earth right now. The gate guards were not on duty, meaning Ouroboros was completely sealed off from outside intrusion. Using the same method as before wouldn't work. The protagonist showed 2 fingers and noted that that was why he had mentioned certain conditions. The first condition was the gathering of all the clans to repel the locust attack. Second, they must enlist the support of the strongest travelers in the red zone, the 7 phantoms. Sophia gasped in fear, remembering the strongest travelers. MC smiled and added that maybe then they could succeed. That's how they'll defeat Ouroboros. At the same time, Ouroboros clenched a tree branch in its teeth. Mikhail said that MC really did say he wanted to unite the clans to confront the parasitic locusts. Despite the fact that Ouroboros would soon descend and destroy everything around it, that's impossible. The clans won't act on the protagonist's wishes. Sophia clarified that until now, she had followed his ideas and seen Hansu accomplish the seemingly impossible. Even now, her opinion and trust in him hadn't changed. However, she was certain he knew why the 7 phantoms couldn't leave their posts. Even if they wanted to come to their aid, they couldn't. Hansu sternly clenched his fist and replied that of course he knew. That's why he was going to solve this problem. He would destroy the cause binding the phantoms. Sophia raised her hand in alarm and shouted that this couldn't be happening. The protagonist turned around and added that before that, they needed to unite the clans and force them to stop the parasitic locusts. They didn't have time. After some time, Tekiron was in the Ouroboros central nervous system. He watched the events through the system windows. He sternly looked at what had happened to the travelers in the past. Tekiron looked thoughtfully to the side and raised his hand. He noticed that they were holding up better than he expected. However, of course, this was completely pointless. The parasitic locusts have the advantage in numbers. Their victory is only a matter of time. He cannot allow them to kill too many people. Each of them is a valuable resource. Tekiron still needs a sufficiently sized population. He noticed something and noted that he knew it all along. There were people among them who fled during times of danger. It seemed a large group of people was about to reach the passage to the next zone. Tekiron put his hand on the floor and said that it was very unpleasant, paying the lives of their kin for their own salvation. He grinned madly and added that there was nothing good about them. This would be divine punishment. At the same time, Liu looked down. Looking at the lake, he asked his comrades to see who they had here. People from the Heavenly Association, 6 independents, and even the monarch of the Chimera clan. Liu wondered if everyone had really come here except the Valkyrie clan, fighting off the onslaught of the parasitic locusts. Considering that even the strongest had decided to flee, his decision was correct. He turned his head to the side and asked his comrades to position themselves nearby, so they could escape as soon as the mirror opened. The group members agreed with him. The monarch of the Chimera clan, Jiokma, turned his head when he heard the sounds. He looked at Liu and exclaimed, "Who's here?" It was the man who stole Carl's place. Had that man already given Liu permission to leave? Liu descended the mountain and replied that he had no reason to speak with him. Jiokma mockingly remarked that it was very pathetic. Considering the situation, he had expected to finally see him. The man was so busy that he could hardly remember what the protagonist looked like. Liu snorted in irritation and clarified that, unlike the leaders of the other clans, that man was fulfilling a great duty, so it was only natural. Suddenly, the clan leaders looked up in surprise. The protagonist jumped down and noticed how quickly the 6 great clans had arrived. Liu clenched his teeth in anger and asked, "What is Hansu doing here?" He called the protagonist a damned freak and yelled, "Did the MC come here to get in their way again?" Hansu calmly replied that he hadn't come for that. He simply wanted to share the plan. The plan was simple. They, the 6 great clans, would stop the parasitic locust invasion. At the same time, the protagonist would kill Ouroboros. The travelers asked, "Is the MC telling them to fight the parasitic locusts?" The protagonist said he would kill Ouroboros. Had he really gone mad? Mikhail placed his hand on MC's shoulder and asked, what did he say? No one would follow the protagonist's plan. Sophia sternly asked, why are they all so irresponsible? Aren't they Root and the 7 phantoms supposed to protect the red zone? Following the will of Lord Ares and Lord Miyamoto, MC sternly lowered his head and wondered what it meant. They did mention Miyamoto. The Lord was already dead in the abyss, but until then, he had helped the people here. Did the Lord always do this? Liu ordered the Phantom not to cross the line. He raised his hand angrily and added that this didn't give her the right to use the Lord's name in vain. Mikhail wondered if Liu had been the first to ignore Miyamoto's words and try to escape. The protagonist expressed his thoughts out loud. Mikhail was greatly surprised by this coincidence and pointed at MC. Jiokma smiled and remarked that MC was crazier than he thought. The protagonist is Hansu, right? He asked to tell him something. Jiokma heard that the protagonist killed a disaster, and he was ashamed that he was not staying to fight. But the clan must act for its own good. They just need to wait a couple of days, and they will be able to move on to the Orange Zone. So why should they get involved in a battle they are sure to lose? Everyone is only for themselves. Jiokma sternly suggested that they not get in each other's way. The protagonist agreed, and replied that he already understood that he would not be able to reach him. They are coming. It is better for them to be at the forefront, to feel all the cruelty of this world. The ground instantly shook, and people screamed in fear. Jiokma ordered them to stop panicking, and yelled that only 2 days. They will be able to hold off the locusts for just 2 days. MC calmly noted that it was not the locusts that were causing the problem. The movement was much stronger, He lowered his head in fury and added that there was only one creature capable of creating such shaking in the red zone, Ouroboros. He began to move. At the same time, Ouroboros was rapidly moving along the tree. The travelers looked at the monster's tail with great fear. Liu looked up in fear and yelled, "What's going on? Shouldn't Ouroboros have slid down in 2 weeks?" Sophia confidently disagreed and clarified that it wasn't Ouroboros that was slid down, it simply moved its tail. The travelers yelled in alarm. Such an earthquake just because Ouroboros moved its tail? Hansu said he knew it. The enemy was trying to block the mirror. The travelers, unable to stay on their feet, fell to the ground and roared that the tail was approaching. They quickly ran away from the fallen tail. The protagonist said he had one more request. Sophia decisively raised her hand, created magical seals, and agreed with him. A stream of water headed toward the multitude of seals. The water, hitting the seals, was directed to the sides. At the same time, Liu put his hand to his head and thought that this was bad. Now, he won't be able to go to the orange zone. Ouroboros' tail passed into the lake, blocking the passage. The subordinate pointed upward in horror and called out to the commander. The locusts quickly ran along Ouroboros' tail. After some time, the travelers, their legs shaking with fear, exclaimed that this was just a nightmare. There were simply countless of them. Liu turned his head to the side with fury and ordered a retreat immediately. They needed to escape as far as possible. The clan leader exclaimed with great tension that they were leaving too. All the clans ran to the side. The subordinate called out to Gyokma and asked, "What's his order? What should they do?" Gyokma thoughtfully lowered his head and thought that Ouroboros' tail blocked the mirror, and countless hordes of locusts were also rushing towards them, and in order to go to the next zone, they needed to kill them all. However, with such numbers, this was impossible. He smiled and thought that there was nothing they could do. Gyokma noticed the scream. Liu yelled, "What is Sophia doing? Does she want to kill them all?" He pointed at Sophia standing on the high ice. She confidently put her hand to her chest and exclaimed that they understood as well as she did that there was no point in running. They needed to stop the locusts if they wanted to survive. They would die in a couple of weeks anyway, when Ouroboros descended. Liu's assistant fearfully announced that they had an emergency. The parasitic locusts were right behind them. The monster quickly leaped towards the travelers. They raised their hands in great fear and screamed. The protagonist instantly appeared behind the locusts and raised his sword with the intention of attacking. He instantly cut the enemy down and landed on the ground. MC looked at Liu and ordered him to follow the plan. Hansu calmly wiped the blood from his face with his finger and added that then they would survive. Liu irritably called him a freak and clarified that he couldn't believe the protagonist continued to say such strange things. Liu pointed a finger at Hansu and asked, "Does the protagonist think he's a hero?" He ordered him to stop thinking like that. The MC continued to say strange things about killing Ouroboros, but Ouroboros is not like the other disasters for the protagonist. Hansu sternly clarified, "Does Liu want to escape without a fight? Even if it destroys the only path to survival, the mirror will open in 2 days. However, while Ouroboros' tail blocks the mirror, the only thing they can do is wait 2 weeks. The travelers must choose, unite to defeat the disaster and survive, or follow their selfish desires and remain in the red zone, buried in the ground." The locusts hissed with fury as they ran. Gyokma's assistants turned their heads to the side and looked at the fleeing insects. They screamed in fear and raised their weapons, declaring that the enemy was approaching. They begged Gyokma to save himself. The locusts instantly leaped up and approached Gyokma, but he didn't move. Gyokma grinned madly and remarked that he liked Hansu. He immediately raised his hand and pulled a hammer from his inventory. Gyokma turned and launched a powerful attack at the locusts. The monster fell to the ground. Gyokma ordered everyone to listen to him and declared that from now on, they must ensure that the locusts that had filled the lake could not go anywhere else. He smiled enthusiastically and ordered everyone to get weapons. They would fight and then collect the spoils. The subordinate clarified he would fight the locusts until Ouroboros was killed. Gyokma calmly asked, did she really think he would do such a thing? They would fight, but they would also prepare an escape route. The 6 great clans would be much better off fighting here, all together. As he said, if the protagonist couldn't defeat Ouroboros, they would not be able to go to the Orange Zone. Even the 6 great clans should understand this. If anything went wrong, Gyokma would blame the MC. After all, Hansu said he would deal with Ouroboros and the 7 phantoms. There was nothing left to lose. After a while, the travelers resolutely raised their weapons and shouted. They were fighting the locusts. Liu's group stood to the side, watching the battle. They asked fearfully, will they fight the locusts? Even the other clans had joined in. Shouldn't they join in? The subordinate turned his head to the side and asked what they should do. He saw no one where the captain had stood. At the same time, Liu, quickly running into the forest, thought that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would have done everything in advance. They were just fools. They had all gone crazy. How are they even going to stop the endless flow of locusts and hold out until Ouroboros dies? That's simply impossible. Such a stupid plan would never work, but it's possible if it's the protagonist. MC jumped up, swung his sword, and cut the locusts. Li was stunned, thinking that no one could do such a thing. The plan was obviously bad. Therefore, he must return to that man. Liu would simply say that it had taken a long time to learn more about the protagonist. Mikhail looked away, thoughtfully. Sophia turned her attention to him and asked if something had happened. Mikhail denied this and replied that nothing had happened. Hansu, his hand shrouded in mana, landed on the ground near his comrades. Mikhail drew his sword from its magical seal and said that, following the Hecarim clan, the other clans had joined in the plan, and they had managed to slow the Locust's descent. The protagonist said he was leaving the rest to Mikhail. He had done everything he had planned to do here. Now MC must move on and defeat Miyamoto's 7 phantoms. It was time to meet him. Mikhail, frightened, clarified. Hansu was leaving the rest to him, so should he continue to stay here? The protagonist confidently confirmed this. As far as he remembered, during their last meeting, Mikhail had promised to provide him with the support of his assistants. MC smiled, turned, and said he would leave the rest to his comrade. Mikhail smiled with intense fear and raised his hand in agreement. After some time at the beacon headquarters, an assistant announced that a report had been received. Locusts had occupied the mirror. They were currently being held back by 6 great clans led by Giokma, the leader of the Hecarim clan. After the Valkyrie clan completely destroyed the first wave of locusts, they began advancing towards the mirror. Therefore, they must make a decision. Should they avoid the battle with the locusts by hiding in the seal and waiting for the passage to open? Or should they continue to guard the seal? After all, phantoms must guard the seal. Mariant Ark, the 4th phantom, raised her hand and clarified, wouldn't it be better to hide near the seal and wait for everything to end? Frankly, the situation wasn't that dangerous. Baek Jonsang, the 3rd phantom, sternly said that he supported the decision to hide in the seal. Neither locusts nor even Ouroboros are capable of penetrating inside, and in any case, they won't be able to do anything about the sliding Ouroboros in 2 weeks. Tina Charlize, the 6th phantom, angrily stood up from her chair and screamed, "What will happen to the remaining travelers if they decide to hide?" Kyle Cooper, the 2nd phantom, added that he was against it. It's their duty to protect the seal. But isn't that to save more lives? The phantoms started arguing and screaming that they must stay alive. Who cares about the death of a couple of travelers? Can the phantom even hear itself? How can it say such things? Ouroboros is descending. The red zone is over. Even that thing in the seal will disappear. That thing in the seal is something on a different level. It will be able to move to another zone. The 1st phantom, the leader of Beacon, Miyamoto Junichi, asked for silence and said that they should not argue with each other. The options are good, but they should not create quarrels between them. The phantoms sadly lowered their heads and asked for forgiveness. Miyamoto disagreed and replied that there was no need to apologize. Given the situation, he understood their feelings very well. However, no, especially in a situation like this, they must remain calm. They are phantoms, right? First, they must find the cause of what is happening in the red zone, and then, Miyamoto interrupted when he saw Liu stopped at the entrance. An assistant yelled that he had an urgent report. Kyle sternly noted that the phantoms were holding an important meeting. Miyamoto interrupted him and said that it was okay. He stood up from his chair and clarified that Liu had worked hard, taking the position of Stormtrooper Commander, vacated by Carl's death. Liu bowed and thanked him. Smiling, Miyamoto placed his hand on Liu's shoulder and clarified what the assistant wanted to report by running here. Liu grinned madly and yelled that the fact that the 6 great clans were holding the locusts near the mirror was all Hansu's fault. But that's not all. The protagonist proposed a stupid plan involving defeating Ouroboros. He came to report this. Miyamoto calmly replied that he understood this, and Liu hopefully noted that this was the right thing to do. Miyamoto sternly clarified, however, what Liu was doing near the mirror. Liu tensed up and stuttered as he tried to answer. Miyamoto said there was no need to yell in vain. Liu's going to the mirror clearly showed his attempt to escape to the orange zone. Does Liu see that 7 phantoms have gathered here to decide the future of the red zone? And Liu's actions are a great humiliation for the phantoms. Liu angrily yelled that he was just following orders. Miyamoto asked, "Really his orders?" Liu looked at him hopelessly and fell silent. He lowered his head and apologized. Miyamoto asked him to wait and noted that they would continue this conversation later. After a while, Tina asked, "Really? Liu ran away? What a disappointment." Miyamoto said that if you remember that a huge snake was descending here, his actions were understandable. Mariant warily noted that in any case, a fact is a fact. A certain Hansu really did start all this. Miyamoto laughed and replied that he would still like to meet the protagonist at least once. Who knows? Maybe MC is a reasonable person who will help the red zone. The assistant whispered something in the subordinate's ear. The subordinate raised his hand and, calling out to Miyamoto, announced that the protagonist had arrived. Miyamoto turned his head sternly to the side and asked, "Is the assistant talking about Hansu?" They met, and he said that he didn't know if he had heard about him from Sophia, but perhaps he should introduce himself anyway. He is one of the 7 phantoms that protect the red zone, and also the current leader of Beacon. He gave his name, and Hansu said that it was nice to meet them. Given the tense situation, he would get straight to the point. He goes to kill Ouroboros and asks for their help. Kyle reached for his sword and said that this was very impudent. He was not even worthy of talking to them. The other phantoms agreed with him, and Miyamoto said that he was a truly honest man. However, they cannot help him. Even though he says that he is capable of defeating Ouroboros, There is a reason why they do not leave this place. He said with a smile that he knows about Akuma. As he always did, he will take their place and defeat him, so they must remove the seal. The phantoms ran up to him very quickly from all sides and put their weapons to his throat. He said with a thoughtful expression that this was quite unexpected. How did he know about this? He thought that travelers in the red zone knew about the 4 disasters: the twisting root, Ouroboros, the king bee, and the fish of disaster. However, deep within the trunk of the world tree, another disaster existed, hidden from the travelers. The 5th sealed disaster, Akuma. When it was discovered, people realized that it had to remain sealed. It was much more dangerous than the other disasters. It was obvious that it could be the end of travelers in the red zone, and so its very existence was decided to be kept secret. The only ones who knew about it were Miyamoto and the 7 phantoms who carried out his will. He called out his name and asked, even knowing what would happen if the seal containing Akuma was released, he still insisted on it. The protagonist agreed and said that it was all because of the relics he had. He was talking about Akima's chains and Kargon's spear. To defeat Ouroboros, he needed these 2 relics. He called Sophia and asked if she had told him everything. She, looking very worried, refused and said that he knew about these things himself. He, looking puzzled, said that it was strange that he had only recently arrived in the red zone and yet knew such details about Akuma. Tina, using magic, pointed her sword at him and said that it wasn't important how he knew this. They had to get rid of this man here and now. His goal was obviously the reward for obtaining the relics and killing Akuma. For the sake of his greed, he was willing to put the entire red zone at risk. She had no doubt that he was targeting the other disasters for the same reason. Sophia loudly asked them to calm down and said that he wasn't like that. She looked at her and asked if she believed him. She said that she didn't believe him right away. At first, she thought he was crazy, especially after he calmly said that he would kill the fish of calamity. However, he actually did it. He also killed the writhing root, and he did the latter alone. Anyone who has seen him in action will not doubt him, since he says he can defeat Akuma. All these miracles are possible only with his performance. Miyamoto said with a small smile that they should all sheath their blades. They all did so, and he went to him and said that he understood what he was talking about. However, those who fell in that battle cry out to him. They say how hopelessly overwhelming his all-destructive power was. What does he have that they don't? MC immediately released a powerful wave of energy, which threw all the phantoms away from him. They all landed, looked at him, and asked what was that. He summoned the spirit dragon, took the sword, and said that they would see for themselves. He would prove that he could defeat Akuma. He pointed his sword at them and said that they should attack together. Johnsang looked at him with a serious expression, saying that he was overwhelmed with bravado. He pointed his sword at him and said that he would test him in action. They all ran towards him together, and he struck first, and Hansu was able to reflect this attack. The others jumped towards them and swung their weapons to attack. He crossed swords with him and said that they were phantoms. The fact that he thought he could defeat all of them, the defenders of the red zone, at once was nothing more than arrogance. Tina launched her sword, but the spirit blocked this attack. He said with a small smile that he was definitely stronger than an ordinary traveler. He truly deserved the title of Phantom. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked why he was saying this. Spirit waved his hand and threw away the sword. It grabbed 2 phantoms that attacked from above, and he said that he meant that they would be an excellent test of the heavenly soldier's armor. In the past, he asked what she could say about Miyamoto. Eris asked why he was suddenly asking. He said that he heard that he was the one who governed the territory, but died shortly after the opening of the abyss. He was sure that one of them would stumble upon him sooner or later, so he would like to know what she thought of him. She said that he was different from the other clan leaders. First, he led the others without emphasizing his leadership. His innate talents included protection and blessings, but he could also weaken enemies. However, more importantly, while everyone was laying their foundations and chasing rewards, rushing to the orange zone for various reasons, he alone remained in the red zone, having decided this solely by his own will. He said that he would guard the Akuma seal. He deliberately gave up his powers, sacrificing himself. If he met him, he should know that he could be trusted. He was a man who adhered to honor much more strictly than any of the wanderers in the red zone. At this moment, Miyamoto loudly ordered them to stop and asked what they were even doing. They didn't have enough power, even if they worked together. Ouroboros would descend in 2 weeks, so why were they wasting their strength? Kyle lowered his head and said that he apologized. He approached him and said that he had heard about his power, so he would ask for the removal of the weapon devourer. Maybe they could discuss everything? After all, even now, people were dying every second. They came to the tent. He sat on a chair and said that he recognized his power. However, he could not remove the seal, relying only on that. No one could predict what would happen if the seal was removed. His seal must never be broken. Even approaching the seal makes one feel its overwhelming power. Does he have a specific plan to eliminate Akuma though? He said with a serious expression that of course he has a plan. Of the 5 existing Elf Helm relics, 2 of them are used in the seal, and he already has the other 3. If using 2 relics, one can suppress the power of this monster, then using all 5 can destroy it. It seems the chance of this plan succeeding is high. What will they say? Miyamoto thought that this was very familiar. He bears a great responsibility and the will to lay down his life for the cause, without showing even a shred of fear for his life. In all the 20 years he has been here, has he ever met a similar traveler? Yes, he has. It is Eris. He was brought out of these thoughts by Mariant, who called his name. He apologized and said that he was lost in the memories of the past. Unlike him, who is quick to make decisions, he is a different person and has a more measured nature. Could he summarize some of his thoughts before answering his question? The protagonist agreed and said that let's say they follow this plan and remove Akuma's seal to defeat him. However, what if they lose? He also wanted to start a full-fledged war against the disasters. However, realizing how many casualties it would lead to, he discarded such thoughts. Ouroboros has begun to move. What if Akuma joins it? What does he think will happen to the Red Zone? It's not that he doesn't believe in its strength. After all, he stood up to the Phantoms and was able to defeat 2 disasters. However, plans are only good on paper. The more smoothly everything goes according to plan, the more cautious you need to be. That's why he suggests such an idea. Why not use the existing relics to strengthen the seal? If they use these relics, the seal will be strengthened. There won't be any more problems. Even if the descending Ouroboros destroys the entire Red Zone, then they, the Phantoms, will be able to leave this place, and therefore will be able to help deal with the locusts filling the mirror. Afterwards, they will be able to help as many travelers in the Red Zone as possible, at least protecting them during the passage through the mirror. Ouroboros won't have time to crawl away before they take everyone to the Orange Zone. Kyle loudly said that, as expected of him, he couldn't believe he came up with such an idea. He laughed about it and said he was flattered. What would he say? Doesn't this seem more rational to him? MC said that the plan did indeed have some logic. Miyamoto was about to say something about this, but he interrupted him and said that, however, he would refuse. The relics were not meant to be used in such a way. With a serious expression, he asked if this was by any chance his personal selfish desire. He refused and said that it was understood that the relics would be needed in other places as well. He asked if he could then say where he would use it. He asked if it made a difference if he killed the Akuma. He would finish quickly, so there was nothing to worry about. They looked at each other with serious faces. He began to get up from his chair and said that for now he proposed to leave it at that. Sophia looked at him with a surprised expression and asked if that meant anything. He interrupted her and asked if they had a choice but to trust him. He was relying on him. He walked away with a calm expression and said that he asked them to follow him. He would take him to the place where the Akuma was sealed. He remembered something and said that first he asks him to change into these clothes. His fighting style is based on agility, so this will suit him. Hansu changed and said that these were very good clothes. The system announced that this was Gert's leather armor, lightweight and reduces air resistance. He thought that it seemed like he should adjust this. She walked next to him, called his name, and said that it was such a relief. It was great that he decided to trust him. All that remained was to defeat Akuma according to plan. He walked forward with a serious expression and thought, did she say according to plan? He remembered what happened at the meeting earlier, called her by name, and said that he wanted to tell her something. At the same time, the sealed demon sat in a cocoon and opened his eyes. 20 years ago, Eris came to the place where the seal was and was shocked by what she saw. She saw many people turn to stone and asked what happened here. Keldian came closer and said that these were human-shaped stones. He seemed to understand what had happened. They had fallen victim to an attack of incredible power. It was an attack by a single creature that was locked here. This dangerous creature must not awaken. Here and there, remnants of the unknown energy it emitted could be felt. Conte said that it was still sealed, and if they left it alone, everything would be fine. He adjusted his glasses, refused, and said that he was mistaken because the seal was weakening. It was held together by the chains that bound it, but obviously sooner or later the seal would fall off on its own. Eris asked, in other words, was this a bomb that would soon explode? He said that one could say that. Miyamoto approached the seal, touched it, and he said that it seemed they needed to come up with a plan to deal with this. He suggested that they return and discuss their further plan. He attracted everyone's attention by saying that he thought he had a solution. He began to release spirit and wondered if he would have to risk his life again to ascend. His weapon eater may be the strongest here, but in the next zone he would have to start all over again. Keldian looked at this and asked, is he pressing down on the seal with the weapon eater? He wondered how much longer he would have to do this, and would it ever end? He said with a calm expression that his weapon eater would help the seal. This way, Akuma would not be freed. Eris said that, however, he would have to stay here, in the red zone, to maintain the functionality of the weapon eater. He said that this was his conscious decision. All for the higher purpose, for the sake of humanity. Therefore, he will stay here. They need not worry. He will stay in the red zone and protect the seal. For now, they came to this place where he was silently contemplating all this, and Kyle called him. Miyamoto turned to him and with a small smile said that he remembered the past for a moment. The protagonist called him with a serious expression and said that he could begin. They didn't have much time. He looked at him, agreed, and said that it was their duty. His ring began to emit energy, and he said that he was starting to remove the seal. He summoned his weapon eater, which extended its hands towards the seal. He watched what was happening with a serious expression, and thought that it seemed like he had fed his eater a lot of weapons. Although significantly inferior to the heavenly soldier's armor, this weapon eater nevertheless had impressive power. This meant that the role of the 7 phantoms was procurement. Since Miyamoto was supposed to take care of the weapon eater, he was greatly limited in what he could and could not do. Therefore, it was the 7 phantoms' responsibility to obtain the weapons the weapon eater needed. However, something was wrong here. He could understand something. He finished removing the seal, pulled out his spear, and a powerful wave of energy flew out because of it. Akuma broke the seal and got out. This demon just stood there and everyone around was staring at it. Tina looked at it and thought that her body couldn't move. He just released his killing intent and that alone felt extremely dangerous. Without a doubt, this monster is a real monster. Unexpectedly for her, this demon approached her very quickly, which surprised her very much. MC took out his sword, ran very quickly towards her, and blocked a very strong blow with the monster's hand. He pushed the monster's hand away, and then struck back at the hand. After that, he delivered a sharp roundhouse kick and hit him in the head. With this blow, he threw Akuma a few meters away from himself, and said that they all should listen to him carefully. His skin began to change, and he said that they should protect themselves, since he was going to fulfill his part of the deal. He would go against him alone. He very quickly ran towards the monster and swung his weapon to attack. The demon noticed this, and very quickly ran towards him. They ran towards each other and both swung their arms to attack each other. At the same time, on the surface, Gyokma looked into the distance and said that he felt the ground shaking. Kimchi looked at him with a tired expression and asked if it was because of the locusts. He refused and said that the tremors were coming from underground. At that moment, Hansu blocked the demon's attack with his sword, but he was thrown back. Kyle looked at it in surprise and thought that it was like a battle between 2 monsters. Akuma delivered many very fast punches with his fists, but he dodged all of it. He summoned beads that he threw at his head. The monster delivered a very strong blow with his hand, but he managed to jump back. Because of this, a large cloud of dust rose up, from which the monster ran out at great speed. He ran towards him and swung his fist of energy. He delivered a strong blow, but the monster very quickly dodged and ran behind him. He tried to attack him from behind, but the protagonist managed to turn around and delivered a powerful punch of energy. The monster immediately jumped away from him, and he wondered if he had dodged such a blow. The others looked at this in surprise and said that this was not a battle they could interfere with. Their strength and speed were beyond them. Kyle said that everything was as he said. They had no choice but to leave everything to him. He looked at Akuma standing in front of him and thought that he was faster than he thought. Even though he partially summoned the heavenly soldier armor just for such a case, it still couldn't keep up. Attacks that cannot hit the target are meaningless. He needs to summon it again when he is sure of hitting. It seems he will still have to use it. Ikim chains and the spear Gagorn. He noticed that the monster began to cry and mentally asked to kill it. He agreed and said that this was the only reason he came anyway. The monster ran towards him very quickly and delivered a strong punch. He dodged this attack and immediately struck back. After that, he jumped to the side and grabbed a chain that was lying next to him. He looked at it with a small smile and said that the chains worked quickly. The monster ran towards him very quickly, and he threw a chain at it. With this, he bound it and thought that even though he tied it up, it would soon be free. Therefore, he must finish it off before that happens. He swung his spear to throw it, but he felt a strange energy and thought that his body was not obeying him, as if someone was pressing on him. Could this be his skill? This can't be. As far as he knows, he does not have skills that block the opponent's movement. This means someone else is to blame. However, who could it be? At the same time, Miyamoto stood behind the others and similar energy emanated from him. Because of what happened, Akuma broke free from the chain's grip and ran towards him very quickly. Akuma struck him very hard and he dropped his spear. He was still bound by the chain, but he swung his arms and broke free. MC survived this attack and thought that now he understood what had alarmed him earlier, his attitude towards maintaining the seal. A weapon devourer who devoured a huge amount of weapons, his debuff skill was aimed at him. He was protecting Akuma. She said he was a righteous man, after all. He didn't think he would be of any help. At that moment, a monster ran up to him and dealt a very powerful blow, which he blocked with his sword. He remained on his feet after this attack and wondered if he had become stronger. The monster ran up to him very quickly, attacked, and he thought that it wasn't the monster that had gotten faster, but he himself. The monster began to deal numerous rapid blows, and he barely dodged and blocked it all. Miyamoto watched with a smile and used his skill again. Hansu was about to attack, but he noticed the skill's effect, and because of this, the monster hit him very hard. He crashed into the roots and thought that this was very tiring. The more time passes, the stronger his debuff becomes. Sophia must decide faster. She looked at it with a worried look and asked what was wrong with him. Akuma suddenly started to press him. She thought that something was wrong here. Given how things were going at the beginning of the fight, he should have defeated the monster long ago. Then he suddenly stopped, and now he was completely losing the battle. This can't be. She remembered that earlier, when they were walking to this place, he called out to her and said that if suddenly he started to lose and was unable to land even a single blow on the monster, he knew that he was asking for a dangerous thing, but she would have to distract him for at least a second. Currently, she abruptly turned to Miyamoto, called out to him, and said that he needed immediate help. He looked at her with a serious expression and asked, "Does she mean that they all should help him? Unlike him, they have no means of fighting this monster. Let's say they really did recklessly rush to his aid and attacked Akuma. However, it would be like rushing into a lion's den unarmed. They would only get in his way. Therefore, they could only believe in him and simply watch him defeat the monster alone." She said loudly that, however, if they stood by, the situation could become dangerous. If he fell, then all of them would follow him, and not only them, but all the travelers in the red zone. Did he really want him to die in this fight? Marriott grabbed her shoulder and, with a serious expression, told her that she should watch her words because she had just crossed the line. He said that he believed in him. He reminded her that he himself said that he could defeat him alone. He understood her concerns. The situation really was not going well, which only strengthened his resolve not to help him. They must prepare for the worst. If he fell at the hands of the monster, then they would have to reseal him using his power and relics. Or maybe she had a better alternative. Sophia remembered that the protagonist had previously said that she should be wary of Miyamoto. He could get in the way of defeating the monster. He was sure that he would insist on the need to reseal Akuma. He wasn't sure of it himself, but if it was the same person he knew, then he truly believed that he would eventually betray them. She thought that given his words, the way he intended to protect the seal, and how he suddenly started losing meant that he was going to kill him. He watched the battle from the sidelines and wondered, Akuma, is this a disaster that must be killed? This was a mistake. He only thought so because he saw him as an enemy that must be destroyed. As long as they could maintain the seal, he was no different from a caged beast. As long as he held its chain, the possibilities for its use were considered limitless. As long as it was under his control, he could easily continue to keep the red zone under his control. He was just an arrogant fool, lost in the illusion of his own heroism. As punishment for such arrogance, he will die drowning in despair. He noticed that MC was about to attack and immediately began to use his skill on him. Because of this, he missed Akuma's attack, but remained on his feet and struck back. Because of this attack, the monster was thrown a very long distance, and this surprised the phantoms. He was bleeding from the monster's attack, but he still remained on his feet. Miyamoto looked at this with a serious expression and thought that he put all his strength into this skill. It could not fail to work. He was very angry because of this and thought, however, how is he still standing? The monster very quickly recovered from this attack and quickly ran towards him. He approached him, swung his fist and was about to attack. Unexpectedly for him, his leg was frozen in ice and he sharply turned to Sophia, who did it. Miyamoto was indignant at this and loudly asked what she was doing. He called her name and said loudly that he told her, now they could be in danger themselves. That's why he said to let him fight him alone. Why isn't she listening to him? She said that she was disappointed in him. He should have helped someone who was risking their life to save everyone living in the red zone, including them. Someone who could survive at least a few attacks from this monster refuses to help in the battle just because they don't want to put themselves in danger? Doesn't he have any shame? He became angry because of this, and the monster turned and ran towards her. Marriott noticed this and loudly said that he had noticed them. Sophia looked at this with a serious expression on her face and loudly said that they all should get ready. Miyamoto, with a serious expression on his face, pointed his hand towards her and began to concentrate energy in his hand. Akuma's attention was drawn to Hansu, who swung his sword, ran up to him, and told him that he shouldn't be distracted because his opponent was still him. He struck him very hard in the back, leaving a deep wound. This made the monster very angry and turned sharply towards him. She became very worried about this and called his name loudly. The monster grabbed his arm and threw him very high. He started to fall, with a worried expression on his face, but she used the elevation steps skill so that he could stand on it. He said with a wide smile that she did a good job. He pushed off from this platform and flew towards the monster with a serious expression. He noticed something strange and was surprised by it. Akuma tensed his body and released all his bone growths at it. Kyle looked at this with a shocked expression on his face and asked loudly, is this monster even capable of this? The protagonist summoned beads, which reflected these projectiles. The chain lying on the ground filled with energy, and the system notified that thanks to the infusion of mana, Akima's chains were being restored. He shackled the monster with this chain, and it began to actively try to break free. He called its name with a serious expression, took out a spear, and said that it should freeze for a moment. He would do it quickly. He threw this spear with great force and pierced the monster. The others could not believe it and asked, is he really defeating Akuma? Miyamoto was very worried about this and thought that if they did not stop him right now, he would die. They should delay him until the monster can move again. He used the skill again, but he turned to him and blocked it with his hand. He was very surprised by this and thought, did he use the destruction skill? MC called his name and said that he must stop. He will no longer turn a blind eye to his actions. He has to wait a bit. He'll finish with him first. He became even more angry because of this and thought that because of it, he again remembered that feeling he had managed to forget. admiration. He remembered his past when he met Eris. He looked at him and thought that for 20 years he hadn't forgotten, keeping a different feeling in his heart, envy. He remembered how he had previously suffered greatly from a monster and watched how it was about to attack him. He had already come to terms with it, but she stood in front of him and saved him with a barrier. She turned to him and said that everything would be fine now. He looked at her with a surprised expression and thought that she was a ruler from another world, beloved by everyone. Absolutely everyone in the red zone respected her. However, he hated her since he should have been in her place. It was then that he discovered an opportunity, the hidden disaster, Akuma. The seal could be maintained with only a small portion of mana, but he lied to everyone to stay in the red zone. All this for his safety and pride. At the moment, he became very angry about this and released a powerful stream of black energy. Hansu turned to face him and blocked this attack with his hand. He looked down and noticed a magic circle that had appeared on the ground beneath him. He looked at it with a dissatisfied expression and thought that he didn't know how he had managed to block the magic, but he had definitely delivered the finishing blow. He was very surprised when he ran up to him with incredible speed and put a blade to his throat. He looked at it with a serious expression and remembered how Keldian had said that he must kill without hesitation. He must make sure to destroy all obstacles to their plan. Otherwise, they would bring ruin to humanity, so there was no need to show mercy to them. He thought that he was right. This man was an enemy and would become a serious obstacle to the plan. He must kill him here and now. He remembered that Eris had said that she asked him to refrain from unnecessary killing. The hope of humanity rested in his hands. Therefore, he must take care of everyone he could, even in the face of vile evil. She will leave it to him. Keldian, with a serious expression, said that for the good of humanity, he must destroy all evil. The only repentance they deserve is death. She said that for the good of humanity, he must give even villains a chance. Through his mercy, they will think about their actions, repent, and become better. He said that people cannot change. She said that under the right circumstances, people can change. They said completely opposite things, which made him confused. He struck a sharp blow with his sword and cut off Miyamoto's arm. He was very surprised because of this, grabbed the place and screamed loudly in pain. The protagonist said that this was his last chance. He showed him mercy. Does he want to continue this? He looked at him with a very angry expression on his face and insulted him. He turned to the phantoms and loudly asked why they were still standing there. They must attack him as quickly as possible. They must carry out his order. Sophia was very angry about this, ordered him to shut up, and said that they were not his subordinates. He loudly insulted her and asked how she dared to ignore his orders. She said that he should not be mistaken. They are the defenders of the red zone and act from this paradigm. He, who committed a vile betrayal, has no right to command them. The rest of the phantoms made a decision. Surprising Miyamoto, sided with his opponent. Kyle said that they, the phantoms, exist to protect the red zone. To fulfill this duty, they obeyed his orders. However, he cannot understand his current actions. As she said, he is no longer his subordinate. He is disappointed in him. He knelt before him and remembered Eris, who extended her hand to him with a smile. Because of this, he began to laugh long and loudly, after which he asked, "Did they say to protect the red zone? Great, they should try to protect it then." MC raised his hand and said with a serious expression that he told me so. There was no point. He noticed something strange and thought that he wasn't trying to put a debuff on him. Something was wrong. He noticed that powerful energy began to emanate from Akuma and he realized that it was strengthening him. He pulled out the spear that was pierced into his body and threw it to the side. He stood up and started screaming very loudly. The monster ran past the phantoms with incredible speed and left a mark on the ground. They looked at it in surprise and wondered what kind of attack this was. It was impossible to dodge. They heard the monster's loud scream, and one of them said loudly that it was getting closer again. They all should pay attention. They were very surprised when they noticed that the monster fell to the ground, banged its head on the ground, and asked what happened to it. Sophia looked to the side and loudly said that Miyamoto was escaping. Johnsang looked at this and said loudly that they should quickly capture him. Mariant grabbed his shoulder and asked loudly with a worried look, "What about the Akuma?" They were very nervous, didn't know what to do, and Hansu said that they should calm down. They can leave the monster to him, and they themselves must stop it. Kyle asked if he would really be okay. He agreed and said that he made a promise. Immediately after that, all the phantoms except Sophia went in pursuit to the surface. He, with a calm expression, said that she should go with the others. She looked at him and said that if they wanted to meet them later, he needed a method of communication with them. Besides, she wanted to personally witness the end of this monster. She looked at this monster with a worried look and thought that the killing intent she felt when she first met him was incomparable to what she felt now. Miyamoto's enhancement turned him into an even more terrifying monster. Will he be able to handle him? What is his plan? Suddenly, he threw his sword on the ground. She became worried about this and asked loudly what he was doing. He looked at the monster with a calm expression on his face and said that she should not worry because he would not need this sword anymore. He looked at the crying monster and wondered, does his power-up increase his strength and regeneration? If so, then Akuma will continue to fight. Even if the power-up takes away his life force, he will not stop. The monster ran towards him very quickly and extended his hand to grab him. He dodged this attack and struck back which knocked Akuma to the ground. The protagonist sat down next to him, put his hand on his head, began to use his energy, called him by name, and said that he should pull himself together. Because of this, he remembered what he was like before, looked at him, and asked who he was. He looked at the monster with a serious expression on his face, and thought that he knew it, and apparently, he was right. Akuma is not a monster who has completely lost himself, but one who has lost control of himself due to anger. However, thanks to Miyamoto's regeneration enhancement, he was able to regain his consciousness, previously lost in anger. How ironic. In his malicious attempt to force him to fight to the death, he instead gave him a chance to regain himself. He called out his name and asked if he remembered his father. Because of this, he remembered the past, when his relatives pointed their weapons at him, and his father said that he should die. He began to cry because of this, loudly called out to him and asked what he did wrong and why he was torturing him. In the present, he loudly begged not to touch him and said that he did not want to die. It hurts. Why does everyone hate him? He threw a punch and asked for him not to come closer and leave him alone. This attack hit MC, and he was thrown back very hard. He remembered that earlier the monster he met said that for the sake of his cause, he killed his own son. However, he regretted making such a choice back then. Sophia put a barrier in front of herself, loudly called his name, and said that Akuma was attacking with its spikes. He stood up with a calm expression on his face and walked towards him. Despite all these attacks, she continued to hold the block in front of herself to protect herself and called his name again. He reached the monster, put his hand on its head and said that everything was fine. He and his father, Tekeron, were not to blame. He had suffered enough, and now he could rest. After some time, Akuma, who had become younger, lay on the ground and noticed that his body had changed. He began to tremble with fear, and he said that he could calm down. He neutralized his rage. Now he was able to move freely. He looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, "Did he heal him?" He refused and said that after some time, unfortunately, he would return to his previous state. Still, he couldn't completely erase his rage. He trembled with fear and said that he didn't want to become like that again. He started crying and said that he didn't want to kill again and didn't want to be hated. Hansu extended his hand and said that he could join him. His plan had gone wrong and he needed his help. When his rage surfaced again, he would help him find himself again. His only condition was that he would act according to his plan. Does he agree to this? He took his hand and was about to say something. At that moment, a fairy appeared next to them and said that this can't be done. This ending is completely unacceptable. He is very happy to see him again. When he looks at him, his heart overflows with delight. Sophia looked at him and wondered, is this a fairy assistant? He flew up to him and asked, what about him? He's glad to see him again too, isn't he? He said with a serious expression that he should get straight to the point. What does he want? The fairy said with a wide smile that he was so cruel. He didn't like his cold attitude. He snapped his fingers and said that the reason he came here was simple. Because of this, Akuma was engulfed in powerful energy and began to scream loudly in pain. He looked at this with a cruel expression and said that he had to kill him. To tell the truth, he watched his entire fight with this monster. A brutal, bloody battle. Despicable betrayal. Balancing on the brink of life and death. Desperate resistance. But still, he won. It was such a wonderful sight, so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off it. However, he didn't like the ending at all. Even in his case, it was impossible to describe how disappointing it was. The protagonist looked at him and said that that's why he decided to intervene. He agreed with this and said that it was all for the sake of seeing what they wanted. That's why he decided to make it easier for him to kill him. Now he won't be able to offer any resistance. He won't even have the strength to lift a finger. He can take his life with one move. However, he would prefer for him to execute him in the most painful way, so he wants to refuse, right? In that case, he has no choice but to return to the rules. He is obliged to get rid of all the plagues. If he keeps even one, he will get nothing. He does remember this, doesn't he? If you think about it, it wasn't him who killed the erupting root, right? So, according to the rules, he hasn't fulfilled the necessary conditions, and as a result, they can't give him his reward. However, now the opportunity literally lies before him. If he kills Akuma, they will count his death as the erupting root. He must choose between the promised reward or Akuma. So, which will he choose? MC remained silent and walked up to the suffering monster with a serious expression. He sat up and said that it was quite logical. He understood, because in his place, he would have made the same choice. He remembered that earlier, when they were about to kill him, he turned into a monster. Currently, he said with tears in his eyes that no one would care about his death anyway. He sat down in front of him, and he closed his eyes and trembled with fear. He leaned towards him and quietly said that as Tekeron's son, he is the Prince of Elfhelm, which means he is the rightful heir, Shane. He was surprised by this and asked how he knew his name. He said something else to him, which greatly surprised Akuma. Immediately after that, he dealt a powerful blow, which shocked Sophia, who who was standing nearby. The fairy began to laugh loudly, praised him, and said that this is exactly what he wanted to see. He never betrays his expectations. Hansu hugged him and pierced him with his hand. He closed his eyes and, with a calm expression, said that he would wait. Immediately after that, Akuma's body fell apart into many stones. The fairy looked at this in surprise and said that there were so many runes. It seems that the secret calamity drops an appropriate reward. He expected something like this, right? Given such a generous reward, of course, he couldn't resist killing him. He picked up a small dark sphere that lay among the runes, and the fairy asked, will he take only this? Doesn't he need everything else? He agreed, and the system notified that it was a memory fragment, a small fragment containing someone's precious memories. He said that was really all he needed. The fairy noticed that he reacted to his murder rather calmly. Sophia looked at Hansu with concern and asked if he was okay. He turned to her and after a short pause said that everything was fine. After all, that was the original plan. He would definitely return the relics. After that, he walked forward under the girl's worried gaze. The fairy was a little surprised at first and then smirked, while MC thought that he had made the right choice. He remembered his comrades and thought, what if they had to face the same choice as he did today? The fairy noticed that he was acting unusually. Was it because he was afraid that something similar would happen again in the future? Hansu told him not to worry. He would soon show him something really interesting. He should just wait. Seeing his determined look, the fairy smiled and said that he would have to try hard not to disappoint him. Time passed, and MC collected all 5 relics. Sparks began to emanate from all these things, reaching towards his hand. And then an administrator's mark appeared on the back of his hand. He remembered Alpha and thought that he could control Ouroboros because he was an administrator. But strangely, the shape of the mark was different from what he heard from the residents of Elvenheim in the Abyss. The system reported that he had received the position of temporary administrator, so his power was limited. Now, he understood what was going on. Only the people of Elvenheim can receive full administrative rights, since he is a human. Instead of full rights, he received only temporary ones. What a pity. He never thought there would be such a limitation. And yet, this is more than enough. He can finally stand up to him. Meanwhile, a bird flew to Sophia and she told Hansu that the phantoms sent her a message. They say they have captured Miyamoto and need to meet them quickly. He thought for a few seconds and said that they needed to do something first. She was slightly surprised at first, and when she realized what he meant, she said with a smile that it would work. Meanwhile, Miyamoto begged for mercy. He fell to his knees in front of them and bowed his head, exclaiming that his mind had briefly clouded and he had committed a mortal sin. It was his fault. He asked them to remember everything they had been through together and to show mercy. He hit his head on the ground to show how much he regretted what had happened, and Mariant ran up to him worriedly, telling him to stop. She understood everything. She helped him up and said that they had known each other for many years. Why did he think they would kill him now? He thanked her, and Tina said that they could not be sure of his sincerity. Should they leave a potential traitor alive? Perhaps he was deceiving them right now. Mariant looked at her doubtfully, asking if she really thought so. Couldn't she see how broken he was? He'd already lost the will to fight, so they'd better leave his fate in Hansu's hands. As soon as she said this, blood spurted from her mouth, after which the others' bodies began to sparkle with bright sparks, causing them great pain. It was Miyamoto. He tricked them and attacked. But before they could attack in response, he cast a spell and blew them up. The runes that fell from their bodies marked their death. Miyamoto laughed loudly, spreading his arms wide, content with his victory. He said that even if they took everything from him, he would live to the very end. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The people were barely holding back the monsters, and Mikhail, deciding to take a short break from the fight, caught his breath and looked around. They could no longer hold their positions. While their ranks are thinning, the number of locusts has not decreased at all. What was Hansu even doing? But he immediately made his presence known. The sky lit up with bright, glowing dots. Homing pigeons arrived at each of them and delivered a message that surprised them. Mikhail grinned, asking Hansu how he could send such a message. At that moment, a locust attacked him from behind. He quickly turned around and swung his sword, killing it, shouting that he couldn't give up, not now. In his message, Hansu informed them that preparations to eliminate the Ouroboros were complete, so he asked everyone not to give up until the very end. A bird also flew to Sanjin, and after reading the message he promised him that he wouldn't give up. Soon they stood up, and Sophia, seeing her dead friends, fell to her knees in despair and swore that she would never forgive Miyamoto. MC watched her cry for a while, then said that they should forget about him. Hearing this, she immediately stood up and waved her hand, exclaiming, "What is he saying? They must find him as soon as possible." Realizing something, she immediately fell silent and calmed down, and then Hansu told her not to forget their goal. She remained silent and thought, so he had already been through a more difficult path than this? She wiped away her tears and told him that he was right. What does he plan to do now? He answered her that they were returning to the mirror. They would be waiting for them there. Those who would stand next to them instead of phantoms. Meanwhile, the battle near the World Tree continued, and Sanjin, along with his group, watch them from cover. Unche called out to him, asking doubtfully if it was even normal for them to stand there like this. If they were to be surrounded by these locusts, they would be in trouble. Sanjin told her that they had to wait here. There was no other option. She wanted to object, but he sternly said that he had promised Hansu to meet him here. Unche grabbed her head and said that she was fed up with all this. He was always talking about Hansu. Her ears were starting to bleed. The twins said that Sanjin seemed to not notice her, which was why she was starting to get offended. Look how she was already puffing out her cheeks. Hearing this, she indignantly told them to shut up. She could actually hear everything. They had clearly never had women in their lives, so let them find someone, and quickly. She became very angry and turned on Sanjin, shouting that it was all his fault. If he liked this Hansu so much, he should have gone with him. He looked at her thoughtfully, then tilted his head to the side and asked, puzzled, why she was angry at him. She cursed loudly, exclaiming that he was driving her crazy, after which Sojong approached them and awkwardly called out to them, which angered Unchae even more, and she exclaimed, what this time? She said that they seemed to be surrounded, and when they saw the locusts approaching them, they involuntarily took a couple of steps back. After that, the insects rushed to fight, and Sanjin ran to meet them. He was about to clash head-on with the monsters and prepared to attack, but MC appeared. With quick swings of his sword, he dealt with all the monsters, which surprised Sanjin. After that, he hid the sword and asked how they were coping here. Sanjin, with a joyful smile, answered him that of course, they were doing well. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sophia appeared behind him, and they walked towards him together. And Sanjin said with a wide smile that he really was incredible. In the time he hadn't seen him, he had become even stronger. He remarked in response that he didn't seem to have changed at all, to which Sanjin said that, after all, they met here as promised above. He remained silent, and Sanjin came closer to him and said that he was so glad. He had been waiting for this moment when he would need his help. He was already ready. He was willing and able to help him, so let him use him as he wished. He smiled and asked him to continue this attitude, then looked at the man standing next to him. Seeing that it was the Black Monarch, he was slightly surprised and thought that it seemed he had returned to life through that cross on the third floor of the tower on the island. Would he really have to get rid of him again? His body started to become covered in scales, and at that very moment Sojong suddenly fell down, and her father rushed to her worriedly, asking if something was wrong with her legs. What should they do now? She told him that it wasn't that bad, she was fine, but he looked scary. Hansu removed the scales and thought that it seemed he was mistaken. After that, Yunche came up to him and started examining him. She said that she finally saw him with her own eyes. He was the same Hansu that Sanjin was always chatting about. Does he even know how irritated she is? When she looked closely at his face, she immediately remembered that girl who looked very similar to him and asked if he by any chance had a younger sister. He told her that was not the case at all. After which he looked around at all the people in the group and mentally noted that he had seen the rest of them at least once. It looked like they hadn't arrived yet, but he was sure they were fine. Sanjin decided to get down to business and asked what he wanted him to do. MC kept it brief and said that from now on, they would work together with him to get rid of the Ouroboros. They were very surprised to hear this, and he said he would explain everything in detail when they got to the mirror. That was all. There was silence between them for a few seconds, after which Unche exclaimed in irritation, "Is that all? What kind of plan is this anyway?" She turned to Sanjin and indignantly ordered him to say something. His friend had completely lost his mind, but instead he said that he could rely on them. They would do their best to live up to his expectations. In the end, the girl lost her temper and hit him with all her might, and to prevent her from hurting him even more, the twins pulled her away from him while she was cursing loudly. She exclaimed, "What, has he plucked up his courage? Who does he think he is?" Answering without even asking their opinion. Looking at their bickering, Sophia became worried and whispered to Hansu, "Is this really okay?" He looked at them and thought. In them, he saw his old friends, who behaved in the same way and sometimes argued, and with a smile said that everything was fine. And then someone from the past appeared. A girl approached them and the MC, immediately recognizing her, noted with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mihei smiled and said that it really had been a long time. She approached the others and greeted them. As soon as Unchai saw her, her anger turned to joy and they began to chat. Hansu glanced at them and thought that everyone who would take the place of the phantoms was already here. He glanced at the huge serpent in the tree and thought that all that remained was to collect the treasures and the end of Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Alpha was watching his every move, and when he saw that he had administrator rights, he became furious, because he wasn't even a resident of Elvenheim. How did he even stand the inheritance of the rights to the Heavenly Warrior armor? Did he become an administrator by collecting all 5 keys? How dare such a pathetic worm do this? Trembling with overwhelming emotion, he grabbed his head and said that he would pay for this. Only he can be the administrator of the Red Zone. Meanwhile, a battle was raging near the beacon camp. They tried to hold the defense, but there were too many insects. Inside the camp, everyone was running back and forth in a panic, preparing for battle, while their commander hid. He thought that to survive, he needed to escape. There weren't that many of his clansmen at the base. If they fought together, they would definitely die. When everyone was distracted by the insects, he would move to a safe place. He quietly went behind a tent, and some guy ran up to him, calling out to him loudly, which scared him. He immediately began to make excuses, saying that he just wanted to go to the toilet, but he didn't care because they were in trouble. He asked him to follow him and led him to the tent where Miyamoto was sitting, who had just returned in critical condition. Upon learning of this, he immediately ran into the tent and called out to him excitedly, and when he saw his wounds, he immediately started asking him what happened and who did it. "Where are the phantoms and that guy Hansu?" Miyamoto pursed his lips, remained silent, and then asked everyone to leave except Liu Hong. They objected, saying that the wounds were serious and needed to be treated immediately. Then he lost his patience and shouted loudly, "What don't they understand?" He told them to quickly leave here. The girl and the boy exchanged glances, then left the tent. Miyamoto immediately grabbed Liu Hong's hand, asking him to listen carefully. This was all Hansu's doing. He had brought him to this state. Therefore, they cannot leave him alive. He must be killed. Does he understand everything? Let him go and kill Kang Hansu. Hearing this, Liu Hong looked away nervously and asked uncertainly, "Is that possible?" He didn't want to admit it, but he had long since surpassed him. He wouldn't be able to handle him. Miyamoto placed his hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry. He would tell him the location of the treasury, where he hid the items he was going to use for the seal. Let him gather all the beacon members and become stronger. Liu Hong immediately filled with confidence, noting with a wide smile that he did have a plan after all. After that, he knelt before him and swore to carry out his orders, thinking that this way he would become strong enough. And when he kills Hansu, then it will be Miyamoto's turn. Meanwhile, MC and his allies easily killed the monsters. Having cleared the path, he turned to the rest of the group and said that there was not much left, so they should hurry. Unchai, hiding behind a tree, hesitantly agreed with him, and Hansu said that they needed to get there before Miyamoto made his move. She hesitantly emerged from her hiding place and said that she understood everything, after which they continued forward. Mihei wielded her bow well, helping the others avoid being hit, and Sophia used magic. Sanjin easily dealt with the monsters with just daggers, and Unche felt uneasy watching these four. Time passed, they sat down to rest, and Unche, breathing heavily, wiped her sweat and said that nothing was working after all. MC turned to them and she said that she was sorry, but they had used up all their strength. The four of them are incredibly strong. They are some of the few truly powerful people in the red zone. Perhaps they can even survive alone. Therefore, they will not understand them. They will not understand how much ordinary travelers like them want to survive. They just want to survive. They followed Sanjin, and follow them now, only because they thought that their chances of survival were higher this way. But it seems they could die at any moment, so they will not go any further with them. Sanjin got angry and exclaimed, "Why is she talking like a weakling? If Hansu said to go, then she should go to the end and be happy." She immediately ran up to him and slapped him across the face with all her might, telling him to shut up. She then pushed him to the ground and started beating him, asking why he was so clueless. Could he please not interrupt the conversation with his stupid remarks? Sophia looked at him in confusion as she beat him, and thought that with her strength, it seemed like she didn't need to worry about survival. Mihei, meanwhile, approached Hansu and called out to him, suggesting that he continue. After all, whether to follow or not was their choice. In the past, he would have agreed with her, but not now. He asked them to trust him and continue following him, and Yunche asked with displeasure, why? He could handle it himself. Why drag dead weight around with him? He told her that because he needed to save lives. When he started the fight with Ouroboros, everything around would be destroyed. He needed them to save as many people as possible. She asked, so they were something like his personal rescue team? He confirmed this and said that thanks to this group, tens of thousands of people, including them, would survive. She remained silent, staring at him in surprise, and he said that of course, it wasn't for free. He would make them all stronger. He thought for a moment, then said that if they wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop them. In this world, survival is everyone's personal responsibility, and he respects their choice. But let them remember one thing, trusting him and following him to the end is definitely not the worst choice. Inche looked at him in surprise, thinking about something, then said with a smirk that she thought he was crazy, but now she sees that he is a completely sane psycho. After that, they continued on their way, and Sanjin became very upset because of his idol's recent words, and said that he had gone crazy. Sophia and Mihi looked at him strangely, and he grabbed his head and said that it was incomprehensible. Their Hansu had changed so much. The old him would never have said such a thing. He completely lost his mind and took out a dagger, saying that it wasn't him. Someone was just pretending to be him. He was ready to attack him, but Sophia said that it was him. So let him calm down. After that, she turned to Mihi and asked if they had been with Hansu since the first training zone. She answered her that she would like to say that they were a team, but after training their paths diverged. It would be better to say that they were friends from university. And is she part of his team now? She said that he found her immediately upon arriving in the red zone. She thought for a second and answered her that they were not a team, but rather temporary allies, because this guy is a loner. Mihei agreed with her without a doubt, after which they exchanged glances and laughed, noticing that they had similar thoughts. Mihei's mood immediately brightened, and she asked her to tell her what Hansu did here. When she told her everything, Sangjin noted with a smile that this was definitely their Hansu. Hansu, Fish, the Demon King, and this route, he moves forward without hesitation, so he is a true hero. Mihei, however, seemed a bit upset. She looked away and said that Hansu was a complicated person. He had a goal, one that he doesn't tell them about and which they wouldn't understand. That's why he always kept his distance. You can follow him, but you can't get too close. There was always a clear line, but now he's changed. If before he said that the weak couldn't keep up with him, now he was leading them. It seems that now she's beginning to understand what he really is. Their conversation ended when MC said that they were there. He crouched and touched the ground, using the first power of the Nirmaha ring, destruction. A shockwave erupted from his hand, causing the earth to split and a wind to rise. Afterward, the ground collapsed, and Sophia saw a secret entrance behind Hansu. Meanwhile, he remembered his conversation with Kangtae. He had then asked him if he knew why he was called the Giver of Opportunities. He hid a lot of useful things in each zone in case he had to start over and not suffer again. When he returned to the past, he would understand everything. It would help him. There was something else very important. There were skill runes there that even Miyamoto didn't know about. They were hard to find even in the upper zones, so he would tell only him about it. After that, the whole group went underground and found themselves in a huge treasury. There was gold everywhere, lots of runes, and all sorts of artifacts. The twins immediately rushed to look for equipment and took shields that would greatly increase their stats. And MC gave Yunchai something just right for her. He gave her the Underground Spirit Glove, numbered item 623, which increases the user's strength, dexterity, and stamina by 10%. And attacks deal fire damage. When she learned that it was a 3-digit number, she was very surprised and thought that this couldn't be true. Are all the artifacts here this cool? But how did he know about this place? Who is he anyway? While everyone was busy, Sanjin noticed that Hansu had disappeared somewhere and started looking around. He started running around the treasury looking for him, and then MC called out to him. He ran up to him and, seeing a purple rune in his hand, asked in surprise what it was. He answered that it was a unique skill that needed to be taken from this treasury, the Lord of the Dead. He looked at it and thought that he never imagined that he would find it here. A top 10 numbered skill, as usual, powerful and useful. It's good that he refused the fairy's offer then, but it didn't suit him according to the activation conditions. He extended his hand to Sanjin and told him to take it. This skill would strengthen him. He was very surprised by such generosity and confusedly said his name, after which he smiled broadly and promised him that he would cherish it all his life. He ordered him to examine it right away. Meanwhile, Unshe found some chest, and Sophia was helping Mihi choose a new bow. Suddenly, she noticed something and immediately darted to the side, after which she activated a spell and put up a protective barrier, and a roar was heard from the enemy's strike. Everyone was very worried about the sudden attack, and when the smoke after the strike cleared, Sophia was very surprised to see Liu Hong and his men. Mihei asked if she knew him, and she replied that it was better if she didn't know him. Liu Hong finally spoke up and furiously called her a traitor, then exclaimed, "How dare she rob Miyamoto's treasury?" She didn't understand what he was talking about, and he shouted that this was an excellent moment and ordered his men to destroy them all until Hansu arrived. Miyamoto's treasures would be theirs. After that, the stormtroopers rushed into battle and drew their weapons. While the others prepared to counterattack, Unche became nervous, as this type of weapon was new to her. Sophia used magic, and Mihei fought back with her bow. Several arrows and chunks of ice flew at the opponents, and they realized they were strong. Noticing their difficulty, Liu Hong called them idiots and ordered them to attack the rear. Ignoring the two girls, they headed toward Unche, and Liu Hong ordered them to kill the weakest first. Mihei turned to the frightened girl and warned her of the danger, and seeing her frozen in fear while the enemy aimed at her, she became terrified for her. One of the twins called out to her and told her not to stand there, but to dodge. The enemy's weapon rose above her head, and she closed her eyes, preparing for the blow. She understood that she was weak, and until now she had survived only thanks to luck, but even that would not last forever. The enemy brought his sword down on her, and she closed her eyes again, remembering Hansu's words about trust. She decided to trust him and stop being afraid, after which her hands began to glow, and she confidently opened her eyes. Then, with all her might, she struck him in the face with a fiery fist, smashing him into a tree so hard that only his legs were visible. Her comrades were surprised by this sight, amazed by her strength. One of the stormtroopers appeared behind the girl. He was about to strike her, but she broke his blade, putting her hand on the way. Then she turned and struck him in the stomach, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and sending him flying several meters away, leaving a trail of fire behind him. His comrades clearly didn't expect this and looked at him with concern. Meanwhile, Unche realized what she was capable of and told the others to believe in themselves, because now they were strong. When Hansu and Sanjin returned, he remarked with bewilderment that it was surprising. He hadn't thought things would turn out this way. Mihi said she and Sophia didn't even have to intervene. Unche dealt with almost everyone. Meanwhile, the twins began to support the girl, shouting that Unche's blows were the strongest, and she indignantly ordered them to stop. MC let out a surprised sigh and, looking at the defeated opponents, thought that, despite such a numerical advantage, she had dealt flawlessly, without a single scratch, so she had used the runes and artifacts correctly. Yunche was glad that she could finally fight back without fear, and Hansu, looking at her with a smile, decided to deal with Liu Hong. He took out his weapon and said it was time to finish, then threw his trident at the guy who was trying to escape on foot and ordered him to fight back. Miyamoto told him the location of the treasure. Liu Hong turned to him in fear and asked him not to come closer, but he ignored him and, rushing towards him, pinned him to the ground with his foot and threatened that he would only ask that once. "Where is Miyamoto?" Realizing that he was seriously planning to kill him, Liu Hong swore to tell him everything and shouted that he was at the beacon headquarters. He was seriously wounded, so he was probably still there. The rest of the group realized that he was talking about the beacon clan monarch, and Sophia, clutching her head, hissed curses through her teeth and said that he had fled to his lair. MC frowned and thought that everything was pretty clear. He grabbed the guy by the neck and lifted him up, saying that he wanted to build up his strength by taking the artifacts to thwart his plan. Liu Hong excitedly exclaimed that he had misunderstood everything. He was his enemy too. Hansu winced, not understanding what he was saying, and Sophia asked, "Is he serious?" The boy nervously exclaimed, "Didn't he crush him?" He could no longer believe in him and follow him. Wasn't this a world of the strong? If he let him take the remaining artifacts and runes, he would immediately return to headquarters and kill Miyamoto. Unche asked in surprise, was he going to betray him just to survive? Sanjin said that seemed so, and Sophia crossed her arms and remarked that it was so pathetic. Don't let him talk nonsense in an attempt to survive. Liu Hong exclaimed that he was dead serious. He swears he no longer believes in him. He asked Hansu to believe in him, and he was forced to admit that his words made sense. The others, hearing this, were greatly surprised. Sophia immediately exclaimed, "Does he really believe him?" He said that his offer to eliminate Miyamoto would help remove a potential obstacle, so it wasn't the worst choice. Liu Hong smiled and asked, "That's a tempting offer, isn't it?" Then let him go, and they could discuss the details. He was already happy that they would be able to come to an agreement, but MC squeezed his neck tighter and asked him to tell him something. He threateningly said that he would be next, then let go of Liu Hong, and when he fell unconscious to the ground, he said that he didn't trust traitors. Soon Liu Hong woke up, but neither Hansu, nor his group, nor the treasure were there anymore. He cursed, seeing that Hansu had taken everything, and rose to his feet, wishing him death. He would never forget what he had done to him. Meanwhile, the travelers continued to hold back the locusts, and Mikhail was already quite tired. He loudly shouted Hansu's name into the sky and exclaimed, "When will he finally come?" Insects fluttered to the sky. He turned to them, and irritably told them to at least give him a break. He was about to attack, but MC finally appeared. He jumped high into the air, then unleashed destructive force on the monsters, and an explosion occurred, raising a wind, causing Mikhail to cover his face with his hands. Then Hansu approached him and said that he held them off well, and he smiled, wiping the sweat from his face, and complained that he almost died waiting for him, and he was too late. He smiled and asked how many he thought he had killed already. He shrugged and told him that it could be thousands, maybe tens of thousands. What was the point of counting them anyway? In any case, holding them off was not easy. After all, they greatly outnumbered them, the travelers. Given this, pushing back their position was inevitable, not to mention the fact that the locusts that had broken through the holes in the defense were heading to who knows where. And yet, he was confident that everything would be fine now. After all, his appearance here meant he had found strong reinforcements. He had already imagined the greatest force in the entire red zone, the Phantoms and Sir Miyamoto, and asked where they were. He answered that they were not here, and silence reigned between them. A few seconds later, Mikhail exclaimed in shock. What did he say? How could they deal with the locusts without them? He answered with a smile that everything was fine. He had brought tens of thousands of reinforcements. Immediately after his words, the party members appeared. Wangkyung dispatched the locusts with a few blows of his heavy sword and struck a cool pose, showing off his strength, while another party member wielded his bow. He fired at an insect, piercing its body, aided by his enormous arrows. The twins covered the others and held back the monsters, while the healer immediately healed the wounded. Sophia rained magic down on the enemies from the sky, and Unche quickly dealt with the locusts below. Mikhail looked at them, slightly surprised, and as soon as they finished dealing with the monsters around them, he asked who they were and noted with confusion that they were definitely strong. But where are the other tens of thousands of reinforcements? Had they just arrived from the training zone? Sanjin approached him and asked who he thought he was to ask him such questions. If he said so, then so be it. Did he understand everything? Seeing his crazy eyes, Mikhail grimaced in confusion, and he immediately took out a dagger and asked why he was looking at him like that. Did he have some kind of problem? MC ordered him to calm down, and he, smiling, threw the blade on the ground, obeying his order. After that, Hansu called out to Mikhail, and patting him on the shoulder, said that he did well. Let him leave the rest to them. He looked after him in confusion and met the gaze of Sanjin, who was raising his dagger. He showed him that he would keep an eye on him, after which, Yunchai hit him and told him to stop messing around. The twins started making fun of her again, which immediately made her angry, and Mikhail noted that he really had put together a strange group. But since he believed in them, they had no choice but to trust them as well. He wished him luck, and then they went into battle. As the locusts began to approach, MC activated his skill and motioned for the others to begin. After that, he swung his sword several times, killing the locusts from a distance, and said that it would soon be dark. They would follow the plan and destroy as many parasitic locusts as they could. After that, Sanjin joined the fight. He fought next to Hansu, preventing the bugs from getting to him from behind, and Mihi provided support from a distance, shooting at the monsters with her bow. She was warned of danger from the left, but the locusts were advancing from the right as well. Monsters were everywhere. The twins took cover behind their shields as they were being pressed and began to get nervous. One of them shouted that there were too many of them, and Yunche, after striking, exclaimed that since he found time to complain, he should use it to kill bugs. MC told them that there was still a little time left. They just needed to hold out until nightfall. No matter how hard they tried, the locusts kept growing. They literally filled the entire area around the lake and beyond. Sophia called out to Hansu and said that it was getting too dangerous. A little more and they would be surrounded. He frowned and looked at the sky, since it was already quite dark. He called out to Sanjin and told him that the time had come. He remembers everything, right? It was his turn, so let him begin. He smiled and told him that he understood everything, after which he touched the ground and a bright flash appeared, spreading within 100 meters radius. The locusts they had killed began to revive. The insects rose and stood by their side, and one of the twins shouted that the time had finally come for battle. There were tens of thousands of reinforcements. Sanjin grinned and said he'd been waiting for him to say those words, asking Hansu to leave the rest to him. The locusts, now subservient to him, rose to defend their group, and when he pointed his finger at the enemies, he gave the command, and they rushed to attack. The locusts were perplexed. After all, they were their own kind, and so they were unable to respond in time. The beetles grabbed their necks with their pincers and began to literally tear them apart, and with each new locust killed, Sanjin used his skill and increased the army of the dead. Skill number 8, Lord of the Dead, allows him to resurrect deceased creatures as undead, but only at night. The undead locusts easily dispatched their enemies, leaving their living brethren terrified. Despite the lack of limbs, heads, and so on, they rose from the dead and attacked. Finally, the area near the lake became much clearer. Sanjin shouted to Hansu that everything had worked, and he, praising him for his excellent work, rushed with the others to the serpent's body with a confident look. Before the attack, he told them his plan. They would kill as many insects as possible before nightfall, then Sanjin would resurrect them and direct them toward the remaining ones, and they would be able to easily reach the lake with the Ouroboros' tail. He told Sophia that she would have to lead them to the place where the magic was felt most strongly, and she inquired how they would ascend. He told her that it was very simple. With the help of her skill, immovable path, they would climb the Ouroboros. Following the plan exactly, they climbed onto the snake's body, and the archer looked around in surprise. He glanced at the tree entwined with the snake and noted that the angle was terribly steep. One of the twins remarked that if they fell from here, they wouldn't even find the body. Unche advised him to just watch his step, and Sojung said that the surface was even smoother than she thought, which calmed her down a bit. Mihi agreed with her. She was afraid the scales would be slippery. The MC interrupted their conversation, asking for their attention. He would go next, so they should just follow him. They only glanced at him confidently and braced themselves, after which he ran forward, and they followed. As they ran, they heard strange sounds. Insects were running straight towards them. Unche and Wangkung rushed forward simultaneously, fending off the monster's attacks, and he shouted that they would take care of these, so let them lead the way. Mihi and the archer began shooting the remaining bugs, while Hansu noticed a raised scale. That was their first target. The insects continued to advance, and he rushed forward, overtaking Yunche and Wangkyung, and gathered more strength. Sparks began to emit from his body, and as soon as he found himself in the center of the crowd of insects, he used his demonic dragon enhancement and swung his sword, killing them all at once. Everyone was amazed at this sight, and MC called them here. When they got closer, they saw a hole leading deep down, and he told them it was a passage to the ganglion, where the Ouroboros core was located. It has 3 cores, including the brain, and by destroying them all, they would kill it. He gave them potions, and said they were to destroy the cores. They were explosives, and he made them using a special recipe for the 1650 red zone. He said they needed to throw it into the core in 30 minutes, and they all thought, so that's what he was making there then? After that, he divided them into groups, 1 for each core. Yunche, the archer, and the twins would be in the first group. Sojung, Wangkyung, and Mihei would be in the second. He pulled Sophia towards him and said that they would be in the third group. After that, he told Unche that her group would go through this passage, and she got excited because they would be the first. He said that it didn't matter whether they were first or second. The passages were in different places. Only one group would go in. She didn't argue, after which she warned them that they were leaving, and jumped down with the others. Immediately after this, Sophia used magic and blocked the passage with ice, as ordered by Hansu. He thought everything was ready. All that remained was to reach the other passages. As they moved forward, they encountered more and more locusts, but they quickly dealt with them. MC only needed 1 swing of his sword to deal with them, and soon they discovered the second passage. He told the second group to move out. 5 minutes had passed since the first group entered. Once they reached the core, let them throw the explosives in time. Wonkung nodded, saying that he understood everything, and then they headed towards the hole. While the others were descending, Mihi stopped and looked at Hansu. Noticing this, he asked why she wasn't coming, and she shuddered with excitement, not knowing what to say to him. She was silent for a few seconds, then smiled awkwardly and said that she wanted to say something but forgot. He just looked at her with confusion, and she told him to forget about it. She needed to catch up with them, otherwise they would lose her again. She headed toward the hole and finally told him that they would talk later, after which she jumped down to the core. He thought about something for a few seconds, then asked Sophia to close this passage too, but that she'd just remember to let them out in 30 minutes. She began the spell and looked at the passage with a slight disappointment, mentally telling Mihi that she thought she understood what she was feeling. After that, the two of them headed to the third passage. MC could already feel the Alpha's energy, but a stronger enemy blocked their passage. They stopped, and Sophia asked, "What is it?" She felt that it was him, but Hansu, meanwhile, thought that the Alpha had woken up only recently and had already created a subspecies. It wasn't for nothing that he became the temporary administrator. The insect began to emit light, and then a projection of the Alpha appeared, and he asked if he was looking for him. He knew he would immediately follow him. He smirked, and calling him his enemy, said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. But what kind of pathetic tactic is this? This is completely out of his style. MC asked discontentedly, "Has he said everything?" The Alpha called him insolent, and added that his arrogance will be his undoing, after which Hansu killed the insect, cutting off communication with it. Sophia asked if the Alpha wasn't with them. Then he was near the other group. "Will everything be okay?" He suggested that she first destroy their core and then move on. The passage was already open, so they needed to go. Meanwhile, the first group found the ganglion, a huge shining crystal. Yunche noted that it was much more spacious here than she thought and not at all dark. The archer pointed at the crystal, and she said that she saw it. It looked like the core of the Ouroboros. The twins noted that it was simply huge, but given the size of the Ouroboros, this was logical. Yunchai took out a bottle of potion and advised them to have explosives ready. They had to destroy it in exactly 30 minutes. Suddenly, she sensed something and worriedly asked the others if they had heard it. They didn't understand what she meant and listened, after which, everything began to shake and they panicked, not understanding what was happening. Unche looked up and became worried. She told the others to look up, and they saw a multitude of insects descending towards them from their burrows. They huddled together, covering each other's backs, and the insects continued to approach them from all sides. The girl noted that it looked like the rest was over. There were a lot of enemies. She ordered everyone to form up, and the twins to stand on the flank. The center would be hers. The archer would have to use all his arrows. They only had to hold out for 30 minutes. They prepared for battle, but then the insects rushed at them from all sides. One of them attacked, and Yunche ducked, avoiding the blow, before counterattacking, sending the enemy flying. Meanwhile, the twins simultaneously held off and killed the enemies. With 20 minutes remaining, the archer picked off the insects from a distance, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Yunche ordered them not to retreat and to hold out at all costs, but there were a lot of monsters. With 15 minutes remaining, the third group found the core and encountered the locusts. Sophia closed her eyes, then cast a spell, and chunks of ice emerged from the ground, trapping the insects. MC grinned and noted that they certainly weren't expecting this, then rushed into battle. Swinging his sword several times, he killed those who were encased in ice and everyone around them. Sophia supported him from a distance, and he fought the monsters face to face. Finally, the insects were finished, but only those below. The rest simply watched instead of descending. Hansu thought that, at this rate, holding out for half an hour would not be a problem, and yet he could not believe that he had abandoned the first central core. It seemed that Alpha had left a hologram as bait and avoided meeting him in favor of protecting the other core, but he would make him regret making such a choice. After that, Sophia approached him and said that this was strange. There clearly had to be some kind of trap. If not, then why were they just sitting there and watching? He noted that she was right and suggested that she forget about the plan in half an hour. They should destroy the core right now, and then he would go and destroy the rest. The girl asked if the situation had really become so extreme that he needed to go help the others. Couldn't they just destroy the cores themselves? Wouldn't destroying the core right away, contrary to plan, only cause confusion and chaos? He answered that if their only enemy was the locusts, he wouldn't worry. But the Alpha that appeared via hologram was somewhere inside Ouroboros, and he had to fight it. She asked excitedly if Ouroboros wouldn't start moving if they destroyed all the cores. Was Alpha really more dangerous than the snake? He answered that Alpha was dangerous, but he couldn't compare to Ouroboros. His words confused her, and she said that she didn't understand him at all. Why couldn't they just trust them? He said that he trusted them. He had a plan, so let her follow him. She was upset that even now he didn't want to explain anything to her. She thought that at least now he would trust her. But something unexpected happened. Miyamoto used the 7 soul pieces skill, which splits the user's soul and provides a connection between the soul pieces. It allows him to take over the mind of the person the soul piece is placed in. Thus, he took over Sophia's body, and starting to use magic discreetly, he thought, did he really think he would die so easily? Even if it's just a little, He trusts this fool, considering how he opens his back to her. He will pay for what he did to him. MC, meanwhile, took out the explosives, but he noticed that Miyamoto had possessed her body and immediately rushed to her and touched her shoulder, using the Nirmaha ring. Magic struck her, after which she lost consciousness, and he thought that after his regression, his allies became his enemies, and his inevitable enemies became his allies. As long as he was trying to kill him, he cannot allow him to stay alive. But he found out where he was. He was sure the royal bees were hungry. Using temporary administrator rights, he located Miyamoto and transferred him to the royal bees hive. Meanwhile, a bright flash appeared in the tent where he was located, and the roots of the world tree reached out to him, after which he disappeared in an instant and found himself in the hive. Seeing the bees, he became very nervous and whispered that this couldn't be happening. And then the insects pounced on the unexpected guest and began to devour him alive. While he thought that he, the ruler of the red zone, couldn't die so easily. A little time passed. Hansu felt that the 7 soul pieces skill no longer worked, and thought that given that the royal bees were finally able to feed on high-quality magical energy, he was sure they were happy too. The crystal cracked, and he realized that they had very little time left. It would be nice if she woke up now, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. He's confident that using the heavenly soldier armor will provide some protection, but the system reported that he has less than 50% of his magical energy. Does he want to use the world tree's magical power? He hesitated, because the world tree could die if he made a mistake, so he needed to be careful. He apologized to it, then used its magical energy and, empowering himself, thought that with such a volume of magical energy, he could use it as much as he wanted. Taking the girl in his arms, he used the heavenly soldier armor, concentrated all his strength in his legs, and rushed forward. The core cracked, and then a bright beam of light shot from Ouroboros' body into the sky, and a roar was heard. Everything around shook, and then Ouroboros woke up. Its eyes suddenly opened and immediately began to move, and MC, meanwhile, thought that it didn't look like it had a full-fledged mind. Otherwise, it would have immediately attacked him. For now, instead of destroying the alpha, he would focus on stopping it. He used the administrator's mark, and the branches of the world tree began to move. They wrapped around the Ouroboros' body, preventing it from moving any further. And Hansu, towering over it, told his old friend that the time had almost come for them to meet again. Tekiron, it was time for him to wake up, and the winds of Elvenheim would blow in the direction he had chosen, so let him wait for him on the path of the king. He would see him soon.